Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Was Reborn with the Mind of a Dark Prodigy. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. We're getting super close to 1200 subscribers, and your support means everything. So please subscribe, like, and share this video. It really helps the channel grow and keeps me fired up to make more magical content just for you. Now grab your popcorn, and let's jump right into the story. Pre-Hogwarts. Ritual room beneath Potter Manor. July 30, 1980. The chamber was older than memory, its walls etched with runes that pulsed in gentle light. Carved stone and smooth earth surrounded the circle where the Potter family stood, James, Lily, and his parents, Euphemia and Fleamont. Beeswax candles flickered with steady flame, their golden light soft against the cool stillness. The scent of herbs, yarrow, mugwort, thyme, filled the air. Euphemia stepped forward with reverent hands, holding a woven branch of hawthorn. Her voice was quiet but firm. By breath, by blood, by bone, we honor the old accord. She placed the hawthorn in the circle's heart. Fleamont followed, laying down a folded strip of green cloth embroidered with stags. The line of Potter remembers. The line of Potter binds no lies to the earth. James and Lily stood hand in hand. Lily spoke. We come not to ask, but to honor. No boon, no bargain. Only remembrance and reverence. James added. As those before us stood in truth, so do we. Let the accord know the child we bear comes under no false name, and bears no false mark. The runes along the chamber glowed deeper. Then came the silence, not empty, but expectant. The air bent. Heleneth was the first to appear, stepping not from space but from presence. Moss draped from his antlers. His bare feet left no mark, yet the ground beneath him seemed older where he passed. His face was a mask of age and forest-deep knowing. Behind him shimmered others of the old court, the frost-marked lady, the hollow-eyed watcher, and the flame-haired warden whose name had been lost in the wild centuries ago. They stood around the circle, silent, observing. Then Heleneth inclined his head. It is remembered. The runes brightened once more, as if echoing his words. Your line honors the accord. And so the accord shall honor your line. Not a blessing, but a recognition. No promise, yet no slight. The Phi did not linger. They stepped back, fading into the space between breath and silence. When they were gone, the candles returned to normal. The circle dimmed, but something had changed, something subtle and enduring. The Potter child had been seen by the old ways. Ooh, the fall of Potter Manor. Evening of July 31st. The ancient stones of Potter Manor trembled beneath the weight of dark magic. Wards shattered in a blinding flash. Portkeys sparked and failed. Apparition faltered. The float chimneys choked with ash. They were sealed in. With a thunderous crack, the great oaken doors exploded inward. Voldemort stood in the threshold, robes billowing, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. Shadows curled around his boots like hounds eager for blood. Kill all who stand against me, he commanded, voice sharp and cold. I want the library, the rituals. Take the house. Take the knowledge. Leave nothing else. Death Eaters surged through the breach, wands raised. From atop the grand staircase, Euphemia Potter stood like a sentinel, wand in one hand, a ceremonial dagger in the other. Her eyes burned with the fury of a mother defending her home. She slashed her palm, crimson streaking her skin, and pressed her blooded hand to the head of the griffin statue beside her. By blood, by line, by right, awaken. The runes carved into the banisters and pillars flared with gold light. The statues shuddered and roared to life, stone wings spreading with thunderous cracks as they leapt from their posts, hurtling down upon the invaders. Screams erupted as 2 Death Eaters were torn down by the stone guardians. Euphemia didn't flinch. She raised her wand and let fly a piercing curse, a silver bolt that slammed through a masked intruder's chest, dropping him where he stood. Another spell, green, fast, and cruel, cut through the air. The killing curse. Voldemort's wand was still raised as Euphemia Potter collapsed backward, lifeless. From the second-floor landing, Fleamont Potter watched his wife fall. Grief clutched his throat, but fury gave strength to his limbs. He descended the stairs, blood trailing from a shallow cut on his hand. He moved to the side alcove where an ancient stone slab bore the Accord rune, a symbol of their family's pact with the Fae. He pressed his bleeding palm to it and whispered, "By breath and bone, I welcome thee to my home. Accord born, old bound, walk freely, by our shared right." The shadows trembled. From behind columns and under tapestries, redcaps emerged, hunched and snarling, iron-studded clubs in hand. Small, malicious, and ancient, they grinned with bloodlust. The Death Eaters turned too late. A redcap leapt at a masked witch, teeth bared. Another dragged a screaming wizard into the shadows. Chaos erupted again, curses flying, stone griffins crushing, redcaps tearing. Voldemort took a step back, his expression flickering with something almost foreign, fear. He lifted his wand and sent a flare skyward, a summons for more reinforcements. Fleement knew. Reinforcements would be too many. The manor couldn't stand. The gate, the hidden threshold to the Fae realm, must not be compromised. He turned to the rune gate at the base of the eastern wing. "By the Accord, I give my life." His voice shook, not with fear, but with farewell. "By the Accord, we stand. Seal the gate, with my breath." He placed both hands upon the carved stone gate. The ancient runes flared red, then white, then gold. A wind howled through the manor, howling with 105 voices. The gate under the manor collapsed in on itself, folding space like paper, shrinking to a glowing speck, then exploding in a wave of raw magic. The blast leveled the eastern wing. Stone shattered. Wood scorched. The red caps vanished. The Death Eaters nearest the gate were obliterated. Fleement Potter fell to his knees as his life poured into the spell. And then, with a whisper of wind, he was gone. Just a minute before, more black-robed figures apparated beyond the ruined hedgerow, Voldemort's reinforcements, summoned by his flare. They came in ranks, arrogant and eager. The Dark Lord's lips curled in anticipation. But then the ground began to hum. Fleement Potter stood alone, pressed against the ancient gateway, blood on his hands, fury in his heart, and sorrow etched in every line of his face. His wife lay still behind him, fallen by the killing curse. He did not look back, he could not. Instead, he whispered, voice rough and resolute, "By the Accord, I give my life. By the Accord, we stand. Seal the gate, with my breath." The air cracked. The runes beneath Fleement's hands flared molten gold, then brilliant white. Potter Manor shuddered violently. A great keening rose from the stone itself, as though the house wept at its own undoing. Once the gate was closed, the walls folded in light paper scorched at the edges. Pillars turned to dust. Beams curled like dying branches. The manor collapsed inward, devouring itself room by room in a spiral of collapsing time and space. A blinding vortex formed, sucking in light, air, magic, until the entire estate was pulled into a single point of silence. And then, it erupted. A wave of searing gold fire surged outward in a perfect sphere. Screaming Death Eaters were thrown like rag dolls. Voldemort shielded himself with a snarl of rage. When the light faded, only the ancient ring of standing stones remained, still upright, still humming with magic, until they, too, began to tremble. The moss upon them smoldered. The runes carved deep into their flanks glowed for one final moment. Then one by one, each stone cracked, crumbled, and folded inward, as though bowing to an ancient king. The last sank slowly into the earth, vanishing without a sound. Street. Mungo's, Private Ward 7, that same night. The room pulsed with tension. Lily screamed, sweat streaming down her brow, her magic humming wild and uncontrolled. Her cries filled the chamber, primal and full of life. Beside her, James clutched her hand, his knuckles white, whispering words of love between clenched teeth. Then, he froze. A violent pull in his chest, like something ancient locking into place. His breath hitched. Fleement was gone, and in his place, the Accord settled into James's bones with a whisper like wind through old stone. He staggered back a step, eyes wide, heart breaking, soul reshaped. By blood, by line, by right. His mother's voice, her last breath, echoed through him, the echo of stone, fire, and legacy. Then, a cry. Harry James Potter entered the world with a shout that felt like a challenge to the heavens. A rush of light pulsed through the ward, rattling the windows, silencing every sound for a beat. The Potter midwife, shaking, lifted him gently and placed him in Lily's arms. She gasped. Bright green eyes stared up at her, too bright, too ancient. Eyes full of magic not yet named. Hair black as night, slick and curling already, as if shaped by shadow itself. James sank beside her, tears rolling freely now. He looked at his son, the heir of the accord, the child of sacrifice, and whispered. Your grandmother gave her life for this. For you. Lily cradled Harry to her heart, rocking gently as the air trembled faintly with a presence unseen. In the far hills, where no one watched, the ring of stones shuddered once, then stilled. The accord had passed to the next generation. Ooh. Godric's Hollow, Potter Summer Cottage, early autumn, 1980. The scent of drying apples and wood smoke drifted through the open windows. The cottage, modest compared to the ancestral manor, still hummed faintly with old Potter wards, charms etched into beams by hands long gone. Lily stirred a cauldron with practiced ease while James cradled baby Harry near the hearth. The child giggled as sparks leapt from the flames. Then, a knock. 3 sharp raps, deliberate. James tensed. Wards recognized the visitor and allowed him through. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the cottage, tall and somber, his robes deep navy, not his usual flamboyance. His eyes, usually twinkling with mischief or wisdom, held none of it now. James. Lily. He nodded, voice low. May I sit? Lily wiped her hands on a cloth. You already passed the wards, Albus. That's answer enough. James offered no words. He shifted Harry in his arms protectively. Dumbledore sat, fingers steepled. There has been a prophecy concerning your son. Silence fell. Lily's voice was sharp. A prophecy about Harry. I cannot share the full text, Dumbledore said quietly. It is safer that way. For all of us. James stood abruptly, anger flickering in his eyes. You come into our home, drop a word like that, and expect us to just trust you blindly. For the greater good, Dumbledore said, almost a whisper. Knowledge can be as dangerous as prophecy itself. I'm asking, begging, you to trust me. Lily stepped forward, green eyes blazing. You ask for trust but offer no truth. That's not how this works, Albus. You taught me better than that. Harry cooed softly, oblivious, his tiny hand reaching toward the old wizard's robes. James's jaw tightened. If this has anything to do with you know who, we have a right to prepare our son. Not just hide behind secrets. Dumbledore looked older than ever. I only want him safe. Then give us truth, Lily replied. But Dumbledore only rose. I fear I've said too much already. Be vigilant, both of you. The world is shifting. And with a soft pop, he was gone. James stared at the empty spot by the fire. He knows more. And he's scared. Lily walked to the window, watching autumn leaves fall like dying embers. Then we protect Harry our way. Not just his. Ooh. Evening at the Potter Summer Cottage, Godric's Hollow. The cottage felt too small for the weight of the moment. Lily stood in the center of the living room, wand held high as delicate threads of protective enchantments wove themselves through walls and windows. James worked silently at the door, carving precise, old wards into the frame, Potter family spells passed down from generation to generation. Sirius muttered as he paced. This still feels wrong. Let me be the secret keeper. Peter sat near the hearth, pale and twitching. They'd come for you first. No one would think to look at me. James didn't look up from his work. That's the point, Wormtail. We're hiding, not fighting. Sirius stopped. Exactly. We're hiding, and we're trusting him. Lily turned, firm but kind. We are. Because the Fidelius only works if we trust. James finally looked at Sirius. You're my brother, Pads. That's why we can't put the target on your back. If they suspect it's you. Sirius swore softly under his breath, but he nodded. James stepped into the center of the room, Lily at his side. Harry cooed in her arms, oblivious. Let's begin, she said quietly. Peter rose, swallowing hard. He extended his hand. James produced a slip of parchment and held it between them. Words etched onto the page in glowing ink. The Potters are hiding at the summer cottage in Godric's Hollow. He placed the parchment in Peter's hand. As Peter's fingers curled around it, the magic surged, an invisible ripple through the walls. The Fidelius charm sealed. Sirius took a long breath, gaze sweeping the room as if memorizing it. Well, that's that. No, Lily said softly, holding Harry tighter. Now the waiting begins. Outside, the evening wind stirred the trees, and shadows crept long across the grass. Ooh. Several days later, Ministry of Magic, atrium level. The murmurs of departing Wizengamot members faded as Sirius Black lingered near a tall obsidian column in the shadowed atrium. His dark robes were damp with rain, boots slick with grime from the cobbled streets. He stood still until he saw Albus Dumbledore exit the lift. "Professor," Sirius called, voice low and sharp. Dumbledore turned, his expression calm but alert. "Sirius, what brings you here?" Sirius approached, eyes scanning for eavesdroppers. "I wanted to tell you something. But not out loud." He held out a folded piece of parchment. Dumbledore took it, unfolded it slowly, and read the neat script. "The Potters are hiding at the summer cottage in Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore looked up, eyes narrowing. "So you are the secret keeper?" Sirius nodded once, firm. "Yes, I am." Dumbledore studied him. "You trust me with this?" Sirius gave a lopsided grin, though his eyes were serious. "I trust you to know. But no one else. Not even your walls." He held out his hand. Dumbledore hesitated, then folded the parchment and returned it to him. Sirius slipped it back inside the hidden pocket of his cloak. "Just wanted you to see it for yourself. That's all." Dumbledore gave a faint nod, expression unreadable. "Very well. Take care, Sirius. He will come for you first, if he learns the truth." "Let him," Sirius said grimly, turning away. He walked off into the shadows of the Ministry, the secret back in his pocket, the lie in place, and the trap slowly closing. Ooh. A burnt clearing, outskirts of Ottery Street. Catchpole, night. The clearing was chaos. Spellfire slashed through the smoke. Trees cracked and toppled. Cries of pain and shouted incantations echoed through the dark. Peter Pettigrew stumbled, nearly tripping over a broken root as he tried to keep up with the Pruitt brothers. They were fire and fury, holding the line, but the line was breaking. Fabian shouted, "Right flank, Peter." Peter swung his wand up just in time to block a slicing hex that left the oak behind him dripping with thick sap. No, not sap, blood. The spell had been designed to sever, not stun. "Stay close." Gideon growled, his face slick with sweat and soot. "No heroics, just hold." But it was too late. A whip of green fire curled from the shadows, not Avada Kedavra, but something twisted, corrupted. It struck Gideon's side and pulled. His skin began to tear as if invisible claws were peeling muscle from bone. He screamed, crumpling to the ground as Fabian turned. "No, Giddy!" Fabian roared and charged the caster. He slammed into the Death Eater with a blast of force that sent both men flying. Peter gasped. He saw Fabian punching now, wand lost, trying to strangle the masked man before he could recover. But another stepped from the trees, Lucius Malfoy. His voice was cold. "Let's see how much blood a Pruitt has." A jagged curse lanced from Lucius's wand. It hit Fabian mid-back, and his body arched unnaturally, twisting. Bones snapped. Veins burst. His blood sprayed out in thin lines as if pulled by strings, dancing like puppets in the air before he collapsed beside his brother. Peter dropped behind the tree, shaking violently. Their screams had already gone quiet. From his hiding place, Peter saw something worse, one of the attackers pulling Fabian's order pendant from his neck and laughing. Peter was sick. His hand trembled so badly he almost dropped his wand. Some of his Death Eaters were turned over to the Ministry men that week before. Dueling with kill spells. Smiling while they did it. He saw faces he recognized. Men who had shaken hands in the atrium. Smug Lucius. And another who had given testimony last week about holding the line against terror. He turned and fled, smoke burning his throat. He didn't know if it was the fear, or the betrayal, or the sound of Fabian's ribs breaking like dry branches, but something broke inside him that night. Ooh. A dark alley in Nocturne, 2 nights later. Peter sat on the cold stone, his back pressed against a crumbling wall. He hadn't slept. Not really. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Fabian's blood arc through the air, heard Gideon's last scream, raw, guttural, human. He clutched his wand with white knuckles, but it felt like a twig in his hand. Useless. Pointless. The Ministry was compromised. He had seen it with his own eyes. They weren't just failing to protect people, they were turning. Smiling. Casting death spells while wearing aura robes. No one in the Order wanted to admit it, but Peter had seen it, felt it. And Dumbledore just said, hold the line. Keep fighting. Don't kill. Hold the bloody line. But the line was gone. They're all going to die, he thought. And I'm going to die with them, unless I do something. He pulled a wrinkled piece of parchment from his pocket. It was Fabian's, stained with ash. A list of names. Most crossed out. Some circled. Peter stared at the circled ones. Targets, Fabian had said. Ministry men with uncertain loyalties. He recognized 2 of the names as the ones who stood and watched while Lucius cast the bleeding curse. His hands trembled. He couldn't fight that. Not like Sirius, who burned bright with rage. Not like Remus, who clung to honor. Not like James, who would die for pride and family. Peter was never the hero. He wasn't brave or strong or noble. But he was clever. He could survive. He had to. Because this war wasn't about light and dark anymore. It was about staying alive. And the ones who lived were the ones who bent. Who yielded. Who chose the winning side. Ooh. A hidden corner in Nocturne Alley, midnight. Peter's rat form slipped silently through shadows until he found Lucius Malfoy, alone, speaking in low tones to a shadowy figure. Peter shifted back into his human form, heart hammering. This was his chance. He stepped forward. Lucius's cold eyes flicked to him, surprised but not alarmed. You're bold, Wormtail. To show yourself here. Peter swallowed. I'm tired of hiding. Lucius smirked. Then why come to me? What do you want? Peter's voice lowered. The Ministry is losing. The Order is losing. The Dark Lord is winning. I want to be on the winning side. Lucius's expression darkened. And why should I trust you? Peter met his gaze, desperate but calculating. Because I can bring you information. Secrets the Dark Lord needs to know. I've been watching, listening. I know things others don't. Lucius's lip curled. And what kind of things? Peter hesitated, then plunged forward. I saw you kill Fabian Pruitt. Lucius's eyes flashed with cold amusement. You saw nothing. I saw everything, Peter said, voice cracking. You didn't just cast a curse. You sent a jagged spell, sharp, cruel, ripping through him before he could even raise his wand. Fabian fell, bleeding and broken, while I could only watch and run. Lucius's face hardened, a shadow crossing it like a storm. You're playing a dangerous game, Peter. Peter swallowed, fear rising. I'm just trying to survive. The Ministry is crumbling, and I have to choose. Lucius's smile returned, cold and thin. Very well, Wormtail. I will listen. But betray me, and you'll find out exactly how Fabian died. Peter nodded, heart pounding. The war was no longer about right or wrong, it was about who lived to see the dawn. Ooh. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow, October 30th, 1981, dusk. The wind pressed like a held breath against the windows, hushing the trees, stirring the dead leaves in restless circles. Inside, candles lined the mantel, their flames tall and lean. The shadows they cast stretched unnaturally long, moving against the grain of the firelight. The room felt close, alive. Lily Potter stood barefoot in the center of a circle etched in red ochre and elderberry ink. At its heart, a stone disc veined with silver pulsed faintly. Baby Harry slept nearby, wrapped in a charm-stitched blanket, watched over by layers of invisible wards. James joined her, blood already beating on his palm. We speak only what's true, he murmured. Only what the Accord will hear. Lily nodded. For Harry. For what's coming. She raised the stone blade, drew a line across her hand, and let the drops fall onto the stone. By blood, by line, by right, she said clearly, we call on the Helenth. We call on the Accord. The candles danced. The fire leaned. But nothing answered. James stepped forward, pressed his own bleeding palm to the edge of the disc. By name and breath, by the house that stands, he said, we call on the Helenth. We call on the Accord. The air thickened. The shadows pulsed. Still, silence. Lily and James knelt together. They joined hands, their blood mingling where it touched the stone, and spoke as one. By blood, by line, by right. By breath, by bond, by name. We call on the Helenth. We call on the Accord. The runes flared white. The silver in the stone split like lightning. The hearth hissed. The shadows bent low and began to crawl. A breathless, wordless pressure filled the room, heavy as memory, cold as deep earth. And then, you have called me 3 times. Bound in truth. Bound in blood. Lily's voice wavered, but did not break. We ask protection from the one called Voldemort. He hunts our child. His servants are already moving. James added, we ask not for sanctuary. We ask for protection for Harry. Your enemy walks with many names. His power is cunning. His servants are cruel. What he seeks is already marked in the child. Lily gasped softly. The prophecy. Yes. The word wrapped in shadow. The war written in a child's cry. James stood tall. Then help us protect the family. Help the accord continue in Harry. The stone glowed. The voice of Helenth answered, not with sound, but with weight. With wind through bone trees, hoofbeats on ancient stone. The accord hears. The accord holds. But what is asked must be answered in kind. James stood taller. Speak it. I will not flinch. To guard what is marked, the father's soul must be pledged. Not now. Not in life. But when death claims him, he shall not rest. Lily's breath caught. The stag shall rise. Bound to the hunt. Forever. He will run with shadow and flame, never to know peace, never to return to the light beyond the veil. He will ride until the world ends. Lily turned to James, tears in her eyes. You don't have to. I do, he said, voice steady. For him. He looked at the child in her arms. Then down at the stone. I accept. So bound. So witnessed. So sealed. The accord endures. The light faded. The fire stilled. The shadows settled, but something vast had heard them, and would not forget. James breathed out, slow and calm. Until the end, then. The horned one stepped forward, his antlers trailing silver mist that curled into old shapes, runes, beasts, forgotten stars. His cloak rustled with the whisper of dead leaves, his presence thick with silence. He turned to James first. You offer yourself in blood and oath. The hunt shall call you when the veil parts. You will ride until the world ends, beast-born and bound. James gave no hesitation. I understand. The horned one raised a blade that was not metal, its edge was forged of antler, but within it danced a storm. Wisps of fog curled along its surface. Sparks flickered like fireflies caught in glass. A humming, wordless chant thrummed in the air as he brought it down. The blade passed over James's palm. It did not simply cut, it sang. A thin ribbon of light unfurled in the wound, and for a heartbeat, James's breath shimmered visibly in the air, the price sealing into him like ink into old parchment. So the vow is made. Then, the horned one turned to the child. Lily stepped forward, trembling, but James caught her hand. Let it happen. The horned one approached the crib. Harry's breath was slow, steady, innocent. The blade glowed faintly, drawing breath from the shadows, from the roots of the earth. The child bears the mark of the storm. Let it be written. He brought the blade to Harry's brow. As it hovered, it began to vibrate with low, unearthly music, chords that echoed like bones struck in deep caverns. When the tip touched flesh, light burst, not gold, not silver, but a color that tasted of thunder and memory. The blade etched a single line, then veered, splitting jaggedly. It hissed as it cut, not through skin, but through fate. When it lifted, a scar burned there, a lightning bolt, fresh and glowing. Then it cooled, settling into the boy's skin. By this sign, the Helenth will know him. As kin, as ward, as stormborn. The scar gleamed once, then dimmed. Harry did not cry. The horned one's eyes closed, and the blade vanished in smoke. When death takes you, James Potter, the hunt shall find you. You will ride beneath horn and storm. This is the price. This is the bond. He stepped backward into the shadow of the hearth, and the room exhaled, as if it had held its breath all along. After the horned one vanished, the silence felt thicker than sound. The candles flickered low. The red ochre circle dried, the silver-veined stone now dim. Harry stirred in his crib. James reached out, but the moment his hand hovered near the scar, a spark leapt between them, cool, not hot. The hairs on his arm stood on end. Harry's eyes opened, and for a moment, they were not a baby's eyes. Green still, but too deep. Holding wild wind, holding night air, holding memory not his own. Then the moment passed. He blinked and cooed, as innocent as before. But the room had changed. A tawny owl on the windowsill flared its wings and shrieked, taking off in wild panic. A house cat hiding under the sideboard darted from the room with a guttural hiss, its fur standing high. Even the dog the next door neighbor kept in the yard howled, long and mournful, refusing to come outside for days. Lily touched Harry's cheek with a trembling hand. James. James nodded, pale but steady. He smells of the hunt. Of the horned one. The scent was not something human noses could catch. But the animal world knew. Every creature born under moon and claw would recognize it. The boy was marked, not just by prophecy, but by something older. Wilder. Wherever he went, dogs would snarl or cower. Crows would cry out at his passing. Horses might bolt. The hunt had left its trace. A father's blood. A wild god's blessing. A storm yet to come. Ooh. Godric's Hollow, Samhain night, late evening. The village streets had emptied. The last children's laughter faded with the candlelit jack-o'-lanterns on doorsteps. Porch lights flickered off one by one. The wind carried the faint scent of burnt pumpkin and dry leaves. But no footsteps approached the Potter cottage. The wards shimmered unseen, warding spells weaving a silent barrier. No knocks came. No visitors called out. Inside, the house lay in tense stillness. James and Lily waited, shadows flickering from the candles on the mantel. Baby Harry slept, his chest rising softly beneath layers of charm-stitched blankets. Outside, the fog thickened, swallowing the village in silence. And then, Peter Pettigrew crept through the mist, leading the Dark Lord toward the protected home. Ooh. Peter Pettigrew stood in shadow, rat form discarded. His face was pale, clammy with guilt and fear. The brand new mark on his arm burned. Behind him, the Dark Lord stood as a wound in the world, cold, precise, hungering. There, Peter whispered. Through the garden wall, the wards peeled back like dead skin. And Voldemort stepped forward. Ooh. Inside the cottage, James Potter looked up from the hearth. He didn't need the alarm spells, he felt it. A shift in the air, something ancient recoiling. He didn't call for Lily. He faced the door. The door shattered before he reached it. Green light split the hallway. And James Potter fell. Ooh. The nursery. Lily stood barefoot before the crib, hair loose, breath shallow. Voldemort entered like a shadow trailing frost. His voice, though quiet, devoured the room. Step aside. No. Step aside, girl. Not Harry. He raised his wand. But before the curse could leave his lips, something moved behind the veil of sight. The Horned One was watching. Bound by blood. By invocation. By the accord. Lily did not see him. But Harry's mark began to glow faintly on his brow, the thin line where the horned blade had kissed him. She gave a silent prayer when the curse struck her. She fell like the last leaf of autumn. Ooh. The child. The Dark Lord stood over the crib. The baby looked up with wide, green eyes, his mother's eyes, already bright with the fire of old magic. Voldemort cast the curse. Avada Kedavra. The world should have ended. But the child smelled of the hunt. The blade had marked him. Blood had been drawn. The accord had been sealed. The spell hit the horns of a stag, and the spell reflected back. A scream, wordless, formless, ancient, rose from the stones of the house and the trees outside in the bone of the world. The killing curse rebounded, not only from sacrificial love, but from a force older than magic, wild, untamable, sworn. Voldemort's body tore like smoke, his soul screaming into the night. Ooh. The mark. On Harry's brow, the wound seared open, a lightning-shaped scar, not made by wand or curse, but by a blade of the hunt, unseen and terrible. The Horned One had drawn it. A claim. A price paid. Ooh. In the deep places. Every beast of the wild cowered. The hunt stirred. The stag joined those who waiting for the hunt to be called. And somewhere far away, where no man walked and no light had ever reached, the Horned One whispered in a voice like stone and thunder. He is bound. He is mine. Let the world tremble. Ooh. The garden wall, moments after. Peter Pettigrew crouched in the cold grass, his rat form small and twitching beneath the brambles. He hadn't dared go inside, hadn't wanted to see it. He told himself it was better this way. Cleaner. Safer. The sky split like an old scar. A sound rose, not a noise, but a pressure. As if the world exhaled something buried deep. And then he felt it. The death mark on his arm flared like boiling oil, but this was older. Deeper. His rat body shrieked in instinctual terror. Every beast in the underbrush bolted, birds scattered in silent unison. The ground shook, not with thunder, but hoofbeats that only the dead could hear. The power that surged from the shattered house wasn't magic. It was wildness, law, binding, hunt. The wards collapsed with a shudder, as though something had clawed its way through them from the inside. Peter saw the windows of the nursery blaze for a heartbeat with white fire, and then silence. But it wasn't over. Something turned its gaze to the garden. Something smelled him, the scent of a betrayer. The coward, the rat. Peter bolted in terror, tripping and scrabbling for his animagus form. Grass tore under claw. He didn't even look back. Because he knew if he did, he would see horns. Ooh. Privet Drive lay quiet under a velvet sky, the air still untinged with frost. Far above, the hum of a motor broke the silence. A shape descended from the stars, a great, rumbling motorcycle with wings, guided by a man built like a small hill. Rubeus Hagrid landed the enchanted bike at the end of the street, its tires skidding slightly before settling. He swung one leg over and removed his goggles, eyes red-rimmed but alert. Waiting under the dim glow of a street lamp stood two figures. Professor Dumbledore, calm and ageless in deep blue robes, and Professor McGonagall, stiff with disapproval and tightly restrained worry. "Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Professor McGonagall," Hagrid greeted them with a solemn nod. "No problems, I trust, Hagrid?" Dumbledore asked softly. "No, sir. Little Tyke fell asleep just as we were flying over Bristol," Hagrid replied, his voice rough but gentle. "Try not to wake him." Cradled in the half-giant's arms was a bundle no larger than a satchel. Hagrid passed the child over with utmost care. Dumbledore took the baby as if handling a flame. A faint pulse of magic beat against his fingertips. The boy's brow bore a curious mark, jagged, lightning-shaped, and faintly glowing with a magic that did not belong to wand or incantation. It throbbed gently, like a whisper of something older, deeper. McGonagall stepped closer, peering anxiously at the house beyond the neat little garden. "Albus, do you really think it's safe, leaving him here? I've watched them all day. They're the worst sort of muggles imaginable." Dumbledore did not look away from the child. "They are the only family he has." They stood together before number 4, a perfectly ordinary house with nothing to distinguish it from any other. And yet, the street lamp above them flickered once, unnatural, uncertain. Shadows quivered, as if something unseen had passed over them. McGonagall's voice was hushed, almost reverent. "This boy will be famous. There won't be a child in our world who doesn't know his name." "Exactly," Dumbledore replied, and there was something unreadable in his eyes. "He's better off growing up away from all that. Until he is ready." He knelt beside the door, and gently laid the boy upon the stoop. The letter, explaining everything the Dursleys would not understand, was tucked beside the child beneath the folds of the blanket. The glow on the boy's brow pulsed once, briefly brightening the mark before it faded into stillness. Behind him, Hagrid sniffled loudly. His broad shoulders trembled. McGonagall looked away. There, Hagrid," Dumbledore murmured. "It's not really goodbye, after all." The giant gave a shaky nod, brushing a rough hand across his eyes. "Good luck, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said. No sound broke the air but the quiet rustle of leaves and the slow ticking of time. Above them, clouds began to gather. And far beneath the sleeping earth, something wild and ancient stirred, and watched. Ooh. Hogwarts, headmaster's office, late night. Moonlight slanted through the tall windows, painting silver across the ancient stone floor. The room was quiet save for the soft ticking of dozens of peculiar instruments, their dials twitching, wisps of colored smoke curling gently from fluted mouths. Albus Dumbledore stood at his desk, sleeves rolled to his elbows, wand in one hand and a long quill in the other. A series of slender, rune-etched stands were arranged in a half-moon on the table, each holding an enchanted sliver of silver, delicate, finely tuned monitors meant to detect fluctuations in magical boundaries. With practiced ease, he whispered incantations under his breath. Each silver sliver shimmered, then pulsed faintly to life. Threads of magic rose from their surfaces and drifted out through the open window, toward Surrey, toward Privet Drive. Dumbledore paused, watching the magic settle. For a moment, the strands flowed smoothly, obediently. Then, just at the edge of perception, a tremor. His brows drew together. The wards should be stable. He'd crafted them himself, tied to Harry's blood through Petunia Dursley, using the old rites of household sanctuary. So long as Harry lived under that roof, he would be safe. And yet, the magic moved. Not in collapse, not in resistance, but with a kind of slow, rippling pulse. Alive. Strange, he murmured, adjusting a small telescope-like device to focus on the ward's signature. What he saw within made his breath catch. Layered magic, not chaotic, but vast. Woven like old forest roots, reaching beyond the simple contours of blood magic. It had been there at Privet Drive the night he placed the child, cloaked, but immense. He had assumed it was Lily's doing. A final act of maternal sacrifice, ancient and primal. Blood willingly shed to save a son. And yet, Even then, something about it had not rung true. Not exactly. This was older. Older than Lily. Older, perhaps, than the Founders. But Dumbledore had been pressed for time. The magical world had needed a symbol. A child must be protected. So he had acted. He had tied what he believed to be blood magic into his own wardwork, anchoring the unknown to the known, binding power to location. He believed it wise, careful, controlled. Now, watching the instruments flicker and dance with an energy that refused to lie still, unease coiled in his gut. The magic was behaving, unpredictably. Not dangerously. But not as blood wards should. It didn't answer to him. It responded. Like a thing listening. He turned away, stroking his beard, deep in thought. Behind him, one of the silver devices let out a soft chime, not alarm, but recognition. The accord, nestled in Harry's scar and spirit, pulsed once beneath the constraints of blood wards. You cannot cage the hunt. But Dumbledore did not hear that truth. Not yet. Instead, he murmured to himself, Lily, what did you do? Ooh. Privet Drive, Spring, Year 2. The Dursley living room. The carpet smelled of boiled cabbage and lemon polish, and the house was painfully tidy in the way only Petunia Dursley could manage. 2-year-old Harry sat quietly in a corner with a battered cloth book, legs crossed beneath him. His lightning bolt scar, faint but ever present, caught the mid-daylight and shimmered faintly. The front door opened with a bang. Petunia. Came the voice, high, grating, and full of disdain. Where's the little brat? In swept Aunt Marge, massive, florid, and trailing the damp scent of dog fur behind her. At her side trotted a stocky bulldog, its drooping face wrinkled in perpetual disapproval. The creature paused in the doorway, nose twitching. Petunia straightened anxiously. He's there. Corner. Don't mind him. Marge's small eyes flicked toward Harry. So that's the little beast, is it? She gave a tug on the dog's leash. Go on, Ripper. Say hello. The bulldog let out a low growl and took 2 steps forward. Then stopped. Sniffed again. Harry looked up, wide green eyes meeting the dog's. The growl choked off. Ripper whimpered. The leash went taut as he backed away, hackles rising, tail tucked. What the? Marge yanked again. Get on with it. Ripper let out a bark, one, sharp and panicked, and scrambled backwards, claws skidding on the tile. He bolted, leash slipping through her fingers as he charged back through the front door. Marge stared. Stupid mutt. Never seen him act like that. What is wrong with it? Petunia offered no answer. Her mouth had gone thin. Vernon stood at the threshold, thunderstruck. Harry simply turned a page in his book. Ooh. Later that month, Mrs. Figg's home, 2 streets over. Arabella Figg had seen many odd things in her time, but she had never seen anything like this. Harry Potter, aged 2.5, sat in her lounge with his knees tucked to his chest. His eyes tracked the ceiling idly. Her prized measles, Tuft, Pepper, Whiskers, and Old Midge, had slunk into the room at first. Curious. Alert. Then Harry had giggled. The measles froze. Their ears flattened, tails puffed. Tuft gave a shriek, Pepper leapt halfway up the curtain, and Midge knocked over a bowl of milk in her scramble to escape. Within moments, all 4 had vanished, bolting through the cat flap, refusing to come back. Figg stared, stunned. The boy hadn't moved. He hadn't so much as looked at them directly. Well, aren't you something, she whispered, heart pounding. Something old. Something else. And not just magical. The scent of magic was sharp in the air, but it wasn't. The soft hum of childhood bursts. No accidental levitation. No flickering lights. It was deeper. Rooted. Ancient. She watched the boy, who now hummed to himself as though nothing had happened. Later, as she wrote her quiet, coded report to Albus, her quill hesitated. Measles will not go near him. They are afraid. Deeply. Instinctively. This is not ordinary magic. But she didn't send it. Not that version. Instead, she crossed it out and wrote. All is well. No incidents. Boy remains docile. And deep in the core of Privet Drive, a slumbering magic stirred beneath the surface of a child's skin. Ooh. Little whinging, an empty alley near Magnolia Crescent, summer, age 6. The pavement shimmered with heat. Cicadas buzzed lazily somewhere distant. But the only sound that mattered to Harry was the pounding of feet behind him. Run, freak, run. Dudley's voice cracked with glee. His gang whooped and hollered behind him, Piers, Dennis, Gordon, older, taller, faster. Harry Potter was 6. Thin, quick, and wary. He'd learned to run early. Not for sport, for survival. He cut into a side alley behind the newsagents, the shortcut no grown-up ever looked at twice. His hands scraped the wall as he turned. His breath burned. The alley ended in a broken fence. A dead end. He spun to climb, but a stitch of pain lanced through his ribs. He stumbled, coughing. Too slow. Dudley turned the corner first, round face flushed, teeth bared in a grin that didn't reach his eyes. The others flanked him like hounds. But it wasn't they who hunted. Not anymore. Because something inside Harry twisted. A low pulse, deep in the belly. Not fear. Not panic. Something older. His head lifted. The air changed. It was subtle at first. The taste of the wind sharpened. The shadows stretched. Something primal moved beneath the skin of the world. Harry's eyes locked on Dudley. No glare. No growl. Just focus. And suddenly, he wasn't alone. The alley behind him remained empty, but the gang felt it. Pressure, like a breath held too long. Like something watching. Stalking. Piers swallowed hard. Gordon shivered. Dennis backed up. What's that smell? The scent was not of garbage or asphalt. It was green and wet and wild. The scent of moss and moonlight. The scent of fangs. Dudley took a step forward. And Harry's eyes glowed. Emerald, burning, unnatural. The hunt had no words, no name, but it lived in him. It looked through his gaze. It marked its prey. Dudley stopped. His breath caught. Then the air howled. No sound. No wind. Just the feeling. Like something unseen passed through, close enough to brush their skin. Dennis screamed. The gang turned and ran. Harry didn't move. His fists were clenched. His bare feet dusty. His heart thundered. Then it passed. The shadows stilled. The alley returned to its mundane gray. Harry sank to the ground, breathing hard, staring at his scraped knees. He didn't understand what had happened. But deep in the bones of the earth, the hunt had taken note. And so had the magic watching from far away. Ooh, Hogwarts, headmaster's office. At that same moment, Dumbledore's silver instruments shrieked. 3 alarms triggered in sequence. A scrying sphere rolled off its pedestal and cracked. The ward tracker pulsed red. Dumbledore stood sharply. No. He cast the viewing spell, and saw nothing but a child's shadow fleeing down a muggle alley. He apparated instantly. Ooh. Privet Drive, minutes later. Dumbledore stood on the Dursleys' front walk, his face grave. The wards he had anchored pulsed faintly, but showed no damage. He checked again. No breach, no curse, no attacker. Only a lingering magic. Deep, resonant. Something ancient stirring where it should not be. He reached out and touched the stone of the walk. The blood wards held. But what triggered them? Nothing answered. He straightened, confused, unsettled. Perhaps a fluke. A surge of the old protections, reacting to the boy's emotions. Ooh. Surrey Zoo, Reptile House, late morning. It was Dudley's birthday, and the Dursleys were determined to ignore Harry as much as possible. He trailed behind them, hands in the pockets of his oversized clothes, head down, but something buzzed faintly under his skin. The hunt was quiet, resting, but it never truly slept. They passed by bird enclosures, lemurs, and the tiger pen. As they moved through the zoo, animals grew agitated, restless in their cages. The meerkats scattered into their tunnels. A chimpanzee shrieked when Harry walked too close. Even the giraffes kept a wary distance, heads turning slowly to watch him as he passed. In the reptile house, the air was thick, humid, and strangely still. Harry pressed his palms against the glass of the large boa constrictor's tank, peering in. The snake blinked, then slithered forward. There was no doubt. It was looking at him. Then came the voice. Not from outside, but inside Harry's mind. Boa constrictor. Strange prey, not prey at all. Hunter. Harry blinked. He didn't understand what he was hearing. He took a step back. The boa's eyes narrowed. It flicked its tongue, tasting the air. Boa. You are not like the others. They fear what walks behind your skin. Behind my skin, Harry whispered. Before he could ask more, Dudley shoved him aside. Move over, freak. In the chaos that followed, the glass vanishing, the snake slithering free with a hiss, Brazil, here I come, the zoo descended into confusion. But what no one else saw was that every animal enclosure along the reptile corridor had grown silent. Predators and prey alike pressed to the corners of their pens. Not in fear of the snake. in fear of the boy. Ooh. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley. The massive white building loomed over Diagon Alley like a monument carved from the bones of giants. Creatures bustled around Harry, but the bank itself felt ancient, older than the cobbled street or the shops clinging to its edges. Older even than the wands and spells whispered outside its doors. The moment Harry crossed the threshold, a subtle tension rippled through the air. The goblins behind their counters froze, not alarmed, but alert. Hagrid noticed none of it. This way, Harry. A goblin with burnished skin and ageless eyes approached. He bore the long fingers of a scholar and the battle-scarred knuckles of a warrior. His gaze locked on Harry, and for a breath, time narrowed between them. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, with a strange kind of reverence, muffled beneath centuries of protocol. "We have been expecting you." Harry blinked. "You have." Griphook, standing beside them, didn't speak, but he watched Harry closely, as if listening to something Harry couldn't hear. The goblins led them down through the twisting stone passages. Torchlight caught on veins of magic woven into the rock, runes faint beneath the carvings. Harry felt them before he saw them, like pressure behind his eyes, like a murmur in his chest. Not words, but intention. The accord. It resonated with the stones, the gold, the deep places of the world. And the goblins, part 5, long separated from the true forests of their origin, felt it. Not the hunt, not its fury or its freedom, but the accord, that which binds, that which swears, that which remembers. Ooh. Gringotts, Potter Vault. The great stone door of Vault 687 groaned open, and a breath of cold, ancient air stirred Harry's hair. Gold gleamed in piled heaps, but Hagrid barely had time to comment before Harry's gaze fixed on something else. At the center of the vault stood a pedestal carved from dark ironwood, inlaid with fine silver runes. On it rested a single book, bound in what looked like old leather, embossed with a faint, stylized crest of antlers, one horn broken, the other whole. Griphook did not enter. He remained at the threshold, expression unreadable. "It is time," he said gravely. "The vault recognized you when you crossed its threshold. That pedestal holds a binding meant for blood." Harry stepped closer, compelled more by instinct than curiosity. The moment his hand brushed the pedestal, a razor-thin filament hidden in the wood sliced across his finger. Ow! Harry drew back, but a single drop of his blood had already fallen onto the runes. The silver lines lit up with a pulsing glow, drawing in the blood like ink into parchment. The book stirred. Its cover warmed, and the air grew heavy with old magic. Griphook bowed slightly. "It has accepted the air." The book's cover unlatched on its own. Slowly, it opened to the first page. The runes upon it shimmered, rearranging into English. "By blood acknowledged, by oath awakened, let the bound know the accord." Harry stared, the pain in his finger forgotten. Something ancient had just opened its eyes to him, and it recognized him as its bearer. Hagrid stepped beside him, voice low. "What in Merlin's name is that?" Griphook answered, voice hushed. "Catalogus Accordiae. It is not goblin-made. It is older than vaults. We guard it because once, long ago, we too felt the mark of the Horned One. But it is his now." The pedestal's runes dimmed slightly as the book opened wider, pages shifting on their own until they stilled at a blank sheet. Then, slowly, writing began to etch itself across the surface in blood-red ink. Harry leaned closer, drawn in by the silent hum in the air, the sense of deep, waiting power. Behind him, Griphook's voice came low and firm. "Do not let anyone else touch it. That tome is blood-bound to the Potter line, forged in the days when blood was sacred and magic did not forgive. Any hand but yours would be met with pain no magic could ease." Harry looked up sharply. "Why?" Griphook's dark eyes gleamed faintly in the torchlight. "Because it does not see them. The accord is not a thing to be stolen or borrowed, it is recognition. Inheritance. Judgment. Even we goblins, though kin by ancient ties to those who first forged it, would not dare lay a finger upon that book." Hagrid, who had been watching uneasily, took a careful step back. Harry swallowed, eyes returning to the book. Griphook's eyes flicked nervously between the book and Harry. "This is no ordinary grimoire," he warned, voice low and grave. "It is blood bonded to your family's line. The Accord's legacy is sealed within. Those who are not Potter would suffer pain no mortal should endure if they tried to touch it." Harry's fingers hovered uncertainly above the cover, the leather cool and almost alive beneath his touch. The air around him felt charged, as if the vault itself held its breath. Hagrid's booming voice came from behind him, "Best we check with Professor Dumbledore first, Harry." But the boy's eyes were fixed on the book. An insistent pull stirred within him, part curiosity, part something older, deeper. Without waiting, Harry grasped the tome. As his skin met the leather, warmth lanced through his palm. He gasped, dropping the book back onto the pedestal. For a moment, the runes flared brighter, then dimmed, as if acknowledging their rightful bearer. Hagrid stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "You shouldn't have done that. This magic isn't like any you've seen." He knew then the path before him was far from ordinary. Ooh. As they stepped out of the cool, echoing stone of Gringotts into the warm bustle of Diagon Alley, Harry walked beside Hagrid in silence, still feeling the sting of the pedestal's cut and the strange warmth of the book now hidden deep in his new bag. Hagrid wiped sweat from his brow. "Reckon we should get your wand next, Harry. Ollivanders is just." "Wait," Harry said suddenly, his voice unusually firm. "Can we go to the owl shop first?" Hagrid blinked. "Elops, I was gonna get you one later. Owls are handy, sure, but..." "Please," Harry said, turning to face him. His eyes, sharp and unusually bright, fixed on the alley ahead. "I need to go now. Just for a minute." Hagrid frowned. Something in the boy's tone, it wasn't whining or impatient. It was almost like a hunger. Not for sweets or toys, but for something calling him. "Well," Hagrid muttered, rubbing his neck. "Suppose it couldn't hurt." Harry was already walking ahead. The din of Diagon Alley faded as Harry stepped into Elop's Owl Emporium. The scent of feathers and straw clung to the air. Dozens of owls watched him from the gloom, barn owls, tawny owls, sleek screech owls, but one by one, they shifted, ruffled, and withdrew as he passed. Something in him unsettled them. Something ancient. Only one did not move. High in the shadows, a snowy owl stared down with golden eyes like twin moons. She was still, perfectly still, save for the slow narrowing of her eyes when Harry met her gaze. Not afraid. Not curious. Aware. Their eyes locked, and Harry took a step forward. The rest of the shop fell utterly silent. "She's been wild since we got her," the shopkeeper muttered from behind the counter. "But she's quiet now. Too quiet." Harry raised his arm. The owl spread her wings, not in show or threat, but in a slow, soundless sweep. She descended like winter wind, her landing on his forearm so gentle it seemed practiced. As if she had done this before. As if she had waited. A subtle ripple of magic moved through the air, brushing against Harry's skin. It felt like recognition, like a promise. "I'll take her," he said, voice low. The shopkeeper didn't speak for a moment. He said finally. "Seems she's already taken you." As they left, the owl turned her head once to look back into the shadowed rafters, toward the owls who still trembled, and then forward again. She would follow him. Through magic. Through shadow. When the hunt called, she would answer. Ooh. Ollivander's wand shop, late afternoon. The shop was narrow, dusty, and filled with a quiet kind of weight, like the air remembered every wand ever sold. Wands lay in narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling, and the scent of varnish and age filled Harry's nose. Hedwig perched silently on a beam above the counter, still as a ghost. She had not left Harry's side since the Emporium. Her presence was calm but watchful. "Ah," said a soft, papery voice from the shadows. "Mr. Potter, I was wondering when I'd be seeing you." Garrick Ollivander stepped forward, pale and ancient, with wide silver eyes that fixed on Harry like they could see right through him. "Strange," he murmured. "Very strange." He circled Harry slowly. "Yes. Very powerful magic clings to you. Older than Phoenix or Dragon. Something wild." Harry stayed silent. He could feel the accord pulsing faintly within him, like the beat of an ancient drum under his skin. Hedwig shifted slightly but did not call out. "Let's begin, then," Ollivander said, reaching for a wand box. "Beechwood and unicorn hair. 9 inches. Very flexible, try this." Harry took the wand. It sparked once, then cracked with a sharp hiss. A split ran straight down the shaft. Ollivander blinked. Unusual. More boxes followed. A few hissed. One went cold and heavy in Harry's hand and shattered into ash. Another burst into flame. Hedwig let out a low sound, feathers ruffling. "Enough," Ollivander said at last, eyes narrowing. "You will ruin half my shop if I press this blindly." He disappeared into the back. Ollivander watched Harry with keen, unreadable eyes as he drew out a slender wand from a long, narrow box. Curious, the wandmaker murmured. Very curious indeed. This wand is 11 inches, holly, with a phoenix feather core. The phoenix who gave this feather gave only one other. That wand did great, terrible things. Harry took it hesitantly. The moment it touched his skin, the air shifted. The wand let out a sharp, high-pitched whine, then screamed. Pain lanced through Harry's palm. The wand burned white-hot, glowing along its grain, and the phoenix feather blazed in a line of fire down its length. Harry cried out and dropped it, the wood blackening and curling as it hit the floor with a hiss. A searing welt marked Harry's palm. Ollivander's face went pale. That shouldn't have happened. Hedwig, still on her perch, ruffled with a warning sound, eyes fixed on the charred wand. Harry said nothing, staring at the ruined wood. Ollivander moved quickly, far more swiftly than his frail frame suggested. He took Harry's hand and turned it palm up, inspecting the welt, now angry and red across the boy's skin. I've seen wands refuse before, he muttered, but never this. Not a rejection, this was a repulsion. He retrieved a small, crystalline vial from beneath the counter and uncorked it with a trembling hand. Stilled ashleaf and whisperroot, he said absently. For burns caused by magical resonance. The cool salve hissed softly as it touched Harry's skin, but the pain faded immediately. The welt receded, leaving not a mark. Ollivander looked at it, then up at Harry. You are not what I expected. Ollivander's silver eyes narrowed, the faintest crease forming between his brows. No time to linger on surprises, he said briskly, voice steady but firm. This, he gestured at the ruined wand, won't do. We must craft a custom wand, one that can bear your magic and your blood. He moved already toward the workbench, pulling out a fresh, slender box. You'll need something made just for you. Something rare. Harry watched, still catching his breath, the weight of Ollivander's words settling deep. Ollivander stepped back into the shadows of his workshop, motioning for Harry to follow with a crisp wave. Touch nothing. Let your hand pass over the wood, feel what answers. Do not touch, Mr. Potter. We both prefer to keep what remains of my inventory intact. The back room smelled of resonant soil, like the heart of a forest frozen in time. Slender shelves held bundles of carefully labeled wand woods, yew, elder, ash, but Harry barely noticed them. His hand drifted above row after row, each bundle cold, distant, silent. Then his fingers passed above one wrapped in bark-like scaled leather, gnarled and dark as twilight. A pulse echoed in the air between his palm and the wood, like a heartbeat from beneath the earth. Ollivander froze. Ah! He stepped forward reverently and touched the bundle. Duskway RM oak, he whispered. A rare and ancient wood. Said to grow only where the veil between worlds is thinnest, at the crossing places of Phi and mortal. The wild courts used it once. Its grain runs with magic older than phoenix fire. Moonlight reveals threads of green gold beneath the bark. It is not tame wood, Mr. Potter. Harry said nothing. He didn't need to. The air still hummed. Ollivander gave a slow, almost reluctant nod. Yes. This one will do. Ollivander's eyes flicked toward a small locked drawer inset into his workbench, one with no handle, sealed with a rune that shimmered like breath on glass. There are very few cores left, he said softly, that might echo the power in you. Dragon, heartstring, phoenix feather, no. They would burn again. He touched the rune with a whisper of magic. The drawer clicked open with a sound like rustling leaves and distant hoofbeats. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a narrow vial of silvered hair, so fine it seemed woven of moonlight and wind. It pulsed faintly, like something remembering the run. Ollivander didn't lift it. He bowed his head slightly. From the stag, he whispered. The lead spirit of the hunt. The antlered one who rides beside the horned lord. He stepped back, almost bowing, not to Harry, but to the silver hair. It was said no wand could house such a core. That to try would court madness or death. But it came willingly, one strand from the stag's mane, shed during the hunt's passage beneath the solstice moon. The strand shimmered in the shop's dusty light, long, luminous, and unnaturally still. It will not obey, Ollivander murmured. It will choose. He looked at Harry. You must do nothing. Place your hand beside it. If it lifts to you, then you are blessed. The workshop was utterly still, no ticking clock, no rustle of parchment, no breath but Harry's. Even Hedwig was silent above, feathers puffed as if sensing the weight of the moment. Harry stepped forward and knelt beside the long, narrow tray where the strand of the stag's mane rested. It glowed faintly, silver with an undertone of wild gold, like moonlight woven with heartbeat. He laid his hand next to it. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the strand stirred. It rose, slowly, as if caught on an unseen wind, and coiled upward. It hovered, quivering, then brushed gently against the skin of Harry's hand. The shop filled with a low, resonant thrum, not a sound, but a feeling, deep in the chest and behind the eyes. The wood Harry had chosen, the forest dark wandwood, shivered where it waited, and the strand of hair drifted toward it like a river finding its path. Ollivander didn't move, didn't blink. It accepts, he breathed. The moment the hair met the wood, light sparked between them, a brief, living glow, and then both stilled, bound as one. The wand was not finished, but it had chosen its bearer. Ollivander exhaled slowly, as if releasing a breath he'd been holding for a century. It must be bound now, he said quietly, reverent. This is no ordinary crafting. It will take precision, and time. Come back in 2 hours. Harry nodded, fingers tingling faintly where the stag's hair had touched him. He didn't fully understand the weight of the moment, but a strange certainty settled deep inside him, a feeling that this wand, this choice, was something he couldn't walk away from. As he left the shop, Hedwig swooped after him silently. Diagon Alley buzzed with life, students chattering over cauldron sizes, witches bartering over powdered moonstone, the scent of fresh parchment and sugar drifting from shopfronts. But it all felt dimmer, quieter, beside what had just happened. This isn't like the stories, Harry thought. This isn't magic that's made for everyone. It's like the wand already knows me, or maybe it's the other way around. He flexed his fingers, still feeling the faint pulse that hummed just beneath his skin. Like something's waking up. He passed through the robe shop for his uniform and tried a bite of ice cream at Florine Fortescue's. Flourish and Blotz smelled of parchment and dust, and Harry filled his arms with the standard Hogwarts texts, the standard book of spells, grade 1 magical drafts and potions, fantastic beasts and where to find them, and more. He lingered at the back of the shop, where older tomes whispered with faded ink and strange energy, but Hedwig gave a soft hoot and nudged him away. Not today. Next came Trundle and Beckett's magical trunks. The shop was cramped, filled with chests of every shape and size, but one caught his eye almost instantly, a dark oak trunk inlaid with twisting silver runes. When he reached for the handle, it clicked open on its own. Curious, muttered the shopkeeper. That one hasn't liked a customer in years. Harry didn't hesitate. I'll take it. I built it for a young man, but that man passed away during the last war. It was a 4-compartment model, with an expandable main section, a secure vault for valuables, and a fold-out writing desk. The runes shimmered faintly under his fingers. By the time Harry made his way back toward Ollivander's, the trunk hovered obediently behind him, books stacked neatly inside. Hedwig landed back on his shoulder, talons careful, her eyes fixed on the wand shop ahead. It was nearly time. He lingered at the window of quality Quidditch supplies longer than he meant to. But eventually, he returned. Ollivander was waiting. It is ready, the wandmaker said simply. The wand lay in a dark cloth atop the counter, elegant, dark wood with fine striations like veins of shadow. When Harry reached out, it leapt softly into his hand, a pulse of wild, steady recognition traveling up his arm. A part of me already belongs to this wand, Harry thought. Like it's waiting for me to catch up. A wand of Duskway RM oak, Ollivander said quietly. A deep forest tree that grows where the veil runs thin. Rare, very rare. And a single strand from the mane of the stag who runs with the hunt, he added, voice reverent. This wand is not tamed. It walks beside you, if you are worthy. Harry didn't answer. He just held it, and the wand hummed in his palm. This wand knows the wild places I'm afraid to speak of. The parts of me I barely understand. That will be 21 galleons, Ollivander said at last, his eyes still on the wand like he was seeing something far off. Harry paid and left the shop, Hedwig gliding silently after him once more. The station was loud and ordinary. Too ordinary. Harry walked beside the chugging crowd at King's Cross, the polished handle of his trunk firm in his grip, Hedwig silent in her cage atop it. He passed under the large signs, Platform 9, then Platform 10, and stopped between them. There was no Platform 9 3/4. But something was there. Harry stilled. He reached out, not with his hands, but with that part of him that had stirred in Ollivander's shop. The part that had felt the stag's hair respond. The part that was awake now. The air shimmered faintly in the space between the platforms. Not visibly, but he could feel it. A pressure, like the air before a thunderstorm, and a cool hum running just under the sound of the crowd. The bricks of the pillar blurred at the edge of his vision, like something was folded there, layered behind the world. A portal, he was certain. Harry glanced around. No one watched. Without a word, he stepped forward, and the wall swallowed him. There was no collision, no impact. Just a shift, like slipping through a curtain made of mist and memory. He stood on a long, arched platform. The scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express loomed ahead, gleaming in the morning light. Plumes of smoke curled lazily into the air. It was early yet, the train platform was still mostly empty, only a few witches and wizards milling about. Harry moved forward quickly, wanting space before the families arrived in force. But they came sooner than he expected. Within minutes, the platform began to swell with people, mothers fussing over cloaks, younger siblings darting between trunks, owls hooting from their cages. Harry gripped the trunk's handle tighter and began pushing through, weaving past a towering man with twin girls, ducking beneath a floating crate of potion kits. "Excuse me," he muttered once or twice, but no one noticed him. Near the front of the train, he found a compartment with its door open and seats untouched. The air still held the crisp scent of polish and old wood. He hesitated only a moment before stowing his trunk and lifting Hedwig's cage gently to the window seat. The compartment was quiet. His heart slowed. He sat down and looked out the window, watching the crowd as more families arrived. Children were hugged, trunks were levitated, and last-minute scrolls of parchment were handed over with teary smiles. Harry pulled the book from his chest and sat down to read. The inside cover bore no flourish, no signature. Only one phrase was etched in runic ink that shimmered like moonlight over old stone into the inner part of the cover. To know the accord is to bear the weight of it. To forget is to betray it. Then came the first true page, written in a precise, formal hand, as if even the quill had been worn to show respect. Centered alone at the top. By blood acknowledged, by oath awakened, let the bound know the accord. The script pulsed faintly beneath Harry's gaze, as if it recognized something within him, something long unspoken, long expected. Below that, in smaller script, "We are the line that stood still when all others bled. We are the watchers beneath the hunt's path. We speak no command, but we are heard. We bear no collar, but we are known. We make no war, but we are remembered." And at the very bottom, centered and final, was the oath of binding, a vow not taught, only inherited. "I stand where they passed. I listen when they stir. I do not chase, and I do not hide. I am Potter, and I remember." The moment Harry read it in full, the ink flared briefly gold and faded back into shadowed stillness. Not vanished, only sealed. It would remain open only to him. Page 2, the first hunter. Before the accord. Before the wands. Before even the oldest Phi courts carved their names in stone. There was Helenth. Born when the first man hunted. When the spark of will met the thrill of blood. Helenth rose not from clan nor kin, but from purpose. He is not a god. He is not a beast. He is what hunts, eternal and ever becoming. He walks outside of time. When the wild hunt first thundered through the vale, it was Helenth who answered, not called, but compelled. The stag came with him, silver-maned and crowned in antlers. They rode as balance, predator and grace, death and memory. Phi feared him, though he wore no crown. Wizards whispered of him, though no scroll bore his name. And those who thirsted for war, who spilled blood for pleasure or pride, found themselves tracked. For Helenth does not kill needlessly. He waits for those whose hands drip with magic unmeasured and cruelty unshaped. When the war came, Phi and wizard tearing the world between them. Helenth took down the first Phi king, whose madness had poisoned the accord's chance. Then he turned his gaze upon the wizards. And found one house unbloodied, Potter. He did not speak. But the stag bowed. And the accord began. The compartment door slid open with a clatter. A boy with a round face, bright blue eyes, and a halo of orange-red hair peered in, dragging a battered trunk and carrying a cage with a sleeping rat. He looked about Harry's age, maybe a little taller, and slightly unsure of himself. "Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full, or loud." Harry glanced up from the catalog's accodia, the soft leather still warm under his fingers. The runes on the page had just begun to shift again, sketching something about the stag's oaths during the accord. "Go ahead," Harry said. His tone was polite but distant. The redhead grinned and hauled his things in. "Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." Harry closed the book halfway and nodded. "Harry Potter." Ron froze halfway through unbuckling the rat cage. His mouth opened slightly. "Wait, Harry Potter." Harry gave a brief nod but didn't elaborate. He opened the book again, letting the warm scent of parchment and magic rise to meet him. Ron slid into the seat across from him, eyes wide. "Blimey. I mean, sorry, but, you're him, right? The boy who lived. Do you really have the scar?" Harry's fingers paused on the edge of the page. "I don't show it." "Oh, right. Yeah, sorry." Ron flushed, clearly embarrassed, and busied himself with his rat. "That's fine. I've never met anyone famous before." "I'm not famous in here," Harry said, tapping the page. "Not yet." Ron tilted his head. "What are you reading?" Harry glanced at him, measuring. "Family history. Not published." That seemed to shut Ron up for a bit. The train shuddered, gave a slow sigh, and began to move. Steam curled past the window, and the world beyond the glass began to slide away. Harry returned to the accord. The train clattered steadily over the tracks, the countryside blurring past the window. In the corner of their compartment, Ron slouched with a chocolate frog in hand, trying to get the card before it fluttered away again. Across from him, Harry sat quiet, legs crossed, an old leather-bound tome open in his lap. Catalogue's accodia, its title etched faintly into the spine. The embossed crest on the cover, stylized antlers, one broken, caught the light just enough to gleam. The pages were lined in dense, elegant script, Old English, crisp and exact. Ron had tried to start a conversation when they first sat down, but Harry had responded politely, then returned to the book. Now the door slid open with a brisk clatter. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," said a bushy-haired girl in a firm voice. Her eyes swept the compartment. Ron shook his head. "No toads here. Just him and me." Hermione's gaze had already fixed on the book in Harry's hands. "That's not on the first-year list," she noted. "It doesn't even look modern." "Is that Old English?" Harry looked up, his expression neutral. "It is." She stepped forward a little, curious. "May I see?" "No," Harry said, gently but firmly, snapping the cover closed with a quiet finality. Ron blinked. Hermione hesitated, clearly thrown. "Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I just like languages." Harry gave a small nod but said nothing more. After a moment, Hermione straightened her spine. "Well, if you do see a toad, let Neville know." And she was gone. Ron glanced at Harry. "She's a bit much." Harry turned back to his book without a word. "Ooh." Third leaf of the Wizard Accords. The page was heavier than the rest, vellum rather than parchment, its edge traced with faded gilding. The script here shifted slightly, less formal but still precise, as if chronicling memory instead of decree. Of blood and bound, the line was forged, not in conquest, but in covenant. The Potters, the page began, were not born to fame, but to duty. Their roots stretched deep into the soil of Albion, first as druids, keepers of grove and sky, dreamers who spoke to stones and stars. They lived close to the wilds, taking no wands but carving their spells into oak and bone. But time marched on. One line, in the south, wed into a Roman magical family, one of scribes and builders, with runes etched in marble and power taught in ordered thought. The next generation bore both nature's knowing and civilization's vision. Later still, in the north, they joined with a Highland bloodline, fierce in storm, subtle in shadow. From that joining came Iagan the Wise, the first to carry the full accord. Kylam Potter had no need for duels. His magic, vast and precise, shaped rivers, healed glens, and quieted tempests. He built with stone and law, not with wandfire. It was Kylam who first brought the fractious wizarding clans to the same table, not through force, but through offering shelter, trade, and shared purpose. Below, inked in narrower strokes, came lists of those ancient pacts. The founding accord that brought the wizarding world together. The Pact of 9 Rivers, uniting seers and hedge witches. The trade accords of the Grey Roads, bringing goblin smiths and human magi into mutual coin. The vaulting compact, where the potters invested their gold to found what would become Gringotts, northern branches. The writ of brethren, creating safeholds and messageways that predated the flow. We did not conquer. We convened. We did not compel. We offered a cause. Where there was famine, we planted. Where there was war, we listened. Where there was silence, we remembered. At the bottom of the page, the family crest was drawn again, this time inked not just with antlers, but with a ring of ancient script around it, barely legible to the eye but felt by the soul. Let them who bear this name stand not in pride, but in purpose. Harry read the words slowly, the ink seeming to breathe with memory. He didn't feel pride. He felt the echo of something heavier, like a promise passed down through every heartbeat that bore his name. Ooh, fourth leaf of the accord. On the binding of 3. The script on this page curled like ivy around the margin, suggesting not a single hand but 3 pens moving in harmony. The page bore the title not in English, but in a blended tongue, part Old Welsh, part Latin. Trium Votum, the binding of 3. It began with strife. The wizarding world, once tribal and scattered, had begun to fracture further under the strain of growing power and greed. Families guarded their knowledge like dragons hoarded gold. Magical roads were dangerous, commerce was rare, and war brewed beneath every council meeting. Into this turmoil rose the Potter line, led by Kylam Potter, heir of druids, diplomats, and stonewrights. But even his wisdom alone would not have been enough. He turned first to Mavina Longbottom, mistress of herbcraft and warden of the northern marshes. Her family had long kept the secrets of balance, of growth and withering, of life's measure. The Longbottoms held sway with the old clans and kinships too rooted for others to reach. And then to Theron Bone, the lawkeeper. Where the Potters spoke of unity and the Longbottoms of preservation, the Bones offered structure, ritual, record, and rule. Theron, calm and relentless, codified the first magical charters, rights for goblins, werewolves, even house elves. He believed justice was magic's twin. Together, they formed what would later be called the Founders' Accord. Kylam offered sanctuary and vision. Mavina offered healing and legitimacy. Theron offered order and oath. From their bond rose the first unified wizard council, seated at Old Carhold. A school charter that permitted the founding of shared knowledge halls. Wandcraft guilds that allowed fair trade between magical and non-magical artisans. The route paths, a series of sacred neutral roads protected by oath and charm. Each house pledged land, coin, and children to serve the accord. Not as lords, but as stewards. We did not rule. We tended. We did not ascend. We stood firm. Below the main text was a brief, elegant note in a smaller hand. When the hunt stirred again in the south, it was these 3 houses who stood the line. Not with blades, but with bonds. And beneath that, 3 sigils. The antlered crest of the Potters, now whole. A leaf and torch entwined, Longbottom's green. The bone scale of judgment, white on iron, of the Bones. Harry paused at the bottom. The ink was faded, but strong. These were not tales of power, but of unity earned, not claimed. And he was heir to one part of it. But not all. Ooh, 5th leaf of the accord. On the breaking and binding of paths. The page bore scars, scrapes in the parchment where quill had pressed too hard, or ink had bitten too deep. It began not with a flourish, but a warning. Power sought without balance invites the hunt. There was once a time when the Fae walked freely between worlds, neither guests nor invaders, but shadows beside the firelight. Their magic was wild, older than wands or wizards, and their motives as shifting as the wind. But men grew greedy. Some wizards, seeking dominion, not harmony, tried to trap the Fae, to bind their power into spells, weapons, even bloodlines. They carved Fae names into runestones and drew circles with silver blades. They did not understand what they summoned. The Fae struck back, not with armies, but with vengeance. Whole families vanished overnight. Crops turned to ash, blood ran in rivers where no battle was fought. And so began the silent war, never declared, never ended. Innocence bled, and the old ways cracked. When hope dimmed, one rose from shadow, Kylam Potter, heir of druids. He did not seek conquest, but reckoning. He walked the broken paths and called out to Helenth, the hunter who lives outside time, the only being feared by both Fae and men. Helenth answered. His stag stepped from the breath between seasons. And when Kylam bowed, the beast lowered its crowned head in return. A pact was forged. Helenth would hunt the corrupted, Fi soaked in wizard blood, or men who tried to leech from the otherworld. And the Potters, with the aid of those still loyal among the Fi, would reweave the broken paths. Not as roads of conquest. As bridges of trust. From this came the accord paths, binding places of crossing to oath and intention. The night oath forbids the naming of true Fi without invitation. The ritual of watching, where each year the stag of Hellenth passes through the old stones. The sealing of the wildfire gates, until such time as peace may truly return. We do not seal the Fi away. We ask them to stand beside us if we are worthy. At the bottom, in ancient script. Let none seek dominion where only respect may pass. Let none summon what they would not follow. Let none break the accord, for the hunter still waits. Ooh. The countryside streamed past the train windows in soft blurs of color, but Harry hardly noticed. His eyes were fixed on the thick, leather-bound book resting across his knees, Catalogues Acodiae, the family chronicle. The worn cover, embossed with a broken antler crest, felt familiar even though he'd never seen it before this summer. The Old English script flowed across the page like a living current, full of histories the world had forgotten. Ron sat across from him, peeling the wrapper off a chocolate frog, stealing glances at the book but sensing Harry's clear boundary, it wasn't to be shared. Hermione had left only a few minutes ago, announcing she was going to help a boy named Neville find his missing toad. She'd lingered long enough to ask about the book, but Harry had firmly, though politely, refused to let her see inside. She hadn't pushed, only gave him a curious, thoughtful look before disappearing into the corridor with determined strides. Now, it was quiet again. Until the door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the entrance with Crabbe and Goyle looming behind him. His expression was a calculated smirk, eyes flicking first to Ron, then to the book in Harry's lap. "Potter," he said. "There you are. I wondered if we'd run into each other." Harry didn't look up immediately. He finished the sentence he was reading, turned the page, and only then raised his eyes. Draco stepped in further, glancing at the crest stamped on the book's cover. "That's an old book. Family history." Harry nodded once. "Something like that." Draco tilted his head. "Most people try to make friends on their first train ride. Not bury themselves in dusty records." Ron bristled. "He's got plenty of company." Draco turned toward Ron, his smile sharpening. "You must be a Weasley. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, and freckles, couldn't mistake it. Surprised you can afford a chocolate frog." Ron's face reddened, but Harry's expression didn't change. Draco returned his focus to Harry. "You don't have to surround yourself with the wrong sort from the start. There are better people to know." He held out his hand. "You'll find Hogwarts is easier if you choose the right friends." Harry looked at Draco's hand for a long moment, then shook it, firm and calm. "I'll make my own friends," Harry said. "Thanks." Draco's smile faltered, just for a second, before he withdrew his hand. "Suit yourself," he said coldly, stepping back into the hall. "Let's go." Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him, and the compartment door slid shut. Ron exhaled loudly. What a prat. Harry didn't answer. He'd already turned back to the book. Ooh. The sorting ceremony had begun. Professor McGonagall stood tall at the front of the Great Hall, unrolling a long scroll with crisp authority. One by one, she called names, and each student stepped forward to place the sorting hat on their head. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. The hat cried almost instantly. Applause. Cheers. Movement. Harry stood in line, quiet and watchful. His fingers curled inside the hidden seam of his robe, where the old book, Catalogues Acodiae, rested in a specially sewn pocket. It was weighty against his ribs, humming with memory and blood rites. Since the moment it had come into his life, he hadn't let it out of reach. He barely heard the next few names. Then, Bones, Susan. His attention sharpened. That name was written in the book's early pages. A family bound to the Potters in ancient accords, protectors of law, defenders of peace. A name that had stood shoulder to shoulder with his own. She stepped forward, her posture steady. Hufflepuff. Harry nodded slightly. It fit. Boot, Terry. Brown, Lavender. Bulstrode, Millicent. Then came the name that stilled him. Longbottom, Neville. Harry looked up quickly. Longbottom, the line of earth magic and endurance. The book spoke of their fields sown with protective wards, their loyalty tested in wars. A family was not only strong but essential in the fragile unity between the magical kind. Neville stumbled on the way up. The hat seemed to take its time, then finally called out, "Gryffindor." More applause. More clapping. Harry barely noticed. He felt the book pressed warm against his ribs, as if in agreement. Then, "Malfoy, Draco." Harry glanced toward him briefly as Draco strode forward, head held high. The hat barely touched his head before it shouted, "Slytherin." Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." The silence was instant. Hundreds of eyes turned. Harry stepped forward without hurry. Beneath his robe, his hand brushed the secret pocket, grounding himself in the book's pulse, the stories still echoing from its pages. He sat on the stool. The hat dropped over his eyes. "Ah, interesting." The voice filled his head, ancient and amused. "A strong will. Bravery, yes, but not unthinking. And there, something else, the thirst for understanding. For history. You carry legacy like a second spine, boy. You don't just want to live, you want to remember." It paused. "Yes. You'll find your place among the Seekers." Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table erupted. Harry stood quietly and moved toward them. He offered no smile, only a measured glance toward the ghosts and portraits watching him. The Grey Lady tilted her head, almost curious. He sat. The book hummed softly through the hidden seam in his robe. Harry Potter had been sorted. But his story was already unfolding, written in ink older than the castle itself. "Ooh." Albus Dumbledore stood slowly from his tall golden chair in the center, the tips of his long white beard brushing his robes. Instantly, the room fell silent. Even the candles seemed to flicker more softly in anticipation. His blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles, but only faintly. His expression, though kind, carried weight. "Welcome," he said, his voice carrying effortlessly, though he did not raise it. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He paused as eyes turned toward him, even some of the ghosts floating above the tables falling still. "Before we begin our journey through magical study and tradition, a few start-of-term notices must be given." There was a murmur of anticipation. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is, as its name makes plain, quite forbidden to all students. Several students glanced toward the darkened windows. Secondly, Dumbledore continued, his voice now taking on a darker tone, "The corridor on the third floor, to the right-hand side, is strictly out of bounds to all who do not wish to die a most painful death." A wave of stunned silence followed. Then a few nervous laughs, surely he was joking. But Dumbledore did not smile. His eyes moved slowly across the student body, pausing on certain faces, one might have thought longer than usual on the Ravenclaw table, where Harry Potter sat. "Let us enjoy the year ahead with wisdom, respect, and caution." And now, Dumbledore raised his arms slightly, a smile breaking through at last, "Tuck in." The golden platters shimmered, desserts appeared in abundance, and the room burst back to life. But some, especially those who had been near the third floor on the train ride up, found their appetites slightly dulled. Ooh. The Ravenclaw dormitory was unlike anything Harry had imagined. At the top of a spiraling staircase behind a bronze eagle-shaped knocker, the common room opened like a celestial observatory, wide, airy, and filled with moonlight. The arched windows offered views of the mountains, and stars glittered so clearly overhead it felt as if the room itself floated in the sky. As the other first years settled into their bunks or whispered excitedly in corners, Harry moved silently to a bed near the far wall. The canopy was deep blue, embroidered with constellations in silver thread. He pulled the curtains closed and reached into the secret pocket of his robe. Catalogues Acodier was warm to the touch. Harry settled into the soft hush of the curtained bed, opened the book to its middle, and watched as the pages turned, not randomly, but with purpose, like a librarian's invisible hand guiding the way. It stopped midway through a chapter marked not with a title, but a sigil, a circle flanked by an upright antler and a quill. The ink was slightly faded here, but the script was sharper than usual, less ceremonial, more direct. To carry the Potter name is not to carry power. It is to carry the memory of restraint. Ours is a line forged not by dominion, but by steadiness. You must learn to speak last in anger, and first in duty. You will walk with kings and kneel with shepherds. Know how to listen to both. You must never beg, but you may ask. Never boast, but you may confirm. Stand as if your shadow matters. Listen as if the wind might answer. When you are uncertain, recall who stood before you and how they stood still. Harry read the passage twice. It didn't feel like a rule. It felt like a memory wearing words. Below the passage, a single line had been added, much newer, in what looked like a female's handwriting. Teach him stillness. He will need it more than he knows. Harry touched the line lightly, then closed the book. No fanfare. No prophecy. Just expectation, and legacy. And for the first time, he didn't feel like a boy living in someone else's story. He felt like someone quietly stepping into his own. He turned the page. The next section was titled, bearing the name. To be a Potter is to walk in the open. We do not hide, though we move in silence when silence is needed. In greeting, offer respect first. Not because you are lesser, but because you are unafraid to lower your guard. Let your gaze be steady, your speech clear. Do not chase approval. Make it unnecessary. There is no shame in asking questions, but ask to learn, not to boast. When you rise, rise with others. When you must stand alone, do so without anger. Just purpose. Harry read the words once, then again. They weren't instructions, not exactly. They were reminders of something older than school rules or house points. He rested his palm lightly on the page, as if to steady it. Or perhaps steady himself. This was his legacy. And it expected him to live it. Harry turned the next page. The writing shifted slightly, as if penned by a different ancestor, a firmer, older hand. On conduct in mixed company. Do not fill silence with noise. Let others speak first. Listen for what they don't say. Bow from the waist to equals, deeper to elders. A nod suffices for rivals. Never bow to those who ask for it. When seated, do not sprawl. When walking, keep your steps measured. Our bearing is our banner. A potter's wand is sheathed more often than drawn. Our power is not for display. He absorbed each line like it was something he'd always meant to remember. Another page followed, small sketches of hand signs, runic gestures of welcome, deference, and command. Below them, short entries explained how certain expressions of courtesy had ended wars before they began. How one ancestor had silenced a duel by the angle of his bow. Harry mimicked the movements quietly in his bed, drawing a faint arch through the air with his hand. Not for magic, just for memory. The candle had burned low by the time he reached the next section, one titled simply, In Times of Threat. But before he could begin reading, his eyelids drooped. The script blurred. He blinked twice, fighting sleep. His thumb smoothed over the corner of the page. He meant to finish it. Just one more entry. But the next sentence slid into a dream. And with the book still open on his chest, Harry Potter fell asleep, head full of lessons, hands folded as if already practicing the grace his bloodline had once known by heart. Ooh. The next morning, in the Ravenclaw common room, Professor Flitwick stepped forward, adjusting his tiny spectacles and smiling warmly. Good morning, first years. I am Professor Phileas Flitwick, your head of Ravenclaw House and Charms Master. It is my honor to welcome you to our house, a place of wit, learning, and discovery. He gave a small bow, his voice bright and clear. Here in Ravenclaw, we cherish knowledge and kindness in equal measure. To help you find your place and flourish, I ask that you remember a few simple principles. Respect each other's thoughts and differences. Approach your studies with enthusiasm and care. Speak with consideration and listen attentively. Always choose kindness, even when it is the harder path. Keep our common room a sanctuary of peace and inspiration. These rules will guide you as you learn, grow, and become the people you are meant to be. He smiled broadly, eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. Now, let us begin this new adventure together. Follow me, and I'll show you to breakfast. Harry nodded slightly, keeping his posture straight as he met Professor Flitwick's gaze. Thank you, Professor. I'll do my best to uphold the values of Ravenclaw. His voice was steady but quiet, betraying little of the whirlwind inside. Though new to this world, he understood the weight of expectations and the importance of honor. A few first years murmured among themselves. One boy whispered, "Wow, he sounds like he's from another time or something." A girl giggled, nudging her friend. Who talks like that on their first day? Another boy shrugged, guess he's just really serious. Bet he's going to be a Ravenclaw star. Harry didn't respond. He simply kept his calm composure, eyes fixed respectfully on Professor Flitwick as he followed him to the Great Hall. Ooh. Morning light crept through the high windows of the Great Hall as breakfast wound down. A Ravenclaw prefect checked a folded timetable and tapped the table lightly. Potions first, with Hufflepuff. Dungeons. Follow me. Harry joined the stream of students heading out of the hall, the catalogues à côté tucked securely in his robe's hidden pocket. The further they descended, the cooler and dimmer the air grew. Stone walls narrowed, torches flickering with greenish flame, and the scent of damp stone and unfamiliar herbs lingered like a warning. The potions classroom was already open. Long wooden tables lined the chamber, and cauldrons rested in each station. Glass jars filled with preserved ingredients floated along the shelves, eyes, roots, and stranger things still. Hufflepuffs were already trickling in from another hallway. The two houses walked into the classroom. Harry found himself sitting next to a Hugglepuff. There was a sudden hush as the side door creaked open. A man swept in, his black robes billowing behind him like dark smoke. His sallow skin, hooked nose, and curtain of greasy black hair made him seem more spectre than teacher. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said, his voice soft but carrying. "As such, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will truly understand the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few," his eyes flicked toward the Ravenclaws, and Harry felt the weight of that look settle on him, "cold and curious, who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." A few students shifted nervously. Someone coughed. Then again, Snape continued, his voice even lower, "Maybe some of you have come with your heads filled with nonsense, thinking this is like any other class. Let us hope we can correct that." He turned suddenly. "Well then, let us begin." Snape unrolled a piece of parchment and began calling out names, marking each with a crisp nod as students answered. His voice was flat, each name given the same indifferent tone, until he reached the one everyone was waiting for. "Potter." A pause. The word lingered. Harry raised his hand. "Present, sir." Snape's eyes rose slowly to meet his, black as ink and twice as cold. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Our new celebrity." A few Ravenclaws glanced at Harry. One Hufflepuff stifled a laugh. Harry kept his expression neutral. He didn't flinch, but he didn't speak, either. Catalogues à côté had said silence was often the most powerful response. Snape looked away without further comment, though his gaze returned more than once throughout the class. Harry sat beside Susan Bones at the potions work table, hands folded neatly while she laid out their ingredients. The chill of the dungeon seeped through his sleeves, but he remained still, composed, just as the book had described a potter should be. He hadn't brewed a potion before. The slicing of valerian root had felt strange beneath his fingers, the slimy texture clinging to the knife more than he liked. But he'd said nothing. The book had been clear: listen before speaking, watch before acting. Susan took the lead. "I'll stir, you watch the flame. If it flickers, we adjust." Harry gave a single nod and kept his gaze locked on the cauldron. Blue flame, steady. Stir clockwise. Then one turn counter. He didn't fidget, didn't speak unless required. Snape drifted past like smoke. "Miss Bones," he said, voice oily, "your family always were dependable." He turned to Harry. "And you, not even a single question." Harry met his eyes calmly, silently. Snape's lip curled. How noble. Or perhaps too proud to admit ignorance. Harry didn't respond. The silence was deliberate, grounded. A potter did not seek approval from those who scorned them. Susan glanced at him but said nothing. Snape's cloak whispered behind him as he stalked away. At the next table, a pair of Hufflepuffs scorched their mixture and began blaming one another. Harry didn't flinch. He returned his attention to the page of instructions. No need to speak. No need to explain. When Susan added the final ingredient, the potion turned the correct shade of lilac. She allowed herself a quiet breath of relief. Harry gave her a short, approving nod. Silence, after all, said enough. Ooh. The dungeon corridor was cool and echoing, lit by flickering sconces that cast long shadows across the flagstone floor. Students streamed out of the potions classroom in small groups, voices rising with post-class chatter and muttered complaints about Snape. Harry walked beside Susan in silence, as he had during the lesson. Just before they reached the stairs that led to Charms, he paused. She looked up at him, puzzled. He turned to face her and offered a formal, fluid motion, an elegant half-bow, right hand over his heart, fingers splayed and thumb tucked. His voice was calm and sure, carrying the weight of tradition. My house honors yours, Heir Bones. You showed clarity and calm in the craft. I count it well done, and I am glad to call you ally. Susan blinked, startled by the unexpected gesture and words. Her cheeks colored, but after a brief hesitation, she replied with the best courtesy she could manage, a shallow curtsy and a small, sincere nod. Then the House of Bones returns your respect, Heir Potter. It was a good pairing. Harry inclined his head once more, then turned and began walking up the stairs. She followed at his side, quieter now, something in her posture a little straighter. And though neither of them said another word on the walk to Charms, something ancient and solid had quietly taken root between them. Ooh! The Charms classroom glowed with morning light. Polished oak desks curved in a wide semicircle, all facing a raised podium barely taller than an ordinary desk. Harry slipped into his seat near the front, his inkpot and quill already placed neatly beside his parchment. He watched as Susan Bones took her own seat among the Hufflepuffs, offering him a quiet nod, which he returned with practiced grace. Then came the unmistakable sound of energetic grunting and the shuffling of wood. A small stack of thick books wobbled atop the podium. A moment later, Professor Flitwick scrambled up them with a triumphant huff and turned to face the class, just barely visible over the lectern. "Welcome, welcome," he squeaked, beaming at them all. "I'm Professor Flitwick, your charms master and proud head of Ravenclaw House." A few students clapped politely. "I must say, I've been looking forward to this year. Charms is a subtle science, but it's the art that makes it shine. With the right concentration and intention, you can make the impossible quite routine." He tapped the roll with his wand, unrolling it with a flick. "Let's take attendance before we get started." His voice rang out as he began reading the list. "Abbott, Hannah." "Here," came a chirp from the Hufflepuff side. "Boot, Terry, Bones, Susan, Macmillan, Ernie." One by one, the students answered. Then Flitwick said, "Potter, Harry." A loud whumph. The stack of books shifted beneath him, and Professor Flitwick toppled backward out of view with a squeaky yelp. Gasps and a few giggles rippled through the room. Harry stood instinctively, but didn't move forward. A moment later, Flitwick popped back up, dusting himself off with impressive dignity, wand already levitating the books back into place. "Quite all right," he chirped, cheeks red with embarrassment but eyes twinkling. "It happens at least once a year." Then, looking to Harry again, "Ah, yes. Mr. Potter. Present, I assume." Harry offered a slight bow of his head, crisp and controlled, just as described in the book he had read the night before. "Present, Professor." Professor Flitwick paused, adjusting his spectacles as if seeing Harry anew, not as a boy in legend, but as a young man with bearing. He smiled. "Very good, Mr. Potter." Roll continued, and the class moved on to their first spell, Softening Charm. "Ooh." Draco sauntered over from the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle following like shadows. His gaze fixed on the glowing remembrall in Neville's hand, lips curling into a sneer. Well, he drawled, "I thought they gave those to toddlers and squibs. Didn't know you needed help remembering your own name, Longbottom." Neville flushed, knuckles tightening around the glass sphere. Before he could respond, Harry rose smoothly from the Ravenclaw table and walked toward them with quiet purpose. His steps were unhurried, but deliberate, like he was stepping into something older than the moment itself. He came to stand beside Neville, posture composed. His voice was calm but carried the weight of tradition. "Heir Malfoy," Harry said, nodding politely. "Your words are beneath your house and your station." Draco blinked. "Excuse me." Harry's expression remained unreadable. "The Longbottoms are an ancient line, our allies by blood and by accord. When you insult one, you challenge both." Draco's smirk twitched. "Didn't know Ravenclaws memorized fairy tales." "No, Heir Malfoy," Harry replied evenly. "We study truth. And we remember who stood when the fight threatened everything." Students nearby quieted. Even a few upper years turned to watch. Draco scoffed, clearly caught off guard by the formality. "Keep playing history, Potter. It won't help a squib." Harry didn't flinch. "If you speak that word again with such disdain, you'll find the weight of the old family's heavier than you imagine." Draco stared for a heartbeat too long, then turned away with a snort and stalked back to the Slytherin table. As Harry returned to his table, he paused beside Neville, who was still clutching the glowing remembrall. Harry inclined his head with the practiced grace he'd learned only nights before under his canopy's glow. His voice was low but clear, every word deliberate. Neville Longbottom, heir of the true line, may your memory remain sharp and your magic steady. The House of Potter greets you in peace and shared purpose. Neville blinked at him, startled. Thanks, Harry, he mumbled, then straightened a little. And, the House of Longbottom welcomes the Potter's hand, always. Harry gave a simple, dignified bow of the head before moving to his seat. A few students nearby had turned to watch, uncertain what had just happened but feeling the weight behind it. Susan Bones, watching from the Ravenclaw table, arched a brow with mild intrigue. Harry resumed his meal without further comment. He didn't need to explain, those who mattered would understand. And across the hall, Neville looked just a little more prouder than before. After lunch, while the other first-years scattered to explore the castle or enjoy the crisp autumn air, Harry made his way to the library. The high arched doors opened with a soft groan, and he stepped into the quiet sanctuary of parchment, ink, and polished wood. It smelled like knowledge. He found an empty table near a window and carefully laid out his books, his new ones, not second-hand cast-offs forced on him by the Dursleys. He opened his potions text and a sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began. The words came slowly at first. Not because he didn't know them, but because he was careful. Precise. No more half-effort, he thought. No more pretending to be less. The catalogues Acodier, safely tucked in his robe's hidden pocket, had taught him that to be a Potter was to lead, to honor truth, to meet excellence not with pride, but with duty. He wrote as if each letter bore the name of his house. Around him, the library rustled with the sound of students studying, flipping pages, murmuring quietly. Harry remained silent, focused. A Ravenclaw through and through, by wit, yes, but also by will. By the time Madame Pants passed his table, peering down at his neatly inked essay, she gave a rare approving nod before gliding away. Harry allowed himself the smallest of smiles. He would not waste this chance. He would bring honor to the name he carried. As Harry's quill moved steadily over the parchment, footsteps approached. Hermione Granger appeared at his side, eyes bright with eagerness. "Harry," she said softly, "may I join you? I thought I could help you with the homework." Harry glanced up and nodded. "Of course, Hermione." She settled beside him, opening her books and notes. After a moment, she peered at his work and offered, "If you want, I can take care of the difficult parts for you. I usually help friends by doing the tricky bits so they don't struggle." Harry shook his head firmly. "Thanks, but I want to do this myself. I need to get it right on my own." Hermione blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Oh, you really want to learn it, don't you?" Harry gave a small, resolute smile. "I want to bring honor to my house. That means doing it myself." Hermione's expression softened, a mix of admiration and puzzlement as she settled into quiet study beside him, realizing Harry's way was different from hers. As Harry and Hermione settled into their quiet study rhythm, the library's heavy oak doors creaked open once more. Susan Bones appeared first, her calm presence bringing a gentle air of confidence. Neville Longbottom followed close behind, clutching his books with a newfound pride. "Mind if we join you?" Susan asked softly, offering a small smile. Harry glanced up, then nodded. "Not at all. The more, the merrier." Neville shuffled forward, settling next to Hermione, who gave him an encouraging nod. Susan took a seat near Harry, her eyes bright with focus. The four of them formed a small circle amid the endless shelves of ancient tomes, a quiet alliance forged by shared determination and respect. Harry looked up from his parchment and turned to Susan with a thoughtful expression. "Herr Bone, did your family notes say anything about the ideal brewing time for the draught of peace?" "Mine mentioned one temperature, but I think it might vary." Susan smiled warmly. "You can call me Susan, Harry. I grant permission." Harry inclined his head, politely. "Thank you, Susan." Then he looked around the table at each of them. "You all have my permission to use my first name, Harry." Hermione blinked. "Wait, you're all giving each other permission to use first names? Is that a magical tradition?" Neville nodded. "Among established wizarding families, yes. Using the surname is formal and polite unless given leave. It shows respect until friendship is offered." Hermione looked thoughtful. "Oh, I had no idea. That's actually rather elegant." "I think so," Susan agreed. Neville turned to Harry and smiled. "You have my permission as well. Please call me Neville." Thank you, Neville, Harry said, then looked to Hermione. She smiled. Well then, Harry, you have my permission to call me Hermione. Thank you, Hermione. Just then, Hannah Abbott appeared, slipping into the chair beside Susan. Did I miss something? Just learning each other's names properly, Susan said with a grin. Hannah turned to Harry and offered a nod. Herr Potter. Harry returned it. Herr Abbott. You may call me Harry, with my permission. Well then, she said warmly, you may call me Hannah. As they turned back to their books and parchment, there was a quiet sense of unity between them, built not only on shared lessons but shared respect. That night, in bed, Harry read late into the evening, Catalogus Acodiae cradled in his lap. One passage made him sit up straighter. Garb is no idle wrapping. In the weave of cloth, the world first reads your place, your pride, and your purpose. To dress with care is not vanity, it is reverence. The garment honors the house, just as the bearer must honor the name. Let none forget, the cloth shapes the man, and the man bears the weight of the family. Wherever you go, go as Potter, not in title only, but in bearing. Make your presence a quiet herald of the accord and the old oaths. Let your thread speak of the line, even when your voice is still. He glanced down at the oversized shirt and trousers he wore, hand-me-downs from Dudley. The fabric hung off him like sails on a thin mast. Even under a school robe, the weight of them felt wrong. Heavy. Like someone else's story sewn onto his skin. He never did like Dudley's hand-me-downs. No more. The next morning, just after waking, Harry approached Padma and Lisa near the common room hearth. Pardon, would either of you happen to have a catalogue for personal tailoring? Not for a new uniform, he added quickly, just the layers beneath. Padma blinked. Twilfit and Tattings are glad rags. Either is welcome, thank you, Miss Pottle. Lisa passed him a slim, enchanted catalogue. Harry placed a quiet owl order before breakfast. Fitted undershirts, proper trousers, elegant undersleeves, Potter blue trimmed with silver and soft rune stitching. No longer clothes that sagged with shame. These would be clothes that fit him, just him. The morning sun filtered through the dew-dappled glass of Greenhouse 1 as the first herbology lesson began. The Ravenclaw and Gryffindor first years were paired and handed a shared tray of soil and several stubbornly twitching flutterleaf bulbs. Professor Sprout, her hat askew and fingers already muddy, explained the planting technique with cheerful practicality. Harry had been partnered with Neville, who lit up the moment the professor began describing the properties of the plants. I've read about these, Neville said with quiet enthusiasm as they knelt beside their planter. They're sensitive to strong magic. You have to be calm and steady with them. Harry nodded and pulled on the provided gloves. I used to tend rose bushes back home, he said softly. Mostly pruning and weeding. Nothing like this, but I learned to be patient. Neville smiled. That helps. Plants know. Harry's touch wasn't as practiced as Neville's, but he had a gentleness born from long hours in gardens where silence was safest. His fingers moved carefully through the soil, mirroring Neville's rhythm, and soon their bulbs stopped twitching quite so violently. They worked mostly in silence, respectful of the plants and each other, and by the end of the lesson, Professor Sprout beamed at their tray. Excellent work, boys. Potter, I dare say you've got a gardener's instinct. Harry glanced at Neville and offered a nod. It helps having a good teacher. The next class was Transfiguration, and Harry parted ways with Neville in the corridor, slipping quietly into the stone-walled classroom. He was early, and aside from a sleeping tabby cat curled on the desk at the front, the room was empty. Without hesitation, Harry chose the first seat in the front row, settling with calm precision. He smoothed his robes, straightened his inkpot, and placed his quill at a perfect angle. His hands rested neatly over his parchment, which he had copied from his family book that morning, as he waited. Presence honors the house. Let the world see the standard you carry. The phrase from Catalogues Acodiae echoed gently in his mind. Hermione entered next, eyes scanning the room until she spotted Harry. She blinked in mild surprise. You're already here. I prefer not to arrive second to duty, he said evenly, with a small smile. Would you like to sit here? Yes, thank you, she said, sliding into the seat beside him. Most people avoid the front row. I've had enough of being overlooked, Harry said quietly. I'm done with that. She looked at him thoughtfully. I like that. As they arranged their things in silence, the tabby cat stirred, leapt from the desk, and midair, twisted into the formidable shape of Professor McGonagall, robes swirling and spectacles glinting. Harry sat up straighter. Now, class was truly beginning. The sudden transformation from cat to stern which drew gasps from most of the class, but Harry merely blinked. Beside him, Hermione sat bolt upright, hands clasped on her desk in shock and admiration. Professor McGonagall gave no pause for effect. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she began, her crisp Scottish voice slicing through the murmuring. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not return. You have been warned. She stepped around the desk with the poise of someone who did not need to raise her voice to command a room. Now, I am Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor head of house and Transfiguration teacher. Ravenclaws, I expect brilliance. Gryffindors, I expect courage. From all of you, I expect focus. She paced slowly between the rows. Transfiguration is not illusion, nor is it charm work. It is a restructuring of magical essence. Form, purpose, and rules all shift, but only if your will is strong enough to bend them properly. With a flick of her wand, the desk at the front of the room transformed into a pig. Several students squeaked. The pig oinked once. Another flick, and it was a desk again. That was elementary, she said briskly. Today, we begin smaller, matchsticks into needles. A rustle of parchment and quills followed as students prepared. McGonagall passed out boxes of small wooden matchsticks, placing one on each desk with the stern authority of someone who did not expect failure but would notice it. She stopped before Harry's desk, offering him a measuring look. Mr. Potter, she said, your father was one of my finest. I hope you will live up to that legacy. Harry met her eyes, calm but sincere. I will do my best, Professor. She nodded once, then turned. You may begin. Focus, intent, wandwork. That is the order. Harry lifted his wand and stared at the matchstick. He could still hear catalogues Acodier whispering its old wisdom in the back of his thoughts. Intent is the shape of the mind. Focus is the blade that shapes the world. He raised his wand, traced the incantation with precision, and whispered, Transfigura. Nothing happened. But he didn't frown. He simply adjusted his grip, repeated the motion, and tried again. Harry lowered his wand slightly, eyes narrowing on the plain matchstick lying before him. He thought back to Professor McGonagall's words, focus, intent, wandwork, and then deeper still, to the phrases he'd read in catalogues Acodier late the night before. The mind must see what the world cannot yet. Form follows belief. Belief must be wielded with purpose. He inhaled slowly. No more thinking of the spell like a trick or a task. He wasn't here to simply perform. He pictured the needle in his mind, not just its shape, but its weight, its sharpness, its shine. Cold, polished steel, light glinting off its surface. Then he focused. The matchstick had to become the needle. That was not a hope, it was a command formed by will. He gave the image in his mind a name, a place, and most importantly, intent. His wand traced the air in a small, steady arc. Transfigura. There was a soft ping, barely audible. The matchstick shimmered and shrank, its wood glinting silver, narrowing, straightening. A needle now sat on his desk. Harry blinked, then slowly allowed himself a smile, small, but satisfied. He hadn't forced it. He'd shaped it. Across from him, Hermione had noticed. Her eyes widened. Did you just? He nodded once, not smug, but grounded. I think I did. From the front of the room, Professor McGonagall looked up from a struggling pair of Gryffindors and crossed the classroom in swift strides. She peered down at his desk, lips pressed in a line that might have been approval. Well done, Mr. Potter, she said, voice brisk but not unkind. You've grasped something early that many take weeks to understand. Harry inclined his head respectfully. Thank you, Professor. She moved on, but a faint flicker of a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she turned away. Hermione stared at him, equal parts impressed and curious. How did you do it? Harry glanced at the matchstick still sitting untouched on her desk. Intent, he said softly. Focus. Then he turned back to his notes, but something about the way he sat now, just a bit taller, a bit steadier. It made it clear, he was beginning to understand not only who he was, but what he could be. Ooh. That evening, at dinner, Harry entered the great hall in his standard school robes and uniform. But something was different, subtle, yet unmistakable to a keen eye. His sleeves sat properly now, tailored to fit, the cuffs sharp and neat. No more frayed edges, no sagging cloth. Instead, a soft, deep blue lining and a monogrammed silver P marked the quiet presence of legacy. Susan looked up from her plate and tilted her head. "You seem taller." Harry gave a small nod. "Only dressed better underneath." Neville's smile widened with quiet pride. "You look like a real Potter now." Hermione studied him, eyes narrowing with curiosity. "But if it's all hidden, what's the point?" Harry's answer came calmly. "Honor isn't worn for others." From the staff table, Professor Flitwick paused mid-bite, then offered a small, approving nod. "Ooh." Hogwarts staff room, evening, second day of term. The long, wood-paneled room held a quiet air of reflection as the professors took their seats around the conjured table. Mugs of steaming tea floated lazily before settling in front of each staff member. Dumbledore sat at the head, his half-moon spectacles low on his nose, fingers tented. "Well," he said lightly, "we've had 2 days. I imagine impressions are beginning to form. Any thoughts on the new first years?" A rustle of robes, the clink of teacups. Then Snape spoke first. "Potter," he said, his tone clipped, is quieter than expected. "Not what I imagined from James Potter's son. But there is a resemblance, particularly to the elder Potter's 7th-year self. Composed, focused, almost calculating." Minerva McGonagall arched an eyebrow. "That's hardly a fair comparison. James matured in the 7th year, after years of mischief. This boy hasn't shown any of that." Snape inclined his head. "Precisely my point. The likeness lies not in behavior, but in potential. I can see it already." "Harry is disciplined," she said, tone more thoughtful than defensive. "He listens, absorbs. There's raw skill there, but more importantly, a deliberate mind behind it. He doesn't rush, and he doesn't show off. He's different." Professor Sprout leaned forward, muddy smudges still on her sleeves. "If we're speaking of promise, I must mention young Neville Longbottom. Nervous, yes, but when you get him near soil, the boy lights up. He knew just how to handle Flutterleaf on instinct." "I'm glad to hear it," McGonagall said softly. "His gran worried." "Not to," Sprout replied. "I think he just needs soil instead of pressure." Phileas Flitwick piped up next, voice light but firm. "Miss Granger from Gryffindor House has memorized half of Hogwarts, a history and quoted 3 obscure charms textbooks before breakfast. Brilliant girl, though she may need to learn when not to answer. She sits with Potter," McGonagall noted. "And the Bones girl. They've formed a small circle, it seems." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. "Interesting. Bonds form quickly when hearts are open. Or when houses don't get in the way," Flitwick added, smiling. There was a moment of shared silence as the teachers sipped their tea. "Anyone worth concern?" Dumbledore asked finally. Snape gave the faintest of shrugs. "Malfoy is already circling power, as expected. But it's Potter I'm watching. He carries the name with care. That's new." McGonagall nodded. "He acts like a boy raised with reverence for tradition. Yet we know he was not. That's the part one find most telling." "Yes," Dumbledore murmured, voice soft as the shifting wind. "Quite telling indeed." Dumbledore's internal thoughts are racing as he was not wanting Harry Potter to be like. "Ooh." The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was quiet and cool as Harry settled into the front row. He sat upright, prepared to focus, when Susan Bones quietly slipped in and took the seat beside him. "Good morning, Herr Potter," she said softly. "Good morning, Herr Bones," Harry replied, nodding politely. The classroom door opened, and the new teacher stepped in. The moment the teacher appeared, a sharp, burning pain flared beneath Harry's left shoulder blade where the mark of Heleneth was hidden beneath his robes. Harry's breath caught, and he instinctively shifted in his seat. The pain was sudden and fierce, like a silent alarm triggered deep within him. He frowned, confusion clouding his thoughts. Why does it hurt? The sensation was unfamiliar but urgent. The teacher began speaking, but the words seemed to blur and fade as Harry's focus flickered between the burning mark and the figure before him. He clenched his jaw, trying to push the pain aside. Susan glanced over, her brow furrowed in concern. "Are you all right?" I don't know," Harry whispered, still trying to understand what had just happened. Though he could not explain it, Harry felt that something about this teacher stirred old magic and ancient warnings he didn't yet comprehend. Professor Quirinus Quirrell stood nervously at the front, his voice wavering as he explained the fundamentals of defense against the dark arts. The faint but unmistakable scent of garlic lingered in the air, making several students wrinkle their noses. Susan leaned quietly toward Harry. That smell, garlic, isn't it? It's rather off-putting. I find it distracting. Harry nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the professor's twitching mouth. Yes. And his way of speaking, it's difficult to understand. His words seem tangled, as if he's struggling to say what he means. Susan glanced at him with concern. We'll have to support each other. This class is important, but it's tricky. Harry's hand instinctively moved to the mark on his arm. A sudden, sharp ache pulsed through it, but he said nothing, unsure why it hurt. As the lesson ended, they gathered their belongings quietly. I think I'll need to spend extra time reviewing this material, Harry said. Defense against the dark arts is complicated. Susan smiled encouragingly. If you want, we can study together. 2 heads are better than 1. Harry looked up, grateful. Thank you, Susan. That would be most helpful. They exchanged a brief nod of agreement before moving toward their next class, both resolved to master the challenging subject ahead. Ooh. Friday afternoon spread bright and crisp across the Hogwarts grounds as the first years gathered on the wide, grassy field for their first flying lesson. Nervous chatter buzzed as broomsticks were handed out and hesitant hands gripped worn wooden handles. Neville and Hermione stood side by side, their faces tight with worry. Hermione bit her lip, eyes darting toward the sky. Neville's hands trembled as he adjusted his grip. Draco Malfoy swaggered over, a smug smile curling his lips. You two look like you've never flown before, he sneered. I've been flying for years. Probably better than both of you put together. Professor Hooch's sharp eyes flicked to Draco. Mr. Malfoy, hold your broom properly, she said crisply, stepping forward to correct his stiff, improper grip. Draco scowled but obeyed. Harry watched silently, his gaze steady as the teacher dealt with Draco's insolence. Later, as Neville and Hermione hesitated near the edge of the practice area, Harry stepped beside them. You're both more ready than you think, he said quietly. Remember what Professor McGonagall said in Transfiguration, intent and focus shape the outcome. Flying is no different. Believe in what you want your body to do, and guide it there. Hermione nodded, her expression softening. Neville took a deep breath and gripped his broomstick tighter. The trio took small laps around the yard. Neville's confidence grew with each pass, though his pocket jingled faintly with the Remembrall inside. Suddenly, Neville's hand brushed the pocket, and the Remembrall slipped free, tumbling to the grass. Before Neville could react, Draco snatched it up with a mocking grin. Air Longbottom, lost something. Draco jeered loudly, waving the glowing ball. Harry's eyes narrowed. Put that down, Air Malfoy. Draco laughed, voice dripping with contempt. What will you do, Potter? Scare me off with your famous name. Harry's voice was low, cold, and certain. If you don't stop, you'll face the consequences of making an enemy of a Potter. And that's something I don't recommend. Draco's smirk faltered. You want to duel? Fine. Harry shook his head, voice firm and dismissive. You're not even worth my wand. Grow up, Air Malfoy. Draco's smirk faltered but then twisted into a sneer. So what? What can you do, Potter? Harry's gaze sharpened, voice steady and unwavering. So be it. The tension hung thick between them. The gathered students holding their breath. Harry's eyes locked onto Draco's, voice clear and commanding. Air Malfoy, you have insulted those under the House Potter banner multiple times. You have been uncouth and rude. You have shown no repentance. He lifted his wand slightly, and a faint pulse of magic shimmered in the air around him, subtle but undeniable. Let none who stand with House Potter offer you anything. Let the doors of House Potter be closed to you. Until you and your head of house offer an apology in public, for all to hear, this decree stands. Draco's confident sneer drained from his face. His pale skin seemed even paler as he struggled to meet Harry's unwavering gaze. The gathered first years gasped, murmurs rippling through the crowd, surprise, awe, and something like respect. Ooh. Later, the Malfoy household faces repercussions. In the bustling Diagon Alley, Lord Malfoy's usual composed facade faltered as he stepped up to the elegantly appointed tailor's shop. I require a new suit, he said curtly to the clerk. The clerk's expression stiffened, eyes darting nervously. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Malfoy, but the establishment cannot accept your patronage at this time. But, Malfoy began, voice tightening. The founding capital of this business traces back to the Potter family, the clerk said quietly, and per the accords established with House Potter, we must respectfully decline service until such matters are resolved. Flushed with frustration, Lord Malfoy left the shop without another word. Ooh. At Gringotts, the grand marble halls gleamed coldly. Lady Malfoy approached the counter with a subtle grace, but the goblin behind the desk shook his head. I regret, madam, but House Potter's influence in our founding charter means we cannot permit your access at present. But I simply wish to withdraw funds, Lady Malfoy protested. Until House Potter lifts their decree, the goblin answered firmly, we must honor their wishes. Ooh. Later that evening, Lady Malfoy found herself at an upscale restaurant with friends, hoping for a pleasant evening. The maitre d' greeted her politely but regretfully. I'm sorry, madam, but the establishment cannot accommodate you tonight. Lady Malfoy's smile faltered as whispers brushed past her, the invisible yet palpable force of House Potter's standing shaping even the social currents of wizarding society. Ooh. Inside the Malfoy Manor, evening. The grand drawing room was dimly lit, the heavy curtains drawn against the gathering dusk. Lord and Lady Malfoy sat stiffly opposite each other, the tension in the air palpable. Lord Malfoy's hands clenched the armrests of his chair. This is an intolerable humiliation, he growled. To be barred from the very shops and banks that have served our family for generations. All because of that insolent Potter brat. Lady Malfoy's lips pressed into a thin line. It is as if the entire wizarding world is bending to his whim. The Potter legacy runs deeper than we realized. Their accords are ironclad, and House Potter's influence extends to every corner. Lord Malfoy nodded grimly. This cannot stand. We must find a way to reverse this decree, or our family's standing will crumble. Ooh. Later, Draco's letter arrives. Lady Malfoy took the envelope from the house elf with a practiced smile, but her eyes narrowed as she broke the seal. She read aloud in a cool voice, Dear Mother and Father. I must inform you of the events today at flying practice. Potter, ever arrogant, provoked me without cause. When I confronted him, he used some bizarre decree to threaten me. His threats were empty, but the effect on the others was immediate. I fear he is manipulating the school and its traditions to isolate me unfairly. The Potter boy's arrogance is growing dangerous. We must be cautious. Your son, Draco. Lady Malfoy's eyes flicked toward Lord Malfoy. He's spinning this to make Harry the villain. Blaming Potter for a situation he created by his own provocations. Lord Malfoy's jaw tightened. Typical. But this gives us leverage. We'll present this letter to the head of house and demand redress. Potter's game ends here. Ooh. Malfoy Manor, evening, by the flow fire. The familiar crackle of the flow brought Lord and Lady Malfoy into Professor Snape's dimly lit private chambers. The flickering green flames cast long shadows as the trio regarded one another with a blend of old friendship and simmering tension. Severus, Lord Malfoy began, his voice smooth but urgent, you've known our family and our son from the start. You're his godfather, after all. Snape's dark eyes glimmered briefly with an unspoken history. I know him well. He reminds me of James Potter in his 7th year, confident, skilled, even reckless at times. But this boy is not James. There's a cold precision about him, something more calculated. Lady Malfoy handed over the crumpled letter from Draco, her expression tight. Read this. It's what our son wrote after today's incident. He's twisted the facts, naturally, but the decree Harry Potter issued is real. We've been barred from shops, refused service at the bank, places founded on Potter capital in respect for the accords. Snape scanned the letter, his jaw tightening. Potter's magic is no empty threat. This is a declaration with weight behind it. Lord Malfoy's tone sharpened. Then we must take this to the headmaster. We need you, Severus, our longtime friend and Draco's godfather, to stand with us. Ooh. Headmaster's office, shortly after. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, the flickering light casting long shadows across the stone floor. The room was heavy with silence as the Malfoys and Professor Snape stepped through the green-lit flames of the flow. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, hands calmly folded, though his eyes had grown noticeably more tired. Lord Malfoy's voice broke the quiet. It was polished, but beneath it, a thread of tightly wound rage. Albus, this boy's actions have gone too far. He's issued a magical decree that has cut us off from trade houses, personal contacts, even Gringotts. Shops that have served my family for generations now turn us away. Do you know what they said? His jaw tightened. By order of House Potter. Lady Malfoy's voice was cooler, but no less cutting. You must rein him in. This cannot be allowed to stand. He's still a child, under your care. You're responsible for what he does. Dumbledore regarded them both quietly, then turned his gaze to Snape. Severus, he said, his voice thoughtful. You know the boy. What is your assessment of the situation? Snape didn't answer immediately. His dark eyes flicked to the Malfoys, lingered on Narcissa for a heartbeat longer, his oldest friend, and finally settled on Dumbledore. When I first saw the boy, I feared James Reborn. Arrogance. Bravado. But this is not that. His voice was low, precise. He resembles James in his 7th year, when the war had aged him. The boy's discipline is unnatural for his age. So is his restraint. Lucius scoffed. Restraint. He's declared a bloodline sanction. Snape didn't look at him. He did not cast a hex. He did not raise his wand. He issued words with magical weight, yes, but rooted in the ancient rights of his house. And not for the first slight. I believe this was the 3rd or 4th provocation, publicly made. Narcissa's lips thinned. Draco said he was humiliated. Snape gave a single, tight nod, as were others, before him, by Draco's own mouth. I do not say this to condemn him. He is still a boy. But so is Potter. And only one of them acted like a lord. Ooh. Headmaster's office, moments later. Dumbledore stood and moved toward the fireplace, tossing in a pinch of flow powder. Fetch Mr. Potter, he said to the flames. Send him to my office immediately. It didn't take long. The door creaked open with a soft knock, and Harry stepped inside, robes immaculate, posture straight. He paused a few steps in, green eyes scanning the room. He offered a respectful nod to Professor Snape, then acknowledged Dumbledore with a calm, Headmaster. His gaze barely flicked toward the Malfoys. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began, gesturing toward a seat. Please, sit. Harry did not. Thank you, Headmaster, but I will stand. Dumbledore's expression tightened ever so slightly, but he nodded. As you wish. Harry, he began again, voice gentler, grandfatherly, what you have done to the Malfoy family, it is deeply concerning. You've invoked an ancient right to ostracize a noble house from society, commerce, even magical banking. That is not a small thing. It is not something a first-year student should wield. Harry remained silent, hands behind his back in the formal stance of an heir before a council. Dumbledore frowned. I must ask you to rescind this decree, he continued, his tone firming. Forgiveness is a cornerstone of our world, Harry. Whatever Draco did, surely it does not warrant this level of retaliation. Still, Harry said nothing. Harry, Dumbledore said more forcefully, you cannot go about issuing such proclamations. It is not your place. At last, Harry spoke quietly, but with iron beneath the surface. Headmaster, with respect, it is precisely my place. Dumbledore blinked. I am heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. The bloodline rights, the sanction, the bonds of magical honor, they were invoked properly, in the presence of peers, after repeated public offense to those under my house's protection. I did what I was raised to do. Dumbledore's voice lowered dangerously. You were raised by Muggles. I was taught by my family's legacy, Harry replied smoothly. The Potter grimoire, the ancestral wards, the oaths, and the house crests remember what was taken and what must be upheld. There was a sudden, building pressure in the room, magic coalescing around Harry like a storm cloud not yet unleashed. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and reached gently toward Harry's mind, an old habit, a passive legilimency touch. But all he found was mist. Thick and silver gray, like fog over moorland, cold and ancient. Hooves echoed faintly through the mental void, steady and unyielding. Something watched him from behind the fog, something primal. Something old. Dumbledore pulled back, unsettled. Harry stood still, unmoved, patient. The decree stands, Harry said, voice calm and impersonal. Unless heir Malfoy and the head of House Malfoy issue a public apology for repeated slights and breaches of decorum. Not to me alone, but to those they insulted under the banner of House Potter. You cannot just, Lucius began. Harry turned to him slowly, gaze cutting. I can. I did. And the houses honored it. Because they remember whose gold built their foundations. Silence fell. Dumbledore's fingers tapped against his desk once again. You are walking a dangerous path, Harry. I walk the path my family laid, Headmaster, he replied. If you have no further need of me, I would like to return to my studies. Dumbledore hesitated, then gave a slow nod. Harry turned, nodded again to Professor Snape, and strode from the room with quiet grace. The door shut with a soft click. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Snape said, just above a whisper, he is not James. He is something else entirely. Ooh. Malfoy Manor, the next morning. The grand dining hall of Malfoy Manor, once the site of quiet elegance and polished conversation, had become a battlefield of unopened letters and raised voices. A dozen owls circled above, some hooting impatiently, others dropping yet more parchment with wax-sealed crests. Lucius stood near the fireplace, pale fingers clenched around a letter embossed with the Greengrass family seal. His eyes moved across the page with growing fury. They're severing seasonal contracts, he said through clenched teeth. They won't even accept payment for their usual potions shipments. In respect to the House Potter decree. Narcissa, sitting stiffly at the table, opened another letter with trembling fingers. The Rosiers have withdrawn their invitation to this winter's gathering. And Astoria's mother wrote to say we're no longer suitable company for her daughters. Cowards, Lucius snapped. All of them. Traitors with no spine. Hiding behind old magic and gilded tradition like it's the war all over again. Narcissa said nothing, but her hand moved to clutch the edge of the table, knuckles white. A soft knock interrupted them. A house elf crept in, holding out a trembling silver tray. Begging your pardon, my lord. Another owl, this one from Gringotts. Lucius took the letter sharply. The crest was unfamiliar, an older goblin clan mark not often seen outside official decrees. He read, then swore under his breath. They've frozen the Black family's discretionary accounts. In honor of foundational Potter investments and out of respect for the accord, he read. Did they expect us to grovel? Narcissa stood abruptly, her chair scraping back. This is unsustainable, Lucius. The boy was serious. This wasn't posturing. Lucius turned to her, face shadowed. You would have us apologize. I would have us survive. Ooh. Slytherin common room, later that night. Draco sat hunched near the fire, his jaw clenched as another folded note was delivered into his lap by a silent first year. He recognized the wax seal immediately, Theonot's father. He opened it. Draco. Until the matter with House Potter is resolved, my son is not to associate with you openly. This is not punishment, it is caution. You are still a Malfoy, but the tides shift. Tread carefully. TN, Lord of House Not. Draco crushed the parchment in his fist, face burning. He glanced around the common room. A few second years avoided his eyes. Even some of the older students had begun sitting with their backs turned, as though distancing themselves from the fallout. Only Crabbe and Goyle remained at his side, dull and loyal as ever, but even they looked uncertain. Pansy Parkinson approached cautiously. My mother says your father's trying to negotiate. Draco shot her a look. There's nothing to negotiate. Potter doesn't get to dictate who matters in this school. Pansy hesitated. He might not need to. The others, they're falling in line. Even some of the prefects are saying the Potter rights are valid. And Daphne said her aunt remembers something similar from before the war. Before Voldemort. Draco stood sharply. He's just a jumped-up orphan with a name. That's all. Pansy didn't reply. Across the room, Theonot sat with Blaise Zabini. Neither of them looked in Draco's direction. Ooh. Meanwhile, Owl Tower, Hogwarts. Owls soared through the towers, parchment clutched in their claws. Letters bearing the seals of noble houses under the old Potter Accords made their way to dormitories across the school. Some were reprimands. Some were warnings. All bore the same undercurrent. Do not cross the heir of House Potter. Ooh. Parkinson Manor, early evening. The drawing room of Parkinson Manor was a study in dignified opulence. Dark green velvet drapes, silver-trimmed furniture, and an ancestral portrait that watched everything with an expression of permanent distaste. A fire crackled gently in the hearth as Lord Augustus Parkinson reviewed a scroll from the ministry, his spectacles perched low on his nose. The green flames of the flow ignited suddenly, and the voice of Lucius Malfoy rang out, smooth but tight with tension. Lord Parkinson, may I impose upon your hospitality for a moment of conversation? Parkinson gave a slight nod, rising. You may step through. Lucius emerged into the room with the grace of a man accustomed to command, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his urgency. "Lucius," Augustus said, gesturing to a chair. "You seem strained." "I am," Lucius replied, sitting. "I've come to ask if House Parkinson will support us in a matter involving House Potter." Parkinson's brow lifted minutely. "I presume this relates to your son's public exclusion." "It does," Lucius confirmed. "This decree, issued by a child, no less, has brought our household to a standstill. Shops won't serve us. Gringotts won't meet with us. Even social invitations have dried up. Narcissa can't even order a gown for the upcoming Samhain Gala." Parkinson tapped a finger lightly against the armrest of his chair. "And you're expecting my support. You've always been loyal to the old ways, Augustus. Surely you see how dangerous it is to let a first year dictate the standing of a noble house." "I see," Parkinson said slowly, "that you are hoping I will challenge the accords Potter invoked." Lucius inclined his head. "Exactly." There was a pause, and then Parkinson spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. "I received a letter this morning. From my daughter." Lucius stiffened. "She witnessed your son's behavior during their first flying lesson. She was not impressed. And she is not the only one writing home." He folded his hands. "I've also heard that Regent Bones and Regent Longbottom received similar letters from their heirs." Lucius's face tightened. "Surely you're not suggesting—" "I am stating," Parkinson cut in, "that the weight of House Potter is greater than you seem willing to admit. The boy is no simple student. His actions, while theatrical, were lawful. The accords he invoked predate most of our titles. And you must have known that, because your family signed them generations ago." Lucius's jaw clenched. "So you will do nothing." "I will not jeopardize the standing of House Parkinson for Draco's bruised pride and your political miscalculation. I suggest you tread carefully, Lucius. Harry Potter may be a student, but he's moving like a lord. And a clever one." Silence stretched between them. After a long pause, Parkinson added, "You'd best think carefully before seeking another confrontation. Potter has no need to raise a wand. He is winning with ink and legacy." Lucius stood, his face unreadable. "Thank you for your time, Augustus." As the flow took him back to Malfoy Manor, Parkinson exhaled softly and returned to his scrolls. From above the hearth, the ancestral portrait of Lord Brutus Parkinson smirked. "Ooh." Malfoy Manor, drawing room, late evening. The room was quiet save for the soft ticking of a gilded clock and the low hum of enchanted candlelight. Lady Narcissa Malfoy stood at the window, arms crossed, her reflection sharp in the glass. The gardens outside were shrouded in moonlight, but the usual calm did nothing to ease the knot in her chest. The flow ignited behind her in a rush of green flame. Lucius stepped through, his cloak unsettled, his expression darker than when he left. Narcissa turned. Slowly. "Well." Lucius removed his gloves with practiced elegance, setting them beside his cane. But he didn't speak right away. "Lucius." He finally looked up. "Lord Parkinson will not support us." Narcissa's eyes narrowed, the muscles in her jaw tightening. "He refused." "He did more than refuse. He made it clear that we are isolated, and that we should consider ourselves fortunate if others do not make a formal break." She stepped forward, her voice low and bitter. "You went to him for support, and he rebuked you." Lucius's eyes flashed. "Do not mistake my failure for weakness, Narcissa. I did not go to beg." "No." Her voice cut like ice. "Then tell me, what are we to do with our accounts frozen, our invitations rescinded, and our son whispered about in his own common room?" There was a beat of silence. Even the manor's magic seemed to hold its breath. Narcissa walked to the fireplace, where the coals glowed faintly. "Draco said Severus would support us. That Dumbledore would rein Potter in. But neither of them did. And now Augustus Parkinson, of all people, speaks to us of legacy like we're first-year merchants." Lucius said nothing. "I cannot even take tea with the Greengrass matron," she said softly, bitterly. Her owl sent regrets. "Regrets. Do you understand what that means?" Lucius's jaw clenched. "I understand that we've allowed ourselves to become pawns in a boy's power play." Narcissa turned toward him, blue eyes flint hard. "Then do something about it. Before this stain becomes permanent." Lucius looked away, his silence telling her all she needed to know. Outside, the wind rose through the trees. Inside, the house of Malfoy began to feel, for the first time in decades, the creeping touch of exile. Minister's office, late afternoon. The door to the minister's office shut with a soft but final click. Lord Malfoy, tall and immaculately dressed, loomed across from the Minister of Magic, who shifted uncomfortably behind his desk. "I've supported your office for over a decade," Lucius said coldly. "Political capital, donations, favors. And now, when I need the ministry to act, I find your hands tied." The minister coughed lightly. "It's not that simple, Lucius. You know the power the old alliances still hold, House Potter, House Longbottom, and Bones. That decree carries the weight of tradition, recognized by the Wizengamot. And you do nothing." "I do nothing because there is nothing I can do," the minister snapped, quickly softening his tone. "You ask me to overrule a private matter between houses bound by ancient accords. The moment I try to interfere, I provoke half the sitting lords." Lucius's eyes narrowed. "You're afraid of a boy." "I'm afraid of a coalition," the minister said bluntly. "Potter may be a student, but his house stands. And with Parkinson, Bones, Longbottom, and several of the neutral lines aligning quietly behind him, your name is losing weight, Lucius." Lucius's hands clenched around the head of his cane. "I suggest," the minister added carefully, "you consider a path of reconciliation. Before this becomes permanent." Lucius turned without a word, the weight of old power closing behind him like a locked gate. Snape's office, Monday evening. The fire in Professor Snape's office burned low, casting flickering shadows across shelves of bottled ingredients. Draco stood stiffly before the desk, arms crossed, his jaw tight. Snape regarded his godson with the same unreadable intensity he reserved for his most volatile potions. "Your father met with the minister," he said, voice flat. "It accomplished nothing." Draco blinked. "Nothing." Snape leaned forward. "The Potter Alliance stands. And from what I gather, it's growing stronger. Parkinson is quietly shifting. Loyalties. Bones and Longbottom are firm. Do not expect help from your father's usual channels." Draco's hands curled into fists. "Then it's up to me." "Draco," Snape warned, "if you're considering confronting Potter. He humiliated me in front of half the year." Draco snapped. "Everyone's talking like he's some noble lord, and I'm nothing." Snape's eyes darkened. "If you challenge him, you will lose. He does not fight like a child. He is not trying to impress professors or earn house points. He fights with purpose and doctrine. I've seen it." Draco turned away, biting down on his frustration. Outside the Great Hall, evening. The corridor before dinner was crowded with students milling and laughing, their robes brushing against ancient stone. As Harry approached the Great Hall, flanked by Susan and a few others, the crowd parted slightly. Draco Malfoy stepped into his path. "Potter," he hissed, voice cutting across the din. Harry stopped. His eyes met Draco's calmly, a quiet firmness behind them. "Heir Malfoy. This ends now," Draco snapped. "I don't care what old decrees you think protect you. I'll see to it myself. My father." Harry tilted his head. "Could not shift the minister. Nor will he shift me." Draco flushed. "You're not untouchable." He raised his wand. Harry's eyes narrowed. There was no fear, no hesitation. Just silence. Draco fired first. The spell, a sizzling blast of red light, missed by inches as Harry rolled cleanly to the side. It struck the stone archway behind him, resulting in the wall being cracked, blackened, and partially melted. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Harry rose smoothly. No theatrics, no witty retort, just a flick of his wand. Bluebell fire spell flared from the tip and shot low. Draco didn't even have time to register it before the spell hit him square in the groin. His wand dropped with a clatter. His mouth opened wide in a scream that rang through every hallway around them. The blue fire lingered for a second longer than was kind. Draco crumpled to the floor, writhing and sobbing. Snape appeared within seconds, summoned by the burst of wild magic. His face went deathly pale at the sight of Draco, then twisted with fury as he turned to Harry. "Hospital wing. Now," he growled as he levitated Draco's moaning form off the ground. Harry simply nodded and turned away, walking into the Great Hall with all eyes following in stunned silence. Not a single student stepped in his path. Hospital wing, Monday evening. The sharp scent of spell salves and antiseptic hung in the hospital wing as Madame Pomfrey hovered over Draco Malfoy's bed, her lips pressed into a grim line. Pale and trembling, Draco lay curled on his side, a sheen of sweat coating his brow. His moans had long since faded to quiet whimpers, but the damage was already done. Severus Snape stood nearby, arms folded tightly, face carved from stone. The doors burst open with a crack as Lord and Lady Malfoy swept in, Narcissus' silk swishing sharply, Lucius's cane tapping like a metronome of suppressed rage. What happened? Lord Malfoy demanded, his voice cold and controlled, but only just. Why was my son not protected? Madame Pomfrey did not flinch. He drew his wand first, my lord. He cast a potentially lethal spell in a hallway full of students. Mr. Potter defended himself with a spell well within the first-year curriculum. A focused bluebell fire spell. Clean, precise, but devastating at close range. Narcissa's eyes narrowed, her voice trembling. And the damage? Madame Pomfrey hesitated. Snape answered instead, quietly. The fire struck him low. Magical and physical trauma. He may recover, in time, but not fully. The healers at St. Mungo's confirmed. It is unlikely Draco will ever sire children. There was silence. Deafening. Chilling. Narcissa covered her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Lucius's cane cracked against the floor. This is barbaric. Snape spoke again, sharply now. He drew first blood. The walls are scorched from the curse he flung. Potter dodged a potentially maiming hex before responding. Had Harry not defended himself, Draco might have killed him. You're siding with him. Lucius spat. With a Potter. I am stating facts, Snape replied evenly. And as his head of house, I must remind you, Draco escalated. Potter ended it. That is the unfortunate truth. Lucius looked like he might erupt. Madame Pomfrey raised her voice. If you want to help your son, take him to St. Mungo's immediately. Emotional theatrics will do nothing for him now. Narcissa silently approached Draco's bedside and took his hand. Lucius turned toward Snape. This will not stand. I will speak to the minister. I will see this child punished. Snape's eyes glittered. Then prepare yourself, Lucius. House Potter has allies older than the ministry, and stronger than the Wizengame's whims. Lord Malfoy gave one last look to his son, then turned, his cloak swirling behind him like a storm cloud on the move. Narcissa asked Madame Pomfrey to have Draco transferred to St. Mungo's. Staff meeting, Monday evening, staff room. The atmosphere in the staff room was tense, the kind of quiet that settled like a fog before a storm. Professor McGonagall sat with her lips pressed into a thin line, while Professor Flitwick perched on a high stool, his brows furrowed. Professor Snape stood by the fireplace, arms crossed, silent but attentive. Dumbledore moved to the center, the flickering lamplight casting deep shadows across his lined face. I believe we all know why we're here, Dumbledore began. Mr. Potter attacked another student today. Snape scoffed softly. He retaliated, Headmaster. And only after Mr. Malfoy cast the first spell, one that damaged castle property, no less. Intent is as powerful as action, Dumbledore said gravely. We cannot ignore that he used blue fire. He struck to incapacitate. Professor Flitwick leaned forward. With respect, Headmaster, blue fire is a basic charm taught in first-year spellbooks. Controlled flame, non-lethal unless intentionally magnified. And may I remind you, Mr. Malfoy raised his wand first. That is true, McGonagall added. But Mr. Potter struck without hesitation. It was decisive. And efficient. Dumbledore's expression darkened. He shows too much control. Too much confidence. This reminds me of another boy I once taught. We must guide Mr. Potter carefully. Snape's voice was cold. He is no Tom Riddle, Albus. Not yet. But if you treat him like a threat, you will make him one. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped slightly, but his decision remained. Mr. Potter is to receive 1 week's worth of evening detentions. 50 points will be taken from Ravenclaw. Flitwick stood suddenly, his small form trembling with contained emotion. 50 points. For defending himself from an aggressive heir who was warned multiple times. I must protest. Your protest is noted, Dumbledore said softly. Professor Flitwick's office, early evening. The cozy office was lined with shelves of delicate magical instruments, softly whirring and blinking in time with the candlelight. Harry stood before the desk, his expression calm, his posture formal. Professor Flitwick sat behind the desk, hands folded neatly, his normally cheerful demeanor subdued. I argued on your behalf, Mr. Potter, he began gently. I made it clear that you acted in defense, and that the spell you used was well within the curriculum for a first-year student. But Harry inclined his head slightly. But, the headmaster is cautious. You are a Potter, and more than that, you're powerful and decisive. He hesitated. He fears what might become of such traits, if not properly restrained. A pause lingered. Flitwick sighed. He has decided on formal punishment. 50 points will be taken from Ravenclaw. And you are assigned a week of evening detentions, Monday through Friday. Harry absorbed the words without flinching. Understood, Professor. Flitwick studied him. You don't protest. I know how the game is played, Harry said softly. A Potter must be seen to bend, even when standing firm. The charms master smiled faintly, pride and worry flickering behind his eyes. Just so. But know this, I do not believe you were wrong. Only, too public. Harry nodded once. I'll be more careful. As Harry turned to leave, Flitwick called after him. Mr. Potter. He paused. I've taught many students. Power comes and goes. But presence is rare. You are walking a thin line. Just ensure you choose where you step next, rather than let others choose it for you. Harry gave a quiet, respectful bow. I shall endeavor to, Professor. Ooh. Hogwarts Library, Tuesday afternoon. The scent of old parchment and polished oak hung in the air as golden sunlight filtered through high windows, casting long shadows over the study tables. The five of them, Hermione, Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Harry, sat in a tucked-away corner near the Transfiguration section. Books were open before them, but little studying was being done. Hermione's voice was tight with disapproval. You burned him, Harry. Susan leaned forward, her elbows on the table. He fired first, Hermione. He drew his wand and cast toward a fellow student in the middle of a crowded corridor. That wall exploded. It could have hit anyone. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. I'm not saying Draco was right. But permanent injury. That's not justice, that's vengeance. Neville spoke up quietly. It wasn't like he planned it. He didn't even draw first. I was there. Malfoy aimed to hurt, and Harry ended it fast. He glanced toward Harry. Honestly, it was kind of terrifying. Harry said nothing. He sat upright, hands folded in front of him, expression calm but distant. He hadn't touched his book since they sat down. Hannah stared at her notes without really seeing them. Her voice, when it came, was barely above a whisper. They say Draco can't have children now. Hermione turned sharply. Is that true? Harry still didn't speak. Susan hesitated, then sighed. That's not Harry's fault. The spell wasn't dark. If anyone's to blame, it's Malfoy for escalating it to a duel and aiming near other students. Hermione's hands clenched. You're all treating this like it's just politics. Like it's normal. It's not normal for first years to be threatening each other with decrees and legacies. Finally, Harry looked at her. His voice was quiet but resolute. I didn't start this, Hermione. But I will finish it, if I must. My name is not just words in a history book. It means something, and I will not let that meaning be tarnished by cowards and bullies. Hermione stared at him, frustration written all over her face. You sound like you're 40. You're 11, Harry. He didn't flinch. Then the others should act their age, too. An uneasy silence settled over the group. Books lay forgotten, parchment half-filled. Somewhere across the library, Madame Pants snapped at a student for whispering too loudly. Susan reached over and gently placed her hand on Harry's forearm. You're not alone. Neville nodded solemnly. We've got your back. Hermione didn't respond. She simply returned to her notes with stiff movements, the edge of her quill scratching a bit too hard against the parchment. Hannah, still quiet, finally looked at Harry. Her voice was small, but honest. Please don't get hurt. Harry gave her a single, solemn nod. I'll try. Ooh. Tuesday evening, Hogwarts entrance hall. The quiet hum of the castle stilled as the great doors creaked open, and three figures stepped inside. Their crimson robes caught the last golden rays of the setting sun, turning them almost blood-red. Conversations in the corridor fell silent as students turned to stare, the presence of Aurors unmistakable. Professor Flitwick was already waiting, his expression pinched with concern as he stepped forward to meet them. May I help you, Auror Shacklebolt? He asked politely, though the strain in his voice was clear. Auror Shacklebolt nodded, face grim. By order of the Minister for Magic, we are here to take custody of Mr. Harry Potter. Gasps echoed around the hall. A few students started whispering, some craning to catch sight of Harry as he descended the staircase. He moved with quiet calm, flanked by Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom, who looked more furious than afraid. Harry came to a stop before the Aurors. His chin lifted, his back straight. I assume you have the paperwork. Auror Shacklebolt, a seasoned man not easily swayed by politics, gave a faint nod of respect. I do, Herr Potter. It is signed by the Minister and approved by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You are to be brought to courtroom 10 tomorrow morning. Flitwick sputtered. This is absurd. He's a child. He is charged with ending a magical line, Shacklebolt interrupted, tone heavy. It is one of the few things the Wizengamot hears from a minor. We do not make this arrest lightly. Harry gave Flitwick a steady glance. It's all right, Professor. Let the system do as it will. The truth holds. He handed his wand over without being asked. One of the younger Aurors stepped forward to cast the customary restraint spell, but Shacklebolt stopped him with a raised hand. That won't be necessary. And so, as the castle watched in frozen disbelief, Harry Potter walked out between the crimson-robed Aurors, unbound, head held high. The doors closed behind him with a soft but final thud. Ooh. Ministry holding cells, Wednesday morning. The cell was cold and dim, built more to humble than to harm. Magic pulsed faintly in the runes etched along the stone. Harry Potter sat on the bench, hands folded in his lap, back straight despite the heavy silence that hung around him like a second cloak. He had not spoken since the Aurors in crimson robes, eyes sharp and cold, had marched him through the entrance hall of Hogwarts and bound him in chains laced with suppression runes. Footsteps approached, measured, deliberate, and professional. When the door opened, it was not a guard or interrogator. It was Madame Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, cloaked in red and gold. Her monocle gleamed even in the dim torchlight. Mr. Potter, she said crisply, though her voice lacked hostility. Harry looked up, meeting her eyes without flinching. Madame Bones. She entered, pausing just inside the threshold. For a moment, her gaze softened, not with sympathy, but with respect. I don't imagine you thought you'd be brought in like a common criminal. I expected it, Harry said. Herr Malfoy made it clear his father would retaliate. And Lord Malfoy doesn't waste time. A faint twitch of her mouth, not quite a smile. No, he does not. She stepped closer, stopping just beyond the reach of the wardline. I wanted to speak to you before the hearing began. Not to offer comfort, and not to ask questions. Just the truth. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. The truth. Amelia Bones nodded once. I countersigned your arrest, Mr. Potter. A pause. Then, Harry asked, why? Her voice remained calm, but firm, steeped in duty. Because what happened to Herr Malfoy, however justified you or others may believe it to be, resulted in the end of a magical bloodline. That is not something our laws overlook. A minor or not, heir or not, your actions triggered an ancient charge. If I refused to sign it, the minister would have forced someone else to. Likely someone far less neutral. So you signed it to keep control of the situation. I signed it, she corrected, because the law must not bend around power or legacy. Even yours. Harry studied her for a long moment. You think I did wrong. Amelia inhaled through her nose. I think you struck hard, precisely, and without hesitation. I think you acted in a manner your ancestors would have praised, and the law will judge. That is how it should be. He nodded once. And if I'm convicted, her mouth pressed into a thin line, then the weight of your name will not be enough to shield you. But neither will his. She stepped back. You have allies, Mr. Potter. But they must follow the law, or else everything we defend will burn. She turned to leave, but paused at the door. Your father wrote once to my brother. During the war, he said, we either uphold our ideals or we become worse than the people we fought. Remember that when you stand before the Wizengamot. And then she was gone, leaving Harry alone in the silence once more, but not without a sense of gravity shared between two people who understood what power could cost. Ooh. Courtroom 10, the Wizengamot chamber. Wednesday morning. The iron-bound doors of courtroom 10 creaked open, groaning with the weight of tradition and ancient magic. The chamber beyond was vast and echoing, hewn from cold stone and lit by hovering orbs of white flame. Dark-robed figures filled the tiered benches surrounding the floor, their expressions varying between curiosity, unease, and grim resolve. At the center stood the stone chair, flanked by two Aurors in red. Chains snaked across its arms, though they hung loose for now, as if waiting to judge whether their restraint was warranted. Harry Potter walked in under his own power. He wore his school robes, Ravenclaw blue beneath his black cloak. His face was calm, his posture straight, eyes cool as they swept the assembled lords and ladies of the Wizengamot. He did not bow. He did not lower his gaze. He was his father's son, and every inch the heir of an ancient house. Whispers stirred among the gathered officials. That's the Potter boy. He looks too calm. Is it true? A blue fire hex. Dueling magic on school grounds, disgraceful. Behind the central bench, seated above the rest, was the chief warlock's chair, empty. In its place, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge presided, flanked by advisors and scribes. His wide-brimmed hat wobbled slightly as he leaned toward the crystal, amplifying his voice. We convene this morning on the matter of magical assault resulting in the permanent ending of the Malfoy line, he intoned. The accused is heir Harry James Potter, minor, of House Potter, under the guardianship of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore sat silently among the Wizengamot, expression unreadable. He had not met Harry's gaze once since he entered. A tall figure rose from the right benches, Lord Lucius Malfoy, clad in black with a silver serpent pin gleaming at his collar. His voice was cold and precise as steel. Let the record show that heir Potter's actions have rendered my only son unable to sire an heir, thus ending the Malfoy bloodline. We ask the Wizengamot to uphold our laws, as written, and punish this grievous offense. A murmur of agreement, some in outrage, others in wary neutrality. Amelia Bones, seated 2 rows back, observed silently, her quill untouched. Fudge continued, Heir Potter, you are charged under Article 7 of the Lineage Protection Accords, the deliberate or reckless use of magic resulting in the permanent end of a named magical line. How do you plead? Harry looked up, his voice clear and formal. I plead justified, by right of self-defense and the traditions of my house. Gasps rippled across the benches. A rare plea, dangerous and bold. Lord Nott leaned forward. He invokes house right. I do, Harry said calmly. By the will of House Potter and the laws that bind the noble houses. Across the room, Lucius Malfoy's hands curled around his cane. Fudge sputtered. This is highly irregular. Amelia Bones finally spoke. And yet legal. Silence fell like a blade. Fudge cleared his throat. Very well. The Wizengamot shall hear the case. Witnesses may be called. Evidence presented. And heir Potter will be given time to speak for himself. Harry inclined his head once. I will. And so, the trial began. Minister Fudge struck his gavel against the crystal base. The court shall now hear witnesses for the complainant, House Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy stood. I call first Madame Pomfrey, matron of Hogwarts School, who treated my son's grievous injuries. The heavy doors opened again, and Madame Pomfrey stepped in, her expression tight. She moved to the witness dais, wand raised to the oath stone. A soft glow flared, truth-binding magic. State your name and position. Poppy Pomfrey, matron of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lucius gave a slight bow. Madam, you were the attending healer when my son, Draco Malfoy, was brought to the hospital wing on Monday evening. Please describe his injuries. Pomfrey's lips thinned. Mr. Malfoy had suffered direct impact from a hex known as Ignis Azuri, a variant of conjured flame. It struck him in the groin and upper thighs. The flame was magically enhanced to sear without charring, designed to burn magical tissue. A stir of unease passed through the gallery. Fudge leaned forward. And the consequences? Pomfrey's voice was like steel. He will not be able to father children. The damage is permanent. Lucius turned to the court. No further questions. A few murmurs of protest came from some of the benches, mostly from neutral families not fond of Malfoy's rhetoric. But no one interrupted. Dumbledore rose quietly. I would ask one question of Madame Pomfrey. Lucius's lip curled, but he did not object. Dumbledore clasped his hands before him. Did Mr. Malfoy require resuscitation? Was his life in danger? No, Pomfrey said. He was in great pain, but stable. He was unconscious due to shock. Thank you. Pomfrey stepped down, eyes briefly flicking to Harry, who stood quiet and tall, filled with concern, and the quiet judgment of a healer forced into politics. Lucius stood again. Next, we call Professor Snape, who witnessed the aftermath and has deep knowledge of both boys. Snape swept in, black robes trailing like smoke. He took the oath and inclined his head to the court. Professor, you are head of Slytherin House, is that correct? It is. You were called to the hallway outside the Great Hall Monday evening. I was. I arrived moments after the incident. What did you find? Mr. Malfoy was on the ground, screaming. Mr. Potter was standing, wand lowered. The stone of the corridor had been damaged. I acted quickly to stabilize Mr. Malfoy and brought him to the hospital wing. Lucius's voice softened into theatrical gravity. In your opinion, was there any justification for this attack? Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. I cannot speak to Mr. Potter's motives. I can say only that drawing a wand on another student and casting with lethal intent is a dangerous precedent. Thank you, Professor. Lucius gave a satisfied nod. But before Snape could step down, Amelia Bones's voice cut across the room. One question, Professor. She stood. You say, lethal intent. Yet the spell used was not lethal. Snape's tone was crisp. Correct. Painful. Crippling. But not lethal. Is Ignis Azuri a restricted spell? No. It's taught as a variation in first-year dueling clubs. Usually cast at inanimate targets. Easily shielded or avoided by anyone expecting a duel. Amelia raised an eyebrow. Then would you say it is a novice spell, not an assassination curse? Snape's jaw tightened. Correct. But it depends on the aim. She sat back. Intent matters, Professor. Thank you. The final Malfoy witness was Daphne Greengrass, pale and visibly nervous. She testified that Draco had intended only to scare Potter with a jinx, that she had not seen the start of the fight but had heard Draco threaten him. Her voice faltered under Amelia's cross-examination, and she admitted Draco had drawn his wand first. It was not a strong finish. Lucius sat down, lips a thin line, as Fudge cleared his throat. The court acknowledges the pain of House Malfoy, he said, glancing uneasily at the Potter bench, but it must now hear the defense. Harry stepped forward from the defense's dais, posture ramrod straight, his voice clear though quieter than Lucius's booming tones. I request that Professor Severus Snape be recalled as a neutral expert in the field of curses and combat magic. There was a moment's pause. Then Minister Fudge called out, granted. Snape returned to the dais. He looked at Harry for a long, unreadable moment, then placed his hand again upon the oath stone. The magic flared softly. Harry's voice was formal. Professor Snape, you were the first adult on the scene after the duel between Draco Malfoy and myself. I was. You saw the damage to the wall of the hallway. The stone was cracked, blackened, and partially melted. I did. Did I cast a spell that caused that damage? Snape's brow furrowed. No. That was the result of Mr. Malfoy's casting. There was a stir among the benches. Harry continued. Can you, as an expert in offensive and dark magic, identify what kind of spell could produce that kind of result? Snape's voice was tight, reluctant, but precise. The impact suggests a Confringo variant, a blasting curse. But the scorch pattern and melted mortar, that is uncommon. I would say the spell had dark elemental amplification. Meaning, Snape exhaled slowly. Meaning it was cast with malicious intent, possibly using a family-customized or restricted form. Designed not merely to strike, but to destroy. And had that spell struck a person instead of a wall. A pause. Then Mr. Malfoy would be facing trial for manslaughter, Snape said flatly. The victim would not have survived. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Several of the neutral lords and ladies leaned forward now, truly listening. Harry gave a shallow bow. Thank you, Professor. No further questions. Amelia Bones rose before anyone else could. Professor, one more clarification. Could a first-year student normally cast such a spell? Snape's jaw flexed. No. Not without prior training or being taught outside the standard curriculum. Lucius stood halfway, voice sharp. Draco would never. Fudge banged his gavel. You'll have your rebuttal, Lord Malfoy. Snape descended the dais, black robes swirling. He did not look back at Harry, but there was a faint shift in his posture, something quieter, almost approving. Fudge adjusted his hat. The court will now hear further witnesses for the defense. The chamber was deathly still as Harry stepped forward, calm and clear. I now request to call Regent Amelia Bones to the stand. A ripple passed through the Wizengamot. Amelia Bones was no lightweight, and many shifted in their seats to watch more closely. The regent moved to the oath stone with quiet confidence, laying her hand upon it. A soft magical hum filled the chamber. I, Amelia Margaret Bones, regent of the ancient House of Bones, do swear to speak truth before this assembly. Harry inclined his head respectfully. Regent Bones, thank you. As regent, you have the authority to interpret and speak on the ancient accords, particularly those governing house rights, yes. I do, she answered firmly. Harry took a breath. 3 days ago, I invoked the rights of House Potter and declared a binding sanction against House Malfoy and their affiliates. Did I act within the rights granted to me as an heir of an ancient and noble house? Before Amelia could answer, a syrupy, venomous voice cut through the chamber like a curse. That's quite enough of that nonsense, Dolores Umbridge said, her lips curled in a poisonous smile. She stood from her seat among the lower-ranked ministry representatives. This boy is a half-blood. House rights do not apply to those of tainted lineage. Gasps and a few outraged mutters rippled across the benches. Harry's face remained impassive. He did not move, but his magic flared, subtle but ice-cold. Amelia turned to Umbridge sharply. You will sit down, Undersecretary. Umbridge blinked at the tone. Amelia continued, voice ringing. The rights of house inheritance are not determined by blood purity. They are determined by magical lineage and law. Harry James Potter is the sole heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter. His blood status is irrelevant under the accords ratified in 1283 and reaffirmed in the Treaty of Iron Hill. Umbridge flushed, fuming, but returned to her seat with visible reluctance. Now, Amelia turned back to the assembly, her voice crisp, as I was saying. She raised her chin slightly. House heirs may enact limited sanctions under the terms of the Accord of Founding Pillars, particularly in response to repeated provocations by another house. Mr. Potter was well within his rights. Harry gave a small nod. And the institutions that refused the Malfoys, were they acting illegally? No. Many were bound by charter to house Potter or built on Potter's capital. Their loyalty to a standing decree from an active heir is lawful. Harry's gaze swept the room before he continued. And when Draco Malfoy attacked me with a lethal dark spell after the invocation of those rights, what did the law permit me to do? Amelia's face was stone. You were permitted to defend yourself with immediate and proportional force. Any non-forbidden spell would have been valid. And when one heir attempts murder, they revoke any protection from the consequences of magical dueling. It was a legally justifiable defense, even with permanent consequences. A few older witches nodded sharply. A wizard in green leaned toward his neighbor and whispered urgently. Harry gave a final bow to Amelia. Thank you, Regent Bones. Amelia stepped down from the stand. As she passed Umbridge, she didn't look at her. But her silence was cutting. The tide in the courtroom had turned. Fudge glanced nervously around, as if calculating how many votes he had left. Lucius Malfoy sat pale and rigid, his gloved fingers clenched white around the silver handle of his cane. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat like a cobra ready to strike, his cane tapping sharply on the stone as he stepped forward. My lords and ladies, he began, his voice like velvet over steel, are we truly to allow a schoolboy, no matter how storied his name, to wield ancient power as though he were a trained lord? To maim the sole heir of another ancient house? Without consequence. He swept his gaze across the chamber, searching for allies. This sets a dangerous precedent. If this boy is not reined in, what stops other children from invoking bloodline rights over schoolyard disputes? Shall we let the next generation rip apart the traditions we have preserved for centuries? Murmurs ran through the crowd, but not as many as Lucius might have hoped. Some faces turned away. Others whispered, not in support, but in unease. A witch from House Greengrass frowned faintly. A representative from the Montague line leaned toward the Pruitt seat and shook his head. From the center of the floor, Harry took a single step forward. His robes were simple but carried the sigil of House Potter clearly, a crimson stag beneath a starry field. He turned not to the Malfoy lord, but to the high dais. Minister Fudge, he said, voice clear. You've served in this chamber long enough to know the laws better than most. Will you please confirm for this body that an heir of an ancient house has the right to enact binding sanctions under the Founding Pillars Accord, when repeatedly provoked by another house? Fudge shifted uneasily, his jowls twitching. His eyes darted toward Lucius Malfoy, who gave the faintest shake of his head. Harry waited silently. A second passed. Then another. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat. Yes, he admitted, voice grudging. The Accord of the Founding Pillars, Bylaw 2.13, states that heirs may issue temporary and conditional sanctions if the provocations are public, repeated, and if the heir acts within the bounds of the accords. Provided no forbidden magic is used, the invocation stands until a formal apology is made or revoked by the house that issued it. A stunned hush spread across the chamber. Minister, under the founding pillars, if the house under sanctions attacks the other house, then what steps may be taken? A frustrated Fudge stated, a house under attack in that situation may protect their house with any non-lethal actions. They may also not be guilty of any action taken as long as it is not lethal. Harry bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Minister. Lucius, hands curled tightly around his cane. His voice, when he spoke again, was taut with fury hidden behind civility. Very well, he bit out. Let it be known, then, that this court has chosen to uphold barbarism over diplomacy. No, came a cold voice from the gallery, Regent Longbottom, standing from his seat. This court has chosen to uphold the law. You gambled, Lucius. You lost. Lady Parkinson murmured in agreement. A few others nodded. The tide had turned. Lucius looked to Dumbledore, silent. To Fudge, already looking away. To the gathered court, unmoved. Harry did not smile. He merely stood, waiting for judgment with the quiet calm of someone who had never wavered. A heavy silence pressed on the ancient stone walls, thick with judgment and consequence. The chamber of the Wizengamot had seen centuries of disputes, even blood feuds, but rarely had it seen the slow, public unraveling of a lord. Lucius Malfoy stood frozen in place, jaw clenched so tightly a muscle twitched violently beneath his cheek. His silver blonde hair gleamed beneath the highlights of the courtroom, but his polished grace was gone, replaced with the raw fury of a man watching his power slip through his fingers. You dare, he whispered, voice shaking not with fear but with hatred. You dare take my son's future, my family's legacy, and this court applauds you. Harry stood quietly on the courtroom floor, unmoved. Lucius, eyes locked on Harry's calm expression, and something in him snapped. Avada Kedavra. The words burst from his mouth in a roar, his wand slashing through the air with venomous precision. The green light surged across the chamber. Harry's reflexes, honed in the streets of Privet Drive, saved him. He moved, not ducking in panic, but shifting with trained, sharp instinct. The killing curse missed, and struck Aurora Wells, the red-robed woman standing at Harry's right. There was no scream, no warning, just a flash of emerald, and the thud of a body collapsing to stone. The courtroom erupted into chaos. Protega Maxima, roared another Auror, shield slamming into place around Harry and several members of the chamber. Seize him, came Amelia Bones' voice, ice-edged and deadly. A dozen wands pointed at Lucius Malfoy before he could even blink. The man stood frozen, wand still raised, horror dawning behind his eyes even as he tried to twist his features into defiance. Amelia Bones stepped forward, cloak flaring. Her voice cracked like a whip. You have cast a killing curse, within the walls of this court, against a minor protected by the ancient rites, and you've murdered one of my Aurors. Dumbledore had risen, but for once, said nothing. His face was ashen. Minister Fudge stumbled to his feet, stammering. Lord Malfoy, this is treason. No, Lucius barked, trying to recover. That boy destroyed my line. You destroyed your house, Amelia growled, stepping closer. With your arrogance. With your hand. Take him. Aurors surged forward. Lucius tried to raise his wand again. Expelliarmus. His wand flew across the chamber, clattering to the floor. It was Harry who had cast the spell, his face carved in stone, his own wand lowered a second later. Lucius Malfoy was tackled, bound, and dragged from the court, screaming that they would all regret this. That the Malfoy name would rise again. But no one listened. The ancient chamber was no longer a place of quiet deliberation. The corpse of an Auror and the bound figure of Lucius Malfoy lying prone before the central dais made it clear, this had become a moment of reckoning. Amelia Bones stood at the center, radiating command. Her monocle glinted under the magical light, but her expression was pure steel. Enough. The word cut through the residual noise like a blade. The matter of Heir Harry James Potter stands before us no longer as a matter of suspicion, she declared, her voice ringing across the stones and seated lords alike. He was attacked by a dangerous spell. His actions were in accordance with the rights of self-defense, defense not only of his life but of his status and house. I move that all charges against Heir Potter be dismissed with prejudice. A murmuring ripple moved through the Wizengamot seats, several nodding in agreement. The motion is seconded, came the firm voice of Lord Knot, a neutral elder wizard known for his cold but fair judgment. And third ED, added Augusta Longbottom with a glare toward Lucius' form. The vote came swiftly. Raise your wands, Amelia commanded. Dozens of wands went up. Not a single one went against. The glow of ancient magic sealed the ruling. Amelia turned on the bound Malfoy. Now, she said, voice turning sharp as splintered ice, let us address the criminal who has violated not only our trust, but the very foundations of this court. She walked forward, glaring down at Lucius, who had finally stopped struggling. Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, you are charged with the use of an unforgivable curse within the court of magical law. The murder of Auror Petra Wells in the line of duty. The attempted murder of an heir to an ancient house, under the protection of the Accords. And the violation of this court's sanctity by drawing your wand in malice. You will stand trial no further. The law is clear, death or the veil. I move that you be stripped of your titles, your wand broken, and be cast into the veil before sunset today. Lucius snarled, you can't. I can. Amelia turned to the chamber. And I move we do. Seconded, came the cold voice of Regent Longbottom. Thirded, whispered Madame Marchbanks. Amelia's eyes swept the court. All those in favor, raise your wands. The result was almost unanimous. Only a small cluster abstained, none opposed. Lucius Malfoy screamed as his wand was snapped and his rings stripped from his hand by magic itself. The crimson-robed Aurors hoisted him by the arms. You will all burn for this. He roared as he was dragged from the courtroom. You've made an enemy of House Malfoy. No, Amelia Bones said, as the doors slammed shut behind him. You ended it yourself. She turned to Harry, voice softening, but her eyes still wary. This court finds you free, Heir Potter. But know this, power makes enemies. Learn to wield it, or drown beneath it. And with that, the session was adjourned. Conference room off the Wizengamot Hall. The political air was charged. Old families whispered in corners. Robes of rich brocade swept across polished marble as lords and ladies huddled in clusters. The execution of Lucius Malfoy had not just removed a man, it had created a vacuum, and vacuums in Wizarding Britain were always dangerous. At the center of one such cluster stood Lord Augustus Parkinson, sipping a crystal tumbler of something amber and unforgiving. So, Potter has teeth, he murmured, voice amused but tight. Interesting that so many of us forgot what the Potters were before they became folk heroes. Regent Bones approached him, her expression guarded. You heard the Longbottom boy wrote Harry a letter, yes. And mine did too. I think they saw the writing on the wall. Augustus gave a half smile. Quite. The old Potter alliance, Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, Pruitt, even that retired McKinnon line, they're circling the wagons. He swirled his drink. And young Potter. He just announced he knows how to use those alliances. More than that, Amelia said quietly, he forced the ministry to remember it's not above the old laws. Across the chamber, Minister Fudge was already under siege. A handful of Malfoy-aligned lords were demanding answers, but others, particularly Lords Greengrass and Knot, were giving him cold nods of acknowledgement. He knew which way the wind was blowing. Fudge mopped his brow with a silk handkerchief. He was just a child, he muttered to no one in particular. This wasn't supposed to happen. A few seats away, a scrawny wizard in worn blue robes muttered to himself, no, this was supposed to happen. He's his parents' son, and his grandparents' heir. Elsewhere in the ministry, letters were flying by enchanted memo. Department heads began revisiting old contracts tied to House Malfoy. Vaults were frozen pending probate review. The Malfoy name, once ironclad, was now vulnerable. Whispers in the shadows. That night, a meeting was held in a darker part of Nocturne Alley. Those once loyal to Lucius muttered about vengeance, about Potter blood, about retribution. But none of them could deny the truth. Lucius had lost. Potter had won. The next morning, the Daily Prophet. Front page headline. Heir Potter vindicated, Lord Malfoy executed for curse in court. By Rita Skeeter, special reporter. In a historic turn, Heir Harry James Potter stood trial before the full Wizengamot on charges brought by the Malfoy family. What followed was a display of ancient magic, politics, and raw truth. After a failed assassination attempt in the courtroom, Lucius Malfoy was sentenced to the Vale by unanimous vote for the murder of an Auror and the attempted murder of an heir. Gringotts. Bank. Director's Chamber. A team of ministry officials, led by a pale and sweating Minister Fudge, stood across from the chief accounts director Grimsnarl, a senior goblin with silver filigree adorning his battle-scarred armor. Two other goblins flanked him, ledger scrolls open and glowing faintly with security enchantments. Fudge cleared his throat. With the passing of Lord Malfoy, and young Draco's incapacity to produce heirs, the ministry must, intervene in the stewardship of the Malfoy assets. For the public good, naturally. Grimsnarl looked at him as if he were a child asking for a dragon as a pet. No. Fudge blinked. I'm sorry. No, the goblin repeated. Under the wartime accords of 1273, and the ancient lineage reparation treaty of 1609, when a noble house attempts the murder of another heir or lord while under the founding pillars, the entirety of that house's unentailed assets may pass to the injured party. Grimsnarl steepled his long fingers. In this case, heir Harry James Potter. But, Fudge sputtered, Malfoy property, manor, vaults, equities, titles, they're under a noble line, not open claim. Incorrect, said Grimsnarl smoothly. House Malfoy was declared at risk of forfeiture the moment Lord Malfoy cast the killing curse within the chamber of the Wizengamot. This is classified as high treason, regicide attempt, and magical line interference. He slid a single scroll forward. Signed and witnessed by the Goblin High Council. The estate, properties, vaults, and vassal holdings of House Malfoy are now frozen for transfer. Fudge staggered back, aghast. You can't give them to Potter. We are not giving them, said Grimsnarl coldly. They are owed. The magic has already recognized the claim. Vault 687 is responding to the Potter bloodline seal. A glowing line of magic shimmered over the scroll behind him, red and gold, ancient and unbreakable. Ooh, the political fallout. By that evening, word had reached the other noble families. House Potter had inherited House Malfoy's unentailed wealth. The Malfoy ancestral seat, including Malfoy Manor, now legally belonged to Harry Potter, though it would be held in trust until he came of age. Vaults were being transferred or liquidated by Gringotts as per magical law. Some houses were stunned, others were furious, and a handful, those who still whispered of bloodlines and power, trembled. Ooh, Ministry of Magic, private office. Minister Fudge threw a decanter against the wall, shattering it into glass stars. Damn that boy. First, he kills the Malfoy legacy, and now he's got their gold. He'll be richer than all but 6 families in Britain. An aide whispered nervously, 5, sir. The Malfoys were ahead of the Greengrass this past century. Now, Fudge sank into his chair, looking more ghost than man. Now Potter is too powerful to ignore. Ooh, founders, accords, clause of sacred heirship. He who wields wander will against an heir who has invoked the accords shall, by such action, nullify all protections of house and heritage. The aggressor's line shall be rendered forfeit, and all holdings subject to reclamation by the aggrieved heir those in rightful standing. Ooh, scene. Return to Hogwarts, Tuesday evening. The corridors of Hogwarts felt colder than usual as Harry stepped out of the flow in Professor McGonagall's office. The trial was over. Lucius Malfoy was gone, sentenced to the Vale. The weight of victory pressed against Harry's shoulders like a chain-mail cloak. McGonagall gave him a quiet nod. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. The headmaster has agreed you're to resume classes tomorrow. If you require anything, do not hesitate. Harry gave her a short bow of the head. Thank you, Professor. She hesitated, then added softly, you were remarkably composed, Mr. Potter. Not many grown wizards would have stood so still under what you faced. Harry didn't respond. He left the office, his shoes echoing against the stone. As he passed through the halls, eyes followed him. Whispers. Some filled with awe, others with fear. A few bowed heads, particularly from students whose families lived under the Potter protection. Even a few Slytherins stepped aside, silent, wary. He stepped into the library just before curfew. Neville and Susan stood as soon as they saw him. Harry. Susan whispered, eyes wide. Is it over? Harry gave a small nod. Lucius is gone. Neville's expression was half a wince. And Draco. In St. Mungo's. Still screaming, last I heard. His voice was flat, tired. Susan laid a hand on his arm. You did what you had to do. Harry looked at her, then Neville. I know. Hermione appeared at the corner of the table, hovering with a stack of books pressed to her chest. She looked like she had rehearsed her words and abandoned them all at once. Harry, she began hesitantly, I'm glad you're back. I was worried. His expression didn't shift. Thank you. She flinched at the coldness in his tone. I wasn't trying to betray you, she added quickly. What you did scared me. Still does. Harry looked down at the table, then back at her. And yet I did nothing different than what you've read in Hogwarts, a history under founders, law. That doesn't make it less terrifying, she whispered. We're 11, Harry. Not lords. Not warriors. He gave a tired, sad smile. Then don't try to stop me when I must be both. He turned and walked away, leaving Susan and Neville awkwardly frozen in place. Hermione stood with her books clutched tightly, her eyes shining. Hannah, who had remained silent through most of the week, spoke softly for the first time. He's not the same, is he? Neville shook his head. No, he's more Potter than boy now. Ooh. Scene. Corridor outside the library, late evening. The hallway was bathed in soft torchlight, casting long shadows against the stone walls. Harry stepped out of the library alone, his pace measured and thoughtful. Mr. Potter, came a warm, familiar voice. Harry paused. Professor Flitwick stood just a few paces away, his small frame nearly lost in the shadows. The Ravenclaw head of house had his hands folded behind his back, his usual cheer dimmed with concern. Professor, Harry said with a polite nod. Flitwick smiled gently, though his eyes were sharp. I wanted a word, if you've the time. Harry gave a slight inclination of the head. Of course, sir. The charms master hesitated for a moment before speaking. You've walked a difficult road this week, Harry. What you endured in that courtroom, it wasn't a burden a child should bear. Harry's voice was quiet. It was a burden an heir had to bear. Flitwick studied him. Perhaps. But even heirs need companions. Friends. A house is not only banners and law, it's the people beside you. Harry looked away. Friends who understand the duty that comes with heritage are valuable. The rest, are distractions. Flitwick's brow furrowed. You speak as though you were ancient. But you're still a boy, Harry. Ravenclaw is your home now. Let it be more than a place to sleep. For a moment, Harry said nothing. Then, softly, I'll consider it, Professor. Flitwick seemed ready to say more, but stopped himself. He shifted tone gently. The headmaster has requested to see you. Tonight. Harry's expression didn't change. Then I assume you'll accompany me. Flitwick's shoulders drew back slightly. He has invoked his role as your magical guardian. I was told, my presence isn't required. Harry was silent. Then, he nodded once. I understand. Flitwick stepped forward, trying to catch his eyes. Harry. Good night, Professor. Harry turned and walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing against the stone. Flitwick remained where he was, a deep frown creasing his brow. He watched the boy disappear into shadow, and for the first time, truly wondered if they were witnessing the shaping of something far older and far heavier than any first year had ever been asked to carry. Ooh. Scene. The headmaster's office, that same night. The gargoyle moved aside without protest, and the spiral staircase turned with soft mechanical clicks as Harry ascended in silence. The great doors opened for him before he could knock. Inside, the room was quiet. The portraits of past headmasters watched from their frames, some whispering to each other. Fawkes remained still upon his perch, feathers dulled in the low firelight. Dumbledore stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back. He turned when Harry entered, his face shadowed in the glow. Thank you for coming, Harry, he said. Harry stepped in, posture straight, and gave a respectful dip of the head. You summoned me, headmaster. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I thought it appropriate to speak before the week goes on. He gestured to a chair, but Harry remained standing. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the boy's expression, and he sighed softly. I was at the trial. I saw what transpired. Then you already know the facts, Harry replied, calm and formal. I do, Dumbledore said. He walked slowly to his desk, sat down. And I know how the law views your actions. You invoked your house's rights, defended yourself in accordance with the Founders' Accords, and survived an unforgivable aimed at your life. Yes, headmaster. But, Dumbledore added, what concerns me is not the legality of what happened, but the course you are setting for yourself. Harry didn't respond. You stood in front of the Wizengamot like a seasoned lord, Dumbledore continued. Measured, precise, controlled. That is not the mark of a normal first year. I am not a normal first year, sir. Dumbledore's lips thinned. No, you are not. But you are still a child. I was treated as a man in court, Harry said quietly. Would you have me act as a child only when it suits your purposes? The room was quiet for a moment. Harry, Dumbledore leaned forward, voice gentler now. There is wisdom in strength, yes, but also in temperance. Friends matter. Compassion matters. Harry's eyes cooled. And would you say that to the boy who tried to curse me with a spell dark enough to destroy stone? Or the father who tried to kill me? I would say it to the boy who still has a future, Dumbledore said. One that need not be shaped entirely by lawbooks and bloodlines. There was a beat of silence. Harry bowed his head slightly. I understand, Headmaster. As Harry turned to go, Dumbledore's voice caught him before he reached the door. One more thing, Harry. Harry paused. His posture remained composed, hands by his sides. That grimoire you mentioned previously, Dumbledore said, standing now, his tone careful but firm. The one passed down through your family, Potter magic is old, and often unfiltered. Dangerous. I believe it would be best if it were placed somewhere safer. Perhaps here at Hogwarts, under proper wards. Harry didn't turn around. I am your magical guardian, Dumbledore said softly. And I must think of your well-being. These texts can twist a young mind, even with the best intentions. Power without perspective. Still silent, Harry looked over his shoulder at him. His eyes were unreadable, but far colder than a child's had any right to be. Dumbledore stepped forward slightly. Harry, I insist. I understand, Harry said, voice flat and formal. You have made your position clear. And then he walked out without waiting to be dismissed. The door shut behind him with quiet finality. For a long moment, Dumbledore stared at the empty space where Harry had stood. His shoulders slumped slightly as he returned to his desk. He sank into the high-backed chair like a man much older than he appeared. On the wall, Phineas Nigellus coughed from his frame. The boy has more spine than most of the ministry. And more clarity than you, Albus. Dumbledore said nothing. Ooh. Scene. Dumbledore's office, late evening, revised. The fire in the hearth crackled low, casting flickers of light across the ancient wooden parchment that filled the circular office. Dumbledore stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, eyes distant as they followed the line of stars above the forest canopy. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape waited, having entered moments before. Neither sat. I may have made a grave error, Dumbledore said quietly, still watching the sky. In placing Harry with the Dursleys, I believed I was shielding him from the burdens of legacy. From the kind of pride and entitlement that consumed Tom. He turned to face them. But I see now. I did not shield him. I merely left him unprepared for the deep knowledge of his family. For the magic and power he was always meant to inherit. McGonagall frowned. The grimoire. Snape crossed his arms. None of us has seen it. Not even a page. Dumbledore gave a slow nod. And yet Harry reads from it nightly. He invokes traditions I have not heard in decades. Invokes house rites with perfect form. He has knowledge that, quite frankly, I thought lost. He walks as though the blood of 10 generations speaks through him, Snape said. He is still a boy in form, but not in bearing. He refuses to yield, Dumbledore murmured. Not even to me. And why should he? McGonagall asked, though not unkindly. He was nearly murdered. Twice. And when he turned to the law, he was the one dragged into chains. Dumbledore returned to his desk and sat, the weariness plain on his face. I fear I've lost something precious, he said. Not just his trust, but his ear. If you want it back, Snape said, you'll need to approach him not as headmaster, but as a man who recognizes the heir of a house equal to any in the Wizengamot. He will not accept anything less. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. I only hope it's not already too late. Ooh. Ravenclaw Common Room, Tuesday evening. The bronze eagle knocker posed its riddle, but Harry barely registered the words. He answered automatically, slipping through the arched entrance into the cool, thoughtful quiet of the Ravenclaw Common Room. The high walls shimmered faintly with protective magic, books drifted lazily into their shelves, and a few students looked up as he entered, some with awe, some with apprehension, and a few with quiet, contemplative respect. Harry didn't meet their eyes. He crossed the room to the far window alcove and dropped into the cushioned bench beneath it. Firelight from the hearth cast flickering shadows on the aged stone walls, dancing across the stars painted on the domed ceiling. From within his robes, Harry drew the small, leather-bound grimoire and turned it over in his hands, the weight of legacy pressing into his palms. He hadn't opened it tonight. Footsteps approached, quiet, deliberate. Anthony Goldstein stopped a short distance away. His robes were straight, his gaze steady. Though only 12, he carried himself with the stillness of someone who knew the gravity of bloodlines. "Mind if I sit?" Anthony asked quietly. Harry nodded without looking up. Anthony settled beside him, his gaze following Harry's out to the darkened grounds beyond the window. "I've been thinking about what you did," he said after a moment. "About the Accords." Harry didn't respond. "Most don't really understand them," Anthony continued, his voice low. "They think the Accords are just symbolic, rituals with no bite left. But they're older than the Ministry. Older than half the houses still sitting in the Wizengamot. They're woven into the foundations of wizarding law, real magic, not parchment and seals." Harry finally looked over. Anthony met his eyes. "So yes, I think what you did was justified. The Malfoys, they're kind, they act like tradition is theirs to twist. But when you invoked the Founders' Accords, it wasn't a threat. It was a trigger. That's why the shops turned them away. Why Gringotts froze their vaults. They broke protections older than the statutes that govern the Aurors." He paused, then added quietly, "You're standing on ground most people forgot even existed. That scares them." Harry exhaled slowly. "I didn't ask for that kind of power." "You didn't," Anthony agreed. "But it's yours anyway. And you're not the only one who knows what it means. Some of us were raised to understand the old laws. You're not alone, Harry." There was a silence between them, filled only by the soft rustling of enchanted parchment and the whisper of magical wind. Harry's lips quirked faintly. "That's something." Anthony smiled, the barest tilt of his mouth. "It's more than something. It's how we endure." Anthony left Harry and wandered off to his group of friends. Harry sat in the window alcove, the flickering firelight dancing across the cover of the grimoire still resting in his lap. He opened it carefully, not to the genealogies or the known magical laws of the Founders' Accords, but deeper. Beyond the layers that bore the weight of house and duty. These pages were alive in a way the others weren't. They shimmered faintly, the lettering inked not in black or blue, but in a luminous silver that shifted like moonlight on water. The symbols moved when he didn't look directly at them, whispering at the edge of hearing. His fingers hesitated before turning to a section marked not by page or title, but by presence. The Accord of the Stag. He hadn't seen it before. Not until tonight. The page was quiet, and yet it seemed to breathe. The writing here was different, personal, layered with intention. It wasn't ancient script but something more intimate. Harry scanned the lines until a name appeared, James Potter. His father's name, signed in a steady, deliberate hand. "Let this accord stand, bound by oath, sealed in mist and shadow. I, James Potter, offer myself to Helent of the Wild Hunt, to ride as stag for all time. Let my body be his vessel and my soul his shield, that my son may be protected. Let the hunt bear him from doom and hold the storm at bay, until the time foretold." Harry's throat tightened. The words were clear. This was no metaphor. No symbol or magical flourish of protection. This was a price. A sacrifice made long before Voldemort had come for them. Helent. The name stirred something, ancient and cold and old as forests untouched by man. A Phi being. One powerful enough to strike a pact with the last Potter patriarch, and accept the flesh and spirit of a man in return. Let the Wild Hunt ride where shadow gathers. Let no binding, mortal or magical, hold sway where this accord reigns. Let the air be guarded by my presence, seen or unseen, until the reckoning. Harry closed his eyes. His father hadn't just died for him. He had offered himself beyond death. He hadn't just protected Harry from Voldemort, he had aligned the Potter bloodline with an ancient and eldritch force, one no wizard or ministry could tame. He exhaled slowly, the grimoire warm under his fingers. Not all power came with choice. Some came with a legacy. With love wrapped in iron and wildness. And now, he was its inheritor. Ravenclaw Tower, Harry's dormitory, late evening. The whispers followed him up the stairs like mist, half-spoken, half-swallowed rumors drifting from behind doors and across staircases. Even in Ravenclaw, curiosity could curdle into suspicion. Harry said nothing. He entered the dorm quietly. His roommates were still downstairs or already asleep, and the room was cloaked in a soft blue darkness. The enchanted ceiling above shimmered faintly with starlight. He crossed to his bed, drew the curtains closed, and lit the small lantern he kept tucked beneath his trunk. The grimoire opened easily now, as though it recognized him. His fingers moved with purpose, guided more by instinct than understanding. He passed the accords and house laws until he returned to the pages that pulsed faintly with Phi script. There, nestled between sigils and warnings, he found it, Rites of the Wild Court, Offerings to Helenth of the Horned Path. The title alone made the air feel colder. He who bears the blood of Accord may offer tribute to Helenth. Tribute must be given freely, with full knowing, on the night of thinning, when the veil between worlds fades and the hunt stirs. Harry read on. The text referred to Samhain, the old pagan name for the eve now called Halloween. The night when the wild hunt was said to ride. When spirits moved more freely, and boundaries between life and death, Phi and mortal grew thin. Sacred herbs must be burned at twilight, mugwort, rowan, and ash. A silver coin for passage, a cut of meat or blood for offering. The circle must be drawn in oak ash. Speak the hunter's name thrice, then kneel. Harry exhaled slowly. These were not rituals Hogwarts taught. This was older magic, primal and precise. It demanded intention, respect. A part of him recoiled. Another part, deeper, steadier, knew. He was already bound, already watched over. Helenth had accepted the vow of his father, and now watched Harry in turn. He closed the grimoire and lay back in his bed, the words echoing in his mind. The hunt stirs. This year, Samhain would not be just another feast in the Great Hall. This year, he would answer it. Ooh, Great Hall, Wednesday morning. The clink of silverware and quiet murmur of conversation filled the Great Hall as the students dug into their breakfast. Plates shimmered with warm toast, eggs, and pumpkin juice. Sunlight streamed through the enchanted ceiling, casting a soft autumn glow across the 4 tables. Harry sat with the Ravenclaws, silent as ever, poring over his oatmeal without interest. Most students gave him space now, some out of awe, others out of fear. He didn't mind. A flurry of wings drew eyes skyward as the morning owls swooped in, letters and packages dropping like autumn leaves. One crimson-sealed envelope floated down with practiced grace, landing neatly beside Harry's plate. It bore the official sigil of Gringotts, an iron key over dragon-scale parchment. Harry wiped his fingers, broke the seal, and read silently. Mr. H. J. Potter. This letter is to inform you that, following the execution of founders, and sacred heirship clauses, the Malfoy vaults primary and secondary have been transferred to your control. As executor and heir in rightful standing, your presence is required for formal signing and blood marking. Please report to Senior Account Manager Griphook at your earliest convenience. Additionally, Widow Narcissa Malfoy has formally requested a meeting with you. This request is placed under traditional heir law, observed by Gringotts in neutral territory. Present this letter upon arrival. We will ensure proper security. Gringotts Bank, Department of High Vaults and Lineage Assets. Harry folded the letter neatly and slid it into his robes. Across the table, a few Ravenclaws were trying to pretend they weren't watching him. He stood. Where are you going? Asked Terry Boot cautiously. To speak with my head of house, Harry replied, calm and clear. Ooh. Corridor outside the Great Hall, moments later. Professor Flitwick was speaking to a Hufflepuff prefect when Harry approached. He turned at the sound of Harry's footsteps and offered a warm smile. Mr. Potter, he said cheerfully, is something the matter? Harry offered him the Gringotts letter. Flitwick read it quickly, his smile fading into a tight-lipped expression of understanding. I'll need to leave after classes, Harry said. As per heir law, I'm within my rights. I've remained in good standing and am the sole remaining heir of both Potter and now Malfoy holdings. Flitwick nodded slowly. Yes, that is correct. As your head of house, I will notify the gates. Harry inclined his head in gratitude. Thank you, Professor. He turned to leave, but before he could take a step, a tall shadow loomed into his path. Dumbledore. Harry, the old wizard said quietly, I must ask that you refrain from leaving the castle without my express permission. These are uncertain times. Harry turned to face him fully. His expression was unreadable, his voice flat. I'm not asking, Professor. I'm notifying. I know my rights. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, not with anger, but with something colder. Cautious calculation. Even so, he said gently, you are still a student. I worry for your safety. My safety was in question when the ministry dragged me into a courtroom, Harry said, voice barely above a whisper. You didn't stop that. Flitwick stiffened behind him, but said nothing. Dumbledore's expression shifted, but Harry had already turned away. He didn't look back. Ooh. Dungeons, Wednesday morning, potions class. The dungeon air was cold and sharp, thick with the scent of crushed herbs and simmering brews. Harry walked with measured steps to his usual seat beside Susan Bones, who already had their ingredients lined up in neat rows. The hush was nearly absolute, no one spoke under the gaze of Professor Snape. Silence, Snape snapped as he strode in, his black robes billowing behind him. Calming drafts. Page 128. You will produce something passable, or you will not return next week. Begin. Harry and Susan worked in perfect synchronicity. Neither spoke. Measuring, slicing, stirring. A few tables away, a cauldron hissed with a sharp crack, but Harry didn't even blink. Snape passed close behind them once, eyes lingering on Harry. He said nothing and moved on. At the end of the lesson, Snape gave his usual bark, bottles on my desk. Dismissed. Students scrambled out. Harry and Susan were among the last, walking up the dungeon corridor side by side. Once they were far enough from the classroom, Susan glanced at him. You didn't even twitch when that cauldron next to us boiled over. Harry shrugged. Seemed like a waste of energy. She was quiet for a moment, then said more softly, you know, you're not alone in this. You've got friends, Harry. He turned his head slightly toward her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Susan met his gaze without flinching. Me, Hannah, Neville, we're with you. Harry looked forward again, his voice quiet. Thanks. Don't thank me. Just, don't push us away. He didn't answer right away. But as they reached the main staircase, Harry nodded once. I'll try. Ooh. Charms classroom, Wednesday afternoon. The desks in Professor Flitwick's classroom were arranged in neat rows, and sunlight streamed in through high-arched windows, dust motes dancing in golden shafts of light. The room held the soft murmur of students settling into their places, flipping open textbooks or readying their wands. Harry stepped into the room with his usual calm, scanning the benches. He had expected to sit alone. After everything that had happened, he'd grown used to the wary glances and whispered conversations behind his back. But as he moved toward the middle row, Anthony Goldstein was already there, bag placed beside him, leaving space. He met Harry's eyes, and with a subtle nod, patted the bench beside him. Harry blinked once, then took the seat without a word. They unpacked in silence, their movements deliberate and synchronized. Around them, a few Ravenclaws exchanged surprised glances, but no one said anything. When Professor Flitwick arrived, he greeted the class in his usual chipper tone, launching into a lesson on reverberation charms. As the professor demonstrated with a flick of his wand, Anthony leaned slightly closer to Harry and murmured, just loud enough to be heard. You still have your house, Potter. We don't forget who stands up for us. Harry didn't respond right away. He stared ahead, eyes on Flitwick's wandwork, but his hand, resting on the desk, relaxed slightly. Thank you, he said under his breath. Anthony just nodded and turned his attention back to the lesson, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ooh. Hogwarts, entrance hall, Wednesday afternoon. The echo of footsteps against ancient stone rang clear as Harry descended the marble staircase. The entrance hall was mostly empty at this hour, only a few straggling students moving between the wings. A chill hung in the air despite the sunlight streaming through the tall windows. He strode with purpose, cloak trailing behind him, the sealed letter from Gringotts firm in his pocket. He had business to conduct, vaults to sign for, documents to review, and, if the goblins were to be believed, a widow to meet. But as he reached the doors, they opened before he could touch them. Standing in the threshold, framed by light and shadow, was Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Harry slowed his steps, then stopped. Headmaster, he said, voice clipped but civil. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore replied, his gaze unreadable. Where do you intend to go? To Gringotts. The bank has summoned me to sign documents concerning the Malfoy estate. As the last heir involved, I am legally required to appear. You are still a student. You cannot simply walk out of Hogwarts when it suits you, Dumbledore said, voice calm, but not kind. Harry lifted his chin slightly. That is incorrect. As the last living heir of the Potter house, in good standing and without disciplinary restriction, I am entitled under the Hogwarts Charter to leave the grounds for house business. Dumbledore stepped fully into the hall, closing the door behind him. That may be so, he said, but I am still headmaster. I must consider your safety. I am not informing you for your permission, sir, Harry said. I am informing you out of courtesy. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with something Harry couldn't quite name. You forget your place, Harry. Harry's posture remained still, composed. No, headmaster. I am remembering it. Silence fell heavy between them. Then Harry added, more formally, if you seek to bar my way, then I must call upon your oath of office. Dumbledore stiffened. You swore, upon assuming this position, to uphold the Charter of Hogwarts, the Founder Accords, and all duly recognized bylaws and rights of magical houses, Harry continued. I invoke my right, as heir of an ancient and noble house, to conduct house business beyond the walls of this castle. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. And if I forbid it? Then you break your oath, Harry said evenly. And the castle will know. For a long moment, the only sound was the low creak of timbers high above and the wind whispering against the old stone walls. At last, Dumbledore gave a faint nod and stepped aside. You are walking a dangerous road, Harry. Harry didn't flinch. I know. And with that, he stepped past the headmaster and out into the afternoon light. Ooh. Hogwarts grounds, just after classes, September. The sun was still warm, hanging low in the early September sky as Harry stepped past the main gates of Hogwarts. He didn't look back. At the main entrance, Dumbledore had tried to intercept him. But Harry had stood straight, eyes level, and reminded the headmaster, without anger, but without yielding, that his oath as headmaster bound him to uphold the ancient laws of Hogwarts. By interfering, Dumbledore would risk violating the very magic that governed the school's foundations. The silence that followed had been long and heavy. But the old man had stepped aside. And so, Harry walked. Not because he had no other way, but because he needed the time. The path to Hogsmeade rolled gently before him, dappled in light and shadow. Trees still held their green, though the wind had begun to pick up the first dry edge of autumn. Harry's robe stirred at his ankles as he made his way along the familiar road. It wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend, he wouldn't see other students, wouldn't need to dodge prefects. His leave had been lawfully declared. He walked as an heir, not a boy. In the silence, his thoughts drifted. To the grimoire, the vaults, the accord of the stag, the letter asking him to meet with the goblins and to speak with the widow of the Malfoy line. The walk did not calm him, but it steadied him. He reached the 3 broomsticks just as the shadows lengthened and the lanterns inside flickered to life. Madame Rosmerta glanced up from behind the bar, blinking once in surprise before offering a small, wordless nod. Respectful, wary, as if she wasn't sure whether she was greeting a student, or something else. Harry gave her the courtesy of a nod back and crossed to the flow. Leaky Cauldron, he said, clearly. The green flame took him. Ooh, London, the Leaky Cauldron. The pub was quiet at this hour. A few patrons glanced up as Harry stepped out of the fireplace, brushing soot from his shoulder. He didn't stop. He didn't need directions. He moved straight to the back, tapped his wand to the bricks, and passed through into Diagon Alley. Ooh, Gringotts, Inheritance Wing. Diagon Alley was quieter than usual, the late afternoon sun casting long golden beams across cobblestones as Harry approached the great marble steps of Gringotts. There was a faint charge in the air, as though the ancient wards of the bank recognized him now, not merely as a client but as one with the claim. 2 goblin guards stood at the top of the stairs, unmoving. Their silver-colored armor gleamed in the light, etched with sharp runes and old sigils of wealth and war. Ornate halberds rested at their sides, but their eyes were alert. As Harry reached the final step, the guards shifted. The one on the left inclined his head, not quite a bow, but a sign of recognition. Herr Potter, the goblin intoned in crisp, formal tones. The vaultmaster is expecting you. Proceed to the inheritance wing. The twin doors of enchanted bronze swung open without a sound. Harry stepped into the echoing marble expanse of the bank, and the doors sealed shut behind him. Ooh, Gringotts, inheritance wing, vaultmaster's office. The corridor beyond the main hall was dimmer, the magic older. Torches flickered along, stone walls carved with sigils and runes in gobbledygook. A small goblin in sleek gray robes met Harry near the great bronze doors and gave a sharp, wordless nod before turning on his heel. "Follow," the goblin said curtly, leading Harry down through winding halls deeper into the heart of Gringotts. Eventually, they stopped at a heavy door inlaid with ancient mithril. The runner knocked once. A rasping voice inside responded, "Enter." The door swung open, revealing a high-ceilinged chamber filled with ledgers, contracts, and golden-capped tomes. At the far end sat the vaultmaster, a tall, aged goblin with silver rings on each finger and a monocle of black crystal. He studied Harry for a long moment before gesturing to the seat before his stone desk. "You are Heir Potter," the vaultmaster said, voice dry as dust. "By invocation of the Founders, accords and in accordance with your blood rights and the forfeiture of House Malfoy, Gringotts has transferred all holdings of the now-defunct line to you." Harry inclined his head slightly, composed but watchful. "We begin with validation." From a slender iron box, the goblin withdrew a black quill, its point unnaturally sharp. "A Gringotts blood quill. All major inheritances are confirmed with it, outside of sacred familial bonds cast through ritual blood magic. This is Gringotts law." Harry accepted the quill. As he signed, the quill bit into his skin, not cruelly, but firmly, and glowing red script appeared on the parchment, "Harry James Potter." Magic pulsed faintly in the air. The vaultmaster nodded once. "It is done. You are now recognized master of the Malfoy legacy. This includes 3 primary vaults, 9 business accounts, all residential and ancestral properties, and magical contracts still bound to the house name." From a nearby shelf, the vaultmaster retrieved a smaller ledger with a silver sigil embossed on the cover. "This also includes the house elves bound to the Malfoy estate. 5 total. All have been notified of the inheritance and are awaiting orders." As he spoke, 2 small pops sounded beside the hearth. 5 house elves now stood in a respectful line, dressed in identical gray tabards marked with the faint crest of the Malfoy house, now faintly shifting into the Potter sigil. One stepped forward. He was older, ears drooping slightly, but his eyes were clear and sharp. "Master Harry Potter, sir. Tinkle is the head of the household now. We are yours by law and bond. What be your will?" Harry blinked, the weight of it all still settling. "For now, continue to care for the properties. Restore what you can. No punishments without cause. And, your names will be known. You are not tools. I will need to speak to one of you about some work soon." The elves gave low bows, their eyes wide. "As you command, Master Harry." The vaultmaster nodded once, satisfied. "You are wise to speak clearly. House elves remember kindness, and repay insult." He slid a final folder across the desk. "One more matter. The widow of the Malfoy line has requested an audience. She awaits in a private chamber." Harry glanced at the name, Narcissa Black Malfoy, and gave a quiet nod. "I'll see her. Then tread carefully," the vaultmaster said. "You now hold not only vaults, but legacies, oaths, and beings bound by magic older than the ministry itself." "I understand," Harry said evenly as he stood. The house elves bowed once more and vanished with soft pops. And he meant it. "Ooh. Gringotts, private audience chamber." The tall iron doors shut with a resonant clang behind Harry, leaving him in the subdued golden light of the chamber. Before him stood Narcissa Malfoy, still regal, still poised, though the weight of loss sat heavily on her shoulders. Her pale features were carved from restraint, but her eyes burned with a silent fury. She did not greet him. "You have stripped away the legacy of generations," she said coolly. "My husband, my home, my name, all laid bare to your judgment." Harry stood firm, his voice composed. "Your husband committed treason in the middle of the Wizengamot. He killed an Auror. He tried to murder an heir under the Founders' protection. The law didn't require me to act, it demanded it." Narcissa's expression tightened, but she gave no rebuttal. "You and your son are the last of the Malfoy line," Harry continued. "And so, under the Founders' accords, you may claim protection, but only if you accept the terms I set." She turned to face him fully, her chin high. "You would ask me to marry you. Bind me to the house that conquered mine." "No," Harry said flatly. "Neither marriage nor consort is on the table. I'm offering sanctuary, not power, not influence." That gave her pause. "Then, what?" "A property outside of Britain, a vault with personal funds, and your elf, should he choose to go with you. But the deal only holds if Draco swears the oaths required." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "What oaths?" Harry stepped forward, his voice low but unyielding. He swears by magic in his name that he will never raise wand or will against the House of Potter or any under its banner. That he will not involve himself in political affairs. That he accepts you as head of your household and guardian of what remains of your name. And if we refuse, then the protections fall away. You lose the vault, the property, the escort. You lose what little remains of the Malfoy legacy. And you stand alone, unshielded, before every family your husband has crossed. Narcissa stood in silence, her jaw tight, but there was no fury in her voice when she finally spoke, only quiet understanding. And if we accept, then you keep your dignity, your survival, and the last threads of your house. But you will live under the shadow of your own oaths. Step outside them, and magic itself will turn on you. Her hands clasped behind her back. Draco is still recovering. He is bitter, confused. He must choose, Harry said. You both must. After a long pause, Narcissa inclined her head slowly. We will take the terms. Prepare the oaths. Harry returned the gesture. The goblins will see to the details by this evening. The documents will be magically sealed. As he turned to go, she called softly, You speak with your father's strength, and your mother's clarity. Harry looked over his shoulder. No, I speak with the voice of a house that endures. The same choice your family once made long ago, when the founders offered you peace. He left her in silence, the door closing with finality behind him. Street. Mungo's, private ward. The soft hum of wards surrounded the room, pulsing faintly in the corners like a heartbeat. Outside the tall window, gray clouds hung low, smothering the afternoon sun. Draco lay in the hospital bed, arms folded tightly across his chest, jaw locked in grief and fury. His father was dead, his inheritance, uncertain, his future, shattered. His mother stood beside him, elegant as ever, but the lines around her eyes were deeper. Warren, I've spoken with Potter, she said without preamble. Draco's eyes snapped toward her, cold and sharp. Of course you have. Narcissa did not flinch. You need to hear the truth. And you will listen. Draco sneered. Let me guess, he's demanding our vaults. The manor. She narrowed her eyes. He refused both marriage and consortship. They were his right under the founders' accords. He declined them. He gave me a third option. Draco blinked. What? He offered property and a vault under binding conditions, so that we retain something. Protection. Dignity. Draco stared. So you're just going to hand everything over to him? No, she said, voice icy. Your father did that when he tried to murder an heir under the founders' accord. Lucius ended our protections the moment he raised his wand. Draco's fists clenched beneath the sheets. He didn't just die, Draco. He doomed us. Every ancient protection tied to the Malfoy name, the recognition of house, the safety of our holdings, the magic that prevents seizure, gone. The goblins have already confirmed it. He shook his head, disbelief curdling into rage. This is insane, Potter can't just. He can, she snapped. Because the accords are older than the ministry. Older than Hogwarts. And because he invoked them, properly, lawfully, and Lucius struck in violation of their sacred terms. Draco's voice trembled. Then what's left? She stepped closer. A vault in our name. A property. A future, if we swear not to act against him or his allies. And you must come with me. Leave the country, if need be. Until the worst of the flames die down. Draco looked away. That's it. That's all we are now. Narcissa nodded slowly. Unless you would prefer we fall to scavengers. The ministry will pick over our corpse with glee. Potter is the only one offering terms. If we reject them, we become nothing but a ruined name and a target. She softened slightly, voice low and firm. We have enemies, Draco. People, your father crushed to rise to where he was. There are those who would kill us, or do worse, just to prove a point. Potter, for reasons I do not yet understand, has extended us this chance. If we take it, we live. If not, she let the silence finish her sentence. After a long moment, she added, he has asked for oaths. Not to bind our will, but to ensure our intentions. You will swear not to raise a wand or influence against him or his house. You will not conspire with enemies of the founders' accords. And you will accept the settlement offered. Draco's expression wavered. And if I don't, then I go without you, Narcissa said. And you face the consequences alone. There was nothing else to say. Gringotts, private parlor, early afternoon. Harry stood alone in the Gringotts meeting room and called in a strong voice, "I need the head Malfoy elf." The thick silence of the Gringotts meeting room was broken by a soft crack. Dobby appeared in the center of the warded space, clothed in a finely embroidered tunic bearing the Potter crest. His eyes were wide, round with surprise and pride, but he immediately dropped into a deep bow. Master Harry called for Dobby. Harry stood near a polished goblinwood table, arms crossed, his posture formal. "Yes. As of this morning, I am now Lord of the Potter Estates, which includes the stewardship of all Potter-bound elves and previous Malfoy elves." Dobby's eyes shimmered. "Dobby is honored beyond words, Master Harry. Dobby swears to serve with pride and loyalty. I expect nothing less." Harry motioned for him to rise and continued briskly. "I've offered the Malfoys 2 places of exile, one in Corsica, one in Transylvania. If they choose to accept, they are to retrieve only clothing and non-dark, personal effects. Nothing family-bound or cursed. I need you to monitor them during this process." Dobby nodded, expression sharpening with understanding. "Dobby will make sure, sir. No tricks. No Malfoy treachery. I need you to assign 3 elves to go with them once they settle. One to serve Narcissa, one to serve Draco, and a third to cook and maintain the household. You'll choose them. They are to report to me once a month, or immediately if there's danger or betrayal." Dobby's ears perked. "And if they try to hurt Master Harry or House Potter? They are to act in defense of the house. The oaths are binding, but I trust you more than I trust paper and stone." Dobby puffed his chest. "It will be done, Master Harry. No one will bring harm to the Potter line while Dobby draws breath." Harry gave a rare nod. "Go, then. Prepare quietly. I will call you when it's time." With another respectful bow, Dobby vanished with a sharp crack, Potter magic humming faintly behind him. Ooh. Gringotts, Oath Chamber. Far beneath Gringotts, deeper than the vaults and deeper still than most wizards dared to tread, lay a circular chamber of carved obsidian and runelit stone. The air was thick with age and consequence. No candles burned here, only the glow of binding magic. The walls bore inscriptions in dwarven runes, old goblin script, and wizarding oath marks from a time when magic was not cast, but bargained. At the center, a runic circle pulsed, blue-white, exacting, and ancient. Inside stood Draco and Narcissa Malfoy, cloaked in silver-gray traveling robes provided by the bank. 2 goblin oath masters flanked them, armored in ceremonial silver, magic thrumming faintly beneath the surface. A 3rd vaultmaster Throck presided, holding a black-bound ledger of family oaths and a dark obsidian pedestal. Atop it, a small palm-sized oath stone sat, dull now, waiting. Harry Potter stood within the circle, quiet and composed, his school robes crisp against the glow of ancient runes. Behind him, a ceremonial goblin guard rested one hand on the hilt of a silver-forged sword. Vaultmaster Throck's voice echoed unnaturally. "The fallen House Malfoy stands to swear. The heir and the widow. Speak the terms, Heir Potter." Harry's voice was calm and steady. "By right of the founders, accords, by recognition of the bank, and by the failure of House Malfoy to honor ancient law, I, Harry James Potter, offer conditional protection to its last members. You will swear upon your magic and your name, never to act, speak, or conspire against House Potter. Never to raise wand or coin against any under the banner of House Potter. To honor and respect the Potter line, now and henceforth. To take no part in the politics of magical Britain or work against it. Draco Malfoy shall recognize Narcissa Malfoy as his legal guardian until her natural death. Draco Malfoy shall not, directly or indirectly, hasten her death by action, inaction, or intent. Neither of you shall return to magical Britain henceforth." He paused. "Violation shall result in the breaking of your magic, collapse of your name, and forfeiture of all protection, property, and legacy. These are the terms." Vaultmaster Throck turned to them. "Do you understand what is sworn here?" Narcissa lifted her chin. "I do." She sliced her palm with her wand, and a drop of blood fell onto the glowing runes. "I, Narcissa Malfoy of House Black, swear by my magic and my name." The runes pulsed, and a thread of silver-blue light snaked from the floor into the oath stone, which flickered once, then began to glow faintly. Draco hesitated. His fists clenched, eyes hard. But when he looked at his mother, at the resignation in her face, he exhaled and mimicked her gesture. "I, Draco Malfoy, swear by my magic and my name." His blood fell. The runes flared hot and sharp, and a second pulse of magic flowed into the stone. The oath stone surged with inner light. Runes etched into its surface twisted, then locked into place, final, binding. The chamber fell silent. Vaultmaster Throck reached forward with reverence and lifted the stone into both hands. The oath is sealed. The magic is held. He turned to one of the guards. This stone will be placed in the Vault of Oaths and watched for breach. So long as it remains whole, the vows hold. Harry gave a single nod. That is sufficient. And with that, the fate of House Malfoy was bound, not by war or wand, but by oath and ancient law. Page from the Catalogus Accordiae. Chronicle of Lord Matthias Potter. In a time of growing unrest within the Wizengamot, Lord Matthias, then head of House Potter, sought to gather allies to balance a brewing factional divide. One such opportunity came in the form of Lord Cedric Weasley, a man recently disgraced and cast low by scandal and poor judgment, namely, his notorious pursuit of widows and unwed daughters. In an act of perceived mercy and political calculation, Matthias offered him sanctuary within Potter Hall, hoping to bind an old family into renewed allegiance. By morning, it was discovered that Lord Weasley had violated the youngest Potter daughter, a girl not yet formally introduced to society. Her wedding vows, rituals required by our house's rites, were thus rendered void. In swift and righteous fury, House Potter moved before the High Council. The Weasleys were cast from the Wizengamot, and their coffers were heavily fined. Compensation was rendered to secure the daughter's future, though the damage to honor remained. Lesson: trust must be earned, not gambled. Political mercy must never come at the cost of one's kin. Sealed in blood by Lord Matthias. Let no heir forget. Gringotts, High Conference Room. The room was quiet, high in the upper tiers of the Goblin Bank where treaties and bloodlines were weighed like coin. The walls were carved in white stone veined with silver, and a warded window showed the bustling goblin atrium below. Harry sat at the head of a narrow obsidian table, posture formal, the Potter ring glinting faintly on his hand. Across from him sat Lady Narcissa Malfoy, her elegance tempered by resignation, and Draco, who stared at the papers with careful, shuttered eyes. Two parchment folders lay between them. Neatly written, magically notarized. Final. Harry gestured to the first with a flick of his fingers. This is for a bungalow on the coast of Corsica. It's a modest 2-bedroom, excellent sunlight, full of magical protections. The Goblin Bank in town is under contract with Gringotts, so your accounts will remain accessible. It's well warded and close to a fly-guarded woodland. Peaceful. Private. He tapped the second folder. This is for a castle in the Transylvanian Alps. Older. Larger. It comes with strong protections, high vantage, and plenty of room, but it's remote. Only one flow connection, so travel will take longer. It's also colder, harsher. You'll have isolation, but at a cost. Narcissa's hand hovered over the papers. Draco glanced at her, uncertain. Harry continued, voice level. Under your oath, you may not leave your chosen residence without prior clearance. You must choose one and remain based there. The goblins will hold you to it. He leaned back slightly. Potter House elves can be assigned. They will be under instruction to assist with maintenance and errands, but if abused, they will leave. I will not tolerate mistreatment. Narcissa nodded once, crisp and regal. As for your finances, Harry said, sliding a smaller parchment across the table, you may choose to receive a monthly stipend in coin or have it deposited into a secured vault managed by the local Goblin Bank. You will have no access to other funds beyond what I grant. That is the price of this arrangement. Draco shifted, his jaw tightening, but said nothing. Harry's eyes fixed on them both, firm but not cruel. I've honored the Founders' Accords. You are not prisoners, but neither are you free to act beyond the bounds of what you swore. Make your decision. The room was silent but for the crackling fire in the hearth. Narcissa reached forward, fingers brushing the edge of the Corsican deed. Her eyes lingered on the fine script, on the simple ink drawing of a white stone bungalow overlooking the sea. It's small, Draco muttered, voice low. It's enough, she said firmly. Draco scowled. We're used to halls and wings, not 2 bedrooms and a garden. Harry's gaze did not soften. You are also used to political power, unrestricted vaults, and the ability to walk Diagon Alley without consequence. All of that is gone. What you have now is safety. Choose wisely. Draco looked away. Narcissa ran her fingers along the Corsican parchment once more. The air will be good for him, she murmured. And I am tired of cold stone. She straightened, spine regal, and met Harry's gaze. We choose Corsica. Harry nodded once. The deed will be transferred to the Goblin Bank of Ajaccio. A private vault will be opened in your names. You'll receive a monthly stipend, with the first deposit made upon arrival. He pulled a small stone from his robe, a carved disc, etched with the Potter stag. This will mark your household as under Potter protection. Display it somewhere visible. Ward it properly. Narcissa accepted it with care, holding it as one might a crown or a shackle. Understood. Harry rose, and the goblin standing by the door stepped forward. Gringotts will provide portkey transport. You leave in the morning. Draco opened his mouth to protest, to complain, but Narcissa's hand closed over his, silencing him. Harry turned, cloak sweeping behind him. He paused only once, at the door. Do not test the terms. Do not test me. Harry lingered only a moment after issuing his final warning. Then, as if it had been planned from the beginning, a soft pop echoed through the room. Dobby appeared in neat Potter livery, forest green with silver embroidery, a small crest stitched over his heart. His ears perked as he bowed low. Master Harry, sir, he squeaked. Dobby is ready. Harry nodded. You'll accompany them to retrieve clothing and personal effects. Nothing magical unless approved by Gringotts. No heirlooms. No books older than 50 years. Do not allow them to speak to anyone. You have full authority to intervene. Dobby puffed his chest. Dobby will obey, Master Harry. Dobby will protect the house rules. He turned to the Malfoys, eyes now less soft. Dobby will be watching. Draco scowled but said nothing under his mother's silencing grip. Harry addressed them both one last time. The portkey leaves at 6:30. You have 1 hour. Pack wisely. He left them then, Draco stewing, Narcissa already calculating. Each of them has a goblin-created portkey on a necklace around their neck. Ooh, the leaky cauldron, early evening. The pub was quieter than usual. Only a few regulars lingered at corner tables, sipping pints and muttering over the prophet. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the scent of roast beef and onions hung comfortably in the air. Harry slid into a booth near the back, removing his outer cloak. The day had stretched long, Gringotts politics, ancient oaths, the severing of a legacy, and now, the warmth of the old pub was oddly grounding. Tom, the barkeep, bustled over. Evenin', Mr. Potter. Bit late for school dinner, eh? Harry nodded. Beef stew, if it's still going. Course. And a butterbeer on the house. Tom winked and shuffled off. By the time the stew arrived, Harry ate quietly, savoring the stillness. The flicker of firelight gave the dark wood walls an amber glow, and for a few precious minutes, it was just him and the clink of a spoon. Ooh, the 3 broomsticks to Hogwarts gates, twilight. The walk up from Hogsmeade was brisk, the path dappled in shadow. The sun had dipped behind the mountains, leaving only the last orange traces across the sky. Harry walked in. Silence, his thoughts heavier than his steps. As he reached the gates, he saw a lantern bobbing in the darkness. Hello, Harry. Hagrid emerged from behind one of the stone pillars, warm and broad-shouldered, his beard bristling in the chill. Good evenin', Hagrid, Harry said, voice low but steady. Dumbledore's wantin' to see ye, Hagrid said gently. Asked me to keep an eye out for when ye returned. Said it's urgent, but not dangerous. Harry raised an eyebrow. Said to tell ye the sweet codes, sugar plum. Harry exhaled. Of course he did. Ye all right? Hagrid asked, peering down at him. Harry gave a small nod. Just tired. I'll walk ye to the steps, if ye like. Thanks. Together, they crossed the quiet grounds, lanterns swaying between them, bound for whatever awaited behind the stone gargoyle in Dumbledore's ever-watchful gaze. Ooh. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts Castle. The stone gargoyle shifted with a grinding sound at Harry's quiet, firm command, sugar plum. It spiraled upward, revealing the enchanted staircase. Harry stepped on and let it carry him up, his school robes still dusted faintly with London soot and Gringotts vault stone. The heavy oak door loomed ahead. He knocked once, crisply. Enter, came Dumbledore's voice, mellow but laced with tension. Harry stepped into the circular office, greeted by the scent of lemon drops and the muted clicks of sleeping instruments. Fawkes stirred on his perch, but it was the headmaster who fixed him with a steady, unreadable gaze. Please, sit, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. Harry remained standing. I will be brief, Headmaster, Harry said. You summoned me regarding Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore folded his hands. I am your magical guardian, Harry. What you do, especially regarding families of political significance, carries consequences. I must insist you explain what transpired. Without a word, Harry withdrew a folded parchment from within his robes and laid it on the desk. Dumbledore picked it up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he read. To whom it may concern. I, Draco Lucius Malfoy, withdraw from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry effective immediately. This is done of my own free will, with understanding of the consequences. Signed and witnessed in Gringotts. Dumbledore set the parchment down, his mouth tight. He's gone. Harry nodded once. He has withdrawn, yes. You negotiated with them, Dumbledore said, eyes sharper now, outside my awareness, outside school authority, and outside ministry channels. I acted under the rights given to me by the founders, accords and the recognition of the bank, Harry replied evenly. As you are aware, the headmaster's oath obligates you to obey and uphold such accords. Dumbledore's fingers curled slightly around the edge of his desk. You are 11, Harry. And yet I had to end a threat before my first week of classes ended, Harry said, voice cool but controlled. You told me I had choices. I made one. The Malfoys are no longer your concern. Nor are they mine. Dumbledore leaned back, expression unreadable. And what will you do when others come to you with terms, oaths, demands for sanctuary? When every ancient house sees you not as a child, but a rival. Harry's answer was simple. I'll remember that kindness, without caution, can ruin a house. Silence stretched between them. Fawkes gave a soft trill, somber and slow. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. Very well. But understand, Harry, there are many eyes on you now. There always were, Harry said, turning for the door. Now they just know why. And with that, he left the headmaster alone in the flickering candlelight, statement read and silence sealed. Ooh. Headmaster's office, minutes later. The door clicked shut behind Harry, and silence reclaimed the office like a shroud. Albus Dumbledore remained still for several long seconds, eyes fixed not on the parchment in front of him, but on the space Harry had just occupied. His fingers, now slack, drifted to the edge of the parchment, running along the words in Draco Malfoy's farewell. Fawkes let out a low, mournful note, as if echoing the unease in the room. Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. He's growing into something far older than his years. He rose slowly, moving to stand by the great orrery near the window, watching the slow rotation of enchanted planets. His reflection stared back at him in the glass, lined with age, heavy with years of choices, compromises, victories, and regrets. I had hoped he would have time, he murmured. To be a child. To learn gently. But fate rarely grants such gifts to Potters. His gaze shifted downward, toward the vast grounds of the castle below. The Founders' Accords, he said quietly, almost bitterly. Old magic. Dangerous magic. And Harry steps into it like one born to it. He turned back to the empty chair. Lucius made his move too early. And paid the price. But Harry, a pause. Harry struck with precision. Not cruelty. But with knowledge. Intent. Dumbledore exhaled through his nose. What are you becoming, my boy? And will the world survive it? Fawkes trilled again, softer now, like a fading ember. Behind Dumbledore, the enchanted instruments hummed once more. Still ticking. Still watching. But the headmaster's eyes lingered on the door, as if half expecting another knock. None came. Only the weight of history. And what was to come next? Ooh. Hogwarts. Staff room. Early morning. The fire in the hearth hissed quietly, casting amber light across the weary faces of Hogwarts professors. Most clutched mugs of tea or coffee, robes hastily thrown over nightclothes. The room was subdued, taut with an unspoken sense of shift. Albus Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, hands folded, expression uncharacteristically grim. Thank you for joining me on short notice, he began. There has been a significant development I felt you should all be made aware of before breakfast. He paused, then continued, as of last night, Draco Malfoy is no longer a student of Hogwarts. He has formally withdrawn. A beat of stunned silence met his words. Minerva McGonagall was the first to speak. Withdrawn? That quickly? Under whose authority? His family's, Dumbledore said, tone measured. Lady Narcissa Malfoy claimed sanctuary under the Founders' Accords. The request was recognized and processed by Gringotts. They have since left the country. Where did they go? Asked Pomona Sprout, frowning. I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. The details are being held closely. Gringotts provided only minimal information. What I do know is that the sanctuary invoked was legal, and the bank enforced the withdrawal. Severus Snape's voice cut through the air, dark and skeptical. And Potter's involvement. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to him. It was confirmed that Harry Potter invoked the Founders' Accords. And the Malfoys' departure was the result. Flitwick looked startled. But, those are ancient. Rarely invoked. Let alone successfully. I am aware, Dumbledore replied softly. I do not know what terms were negotiated. Only that Gringotts has acknowledged them as binding and final. McGonagall frowned deeply. Does Harry understand what he's wielding? I believe he does more than we realize, Dumbledore murmured. Or at least, he's learning quickly. And what now? Asked Pomona. Should we be concerned? Dumbledore hesitated. Not yet, but we should remain observant. The wizarding world is shifting. And one of our first years is at the center of it. Does he trust you? Phileas asked gently. Dumbledore's silence answered for him. Minerva's voice was quiet but firm. Then perhaps we need to earn that trust again. Quickly. Dumbledore nodded once, gravely. Indeed. Before someone else does. Hogwarts, Snape's office, just before breakfast. The door slammed shut behind him, the echo reverberating off the stone walls like a crack of thunder. Severus Snape paced the length of his office, his robes flaring behind him with every turn. The air smelled of crushed valerian and bitter mugwort, his comfort in turmoil. Draco was gone, without warning, without goodbye, and worst of all, without his intervention. His jaw clenched. Narcissa hadn't warned him. He was Draco's godfather, sworn by magic and vow, and still, she had cut him out. Discarded him, like a liability. He gripped the edge of his desk, knuckles white. But even in his fury, Snape was no fool. He had recognized the weight behind Dumbledore's words. The Founders' Accords. He had studied them as a boy, hidden away in dusty corners of the Hogwarts library, diving into brittle scrolls and forbidden tomes. Ancient protections, old as the stones of the castle itself, some so powerful they predated the statute of secrecy. Potter invoking them, it should have been laughable. But it wasn't. Not anymore. He had felt the magic in the air. Subtle. Shifting. Potter had done something. And Gringotts, the one neutral force in the entire bloody magical world, had upheld it. Snape sat slowly in his chair, hands steepled beneath his chin. The Malfoy line was broken, disgraced, perhaps, but not destroyed. That was mercy. Or strategy. He knew this wasn't Dumbledore's doing. The old man looked blindsided. No. This was Potter. Not the boy who fumbled through potions and fame. But someone else. Someone new. Snape narrowed his eyes. You're not your father, he muttered into the quiet, voice low and unreadable. And Merlin help us all, you're not your mother either. His fingers drummed once on the desk. Time to start watching you properly, Potter. Hogwarts, Great Hall, breakfast. The low hum of clinking cutlery and morning chatter filled the Great Hall, steam rising from platters of eggs, toast, and porridge. A faint chill still clung to the stones, the last whispers of night not yet banished by morning firelight. Owls flitted overhead, parchment and parcels dropping onto outstretched hands. At the staff table, Professor Dumbledore stood. Conversation faltered. Forks paused midair. All eyes turned. A brief announcement, he began, voice mild but edged with finality. Draco Malfoy will not be returning to Hogwarts. A ripple of surprise coursed through the hall like a sudden breeze. Whispers sprang to life. At the Slytherin table, confusion reigned. Pansy Parkinson's brow furrowed. Theodore Nott leaned in to whisper something to Blaise Zabini, who gave a slow, unreadable nod. Crabbe and Goyle looked lost, for once unmoored without their usual anchor. Over at Ravenclaw, a few students turned toward Harry. He didn't flinch. He calmly continued eating, his expression unreadable, his posture straight. Dumbledore raised a hand. Silence returned. The reasons are complex. However, know this, his departure was not of our choosing, though some may have played their part. His gaze lingered, just briefly, in Harry's direction. That was all it took. Gryffindors murmured behind cupped hands. Hufflepuffs exchanged wide-eyed looks. The Ravenclaws, those sharp-eyed seekers of patterns, filed the detail away. At the staff table, McGonagall's jaw tightened. Snape's eyes narrowed. Flitwick watched Harry, frowning faintly. Dumbledore said no more. He sat down, as if his words were enough to end the matter. But the whispers didn't stop. Did Potter get him expelled? No, Dumbledore said he left. Still sounds like Potter had something to do with it. Did he duel him? I heard something happened last night. Draco probably ran crying home. Dumbledore sipped his tea. He trusted time to smooth everything over, as it always had. Then, with the faintest of sighs, he added, Draco Malfoy will be missed. The words were meant to soften the blow, to guide the narrative, but instead, they struck a false note. A Gryffindor third year snorted into his pumpkin juice. A pair of Hufflepuff girls shared a skeptical look. At the Slytherin table, a few students wore masks of polite confusion. Others looked relieved. Draco Malfoy had made a few friends. His sharp tongue, disdainful sneer, and gleeful sense of superiority had left a trail of bruised pride and quiet resentment across every house, even his own. Dumbledore either didn't notice or refused to acknowledge the gap between his words and reality. Around the Great Hall, students kept stealing glances toward Harry. Not accusatory, not yet. But curious, calculating. Something had changed, and he sat there like a silent fulcrum. Some Ravenclaws, sharp ones, filed it away for later analysis. A few Hufflepuffs looked uncomfortable. And among the Gryffindors, one or two had begun to reconsider stories they'd once dismissed. Harry Potter wasn't just the boy who lived. Not anymore. And if Dumbledore thought his word alone would end the whispers, he had misjudged the moment. The air felt different now. The rules were shifting. Hogwarts, first floor corridor, leading toward the Transfiguration stairwell. The echo of footsteps trailed softly behind Harry as the corridor thinned. Most students had moved along, glancing over their shoulders, whispering theories in hushed tones. But someone wasn't content to just watch from the sidelines. Potter, came a composed, silken voice behind him. Do you have a moment? He glanced back. Daphne Greengrass, ash-blonde and poised, stepped gracefully into place beside him. Her robes were immaculate, trimmed in Slytherin green, her bearing elegant but devoid of arrogance. Her eyes, cool and calculating, met his with practiced ease. Harry didn't respond at first, but he didn't dismiss her either. She took that as permission to walk beside him. A fascinating morning, she murmured. Though I dare say the headmaster could have done with a better speechwriter. His performance invited more questions than answers. Harry's eyes flicked toward her, cool and unreadable. If Dumbledore wanted clarity, he would have provided it. A small smile touched Daphne's lips. Indeed. But clarity often threatens the illusion of control, doesn't it? They reached the base of the stairwell to the Transfiguration classroom. Students gathered above in small clumps, some casting Harry sideways glances. Most gave him a wide berth now, some wary, others speculative. Daphne paused just before the steps, her tone soft but deliberate. The Potter name has always been underestimated. All that talk of Gryffindor heart, people forget that your roots go deeper than lions and bravery. It's good to see that strength again. Harry arched a brow, silent. She pressed gently. Some of us were raised to recognize where the old powers sleep. And when they stir, it's wiser to extend an open hand than a closed one. Harry stopped. His gaze met hers, level and cool. You're not afraid to say that out loud. Daphne's smile was polite and razor-sharp. I'm not declaring loyalty. Just having a conversation. As a Greengrass, I was taught to observe before I act, and to act when it counts. A beat passed. I'm listening, she added, voice dipped in honey, in case you ever decide to speak. Daphne inclined her head with grace and turned up the stairwell, her robes trailing like a diplomat's cloak, offering neither allegiance nor insult. Harry watched her go, his face unreadable. He walked on. Behind him, the tension shifted like a shifting wind. Whispers slithered along the stone walls, louder now. From the Gryffindors, suspicion curdled into resentment. Ron Weasley scowled toward Harry's back, jaw clenched. He's done something dark. You saw how Dumbledore looked. He didn't deny it. He didn't say anything, Seamus muttered beside him. Just, implied. Hermione walked a pace behind, arms folded tightly. She glanced at Harry now and then, brows drawn. Torn between logic and instinct. Between loyalty and doubt. Further down the corridor, the Hufflepuffs held hushed conference. No hearing. No prefects informed. That doesn't seem fair, Megan Jones whispered. Would the goblins allow injustice? Cedric Diggory replied, serious and calm. There's more to this than we're being told. Zacharias Smith narrowed his eyes. You sound like you know. I do, Cedric answered, voice lower now. But I gave my word. That silence carried weight. Harry walked on, solitary in the center of the corridor, students parting around him like water around a stone. Some glared. Some watched. A few began to wonder if aligning with him might be the smarter choice. Power didn't always thunder. Sometimes it walked quietly, steady-footed and sharp-eyed. And in the wake of that quiet walk, lines began to form, tentative, invisible, but unmistakably real. Excerpt from the writings of Cato Potter, Keeper of the Grimoire, third-generation heir of the Accord. When an accident nearly wiped out the Longbottom line, it was the Bones and Potter families who stepped forward. Not merely in words, but in deed, they gave sanctuary, protection, and training to the sole surviving heir. The Potters cloaked the child in ancient wards and blood-bound charms, ensuring safety from those who would exploit his name. In secret halls beneath Pottermore, he was taught not only magic but history, duty, and restraint. The Bones, with their mastery of ritual and defensive magics, forged new oaths of guardianship and trained the heir in the deeper mysteries of magical law and the duties of legacy. They placed upon him not just spells of protection, but teachings of balance, temperance, and governance, knowing one day he would take up the mantle left behind. And when that heir came of age, he bound himself anew to the accord his forebears had once forged in unity and fire, sealing with oath what blood and loyalty had preserved. Before the sacred flame of the binding circle, surrounded by the living witnesses of the Accord's legacy, he spoke the words and was received not as a relic of tragedy, but as a torchbearer of ancient purpose. Hogwarts, 3rd floor, empty classroom near the Dada corridor. The corridor buzzed with movement as students filtered out from Transfiguration, heading toward their next class. The murmur of conversation echoed off the stone walls until Harry touched Susan's arm lightly. Bones, he said, his tone quiet but urgent. A moment, please. She blinked, surprised at the formality, but nodded. They stepped aside and ducked into an unused classroom, the door shutting behind them with a soft click. Dust motes danced in the slant of afternoon light that spilled through the high windows. Susan folded her arms. What is it, Potter? Harry stood in the center of the room, unshootering his satchel and drawing his wand. With measured care, he held it vertically before him, left hand cradling the shaft, right hand wrapped around the hilt. His voice, when it came, was low, steady, and resonant with ancient cadence. I, Harry Potter, son of the Potter family, call on the Founder's Accord. I call on the Accord of Forebears. I am the last of my line. Susan's eyes widened. She took an unconscious step forward, lips parting in stunned silence. I possess the Potter Grimoire, Harry continued, but it lacks the guidance I need. It carries the weight of our legacy, but it cannot train me in the world we now face. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, bright with fire and purpose. I call on the bidding circle that binds the founding houses. I need help. I do not ask this lightly. I do not ask this for power. I ask, because I must. For a breathless moment, the room seemed to listen with them. The air held still, reverent. Susan's voice was soft. Potter, do you know what you've done? Harry looked to her, his expression grave. Yes, I am invoking our shared legacy. No one's called on the bidding circle since, she swallowed. Since before my great-grandmother's time. Even the accord is a formality to most families now. A ceremony, not a living vow. Then let it live again, Harry said, eyes unwavering. Let it mean something again. Susan stared at Harry, her breath caught between disbelief and reverence. The air still shimmered faintly with the echo of old magic, weighty, watchful. Her mind whirled with fragments of family lore she had never truly believed would come alive in her time. You actually invoked the bidding circle, she whispered in shock, as though speaking too loudly might unmake the moment. Harry nodded solemnly, his expression composed but his eyes weary. I had to. Susan stepped back, then offered a slight bow, not to Harry the boy, but to the role he now bore. This isn't something I can keep to myself, she said. Aunt Amelia has to be told. I expected as much, Harry replied. Tell her I performed the rite properly. The motions, the words, they were correct. That matters. I'll make that clear, she said quietly. Without further delay, she pulled parchment and a self-inking quill from her satchel and settled at a desk. Her handwriting, normally cheerful and looping, turned crisp and formal. To High Regent Amelia Bones. Office of Magical Law, Department of Internal Affairs. Subject: Invocation of the Founder's Accord, urgent. This morning, after Transfiguration, Harry Potter, heir to the Potter line, invoked the Founder's Accord. Specifically, he called upon the bidding circle, with full form and ceremony, witnessed and sealed in my presence. He performed the invocation properly, the correct motions, the ancient words, word for word. This has not occurred in generations. The bidding circle has not been named since well before even your time. He holds the Potter grimoire, but it lacks current guidance. He asked for help, and the magic answered him. I felt it. You will know best what must be done next, but I urge you, treat this with the reverence it warrants. This is no formality. It is legacy reawakened. By duty and legacy. Susan Bones. She sealed the scroll with the wax sigil of House Bones and stepped to the high window. Her tawny owl took the message without hesitation and vanished into the brightening sky. Turning back, Susan met Harry's gaze. We've set the wheels in motion. Harry glanced toward the narrow beams of sunlight falling across the stone floor. Let's hope they turn quickly. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Office of the High Regent. The wax seal cracked with a clean snap, and the parchment unfurled itself into Amelia Bones' waiting hands. Her eyes scanned the first lines, then again, more slowly. Her tea remained untouched on the desk beside her as she leaned forward, the full weight of Susan's words sinking in. He invoked it, she muttered aloud. The Founder's Accord, and the bidding circle. A ripple of ancient magic stirred just at the thought of it. She felt it in her bones, in the way old wards shifted subtly around the perimeter of the ministry. Something had changed. She stood abruptly and crossed the room to a high cabinet, withdrawing an older tome from within. A faint shimmer traced over its surface as she laid it flat. The Potter invocation was recorded. Her niece had not exaggerated. This was real, and politically dangerous. If Harry had called upon the accord correctly, then certain obligations were no longer optional. The Bones family was bound by duty, not sentiment. She could not ignore the claim. Nor could the Longbottoms. She strode to the fireplace and threw in a handful of flow powder. Longbottom Estate, private hearth. Regent call. The fire flared emerald. Moments later, Augusta Longbottom's austere face appeared, framed in green flame. Regent Bones, Augusta said crisply. To what do I owe the urgency? He's done it, Amelia said without preamble. Harry Potter invoked the Founder's Accord. And the bidding circle. Susan witnessed it. The words were exact. The old magic answered. Augusta's eyes narrowed. Impossible. That right hasn't been used in several generations. I know. And yet here we are. A long pause. What's his status? Augusta asked at last. Technically still a student. But politically, he's just made himself heir to a movement none of us were ready to face again. The accord binds us. We must protect him and prepare him. I will send word to Neville, Augusta said, her voice low with restrained gravity. And I'll come myself by nightfall. Amelia gave a tight nod. We owe him more than silence. We owe him the truth. Bones Manor, the Regent's study, early evening. The fire in the hearth flared green once more as Augusta Longbottom stepped through, her heavy travel cloak lined with protective enchantments and her walking stick thudding softly on the ancient stone floor. Her expression, as ever, was one of composed severity, but Amelia could see the tightness at her mouth, the flicker of unease in her otherwise steady eyes. Welcome, Augusta, Amelia said, rising. Thank you for coming so quickly. I considered coming sooner, Augusta replied, brushing soot from her sleeve. But I thought it best to arrive once I'd regained my composure. The accord, Amelia. And the bidding circle. Amelia gestured toward the hearthside sitting area. It happened. Susan wrote me immediately. He performed the invocation properly. The magic acknowledged him. Augusta sat with a sigh, removing her gloves slowly. Potter blood does not lie. But why now? And how did he even know the words? Amelia handed over the letter Susan had written. He said his family grimoire contained the record of the accord but not the current training or guidance he needs. He's asking for help, and as his magical kin, more than that, as co-signatories of the accord, we're bound to answer. Augusta read quickly, then lowered the letter. He's done something none of us expected. We should have watched more closely. He's not the boy that Dumbledore has painted him as over the years. No, Amelia agreed. He invoked duty, not fame. And now the Accord is stirred. We cannot ignore this. The Wizengamot may try to pretend nothing's changed, but this magic, the old magic, it will not be silenced. They fell quiet for a moment, the crackling of the fire filling the space between them. And politically? Augusta asked, tone sharp now. Where does this lead? Amelia leaned forward. Straight into a storm. Fudge will sense a shift, even if he doesn't know why. The factions that support him won't allow a Potter, especially this Potter, to rise with legitimacy behind him. And now the Accord has given him the one thing they can't buy or crush, ancient magical authority. Which means we must act, Augusta said firmly. The last time the Binding Circle was called was 3 generations after the Founders' Accord was created. The only living male heir of Longbottom was protected by the Bones and Potters. They gave more than shelter, Amelia said softly. They passed down magic, secrets, discipline. It was that unity that saved your house. And now, the circle has been called again, Augusta murmured, looking into the fire. But this time it's the Potter heir standing alone. We will not let him fall, Amelia said. Amelia's lips thinned. There could be. The Accord doesn't forget, Augusta said quietly. And neither does the circle. It's not just tradition, it's a binding magic older than most of the families still seated in the Wizengamot. I've begun reviewing the older codices, Amelia said. The wording is severe. He who calls in need, if left unanswered, shall find his voice echoed in judgment. Augusta frowned. We were told he was safe. Hidden. Warded in the Muggle world. Amelia's gaze hardened. We were told lies. I've seen hints in the Ministry archives, records sealed improperly, social checks falsified. I've begun a quiet inquiry, and what little I've found is damning. Dumbledore left him in a place that did not protect him. And no one, not us, not the Ministry, checked. Augusta sat back, deeply still. That's not just a failure of oversight. No, Amelia said, voice low. That's betrayal. They sat in silence, the truth settling like cold iron in the air. And if the Accord considers our silence complicity, Augusta began. Then we owe more than aid, Amelia finished. We owe reparation. Ooh. Hogwarts, the Great Hall, Friday morning, second week. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed an overcast sky, soft gray clouds drifting lazily above the long tables. It was Friday morning, and the chatter of students had the low hum of routine, muffled yawns, clinking cutlery, and the occasional bark of laughter echoing from the Gryffindor table. The post owls began to arrive in a scattered wave, as they always did, but this morning, 4 owls flew differently. They did not circle or hesitate. They did not jostle or flutter. They came straight, sharp, silent, purposeful. A large brown owl with a red wax-sealed envelope descended over Susan Bones, dropping the letter neatly into her lap before wheeling back into the air. An elegant silver owl flew down to Harry Potter, its talons wrapped tightly around an envelope bearing the braided seals of 2 ancient houses. It did not let go until he looked up to meet its eyes. Only then did it release the letter and vanish upward with a single sweep of its wings. A pale owl shimmering with faint traces of spellcraft glided to Neville Longbottom, landing before his pumpkin juice and depositing a green sealed envelope bearing the Longbottom crest. It bowed its head to him before taking off again. And 2 identical Ministry owls, flying in perfect tandem, dipped to the staff table. They dropped a single letter before Headmaster Dumbledore, sealed with formal Ministry red and double-crested. The room quieted a little, not out of fear, but from instinct. Old magic had brushed the hall. Every student, whether they knew it or not, felt it. Susan's hands trembled slightly as she opened hers, her breath catching as her eyes scanned the page. She sat a little straighter, her gaze darting toward Harry with dawning seriousness. Harry unfolded his letter carefully, reading it once, then again. His posture didn't change, but something in his expression did, some inner certainty settling into place. He gave a small nod to no one in particular. Neville looked stunned, his mouth parting in a silent question as he stared at the parchment. He reached for it again, unsure he'd read it right the first time. Then he looked to Harry with wide, uncertain eyes. And Dumbledore, at the high table, read his letter with a stillness that was entirely unnatural. He folded the parchment in thirds, setting it beside his plate without comment. No twinkle touched his gaze. Friday morning had begun like any other. But the owls had delivered something older than curriculum and stricter than school rules, a reminder that not all authority in Hogwarts wore plum-colored robes or held phoenix feather wands. The ancient families had moved. And the storm had just begun to turn. Ooh. Letter to Susan Bones. Seal. Red wax, House Bones crest. Delivered by Ministry Owl. 2. Miss Susan Bones, Ravenclaw House, Hogwarts School. Dearest Susan, your letter was received and reviewed with the gravity it deserves. The call has been acknowledged by both Regent Bones and Regent Longbottom. The bidding circle stands. You and Heir Potter are to return home with me this evening. Arrangements have been made through the appropriate channels. Bring nothing unnecessary. You have acted with loyalty and discernment. I am proud of you. Amelia Bones. High Regent, House Bones. Ooh. Susan's reaction. She reads it twice, the second time more slowly. Her cheeks go pale before flushing with pride. She glances to Harry across the table, gives the smallest nod, eyes wide with purpose and resolve. Her posture straightens. She understands now, this is real. Ooh. Letter to Harry Potter. Seal. Braided twin sigils of House Bones and House Longbottom. Delivered by Silver Ministry Owl. 2. Harry James Potter, Ravenclaw House, Hogwarts School. Heir Potter. Your words were heard. The circle answered. By the authority vested in the accord and in keeping with ancient oaths, Regent Bones and Regent Longbottom formally recognize your claim and call. You will be retrieved this evening and brought under protection for formal discussions and necessary rites. You are to remain with us until Sunday night. Trust that you are not alone. Amelia Bones. Augusta Longbottom. On behalf of the circle. Ooh. Harry's reaction. He sets the letter down carefully. There is a stillness in him, not shock, not joy, but the weight of being heard. He whispers, it worked. Then, more firmly, they answered. He meets Susan's eyes across the table, and something unspoken passes between them, relief, resolve, and the first spark of strategy. Ooh. Letter to Neville Longbottom. Seal. House Longbottom crest, pressed into green wax. Delivered by Enchanted Owl with a faint silver shimmer. 2. Neville Franklin Longbottom, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts School. My dearest boy, Harry Potter has invoked the binding circle. I will be collecting you this evening, and you will return home with me until Sunday night. Do not speak of the circle to others. You may speak freely with Heir Potter and Susan Bones. You will understand more soon. Trust in your family. Trust in your blood. Augusta Longbottom, Regent of House Longbottom. Ooh. Neville's reaction. He stares at the parchment, reading the phrase binding circle over and over. His hands shake. The other boys in Gryffindor ask him if something's wrong, but he just nods mutely and glances at Harry, stunned. There's awe, and maybe a little fear, but also a budding pride that his family is part of something ancient and powerful. Ooh. Letter to Albus Dumbledore. Seal. Formal Ministry Seal. Entwined with House Bones and House Longbottom crests. Delivered by 2 Ministry Owls in tandem. 2. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. By rights afforded to families under Clause 47 of the Hogwarts Charter and Codicil 12 of the Ancient Houses Compact, the following students shall be taken into house custody this evening, Friday, for the duration of the weekend. Heir Harry Potter. Heir Neville Longbottom. Miss Susan Bones. This decision is not subject to appeal. They will return to Hogwarts by Sunday evening. The nature of the visit is private, familial, and within the bounds of ancient law. You are not invited to interfere. Amelia Bones. Augusta Longbottom. Ooh. Dumbledore's reaction. His hands tighten on the parchment. The twinkle leaves his eyes for a long moment. He folds the letter slowly, thoughtfully. Behind his serene expression, wheels turn fast. He realizes now, he no longer controls the pace of Harry's development. The ancient families are awakening, and they are moving Harry beyond his reach. He does not smile. Ooh. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office, Friday evening. The clock on the far wall struck 7, its deep chime echoing through the stone chamber. The fire in the grate crackled softly, casting long shadows against the dark wood and brass fittings of the headmaster's office. Harry Potter, Susan Bones, and Neville Longbottom stood near the fireplace, their day bags slung over their shoulders, small but carefully packed, the kind of preparation done with forethought rather than assumption. All three wore their school robes, but their expressions were far from typical first-year nerves. Dumbledore, seated behind his grand desk, watched them over steepled fingers. Fawkes shifted on his perch behind him, the Phoenix's gaze as sharp and unreadable as the man beside it. "I must admit," Dumbledore began, voice mild, "that I'm rather curious. These letters, so formally worded, so abrupt, leave much unsaid." Susan did not flinch. "My aunt said to be ready after dinner. I trust her judgment." Neville nodded slowly, eyes fixed on a point just past the headmaster's shoulder. "My gran was quite clear." Harry simply made a noncommittal hum, low in his throat, almost polite. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly, though the light behind them was muted. Of course. But surely you understand how unusual this is. Hogwarts bylaws are not, it's rare for 3 heirs to be summoned away in such fashion. Especially when invoked by family right." Susan's posture straightened slightly, and though her voice remained respectful, there was iron beneath it. "The wording complied with school rules, headmaster. That is what matters." Neville met the old wizard's gaze directly for the first time. "You said yourself, sir, that family magic must be respected. We're simply respecting it." Dumbledore turned his attention to Harry, who responded with a vague, The silence that followed was not awkward, but charged. As if something long buried had begun to stir. The air seemed heavier, filled with unseen tension woven between generations of tradition and secrets. The flames in the hearth surged emerald green without warning, swirling upward as a voice echoed from within. "Amelia Bones, requesting connection to Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore rose and stepped toward the fireplace. "Granted," he said, with a flick of his wand. Amelia Bones's face appeared in the flames, her expression crisp and composed. "We're ready to receive the children. Regent Longbottom is already with me." Another swirl of green fire, and Augusta Longbottom's voice rang out. "Mr. Longbottom, step forward, if you please." Neville gave a slight bow to the headmaster, then stepped into the firelight. With a whoosh, he vanished. "Miss Bones," came Amelia's voice next. Susan offered a polite, "Good evening, headmaster," then followed Neville into the flames. There was a pause before Dumbledore turned to Harry. "You are not bound by their decisions, my boy." Harry adjusted the strap on his shoulder, then looked up with unreadable eyes. He said again. Then, after a beat, "Good evening, sir." And he stepped into the fire. The flames roared once, then faded back to orange and gold. The office was empty but for Fawkes and the headmaster, who stared into the hearth as if expecting it to speak again. But it didn't. "Ooh." Headmaster's office, late Thursday evening. The flickering light of the hearth cast long shadows over the shelves of peculiar instruments and ancient books. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingertips pressed together, his expression unreadable beneath the half-moon spectacles. The room, often so full of eccentric warmth, felt colder tonight. He had watched the 3 heirs depart through the flow with their day bags and unreadable faces. The letters, lawful, precise, and unassailable, offered no opening. The Bones and Longbottom women had been ironclad in both demeanor and mind. Their occlumency shields had been impeccable. Not even the briefest flicker of thought had slipped through when he'd tried to peer in. And young Harry, Dumbledore leaned back with a sigh. That boy had grown far too quickly. When had he stopped being the wide-eyed child shaped by privet drive? Where had he learned such restraint, such craft? He grunted. Dumbledore muttered aloud, voice tinged with dry frustration. "And I was supposed to be grateful." He knew something had shifted. That much was obvious. But what? The letter had cited Hogwarts bylaws. There was nothing he could do about that, he'd signed the charter himself in his youth. The language was obscure, but it gave regents the power to extract their heirs under specific conditions, and the signatures on the bottom were irrefutable. But the why, that was the mystery. They are protecting him now, he mused. Acting as though he is already theirs. The old man stood and paced toward the window, eyes narrowing. The Founders' Accord, yes, perhaps that is the thread. Something stirs within the old alliances. But what? What are they hiding? He considered Harry's posture. Formal, measured, controlled. He hadn't said a single unnecessary word. That wasn't the boy Dumbledore had expected to raise as a champion. That was something else. Something older. "I could use this," he said quietly, turning away from the glass. If I can understand what power they believe he's inherited, I might steer it. He would dig. He would pull threads, ask questions in the right corridors of the Department of Mysteries, perhaps nudge a few old scholars. Secrets always leave traces. But whatever this was, it was ancient. And well guarded. And Dumbledore, master of many secrets himself, hated when others held one too close to see. He returned to his desk and summoned a quill. If they would not tell him what had happened, he would simply have to prepare for every possibility. "Harry," he murmured, "you are slipping from my hand, aren't you?" Ooh. Bones Manor, Threshold Hall and Garden of Stones, Thursday evening. The moment Harry stepped from the flow, the air felt heavier, thick with magic and memory. He barely had time to take in the carved ancestral shields of House Bones lining the Threshold Hall before a small, robed figure appeared beside him with a soft pop. The house elf was dignified, clad in cream robes marked with the silver Bones crest. Its ears drooped slightly in deference, and its voice was gentle but precise. "Young Master Potter, please follow. Your robes are prepared." Without waiting for a reply, it led him silently to a side chamber. Two more elves appeared to escort Susan and Neville with the same quiet reverence, each bowing low before disappearing with their charges. Inside his chamber, Harry found the white ritual robe folded atop a low stone bench. Its fabric shimmered faintly, not from glamour, but from age-old enchantments stitched by generations of wandwork and intent. He ran a hand over the cloth before changing silently. When the three of them emerged and stepped into the garden behind Bones Manor, the moon was rising. The night air was still, but the ground buzzed faintly beneath their feet. The ritual ground had been prepared with care. 4 tall iron torches burned at the compass points, north, south, east, and west, casting long flickering shadows across ancient stone. Between each torch stood a stone bowl, each filled with one of the 4 classical elements: clear spring water, coarse salt, black loamy earth, and a nest of glowing embers. Runes carved into the garden stones pulsed with faint golden light beneath their feet: power, pact, protection, memory. Amelia Bones stood at the center, her ritual robes edged in deep violet and bearing the Bones crest. Opposite her stood Augusta Longbottom, firm and commanding in silver-lined robes. Neither woman spoke at first. When Amelia finally raised her wand, her voice was clear and solemn. "By the ancient rites of accord, and by the answering of the circle once called, we gather here to renew bonds of blood and vow, freely, without coercion, and in knowledge of the magic invoked." The flames in the torches flared in acknowledgement. "Long ago," Amelia continued, "our families stood as one. When the founders passed beyond, it was not castles that preserved our world, but those who remembered what unity meant. That strength was tested, and once more it is tested now." She turned to Harry. The binding circle was not spoken lightly. Its call was answered. She gestured around them. "But we do not return the call alone. This night, the Bones and Longbottom houses pledge again to stand at the side of the Potters. To defend the line, the legacy, and the truth that lives in the heir who called." Augusta stepped forward, her voice steady and resonant. "We give oath to shield, to speak, and to stand. Where Potter walks, we do not follow, we stand beside." The wind stirred. The torches burned brighter. Amelia turned back to the three. "Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, will you accept this binding?" "I do," Harry answered solemnly. "Neville Franklin Longbottom, heir of House Longbottom, will you enter this circle, by your own will, to stand with the house that once stood with yours?" "I do," Neville said, his voice steady. "Susanna Margaret Bones, heir of House Bones, will you affirm the path your blood has walked since the first accord?" "I do," Susan said, unflinching. The runes beneath them blazed golden. Amelia raised her wand, drawing 4 circles: fire, water, salt, and dirt. As she did, the bowls between the torches ignited, shimmered, and trembled with magic. "Then the circle is made again," Amelia declared. Not in desperation, but in choice. Potter, Bones, Longbottom, bound by accord, by magic, and by vow. At her final word, the torches surged skyward, white fire spiraling into the dark night. A quiet thrum echoed through the ground before the flames vanished as suddenly as they came. The runes beneath their feet glowed softly, enduring, alive. Ooh. Bones Manor, Guest Wing, Saturday, early afternoon. Harry's eyes fluttered open slowly, the weight of the ritual still pressing against his skin like morning fog. The ceiling above him was High and carved with warded beams, faintly glowing runes danced along the wood like sleepy guardians. His whole body ached, not sharply, but deeply, like every muscle had been drawn tight and then left to hum with echoing power. His breath came slow and shallow, and it took effort to shift and sit up. Pop! A house elf appeared with a folded gray robe in its hands. Its ears twitched and eyes widened when it saw him move. "Young Master Potter is awake," it said with relief and reverence. "The last to rise." Harry blinked. The others. Awake, but not long. Mistress Susan woke before midday, and Master Neville shortly after. You, young sir, bore the ritual's weight alone. Their lines shared the cost. Harry exhaled slowly, his arms resting across his knees. He remembered the moment the ritual had surged, how the earth had answered, how the fire and water had flared brighter, how the wind had stilled. He remembered his voice last, calling into the ancient pattern with the authority of a line nearly broken. "And we all passed out?" he asked hoarsely. The elf nodded, ears drooping with emotion. "The house caught you. It would never let heirs fall." That drew a small, tired smile from Harry. "Thank you." The elf stepped forward and laid the robe gently on the end of the bed. "When you are dressed, I will take you to the others. The regents wait in the conservatory." It paused, hesitated, then added with quiet pride, "The old wards stirred last night. Bones Manor remembers." Harry looked at the runes along the hem of the robe. He wasn't sure what had changed yet, only that something had. Something older than the Wizengamot, something deeper than school rivalries or the public's view of the boy who lived. He was part of something ancient now, outside of his family. He rose slowly, feeling the magic still humming in the marrow of his bones. "Lead on," he said. Bones Manor, the conservatory, Saturday afternoon. The conservatory was warm and bathed in golden light, the tall glass windows casting softened shadows of the garden trees beyond. Amid the fragrance of enchanted orchids and charmed ferns, a low table had been set with a proper afternoon tea, scones, tarts, clotted cream, and polished silver teapots steaming with fragrant blends. Seated around it were Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, Neville, and Susan. The four wore fresh robes, lighter in fabric and less formal than the ritual whites, but their faces all carried the same weary, drawn look, subtle signs of lingering magical exhaustion. With a faint pop, a house elf appeared just beside the glass-paneled door. He bowed low. "Master Harry is waking, mistress," he said to Amelia. A few minutes later, Harry Potter stepped into the conservatory. He wore a simple but finely made navy blue jumper and pressed trousers, his black hair still tousled but his movements steady. He blinked slightly at the bright room, then gave a shallow nod to those gathered. Another house elf popped in beside him and held up a small tray with a neatly made sandwich and a cup of water. "For young master," the elf squeaked, before vanishing again. "Harry," Amelia greeted warmly. "Come sit. Eat something." He obeyed quietly, settling on the wide settee beside Susan, who gave him a small, tired smile. He looked around at the others, the quiet weight of their eyes, and said nothing. Amelia set down her teacup. "You invoked the binding circle, Harry, and you did it with meaning. That matters more than you know." Harry blinked but didn't answer, chewing slowly. She continued, voice level but full of resonance. "Magic listens, but it does not answer lightly. It tests intent. It weighs truth. What you did wasn't rote or an obligation. You spoke from duty, from legacy, and from pain. The circle felt that, and it answered. You didn't just call on the past," she went on. "You awakened it." Harry looked down at the sandwich in his hands. "It felt like it knew me," he said quietly. "Like it had been waiting." Augusta, sitting with perfect posture and sharp eyes, added, "Because it had, Mr. Potter. The binding circle has always connected our lines. But magic, like all things, wanes if not renewed. It has been many generations since the circle was last invoked. The bond between our families never vanished, but it weakened. This ritual reforged what time had faded." Amelia nodded. "The runes beneath your feet, the four torches, the elemental bowls, those weren't symbolic. They were binding agents, keyed into the original accord structure. By completing it again, together, we didn't just echo history. We restored it," Augusta said firmly. "And more than that, we strengthened it. From this night forward," Amelia said, "our bloodlines are no longer merely connected by tradition. They are magically interwoven again, as they were in the days following the Founders' Accord." This is no longer just an alliance between individuals. It's a pact that stretches into the future. Susan sat a little straighter, clearly aware of the weight in her aunt's words. Neville looked between his grandmother and Amelia, wide-eyed. Our heirs will feel it, Augusta continued. The bond will pull them together. The magic will expect them to stand as one. If one house is in peril, the others will feel it. The circle will not be silent. It remembers. Harry stared at the teacup in his hands. His voice was low. So if someone comes for me, they will not find you alone, Amelia said gently. Not anymore. There was a long moment of silence in the conservatory, broken only by the clinking of porcelain and the rustling of leaves just beyond the enchanted glass. Finally, Harry said, "Thank you for answering. You called with truth in your voice," Augusta said. No heir of the accord could do otherwise. There is something else you must understand, she said. This magic does not simply tie us in words or ceremony. The binding circle calls on bloodline magic, deep, old, and primal. And that magic takes a price. Harry looked up, frowning slightly. You fell asleep after the ritual because the cost was taken in strength, Augusta said. Susan and I bore the cost together, as did Amelia and Neville. 2 members from each house to divide the burden. She paused. But you stood alone for the Potters. Harry's expression didn't shift, but he sat straighter. The circle didn't care that you were young, Augusta said, her tone neither pitying nor harsh, simply factual. It saw an heir willing to stand without flinching. It drew on your bloodline's reserves, on you. You took the weight of it all. There was quiet for a moment before Amelia added softly, and still, the circle held. That should tell you just how far the Potter name reaches in the deep places of magic. Susan glanced sideways at Harry with concern, while Neville looked at him in something like awe. Harry swallowed and nodded once. Understood. Augusta's gaze sharpened, but there was the faintest glimmer of something behind it, perhaps approval. Good. Then you also understand that from this point forward, we are bound not by favor or convenience, but by magical law. By blood, by choice, and by legacy, Amelia finished. One we now share, again. Harry glanced toward the enchanted garden glass, the afternoon sun filtering through the trees. He didn't speak, but in his stillness was something solid, something ancient awakening in him. This time, he truly wasn't alone. The conservatory was quiet except for the soft chime of porcelain and the rustling of leaves beyond the glass. Afternoon. Sunlight filtered through, catching in the curls of steam rising from the untouched tea in Harry's cup. He didn't drink. He was still processing magic, exhaustion, the ritual, the weight of what had been done and what had been left undone. Across from him, Amelia Bones was speaking of the binding circle, of the magic it had rekindled between their lines, of the future. Her words were steady, her tone practical. But Harry wasn't hearing them. When she paused, he asked, voice calm but low. Why didn't you save me? The question wasn't dramatic. It didn't explode, it settled. Like a stone in water. Quiet, heavy. Amelia froze. Harry didn't look up. Your family. The accord said so. You were a signatory. You had to know what happened after my parents died. You had to know what the Dursleys were. Amelia set her teacup down slowly, precisely, and folded her hands in her lap. I suspected. I tried to find out more than once. I filed quiet inquiries. Requested oversight. Dumbledore denied me. He insisted you were safe, protected by blood wards too dangerous to disturb. He said everything was as James and Lily intended. That wasn't true. No. Her voice was tight. It wasn't. Then why didn't you do more? She looked directly at him. Because I didn't have authority. The documents were sealed. Your guardianship, your vaults, your will. Every thread was knotted by the chief warlock himself. And every ministry official, too bruised by the war, was too afraid to challenge him. Not even I could afford the price that would have come with making it public. Harry finally looked at her. So you didn't. I didn't, Amelia said. I regret it every day. I made a choice, preserve my family, keep the DMLE from collapsing, and trust that you were being looked after. That trust was misplaced. And you paid the price. The words rang hollow in the air. Harry sat still for a long moment, gaze shadowed. And the training? He asked. Why didn't anyone come to teach me? To prepare me? Even if you couldn't raise me, why not at least send guidance? Amelia's shoulders sank, just a little. Because the circle had faded. The old unity was still written in oath, but not lived in practice. The bonds had thinned over generations. There was no call to answer, not until you gave it voice. I shouldn't have needed to, Harry said quietly. I shouldn't have had to summon you. No, you shouldn't have, Amelia agreed. But you did. You didn't beg. You didn't cry for help. You invoked a legacy. And magic itself answered. That is what matters now. He stared into the amber of his tea. Then, would you have come, if I'd called you sooner? Amelia reached across the table and placed her hand gently over his. We should have come without the call. Ooh. Bones Manor, upstairs sitting room, early evening, Saturday. The sun had dipped low, painting the windows of the upstairs sitting room in warm amber. The light filtered through old lace curtains, casting a patchwork across the rug where Susan sat, curled in one of the velvet chairs, a book forgotten in her lap. Harry had just finished drying his hair from a long bath and leaned on the frame of the doorway, arms folded. Neville was in the hallway, giving them space. You never answered, Susan said softly, looking up at him. Why now? Why did you call the binding circle? Harry didn't move for a long moment. Then, with a quiet breath, he stepped inside and sat across from her. I didn't plan to, he said at last. Not like that. Not yet. Susan tilted her head. But something made you. Harry looked down at his hands, quiet. Then, Greengrass. Susan blinked. Daphne Greengrass. He hesitated only a moment. My grimoire has records of old alliances, rituals, oaths, wars, but nothing of the current political world. No names. No factions. No warnings. His eyes were steady. I don't know who to trust. That's understandable, Susan said simply. Harry moved to sit across from her. There are students at Hogwarts already being groomed to inherit influence. Daphne Greengrass, for example, she speaks plainly, but carefully. She was the one who made me realize how alone I was. Greengrass, Susan echoed, thoughtful. That family keeps its cards close. Not dark, but not openly aligned with anyone either. She doesn't speak like a child, Harry said. She speaks like someone who knows the stakes. I don't know if aligning with her would help me or bury me. Susan studied him. You're asking if it's wise to side with her. I'm asking if anyone is safe to side with, Harry replied. There was a long pause. Amelia walks in front of the hallway. Amelia sits down with them. You're right. Your grimoire won't speak to the now. It was sealed before this era. That's both your weakness and your strength. Harry frowned. Strength. Because you don't owe any of them, she said. No debts. No entanglements. You're not their pawn. Harry sat back, absorbing that. If you want my advice, Amelia continued, watch Daphne. Learn her family's place in the world. Don't rush to bind yourself to anyone. There's power in patience. When people think you're undecided, they'll reveal more than they mean to. Harry nodded slowly. And when you're ready to choose, she said, remember that the strongest alliances aren't always political. They're personal. His expression flickered. Daphne might be a political player, Amelia finished. But ask yourself if she's also someone who sees you. If she is, maybe that's where trust begins. Harry thinks about what was said, and Amelia went to get dinner ready. She seems important to you, Susan said after a pause, her voice casual, but too carefully so. Harry blinked, still a bit lost in thought. Who? Greengrass. Harry gave her a baffled look. Important? No. I mean, we only talked the once. I don't even know her. What she said made sense. It shook something loose. Susan's lips thinned, though she tried to smile. Right. Of course. Harry leaned forward slightly. You don't think I shouldn't have listened to her, do you? No, Susan said quickly, perhaps too quickly. It's not that. It's just, she hesitated, then shrugged, forcing lightness into her tone. It's odd. You barely know her, but she's the one who made you see what was missing. Not your housemates. Not Professor Flitwick. Not even me. Harry tilted his head, confused. Wait, are you upset with me? No, Susan said again, though the edge in her tone betrayed more than she intended. Just, surprised. Harry sat back, clearly uncertain what he'd said wrong. I didn't mean it like that. You and Neville, when I think of people I can trust, you're the first names that come to mind. You're in the circle. She isn't. Susan nodded, eyes down now. But she still got under your skin. Harry gave a slow exhale. Maybe. But only because I was already off balance. She just said it out loud. He stood after a moment, unsure if he'd made things better or worse. I'm going to go find Neville. See how he is doing. Susan gave a nod, keeping her expression neutral. When the door shut softly behind him, she leaned her head back against the chair and whispered into the silence. She isn't in the circle. But I see how easily she could be. Ooh. Bones Manor, Neville's guest room, early evening, Saturday. Harry knocked softly, then opened the door. The scent of old pages and lavender greeted him. Neville sat cross-legged on the rug by the window, a thick, weathered book open in his lap. The crest of the Longbottom family, an upright lion entwined with a thistle, was faintly embossed in gold on the cover. The pages were yellowed, the edges softened from years of careful use. You look like you've found something serious, Harry said lightly, stepping inside. Neville looked up, blinking once before offering a faint smile. It's my great-grandfather's copy of treatises on magical integrity. Dry stuff, mostly, but there's some insight in how he handled the old alliances. He gently closed the book and set it beside him. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, resting his hands on his knees. Can I ask you something? Of course. What do you know about Daphne Greengrass? Neville's brow rose slightly at the name. Quite a bit, actually. We've crossed paths at formal events over the years, ministry receptions, seasonal balls, that sort of thing. Our families keep to different spheres, but when you grow up in the old houses, you see the same faces often enough. Harry nodded. She made me realize how isolated I am. That I don't know the rules, or the players. Neville gave a quiet hum of thought. That sounds like her. She's careful, well coached. Never speaks too freely, but never rudely either. The Greengrasses are one of the truly neutral families. They've survived generations by never overextending and by keeping their dealings balanced. Pragmatic, not warm. Is that bad? No, Neville said thoughtfully. It just means they protect their own above all else. Their loyalty is to the family name first, always. It doesn't mean they won't help others, but they weigh cost and benefit in everything. Daphne will too. Harry nodded slowly. She said something that stuck with me. About not knowing who I could trust. She wasn't wrong. Neville looked at him steadily. You've been thrust into this world without a map. Of course, it shook you. There was a moment of quiet before Neville added, you know, your grandparents worked with hers. They were never close politically. Your grandfather was more forceful, hers more measured, but on the few causes they both believed in, they stood side by side. Quietly, efficiently. Harry glanced up at that. You're saying there's precedent. Neville shrugged. I'm saying there's history. Greengrasses don't make loud moves, but they don't make reckless ones either. If Daphne approaches you again, know it's calculated, but not necessarily malicious. Just careful. Harry leaned back slightly. I don't know if I'm ready to play their games. You don't have to, Neville said simply. You're not them. But knowing the game and choosing when to step in, that's different. Harry gave a faint smile. You always sound like you've been rehearsing these answers. Neville snorted. I have. Gran made sure of it. They shared a quiet laugh. Then Harry's expression sobered. Thanks, Neville. I don't know where I'd be without the two of you. Neville shrugged modestly. Same circle, mate. That means something. Ooh. Bones Manor, formal dining room, Saturday evening. The long dining table in Bones Manor's west wing had been set for 5. Candles floated low over silverware, and house elves had just cleared the main course, roasted pheasant with spiced root mash, when Amelia set down her goblet and leaned back slightly. We should talk about training, she said, looking at Harry with a calm, assessing gaze. Harry straightened a little in his seat. Susan and Neville exchanged glances. You've invoked ancient magic, Amelia continued, and inherited responsibilities that are, in truth, already overdue. That means you need to prepare and fast. Neville nodded slowly. We've been thinking the same. Amelia gave a small smile. Good. Then I'll lay out what I believe are your 3 best options, and the costs that come with them. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small parchment. With a flick of her wand, it unfolded and hovered in the air before them. Option 1. The time room. First, she said, tapping the top line, the goblins offer access to the time room under Gringotts. It's where they train their curse breakers. 1 month inside gives you the equivalent of a year's worth of work, intense, focused, isolated. Harry's eyes widened slightly. But, Amelia went on, it's expensive. Even with the goblins, enduring respect for the Potters, it would drain most of your active accounts unless another family subsidizes it. Neville's brow furrowed. And the other downside? Your age, she said plainly. It's not a glamour or a stasis field. If you spend 3 years of study inside, you'll come out 3 years older. Time moves forward. Susan winced. So, you come out better trained, but while your friends are 12, you're 15. And you'd miss real life, Amelia said. Every Quidditch match. Every political shift. Every chance to build alliances. Harry frowned. That doesn't feel right. Option 2. Air claws, weekly instruction. Amelia nodded and moved on. Second option. Regent Bones and Regent Longbottom conjointly enact the air clause. Neville looked up. I've heard of that. It's meant to allow heirs of ancient lines to receive specialized training, Amelia explained. Usually for estate management, but the law is flexible. Politics, trade, diplomacy, magical contracts, we can cover all of it. Harry looked intrigued. What would it mean? Weekly sessions here at Hogwarts, it is a special class run by families for heirs. One-on-one or group instruction from trusted teachers. Magical theory. Practical wandwork. You still attend Hogwarts, still live your life, but you get concentrated tutoring as well. That sounds ideal, Susan said, but her aunt raised a finger. The downside? The clause is public. Other heirs may request the same training. Greengrass, for instance. Neville sat back slowly. Could be good or bad, depending on who shows up. Amelia inclined her head. Precisely. But it's still the best option for fast, well-rounded learning without giving up your current life. Option 3. Peer training. And the third option, Amelia said, her voice softer now, is simply this: continue as you are. Learn with and from each other. She gave a glance toward Neville and Susan. You're already a circle. You trust each other. Susan knows magical law. Neville has his family's rituals and defensive training. You'd be surprised how much you can build just from supporting one another. Harry looked between them both. We've already started that, a bit. You have, Amelia agreed. And it should continue. But on its own, it's slow. Peer learning is best when paired with something stronger. She folded her hands. Which is why I recommend a combination. Activate the air clause for weekly training and let peer learning fill the gaps. You grow with others and still build from within. Neville leaned forward. I'd be in favor. I'd like to learn estate management anyway. Grant says I'll inherit the hall sooner than I think. Susan nodded. And I want to be ready to support Auntie in the DMLE. Law, politics, this is good for me, too. Harry looked thoughtful. And what about others joining? Like Greengrass. Amelia didn't smile, but her voice had a note of amusement. Then you'll learn faster how to navigate competition. Neville chuckled. It'll be good practice. Susan glanced at Harry. You called on us because you didn't know whom to trust. You still don't, but this gives you a place to stand while you learn. Harry nodded slowly. I agree. The circle was the first move. This will be the second. Amelia lifted her goblet. Then we'll draft the paperwork tomorrow. And notify the headmaster on Monday. They raised their goblets, apple cider for the students, fire whiskey for Amelia. A small clink echoed through the room. A quiet, decisive beginning. Ooh. Bones Manor, evening study, Saturday night. The fire's soft glow flickered over the shelves of ancient tomes and parchments scattered on the table. Amelia sat calmly, sorting through papers. Harry stood nearby, brow furrowed in thought. You look like you have questions, Amelia said kindly. Harry hesitated, then asked, you said the magic in the binding circle can weaken over time, what about the Founder's Accord? That's the big protective magic, right? Does it fade, too? Amelia nodded. It can, if it isn't kept alive. Harry's eyes widened. How do you keep it alive? Amelia smiled softly. The Founder's Accord is a living magic. Every time a new leader takes an oath, whether it's the Minister of Magic, a member of the Wizengamot, or even the Hogwarts headmaster, they tie a piece of their own magic to the accord. So each oath is like, adding more power to it. Yes, Amelia said. That's how it stays strong across generations. But if the leaders stop renewing their oaths properly, or if the magic tide weakens, the accord loses strength. Harry thought hard. Since my parents died, maybe fewer people have been adding their magic. Exactly, Amelia confirmed. The last years have been difficult. The ties aren't as strong as before. Harry's eyes brightened with determination. So if we make sure every leader renews their oath properly, the accord will get stronger again. Amelia gave a proud nod. That's right. And that's one reason why your role is so important. Harry squared his shoulders. Then I want to learn everything about the accord and the binding circle, so I can help keep it strong. Amelia's smile deepened. You're starting to think like a true heir. Harry smiled back, feeling the weight of responsibility settle, but also a spark of hope. Harry's brow furrowed again. Is there anything the families can do if the accord gets weak? Like a ritual or something? Amelia glanced at him, her eyes serious but encouraging. Yes, there is an ancient ritual, one only the founding families can perform together. It's how the accord was first sealed, and how it can be renewed or strengthened. Harry's heart quickened. Really? Why haven't you done it before? Amelia sighed. It requires the presence and the full commitment of the heirs from the Bones, Longbottom, and Potter families. It's not a simple ceremony. It draws heavily on each bloodline's magic, binding them again as one. Is it dangerous? Draining? Yes, Amelia admitted. But necessary when the accord needs bolstering. It's not a ritual to be taken lightly. That is why it has not been done for many generations, only when the magic falters enough to demand it. Harry felt a mixture of awe and resolve. Then we have to be ready. We need to know how to do it, and when. Amelia nodded. Precisely. That's part of what your training in this new binding circle will help prepare you for. Harry met her gaze, determination burning bright. Then I'll do whatever it takes. Ooh. Bones Manor, library, Sunday morning. The soft morning light filtered through the tall windows of the manor's library. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and leather-bound records created a quiet sanctuary from the world outside. Around a large wooden table, Harry, Susan, and Neville sat with notebooks and scattered parchments, the energy between them purposeful but relaxed. Susan pushed up her sleeves and tapped a thick volume embossed with the Bones family crest. Let's start with magical law and customs. If you're going to navigate the political world, understanding the rules and how to influence them is critical. Harry nodded. What's the biggest thing I should know? Susan smiled slightly. The ministry's power rests heavily on tradition. For example, oaths are not just promises, they're magical bonds. When someone swears an oath before the Wizangama, their magic literally tied to that promise. It can be used to hold them accountable or to enforce alliances. She pointed to a page illustrating the formal procedures. Knowing how to craft or break oaths, how to appeal precedents, and how ceremonial law works can be your sharpest tool in politics. Neville opened a worn book stamped with the Longbottom sigil and leaned forward. From my side, defensive magic is vital. There's no use in political games if you can't protect yourself. Here, I've collected spells and charms used by our family for generations, barriers, wards, and counter curses. Harry scanned the pages, impressed. And what about the old rituals? Like the binding circle? Neville nodded. Exactly. I've been studying the runes and incantations. The binding circle isn't just tradition, it's powerful magic that links bloodlines. If you can understand and strengthen those bonds, you can call on allies when needed. Susan added, that's the difference between knowing magic and mastering it for your family's survival. Harry looked thoughtful. And the practical side, running estates, dealing with politics day to day. Susan pulled out a list from her notes. Estate management involves more than just land and money. Magical contracts, negotiation tactics, managing magical workers, like house elves or goblins, and political alliances all fall under that. Neville chimed in, we should also cover the heir clause and how the special training at Hogwarts will work. Knowing the law behind it will help you push back if others try to use it against you. Harry smiled faintly, feeling the weight of their combined knowledge but also its promise. So we start with these foundations, law, defense, rituals, and build from there. Exactly, Susan said firmly. Once you grasp the law, you can bend it. Once you know defense, you can survive. Once you master the rituals, you control the power. Neville grinned. And all the while, we train together. Peer learning will fill the gaps. They shared a quiet moment, a pact formed not just of magic but of trust. Harry broke the silence. Thank you. For helping me. Susan gave a rare, genuine smile. We're a circle now. You're not alone. Neville laughed softly. Besides, who else could put up with us? Their laughter filled the room, carrying the promise of future strength and alliance. Ooh. Bones Manor, upstairs sitting room, Sunday afternoon. The afternoon sun warmed the sitting room where Amelia settled into a high-backed chair opposite Harry, Susan, and Neville. A tray with tea and biscuits sat forgotten on the side table as Amelia's expression grew serious, her tone calm but authoritative. Now that you've spent the morning absorbing foundational knowledge, it's time to discuss how the law protects and limits you here at Hogwarts, Amelia began, folding her hands neatly in her lap. Specifically, the air clause and what it means for your training and defense. Harry leaned forward, attentive. The air clause, Amelia explained, is an ancient statute enacted jointly by the Bones and Longbottom Regencies to provide specialized instruction for heirs of notable magical bloodlines. It allows you to attend extra classes on estate management, magical law, and defensive magic outside your normal Hogwarts curriculum. She paused, letting the weight of that sink in. Because this is official, it grants you some protections, but also some limits. Neville raised a hand. Limits? How so? Your training under the clause must follow ministry-approved instructors, in this case elder family member, and take place within Hogwarts or designated locations, Amelia said. No secret dueling clubs or forbidden magic lessons. You can't simply use your bloodline as a reason to break school rules or ministry law. But the instructors are free to have the class study anything as long as it obeys these rules. Susan added, so it's a shield, but not a free pass. Precisely, Amelia nodded. You will have access to the best tutors and resources, but any self-defense you practice must be justifiable under wizarding law. If you're ever challenged, whether in the classroom or by orders, you must be able to explain your actions as appropriate and necessary. Harry considered this. So if someone attacks me, I can defend myself as long as I don't escalate. That's right, Amelia said firmly. Know your limits, but be confident in your rights. That's what we'll train. She shifted, producing a small, worn parchment and spreading it carefully on her lap. Now, the Wizengamot, the highest court and governing council, will often decide your fate in political disputes. Understanding who sits there and their allegiances is vital. She pointed at the names and portraits inked in delicate calligraphy. There are 65 members, many have loyalties to powerful families or factions. Amelia tapped one portrait. Regent Bones, your aunt's family, has a seat and holds a moderate but firm stance on tradition and magical law. She then indicated another. Regent Longbottom, on the other hand, is more progressive, favoring reform but cautious of rapid change. She pointed at a few others. Families like the previous Malfoy or Parkinson often push conservative agendas. Others may be swayed by alliances or political gain. Harry's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So if I'm called before them, I need to know their politics, their biases. Exactly, Amelia said. And you must remember that your oath as heir ties you to this accord and its protections, but it also marks you. They'll watch you closely. Susan leaned forward. Can you teach us to recognize their styles, their telltale signs in court? Amelia smiled briefly. That will be part of your political training. Knowing who speaks when, their subtle cues, and how to present your case effectively. She glanced at Harry. We'll start with basic protocols and build toward mastering courtroom strategy. Harry nodded, feeling both daunted and empowered. Amelia rose, signaling the session's close. This is your world now, Harry. But you will not face it alone. As she left the room, the three heirs exchanged looks, more determined, more united than before. Amelia returned a few minutes later, this time with a thick binder wrapped in soft dragonhide. She laid it on the low table in front of the three heirs and flipped it open with practiced precision. As promised, she said, here's what you need to understand about the Wizengamot. Harry sat straighter. Neville and Susan leaned in. Amelia tapped the first page, an organizational chart, enchanted to shimmer faintly in gold and purple. The modern Wizengamot is made up of 65 total seats, divided into 3 categories. 50 seats held by ancient and noble families, called blood seats. 10 seats held by appointed ministry directors. 5 seats reserved for living recipients of the Order of Merlin, first class. All are voting members. Each seat carries 1 vote, and most decisions require a simple majority unless noted otherwise. Harry furrowed his brow. So the families are still the largest bloc. They are, Amelia said, but it's more complex than that. No single family holds more than 1 seat, so alliances are everything. And while the bloodlines can vote independently, most follow faction leaders, like previous Malfoy or Abbott. She flipped to a second page, this one a map of seats grouped into colored banners. The three factions of power. Currently, the Wizengamot has three dominant factions, Amelia said. 1. The Traditionalists, previously led by Lord Lucius Malfoy. They push for bloodline purity, economic control through old vaults, and strict magical law enforcement. Malfoy, Parkinson, Selwyn, Yaxley, these families vote in lockstep. 2. The Centrists, informally led by Regent Bones and Regent Longbottom. Supporters of measured reform. Includes Bones, Longbottom, Abbott, Greengrass, and sometimes Shafiq or Macmillan. They focus on security, education, and preserving magical culture, without sliding into dogma. 3. The Progressives, a fractured group. Includes ministry appointees, a few newer families like Clearwater, and 2 of the Merlin seat holders. They want transparency, rights for magical beings, and modernization of outdated statutes. But they lack unity and often splinter. Harry tapped the page. What about the Merlin seats? Amelia's eyes narrowed slightly. Prestigious. Rare. They carry political weight, but they're unpredictable. Right now, only 5 living recipients sit in the Wizengamot. One of them is Albus Dumbledore. Neville shifted in his seat. And how does he vote? Amelia gave a tight smile. He claims neutrality. In truth, he votes where he believes it will do the most good, or preserve his own vision of peace. She turned to Harry. This is why your position is delicate. The Potters have not voted in over a decade. Your return draws attention. Some will seek your allegiance. Others will fear your potential to tip the balance. Harry considered that. So I have to learn who's who before I ever speak. Yes, Amelia said firmly. If you speak too early, you'll be dismissed. Speak too late, and decisions will be made without you. Know your ground. Ooh. Written summary. Wizengamot breakdown. 50 bloodline seats, ancient and noble families Potter, previous Malfoy, Bones, Longbottom, etc. 10 ministry directors, senior department heads DMLE, Muggle relations, international magic, etc. 5 Merlin Award seats, Living Order of Merlin, first-class holders e.g., Dumbledore. Voting power. 33 votes equals majority. Supermajority 44 needed for changing core magical laws or dissolving basic accords. Ooh. Amelia flipped to a page titled, Government Figures and the Limits of Power. A silver ministry crest shimmered faintly in the corner. Now, she said, about the Minister for Magic. Harry glanced at the emblem. He's not part of the Wizengamot. Amelia's mouth tightened. No, not formally. The minister has the right to speak before the Wizengamot in present legislation or arguments, but he holds no vote unless he is also the head of a voting family. Neville blinked. Wait, so if someone like Fudge isn't the head of his family, he has no power in the chamber? Exactly, Amelia said. Cornelius Fudge is not the head of House Fudge. His older brother holds the family seat. So in the Wizengamot, Fudge must persuade others, he cannot command. Harry leaned forward. So the minister is more figurehead than ruler. Figurehead, Amelia said with a faint smirk, is generous. He leads the ministries day to day, appoints department heads, and manages public affairs. But in matters of law, magical treaties, or ancient rights, the Wizengamot rules. The true power in magical Britain lies not in the ministry, but in the alliances formed within these walls. The minister may wave, speak, even command, but without votes behind him, he is just another clerk in a finer robe. Amelia conjured a small, silver-bound tome. To float in front of them. There's one more clause you need to understand, especially you, Harry. He met her gaze, serious now. It's called the Emergency Indictment Clause. The law allows the Minister for Magic, with the co-signature of the head of magical law enforcement, to send a witch or wizard directly to stand before the full Wizengamot, bypassing all standard legal process. Neville stiffened. Even if the accused is a minor. Amelia's expression was grim. Yes, that clause predates modern protections. It was meant for use in times of magical war or rebellion. And it is almost never invoked. Harry's voice was quiet, but they used it. For me, yes. Her jaw tightened. Lucius Malfoy manipulated the system. Fudge used the minister's prerogative. And she looked down for a moment, was bound by position to honor the request, even if I disagreed with it. Susan frowned. So he can name anyone an enemy, and you have to enforce it. Only if I co-sign, Amelia said. Which I won't again without ironclad proof. That kind of power is meant to be wielded with precision. It's not justice, it's leverage. Harry swallowed. So the law they used to bring me in was real. It was real, Amelia said. But it was twisted. Understand this, the minister has very little power on his own, except this. And that makes it all the more dangerous when misused. Ooh. Emergency Indictment Clause Summary. Triggering authority. Minister for Magic. Plus co-signature of the head of magical law enforcement currently Amelia Bones. Effect. Immediate summons of a witch wizard before the full Wizengamot, bypassing Auror investigation or Wizengamot pre-trial counsel. Limitations. Must be formally logged in ministry archives. Does not guarantee a conviction, only a public trial. If used improperly, risks backlash or vote of censure. Historical use. Originally for traitors, rogue unspeakables, and wand bearers breaking accorded law. Last used against a minor before Harry, Grindelwald's sympathizer's son, 1946. Ooh. The best defense against it is to be publicly allied with power, like you are now with Susan and Neville. But should it ever come again, you'll know your rights, and I'll be ready. As the last rays of the sun angled through the enchanted windows, Amelia reached for a faded scroll tucked between two leather-bound books. This, she said, unrolling it carefully on the table before the three heirs, is a copy of the original phrasing from the Founders' Accord, the binding that shaped magical Britain after the fall of Avalon. Harry leaned forward. The parchment smelled faintly of ashen ink. Neville read aloud softly, "Number hand shall break what was wrought by blood and oath, save the unmaking of all that stands upon it." Susan's brow furrowed. That means. Amelia nodded, her tone grave. It means the accord cannot be unbound, not unless you're willing to tear down every institution built upon it. She looked Harry straight in the eye. The Wizengamot, the Ministry of Magic, the headmaster's power at Hogwarts, they all draw legitimacy from the Founders' Accord. It's not just history. It's active magic, continuously reinforced by the oaths of those in power. Neville swallowed. So if someone tried to dissolve the accord, they'd strip the bones from the nation, Amelia said. Every law, every title, every ministry office, all would collapse. Chaos. Civil war. It's why no one dares. Harry sat back slowly, absorbing it. Then it's not just a symbol. No. Amelia's voice was firm. It is the keystone, which is why your families, Potter, Longbottom, and Bones, still matter. Because the magic that holds the accord also listens to those who first swore it into being. Ooh. Founders' Accord. Immutable core clause. No hand shall break what was wrought by blood and oath, save the unmaking of all that stands upon it. Implications. Accord cannot be nullified without destroying. The Wizengamot. The Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts. Governing structure. All power derived from the accord collapses if the accord itself is destroyed. Protection. The oaths of every head of office continue to renew the accord's stability. Attempting to circumvent or unmake the accord would cause a magical collapse. Legacy families. Bones, Longbottom, and Potter hold ancestral ties to the ritual that created the accord. Their heirs can potentially renew, strengthen, or anchor the accord through ritual, as Amelia previously hinted. Ooh. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Sunday evening, just before dinner. The flow roared to life. Green fire flared high, spilling out into the hearthstone with force that felt just a little too precise to be casual. Susan Bones stepped out first, in formal robes with the Bones sigil stitched above her heart. Her chin was high. Neville Longbottom followed, his expression serious and resolute. Then came Harry Potter, cool and composed, as though he'd just stepped out of a courtroom rather than a manor hearth. Albus Dumbledore looked up from behind his desk, quill stilling mid-line. "My dear children," he said, tone mild but eyes sharp. "You've returned early." Susan didn't bother with pleasantries. "We returned exactly as scheduled. Sunday evening, before dinner, as permitted under the Heir Clause." Neville stepped forward slightly. "We followed proper channels, Headmaster. We informed you by letter." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze evenly. "And the line from Bones Manor to this office remains unrevoked. As it has for centuries." "Of course," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. "Still, I had wondered if you might extend your stay. Matters of legacy can take time." "They do," Susan said, tone clipped, "and we'll continue that work while at school." Neville added, we've made progress. But Hogwarts remains part of that duty. Dumbledore's gaze flicked between the three of them. Duty. A heavy word for such young shoulders. Harry gave the faintest smile. The weight doesn't go away, sir. Best to learn how to carry it. Silence lingered for a moment, heavy with unspoken things. Portraits rustled faintly but didn't speak. Dumbledore folded his hands. And will I be informed of what progress was made? Susan smiled, cool and formal. Family matters were discussed. Private ones. The sort that do not concern the school. A long pause. Very well, the headmaster said at last. I trust you'll find your dormitories unchanged. If there's anything you require. Neville interrupted. We have what we need. Harry gave a polite dip of the head. Thank you, headmaster. The three turned as one, not lingering, not asking leave. They had not come for permission. They had come to remind the school that they were watching now. Ooh, Hogwarts, the Great Hall, Sunday evening feast. The doors to the Great Hall opened with a heavy creak that silenced a dozen conversations mid-word. 3 students entered shoulder to shoulder. Susan Bones on the left, her red hair braided down her back, robes crisp and marked with the ancient crest of House Bones. Neville Longbottom on the right, more sure of his posture than he'd ever been in public, head high and gaze forward. And at the center, Harry Potter, his movements precise, every line of his body composed, a quiet fire behind his green eyes. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They simply walked. Through the middle of the hall, between the long tables, flanked by whispering students who had barely begun to digest the storm of rumors from the weekend. No one smiled. No one waved. There was nothing casual about this entrance. It was a procession. It was a declaration. And then, when they reached the midpoint, right between the 4 house tables, they stopped. A heartbeat passed. And then, in perfect synchrony, they nodded to one another and broke apart. Susan turned to Hufflepuff and strode to her seat without a flicker of hesitation. Neville made his way to Gryffindor, met the stairs with calm weight, and sat at his usual place as though nothing had changed. Harry Potter turned toward Ravenclaw, every step measured, passing under the enchanted ceiling that had gone still and cloudless above them. He took his seat at the end of the table as though he hadn't just walked through the hall like a prince among peers. Conversation resumed slowly, first in bursts, then in waves. But the mood had shifted. Everyone had seen it. Unity. Strength. Control. 3 students had left on Friday. 3 heirs had returned. Ooh. Scene. Monday morning, headmaster's office. The hour was early, and the castle had only just begun to stir. The steady scratching of quill on parchment filled the silence of the headmaster's office, mingling with the faint steam of lemon-scented tea curling in the air. Suddenly, with a flicker of green and a sharp snap of magic, the hearth flared. A single letter landed on the stone tiles, heavier than paper had any right to be. Dumbledore turned, his quill stilling mid-word. He didn't need to see the seal to know its weight. But he looked anyway. A dual crest adorned the wax, deeply pressed, Bones and Longbottom, set side by side. Not from students. Not from children. From regents. The headmaster opened it without a word. Ooh. The letter. To Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. This correspondence serves as formal notice that the heirs of House Bones, House Longbottom, and House Potter shall be attending instructional sessions under the authority of the Heir Clause, duly recognized within Hogwarts bylaws and the Wizengamot Charter. The subject of these sessions shall be estate management, encompassing magical inheritance law, political structure, estate governance, historical accords, and relevant magical protocols. Instruction will be provided by tutors selected and approved by the regencies of Bones and Longbottom. All instructors are cleared at the ministry level and will abide by Hogwarts protocols. Sessions will take place weekly on Tuesdays and Thursdays, from 7:15 to 8:30 p.m., in the amphitheater classroom on the 4th floor, beginning this week. Attendance will be exclusive to the aforementioned heirs unless written invitation is extended and approved by the presiding regents. Should faculty or staff have reason to inquire, you may refer them to Bylaw 2.11. These arrangements fall within its purview. Respectfully, Amelia Susan Bones, Regent of House Bones. Augusta Wilhelmina Longbottom, Regent of House Longbottom. Ooh. Dumbledore read it twice, once for the content, again for the silence between the lines. It mentioned Potter only by association. Clever. Protective. The Potters had no public regent. which meant that whoever negotiated this had done so with caution and tradition behind them. And it was all airtight. He placed the parchment gently beside his teacup and leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. Estate management, he murmured. It begins. He stood and walked slowly to the fireplace, pulling out a small square of enchanted parchment. Minerva, he said, dipping his quill again, I believe we'll need to prepare the fourth-floor amphitheater. Old protections may need refreshing. A moment later, his note vanished in a shimmer of silver-blue flame. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the letter from the Bones Inn. Longbottom Regencies spread out before him. The morning light sifted softly through the windows. A quiet knock preceded Severus Snape's entrance. He moved with measured steps, his eyes sharp and calculating. Good morning, Severus, Dumbledore said, gesturing to a seat. Please, sit. Snape nodded once, settling into the chair, eyes immediately drawn to the letter. Without comment, he unfolded it and read silently, his face unreadable. After a long moment, Snape's gaze lifted, meeting Dumbledore's with cool appraisal. Dumbledore smiled faintly but said nothing, waiting. The door opened again, and Minerva McGonagall entered, her expression taut. Albus, she said sharply, I just received word about this farce from your note. Snape's eyes flicked toward McGonagall, then back to Dumbledore. He said nothing, but the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his concern. How could this have been arranged without the school's consultation? McGonagall pressed. Dumbledore folded his hands calmly. The Regencies invoked an ancient statute, the Heir Clause, tied to agreements older than the Ministry itself. Their authority supersedes the usual channels. Snape's eyes briefly narrowed. He remained silent, but the way he folded the letter carefully and let it rest on the desk spoke volumes, an unread readiness. McGonagall shook her head. Hogwarts is a place apart, not a stage for political maneuvering. This undermines tradition and balance. Dumbledore's gaze was distant. Tradition has its place, but power finds ways to flow regardless. Knowledge is the greatest ally, sometimes even secrets are worth gathering. Snape's voice finally broke, quiet and measured. I will observe closely. The heir's influence must be understood before it can be countered, if necessary. Dumbledore's smile deepened, enigmatic. Wise. Patience will serve us well. The two professors exchanged glances. McGonagall, troubled but resigned, nodded slightly. Snape remained still, a sentinel in the shadows, already calculating what steps to take next. Hogwarts, Ravenclaw head of House Hallway, late afternoon. Professor McGonagall stood quietly, her voice low but sharp as she spoke to the Ravenclaw head of house. I don't like this sudden enforcement of the Heir Clause. It hasn't been used since before my own time as a student. For them to push these estate management classes on the heirs without informing anyone, it feels like a political move wrapped in secrecy. The head of house nodded thoughtfully. They probably want to avoid alarming the students or stirring gossip. As they spoke, a Ravenclaw student happened to pass nearby, lingering momentarily within earshot. The girl's eyes widened as she caught key phrases: Heir Clause, estate management classes, secret enforcement. Later, the student couldn't resist sharing what she'd heard with a few close friends. From there, the whispers spread quickly throughout the house. Hogwarts, corridor near the Slytherin common room, early evening. Daphne Greengrass overheard murmurs from a small group of students talking about the new estate management sessions and the uproar among the professors. One voice said, apparently, the headmaster and McGonagall are quite upset about it. They say this kind of training hasn't been done in ages. Pansy Parkinson, Draco's ex-fiancée, sneered as she joined the group. Sounds like the regents want the heirs to be little pawns in their political games. Wonder what Draco thinks about that. Daphne met Pansy's eyes calmly. This isn't just a class, it's a statement about power. And it's wise to be cautious with your words. Pansy's smile twisted into a smirk. Jealous much? You don't like the Potter heir stirring things up. I'm not. Rattled, Daphne said evenly. Just aware. Pansy shrugged and started to walk away, her voice dropping to a low murmur. Potter's nothing but a showman, trying to play at being important. He'll never be what Draco was. I miss Draco, he had real blood, real influence. Not some scandal wrapped in a cloak of mystery. She disappeared around the corner, leaving Daphne watching quietly, her expression unreadable. Daphne's private room in Slytherin. The soft glow of the moon slipped through the tall dormitory window, casting pale light over the neat stacks of books and parchment on Daphne's desk. The quiet hum of the castle settling for the night seeped through the stone walls. Daphne sat in her chair, fingers tapping lightly against the wood, her thoughts tangled in the uncertainty of what the coming days would bring. A sudden soft thump on the windowsill caught her attention. There, glowing faintly in the flickering firelight of the common room fireplace, was a rolled parchment tied with a dark green ribbon, the unmistakable seal of her family's crest. Her breath caught. Carefully, she untied the ribbon and unrolled the letter, the familiar scratch of ink on parchment drawing her eyes across the page. Her father's voice, steady and measured, filled her mind with every carefully chosen word. "Ooh, dear Delphine, I received your letter regarding the activation of the air clause and the lessons it entails. Your understanding of the opportunity, learn, to build connections, and to align with the current heirs, is astute. These are indeed crucial steps in navigating the intricate web of our world's politics. I commend your desire to protect the family while ambitiously seeking to advance in the political sphere. Such balance is delicate but essential. Remember, however, that the path you choose must be measured and deliberate. Allies gained too hastily can become liabilities, and visibility too soon can invite undue scrutiny. Use these lessons not just to learn spells or strategy, but to understand the currents beneath the surface, the loyalties, the unspoken rules, and the power plays. Watch carefully, move carefully, and above all, maintain your discretion. I will support you in this endeavor, but you must keep me informed of all that transpires. Guidance will come, but the choices are yours to make. You must always keep in mind the weight and responsibility your name carries. Align yourself wisely, but never lose sight of where your loyalty must lie. Our family stands foremost, unwavering and true. With all my trust. Father. Transfiguration Corridor, early Tuesday morning. Susan Bones adjusted the strap of her satchel as she rounded the corner toward the classroom. Her thoughts were already ahead to that afternoon's estate management session and the quiet, ever-present weight of her family's legacy. Footsteps echoed behind her, measured and deliberate. She glanced over her shoulder to find Daphne Greengrass approaching, her pale hair catching the morning light like a silver veil. "Air Bones," Daphne greeted, falling into step beside her. Her voice was light, but her intent was clear. "I hear you'll be attending the estate management classes with Air Potter and Air Longbottom." Susan nodded, her posture straightening slightly. "We have obligations to uphold. Preparing for them is only prudent." Daphne's lips curved into a faint, amused smile. "Quite. I've been considering attending as well. Managing estates is a necessary discipline for any future matriarch." Susan kept her tone even. "It's more than titles and land. There's duty involved. Legacy." Daphne's expression sharpened ever so slightly. "Which is why I'm interested. And curious about what your circle entails." Susan stilled, just for a breath. "Those lessons are restricted. Only heirs recognized under the clause may attend." Daphne tilted her head. "A technicality, but one easily addressed." Susan didn't blink. "If you truly wish to join, you'll need to notify your parents. They must formally inform the headmaster. The heir clause is not invoked lightly." Daphne's smile didn't falter, but something colder flickered behind her eyes. "Of course, I understand the gravity of it. But knowledge is power, Air Bones, and I intend to be prepared." Susan nodded once, the gesture controlled. "Then I await confirmation from your family. Until then, the estate management sessions remain closed." Daphne inclined her head with a grace born of breeding. "Thank you for your candor. I look forward to what comes next." As she turned and walked away, her footsteps quiet but certain, Susan stood rooted for a moment longer. What does she want from us? The question burned at the edges of her thoughts. She knew this was more than curiosity. Daphne Greengrass never moved without a reason. Susan forced a polite smile, but inside, 1,000 questions churned. What did this mean for the binding circle? For her family? For Air Potter? She squared her shoulders and walked toward the classroom, knowing the real challenges were only just beginning. History of Magic, Tuesday morning. The room was warm and still, dust motes drifting lazily through the air as Professor Binns droned on about the goblin rebellions of the 17th century. Most of Gryffindor was half asleep. A few Ravenclaws dutifully took notes directly from the textbook, barely glancing up. At the back of the room, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom sat side by side, a single sheet of parchment spread between them on the shared desk. Bin's voice was background noise, unimportant and unchanging. Neville leaned over, his quill scratching out. Statement from Gringotts on vaults. Who owns what titles? Harry, without looking up, added beneath. Estate layouts. Properties, magical and muggle. Holdings in trust. A few lines lower, Neville wrote. Investment portfolios. Family businesses. Domestic and foreign shares. It was quiet coordination, deliberate and focused. Not for a test, not for a grade, but for legacy. Each note was preparation for the estate management session later that day. They didn't need to speak, they were aligned. When class ended, the spell broke with Hermione's sharp voice. Honestly, the two of you weren't even listening. That entire lecture covered a century of policy that led to modern goblin relations, and you were passing notes the whole time. Neville glanced up calmly. We were working, Hermione. Just not on the lecture. Her arms crossed. Working on what? Politics. Secrets. You're throwing away your education while the rest of us are trying to learn. Harry met her gaze without flinching. There are things you can't learn from books. Her mouth opened again, a retort forming, but Ron cut in. You should stop hanging around with him, Neville, Ron snapped, grabbing his bag. Everyone knows he's going dark. The words hit like a hex. Several heads turned. Silence followed. Harry didn't move, didn't blink. Neville stood slowly. His hands tightened around his books, but his voice was low and clear. Say that again. Ron shifted his weight. I'm just saying, people are talking. Then maybe they should shut up and think for themselves, said a voice nearby. Anthony Goldstein stepped forward, his tone measured but firm. You're parroting gossip from people who don't know anything. Ron flushed. Yeah, and what do you know? I know the world is changing, Goldstein said coolly. And if you think clinging to old fears makes you right, you'll be the one left behind. Harry turned without another word. Neville followed. Goldstein walked with them. Behind them, Hermione stood still, torn between frustration and unease. Her fingers tightened on her satchel, as if bracing herself against something she didn't yet understand. Ron stared at the floor, jaw set, pride already choking any hope of apology. Ooh, second floor corridor, just past History of Magic. The corridor was quieter now, students dispersing toward their next classes. Harry and Neville walked side by side, the weight of Ron's words still lingering behind them. Just before the marble staircase, footsteps echoed quickly behind them. Herr Potter. Herr Longbottom. They stopped and turned. Anthony Goldstein caught up, his posture crisp, his tone formal. Harry inclined his head. Herr Goldstein. Neville echoed, Herr Goldstein. A pause. Then Harry spoke. Thank you for what you said in class. Goldstein shrugged lightly, though his tone remained steady. You didn't need defending, but someone had to say it. Neville nodded. It still matters. Goldstein studied them for a moment, then asked, You three. You're not just coordinating homework. What are you actually doing? Harry glanced at Neville, then answered with quiet precision. Estate management. Obligations passed down through blood and name. Goldstein arched a brow. Formal training. With bones. Neville gave a half smile. It's more than training. Goldstein didn't hesitate. Then I want in. Both boys looked at him fully now. Harry's expression didn't change, but there was a shift in his posture, evaluating, measuring. Neville answered first. You'd need your parents to invoke the heir clause. Harry continued, and they'd have to notify the headmaster. It's a declaration, binding, with rights and duties. Not reversible without cost. Goldstein nodded. I know what it means. The Goldsteins have land, old holdings. It's time I stopped pretending I didn't have responsibilities just because they're quieter than most. There was a moment of silence. Not hostile. Just heavy with consideration. If you invoke it, Harry said evenly, you'll be acknowledged as a peer. But we're not a gathering. Or a faction. This isn't about ambition. Goldstein met his gaze without flinching. Good. I'm not looking for ambition. I'm looking for a foundation. Neville offered a slight nod. Then we'll see you in the next session, if your family agrees. They parted at the staircase, but the air behind them felt different. Not lighter, but clearer. One more heir might soon walk beside them. Ooh. Great Hall, Tuesday evening. The remnants of dinner were vanishing from the house tables, silverware clinking softly as the enchanted ceiling darkened into a dusky velvet night. Laughter and idle talk echoed through the great hall, ordinary sounds for ordinary students. But at the Ravenclaw table, Harry Potter stood quietly, gathering his satchel. Across the hall, Neville Longbottom rose from the Gryffindor side, his movements sure but subdued. From Hufflepuff, Susan Bones straightened her robes and joined them in the aisle without a word. The three moved in sync toward the staff dais, where Professor McGonagall waited with her arms crossed and her lips pressed into a thin, unreadable line. "Come along," she said curtly, turning sharply on her heel before the trio could speak. They followed in silence, ascending the marble staircase behind her. The torches along the walls sputtered softly in their sconces, and McGonagall's pace was just a touch too brisk for comfort, efficient, yes, but with a clipped tension in her stride. Her robes swished with each step, each turn down the corridors sharp and deliberate. No one spoke. By the time they reached the fourth floor, her shoulders had drawn slightly tighter. She stopped before a pair of tall double doors carved with ancient magic, each emblazoned with the crests of Potter, Bones, and Longbottom. With a snap of her wand, the doors swung inward. The amphitheater beyond glowed with soft, enchanted light. It was a space steeped in age and authority. Books, scrolls, and sealed ledgers lined the back wall beneath glowing house crests. The tiered seats curved around a central dais, where Madam Regent Longbottom stood waiting, regal in formal green and silver robes, hands clasped behind her back. McGonagall did not step forward. She remained at the threshold. "Regent Longbottom," she said, her tone clipped but polite. "Your pupils have arrived." The regent offered a shallow nod. "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall's mouth twitched, though she quickly schooled her expression. Her eyes flicked to Harry, then Susan, then Neville. "I trust this arrangement remains within the bounds of Hogwarts regulations." "It does," Madame Longbottom replied calmly. "The agreement was reviewed by the board, and the proper heir clauses have been invoked." There was the faintest pause, McGonagall's disapproval wrapped neatly in silence. Then she gave a single nod, turned on her heel, and exited with a sweep of her robes. The doors sealed behind her with a soft thud. Regent Longbottom turned to face the three students. Her voice was cool and clear. "Heir Bones, Heir Potter, Heir Longbottom." They bowed their heads in unison. "This chamber is shielded, and no sound escapes its walls. You are not here as students of Hogwarts tonight. You are here as the future of your houses. You sit not as children, but as stewards of legacy." A silence passed between them as the gravity settled. And thus, the first lesson began, not in spells or charms, but in names, duties, and the power of inheritance. Augusta turned to face the three seated heirs, Potter, Bones, and her own grandson. Harry sat poised, every inch the formal Heir Potter. Susan's quill was already in hand. Neville looked more nervous than the others, but his eyes were focused and steady. Augusta began without flourish. "You three have enacted the heir clause, which grants you privileges and burdens, inside and outside this castle," she said. "But make no mistake, Hogwarts is not a ministry school. Nor is it a Wizengamot institution. It is older. And it is its own power." She raised her wand, and a glowing image unfurled behind her, showing two ancient crests, the Founders, Accord and the Hogwarts seal, linked by a single golden line. Hogwarts and the Wizengamot were both shaped by the Founders, Accord, ratified over 1,000 years ago. But they are not subordinate to one another. The Wizengamot governs the magical nation. Hogwarts governs itself. Susan raised a hand. "Then what role does the ministry have?" Augusta inclined her head. "An excellent question. The Department of Magical Education provides funding, oversight of safety protocols, and curriculum suggestions. But it does not own Hogwarts. It cannot remove the headmaster without consent of the Board of Governors, nor override the bylaws set by the four founders." Harry asked, "Can the Wizengamot dissolve Hogwarts if it wants to?" "No," Augusta said, her voice like flint. "It can pressure. It can investigate. It can interfere. But it cannot dissolve what it did not create." She paused to let that sink in. "The power structure of Hogwarts consists of 3 pillars," she said, turning to the glowing chart now showing. The structure of Hogwarts, governance. 1. The headmaster, executive authority within the castle, charged with enforcing bylaws, traditions, and magical safety. 2. The Board of Governors, 12 appointed magical Citizens, traditionally from ancient families and ministry leadership. They can overrule or remove a headmaster by majority vote. 3. The Founders, Legacy Clause, dormant. May only be invoked jointly by the original founders, Lines, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, or, in special circumstances, by magical signatories to the founders, Accord, Bones, Longbottom, and Potter. Ooh. Neville leaned forward. So the headmaster isn't all-powerful. No headmaster is, Augusta replied. Albus Dumbledore is respected. But your families are tied to the foundation of this school in ways that even he must honor. She gestured, and another parchment floated forward. Ooh. Notable Hogwarts bylaws. Bylaw 2.11 Heir Clauses. Magical heirs of signatory families may receive alternate instruction. Bylaw 2.04 Outside tutors. Governors may authorize tutors to teach in Hogwarts spaces. Bylaw 1.87 Magical Autonomy Clause. Ministry recommendations may be refused without penalty if contrary to Hogwarts Charter. Ooh. By invoking your rights as heirs, Augusta said, you've forced the castle to remember its oldest laws. That is your right, but others will resent it. Some professors, some students, perhaps even the headmaster himself. There was a moment of quiet as that truth settled over them. Your education now has layers, she finished. Learn what the others do. But also learn what few ever see: how the school truly functions. If you master this, you will not merely survive the system. You will one day shape it. A long pause followed Augusta's last words. Then she turned toward the trio again, her tone growing sharper. Now, let us speak plainly about your headmaster. Harry sat straighter. Albus Dumbledore is a man of extraordinary accomplishments, Augusta began. Order of Merlin, First Class. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot for over 40 years. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation. The man who defeated Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. And, perhaps more important than all of that, he's taught nearly every witch and wizard under the age of 80. Susan murmured, including my aunt. And your parents, Augusta confirmed. Mine too. Even Amelia and I, both of us were taught by him. And so were many of the current board of governors. She let that hang a moment. That's the root of it. Respect, fear, loyalty. Some rational, some emotional. 7 of the 12 governors would not dream of opposing him. Neville frowned. But they have the authority. They have the title, Augusta corrected. But few of them would ever wield it against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, not when they believe he knows better than they do. Harry's jaw clenched slightly. Has he used that power? Oh yes, Augusta said coolly. He has used it quite effectively. 2 decades ago, Hogwarts offered a full 7-year curriculum in magical government, taught by a former Wizengamot clerk. The class included topics such as bloodline law, magical inheritance, and, most critically, the bylaws of Hogwarts itself. Her eyes hardened. That course was quietly removed in 1976. No replacement was ever appointed. The board let him do it. No objection was raised. Why? Neville asked, quietly stunned. Because knowledge is power, Heir Longbottom, Augusta said sharply. In knowing the structure of Hogwarts, the protections in its charter, the boundaries of the headmaster's authority, means students might challenge decisions, or ask questions. That class was the only formal instruction on the foundational rights of magical youth within this school. She turned to Harry. And if fewer people know those rights, fewer can invoke them. Fewer can tell when their rights are being taken. Susan drew a slow breath. So no one questioned it. Some did, but it was framed as a restructuring. And again, who was going to challenge Dumbledore? He's the hero of the age. The man who faced Grindelwald. The savior who shielded Britain from war. Harry's voice was low, thoughtful. He's a symbol. Augusta nodded. Yes, and symbols are hard to defy. She let the words hang before continuing. This class, your class, was only approved through an appeal to the Heir Clause. Not through Dumbledore. Not through the governors. Through the founders, will an ancient right. Remember that. She tapped her wand once against the desk. A new glowing title appeared on the blackboard. Lesson 2, Understanding Modern Influence on Ancient Structure. Then she added, as if in afterthought, and understand this too. Not everyone will be pleased you've brought these old powers back to life. With an elegant flick of her wand, Augusta Longbottom erased the board and drew a square divided neatly into 4 quadrants. The words etched themselves in firm strokes of chalk. The 4 pillars of authority at Hogwarts. 1. Founders, Charter. 2. The Bylaws. 3. The Board of Governors. 4. The Headmaster's Office. She turned, eyes sharp behind her monocle. These are the sources of power within this castle. Understand them, and you'll understand what has been lost, and what might be reclaimed. She tapped the first box with her wand. 1. The Founders, Charter. The Charter is the original legal document that established Hogwarts. It declares the school a neutral sanctuary, guarantees a magical child the right to an education, and names Hogwarts an institution separate from both the Ministry and the Wizengamot. It recognizes magical lineage, not government edict, as the source of legitimacy. A pause. It also grants special privileges to the heirs of the Founders, allies, those who forged the Founders' Accord. Your 3 families are among them. She tapped the second box. 2. The Bylaws. The Hogwarts bylaws were penned jointly by the 4 founders. They cover governance, curriculum, discipline, rights of students and staff, and procedures for magical emergencies. These were updated over time by vote of the full Board of Governors, until 50 years ago. Harry leaned forward, frowning slightly. Why did they stop? Because the headmaster at the time, Dippet, argued that tradition was sufficient, and that amendment required only board consensus, not active review. And when Headmaster Dumbledore assumed the office, he allowed many bylaws to fall into obscurity. Susan's eyes narrowed. These bylaws, Augusta continued, used to require mandatory education in magical government, house history, and wizarding law by 3rd year. That curriculum was abolished by Headmaster Dumbledore in 1972, citing changing times and lack of interest. He used his veto, and the board let it stand. Neville's quill scratched furiously. Augusta's tone grew colder. Fewer students today know their rights. Fewer still know that they have a legal say in Hogwarts matters once they come of age, or invoke the Heir Clause. She pointed to the 3rd quadrant. 3. The Board of Governors. There are 12 seats, 7 currently held by longtime allies or admirers of the headmaster. In theory, they hold sway over funding, staffing, and the approval of classes. In practice, they rarely challenge the headmaster unless it affects their own estates. She raised a brow at Harry. Lucius Malfoy was the last to do so with any consistency. Harry stiffened, but nodded. Still, if the board unites, they can overrule almost anything, even a headmaster. And finally, she tapped the last box. 4. The headmaster's office. The headmaster governs the day-to-day life of the school, who teaches, who is punished, what clubs are allowed, what books may be read, and even, through control of the castle's magic, what doors open for whom. She let that hang. Dumbledore's reputation, his defeat of Grindelwald, his Order of Merlin, and his longevity has given him a mystique few challenge. He has taught nearly every living wizard under 70. That influence makes him more powerful than any headmaster in Hogwarts history, not just because of what he knows, but because of what others have forgotten. A heavy silence followed. Then Susan asked quietly, and how do we change that? Augusta's eyes glinted with something like pride. You learn the bylaws. You understand the charter. You study how power flows, so you can redirect it. Heirs, if you mean to protect your legacy, then you must also know it. There was a knock at the door. McGonagall stood, her lips pressed into a tight line. She moved to the entrance, hesitated, and opened it stiffly. Daphne Greengrass stepped inside, her uniform pristine, a green-sealed parchment held respectfully in both hands. She inclined her head. Heir Bones. Heir Longbottom. Heir Potter, she said with courtly precision. I come with notice from my family. McGonagall crossed the floor with clipped steps and stopped beside Augusta Longbottom. Madam Regent, she said with stiff formality, I am to inform you that Heir Greengrass has fulfilled all requirements under the Heir Clause. Her father's invocation has been reviewed and approved by the Department of Magical Education. She is authorized to attend these sessions, effective immediately. Augusta gave a calm nod. Thank you, Deputy Headmistress. McGonagall's gaze swept over the assembled students, Potter, Bones, Longbottom, and now Greengrass, with the wary air of someone observing the first spark of a fire she did not start and deeply suspected would spread. Without another word, she turned with a rustle of tartan robes and left in a swish of tension, the door shutting behind her with a finality that felt almost like a ward. There was a quiet beat of silence. Then Augusta turned her gaze to the new arrival. Heir Greengrass, she said, her voice cool and formal. Welcome. You arrive at the beginning of our first full session. I trust you are ready to apply yourself. This is not social posturing. You are here to learn. Daphne gave a shallow but respectful bow of her head. Yes, Madam Regent. I understand. Good. Augusta turned and tapped the blackboard with her wand. The words, Pillars of Authority at Hogwarts, flared briefly before shifting into a new heading, the Hogwarts Bylaws. These are the codified rules left by the founders themselves and amended only by the Board of Governors over the centuries. They are not suggestions. They are law, binding law, even for the headmaster. She gestured toward the parchment stacks beside her. You each have a primer on the 6 sections of the bylaws. Read them tonight. Memorize the structure. You will need to cite them if you intend to wield your rights with any seriousness. The board began to update itself as Augusta spoke, words appearing in elegant, magical script. Hogwarts Bylaw Categories. 1. Governance. Authority of Board, Headmaster, Founders Protections. 2. Curriculum. Mandated subjects, right to petition, heir clauses. 3. Discipline. Investigation process, hearings, student protections. 4. Magical safety. Restrictions on creatures, objects, and rituals. 5. House rights. Inter-house autonomy, house-specific customs. 6. Heir privilege. Inheritance rights, special access, family petitions. These, Augusta said, are what once protected students from manipulation. But ignorance is a weapon too. And it has been wielded well. The glowing script shifted with another flick of Regent Longbottom's wand. Section 2, Curriculum Bylaws. Mandated core subjects. Authority to add or remove courses. Student petition rights. The heir clause in academic custom. Ministry oversight and limitations. Now, Augusta Longbottom began, her voice clear. We turn to the second pillar of Hogwarts, internal structure, curriculum. It may seem mundane, but within it lies the shaping of magical minds, and the quiet consolidation of power. Her wand tapped the first point. Mandated core subjects. These are the subjects protected by the Founders' Charter. They include transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, astronomy, and history of magic. They cannot be removed, only redirected in how they're taught. There was a small pause as several students processed this, especially the Ravenclaws, who were now scribbling notes at a furious pace. Authority to add or remove courses. This is where most power games occur. Elective subjects, like arithmancy, runes, or care of magical creatures, have no founders' protection. Their fate lies with the headmaster and the board. Courses can vanish, and have. Neville, eyes still on the parchment before him, murmured just loud enough for those nearby to hear, like magical government. Gran said it was standard when she attended. Harry's quill didn't stop moving, but his lips thinned slightly. Regent Longbottom did not contradict her grandson. Precisely. Student petition rights. This is an obscure clause, she continued. If 12 or more students from each house sign a petition requesting a subject, the board must consider it. This has not been invoked in over 50 years. Daphne tilted her head, intrigued. Her eyes briefly flicked to Susan, who studiously avoided looking at her. Harry, meanwhile, had already written. Petition topic: Foundational laws and magical estates, practical training. The heir clause in academic custom. This clause is the reason you are all here. Any declared and recognized heir may invoke their right to supplemental education tied to estate obligations or legacy responsibilities. This cannot be refused without violating ancient magical precedent. Daphne sat a little straighter, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face. Neville exchanged a glance with Harry and Susan, a quiet, affirming look among the binding circle. Ministry oversight and limitations. The ministry funds Hogwarts, yes. But the Department of Magical Education only holds advisory status. They cannot force curricular changes without 2/3 approval from the board. Her tone turned slightly dry. Of course, when the headmaster is Merlin awarded, known for defeating Gellert Grindelwald, and has taught most of the board, that approval comes rather quickly. Susan gave a soft snort, catching herself. Augusta continued without missing a beat. The fewer who know the rules, she said, eyes scanning each heir, the easier it is to rule them. Keep that in mind. She waved her wand once more. Notes on all 5 subsections flashed briefly on their parchment. Homework. Select a subject removed in the last century or one never offered, and prepare a 3-minute case for its return. Assume you will use either the heir clause or the petition right. Due Thursday evening. As the last set of notes were written onto their parchments, Augusta Longbottom closed her ledger with a firm snap. That concludes tonight's session. We will reconvene Thursday evening, same time, same place, she said, standing with the slow, deliberate authority of a woman long used to commanding rooms. Heirs, good night. She offered a nod first to her grandson, then to the others, but her gaze lingered just a moment longer on Daphne Greengrass. Measuring. Heir Greengrass. Welcome to the class. I trust you will take it as seriously as your family's name demands. Daphne inclined her head with perfect grace. I will, Madam Regent. Thank you for the instruction. With that, Augusta swept from the room, her emerald-trimmed robes gliding over the stone. A quiet settled for a beat, and then Daphne turned toward the others. Well, she said lightly, I suppose that makes us classmates. Harry gave a polite nod. It does. Welcome, Heir Greengrass. Neville followed suit with a quiet, glad to have another voice here. Susan didn't speak right away, her posture careful. Then, after a brief pause, she said with formal courtesy, You're welcome to the table, Heir Greengrass. Daphne's smile was faint, but she seemed to note the precision in Susan's tone. Thank you. I hope I can contribute. There was something heavier in the air, not tension exactly, but the first outlines of an unspoken test. Daphne had entered the space the Binding Circle trio had begun to claim as theirs. She was no enemy, not yet. But not yet kin, either. Well, Neville said, awkwardly clearing his throat. We were planning to go Wednesday to the library to do research. I wouldn't miss it, Daphne replied, her tone cool and crisp. As they all gathered their parchment and began to leave, Harry fell into step with Susan and Neville without needing to speak. The rhythm between them had already begun to form, steady, instinctive. Daphne followed a step behind, eyes on the 3 of them, calculating, but curious. Behind them, the amphitheater lights dimmed, sealing the end of the first true lesson in legacy. Ooh. Staff meeting room, late Tuesday night. The fire in the hearth cast flickering shadows across the room. It was nearly midnight, but the mood among the professors was far from sleepy. The estate management class had concluded hours earlier, but the echoes of its implications still hung thick in the air. Professor McGonagall sat with her jaw set tight, arms folded across her chest. I must say, I find this entire situation deeply troubling, she began. Estate law, magical authority, binding structures, their children. Dumbledore, seated at the head of the long table, gave a weary sigh and steepled his fingers. Indeed, Minerva. Young minds burdened with adult responsibilities. It is not what Hogwarts was meant to foster. Across the table, Professor Snape leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting in the firelight. And yet they handle it with more grace than most of our governors. McGonagall shot him a sharp look. It is improper. Augusta Longbottom took over a classroom as though it were her own court. She is a regent, Snape replied coolly. And the class was invoked lawfully through the heir clause. You might not like it, but the power behind it is older than this castle's stones. Professor Sprout frowned, her expression both annoyed and confused. What I don't understand is why this class isn't open to others. Why only those 3? I have heirs in my house, too. This sort of knowledge shouldn't be locked away. Flitwick sat quietly for a long moment before speaking. It's not locked away, Pomona. It's been buried. By time, and by design. He gave Dumbledore a small, unreadable glance. We stopped teaching magical government over 40 years ago. When the bylaws vanished from the curriculum, so did our students' awareness of their own power. Snape nodded, eyes never leaving Dumbledore. Power, you were once quite vocal in removing, Headmaster. Dumbledore offered a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Power can be a dangerous thing, Severus. Especially in the hands of those not ready for it. Teaching children how to navigate political authority at age 11, it risks shaping them into weapons rather than scholars. But isn't that already happening? Flitwick asked gently. They're moving faster than we did, Albus. They're organizing, learning the old laws, taking responsibility. McGonagall's voice cut in. Responsibilities they shouldn't have to carry. Responsibility they were born into, Snape said. You can't stop bloodlines from answering old calls. Sprout folded her arms. Then why wasn't the rest of the staff consulted? Why wasn't this discussed at the board level? Dumbledore's fingers tapped lightly against the table. Because, as Minerva said, they are still children. This arrangement is irregular, and I suspect it will fade once the novelty wears off. Snape tilted his head, his voice low. I doubt that. They're building something, and they're not relying on us to do it. Dumbledore's gaze cooled, and for a brief moment, the genial headmaster was gone, replaced by something far older and far more calculating. Then we must ensure, he said softly, that what they build does not stand on broken foundations. The fire snapped, casting sparks into the air. No one spoke. Ooh. Headmaster's office, early Wednesday morning. The soft clicking of the enchanted instruments filled the silence, but Dumbledore's eyes were not on them. He stood at the window, watching the rising sun gild the towers of Hogwarts in gold. His expression was thoughtful, almost mournful, but behind the calm facade, plans were already shifting. A knock came at the door. Enter, he said without turning. Professor McGonagall stepped inside, clutching a scroll in her hand. A note from the Department of Magical Education, she said stiffly. They're aware of the estate class now. Someone wrote to them last night, possibly one of the governors. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And what was their response? They request a formal outline of the curriculum, she replied. And clarification on the use of external regents within school grounds. Expected, he murmured, taking the scroll but not reading it. I'll handle the reply. McGonagall hesitated. You still intend to let it continue? Of course, Dumbledore said with gentle finality. We must not appear to oppose them too directly. That would only strengthen their sense of legitimacy. He turned from the window, his eyes sharp. Instead, we redirect, guide, control the flow of knowledge before it spreads. She frowned. You intend to interfere. I intend, he said calmly, to protect Hogwarts. He moved to his desk, drew a fresh parchment, and began writing. 2. Department of Magical Education, Curriculum Oversight Division. Regarding estate management instruction. I share your concerns about premature exposure to high-level magical governance. As his quill scratched across the page, Fawkes shifted uneasily on his perch. McGonagall stood still for a long moment before speaking again. Albus, this isn't just about them learning old laws. No, he agreed quietly. It's about what they might do with them. Ooh. Scene. Hogwarts Library, Wednesday afternoon. The Hogwarts Library was unusually still, the soft rustling of parchment and the occasional creak of wood the only sounds beneath the high, vaulted ceiling. Golden afternoon light streamed through tall windows, glinting off dust motes that danced lazily in the air. In a quiet corner, far from curious eyes, 4 heirs bent over an array of parchment, books, and Regent Longbottom's handouts. The air around them was serious, focused, but not unfriendly. This is ridiculous, Susan said under her breath, flipping back through basic structures of magical government. It mentions that magical governance was once a full NEWT track. But now there's almost nothing. No curriculum map, no sourcebooks, barely a mention of interbranch authority. Neville nodded, dragging his finger down a page in Foundational Heir Duties. Same with bloodline treaties. There's a citation for ancient bonds and family magic, but it's not on the shelf. And Madame Pants says it hasn't been available for years. Daphne Greengrass looked up from a heavily redacted volume of magic theory through the ages. This one references a dozen missing models. They were used in dueling, enchantments, and even wand lore. Every one of them is marked as withdrawn, or no longer taught. Harry tapped his quill against his parchment. Alchemy's worse. They've got the introductory theory, but none of the texts on transformation thresholds or binding sigils. There's a note in the catalog that most of it was restricted under some policy change in the 1940s. Neville glanced over at him. So, what? We're trying to complete Regent Longbottom's assignment with ghost textbooks. No, Harry said, we're proving the point. He held up the handout from class, Regent Longbottom's crisp parchment summarizing Bylaw 2.25 and Bylaw 2.13. Bylaw 2.25. Heirs of recognized magical lines may request specialized instruction relevant to estate responsibilities, with guardian consent. Bylaw 2.13. Should a formerly offered subject be removed, heirs may submit proposals to reintroduce instruction as part of estate stewardship exercises, with instructor approval. This is just a class exercise, Daphne murmured, glancing at the others. We're not petitioning anything real. But we are supposed to draft real requests, so we understand how the process works. And in doing that, Susan said slowly, we're uncovering just how much has been taken away. Exactly, Neville agreed. And we'll write the mock proposals anyway. Even if the sources are missing, we'll document that too. Harry pulled a fresh scroll toward him and titled it, Foundational Proposal, Alchemical Studies for Heirs. Neville began, Bloodline Treaties and Inheritance Magic, Heir Longbottom, Preliminary Request. Susan, steady as ever, started, Proposal for Curriculum Reconstruction, Magical Governance and Authority. Daphne hesitated a moment longer, then titled hers simply, Magic Theory, Foundations Lost. Quills scratched into the silence as the sun dipped lower beyond the castle walls. They weren't changing the school, yet. But they were learning how to, and why they must. And that, in the quiet reckoning of parchment and ink, was more dangerous than anyone knew. Madame Irma Pants stood at the far end of the library, her sharp eyes peering over the rim of her enchanted spectacles. Her wand, disguised as a quill behind her ear, subtly flicked every few moments to update the small tracking charm bound to the parchment hidden beneath her ledger. Her target, heirs Potter, Longbottom, Bones, and Greengrass. Dumbledore had been clear, though not detailed. Do keep an eye on what they're reading, Irma. Quietly. Especially Mr. Potter. These children must not go digging too deep, not yet. She didn't like being used as a spy, but she liked chaos even less. And if they really were poking into bylaw authority, estate magic, and old structure protocols, then someone needed to keep a record. She had already noticed 3 worrying things. Books on magical contracts and ancient law had gone missing years ago, likely vanished during the war. The index of recognized estate holdings had been moved to the restricted section decades ago, though no one had ever told her why. And now they were asking questions about treaties, trust holdings, and even Hogwarts governance. Children should not be studying this, she thought, though she kept her face carefully neutral. At the corner table, the 4 heirs sat close together, parchment between them, parchment covered in crisp notes and citations. Greengrass leaned over a thick tome on magical theory, her brow furrowed. Potter was flipping through a treatise on alchemical symbolism, pausing every so often to scribble something in his grimoire. They didn't know she was watching. But she was. Madame Pants reached down and made another notation. Subjects cross-referenced. Bloodline treaties. Magical governmental structures, historic. Alchemical law and ritual. Magical theory, origin rights. Books accessed. Founding frameworks of magical estates. Governing wards and magical sovereignty, Volume 2. The 4 pillars, Hogwarts and the Founders, compact. She tapped the page once more, then tucked it beneath her robes and resumed her post behind the front desk. They could study. They could write their little exercises. But she would ensure the headmaster knew everything they uncovered. Scene. Corridor outside the library, moments later. As the 4 heirs emerged from the quiet hush of the library, parchment tucked away, brows still furrowed with thought, they nearly collided with Hermione Granger. She stood in their path, arms full of books and eyes blazing with frustration. There you are, she said sharply. I've been looking for you all day. Harry raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Hermione's gaze swept across the group, lingering on Daphne with visible confusion. You're all in that estate management class. Neville nodded. We are. I don't understand, Hermione said, her voice rising. It's an academic course. There should have been a sign-up process. I asked Professor Flitwick, he said it's not open to general students. Susan's voice was polite, but cool. It's not. Then why are you in it? Daphne stepped forward, her tone calm and precise. Because of the heir clause in the Hogwarts bylaws. It provides for instruction in estate management to recognized heirs of magical families. Hermione's brow furrowed. That's not fair. That's just gatekeeping. Education should be open to everyone, not restricted by blood. Harry met her stare, voice low but steady. It's not about being better. It's about being bound. That class is instruction for heirs with legal obligations. If we mishandle what we're responsible for, people can lose homes, incomes, protections bound by oath and contract. Neville added quietly, we didn't ask for this. But we don't get to walk away from it either. Susan's voice softened. It's not about privilege, Hermione. It's about preparing for responsibility most people don't have to face. Hermione's expression faltered. Her eyes dropped to the stack of books in her arms. Then Harry added, voice quieter now, but firm, you're Muggle-born, Hermione. You know this isn't just a magical thing. Nobles, aristocrats, even the ultra-wealthy back home, they all have special tutors. They're taught how to manage power from childhood. No one calls it unfair when they study estate law, legacy planning, or diplomacy. Why is it wrong that we do it here? Hermione blinked at him, momentarily thrown off. Daphne, ever composed, tilted her head. You wouldn't envy the weight of it if you understood it fully. A tense silence fell between them. Then Harry said, not unkindly, we're drafting proposals for classes that should never have been removed. One day, if the bylaws change, maybe estate magic won't be restricted to us. Hermione opened her mouth, then hesitated. A flicker of doubt crossed her face. She gave a short, stiff nod and turned, marching down the corridor in silence. The four heirs stood still. She'll come around, Neville murmured. I hope so, Harry said, watching her disappear around the bend. Then they turned as one and made their way to the stairwell, carrying scrolls, parchment, and a legacy none of them had asked for, but all of them were beginning to understand. Ooh. Scene. Later that evening, Professor McGonagall's office. Hermione stood stiffly across from Professor McGonagall's tidy desk, her fingers clenched tightly around the strap of her book bag. I want to know why I'm not allowed in the estate management class, she said without preamble. I want to learn. I deserve to learn. McGonagall studied her with tired eyes, then removed her spectacles and folded her hands. I believe you do, Miss Granger. But this is not a matter of desire. The class exists under a very old and very specific clause, 3.11 of the Hogwarts Founders' Charter. It permits targeted instruction for legally recognized heirs of magical estates. Hermione frowned. So that's real. Not just a cover. It's quite real, McGonagall said. I confirmed Daphne Greengrass's participation myself when her parents invoked the clause. I will not pretend to agree with the exclusivity of it, but it is binding law within Hogwarts' structure. Hermione looked stunned. But, how could something so ancient still shape who gets to learn? McGonagall's mouth tightened, and she said softly, because, Miss Granger, very little about our world has truly changed. The founders believed heirs would one day need this knowledge. And those heirs have power most students cannot imagine. Hermione sat down slowly, her mind already racing through implications. And no one's ever challenged it. McGonagall hesitated, then said carefully, not publicly. And not without cost. Hermione looked down at her books, more thoughtful than before. Hermione sat stiffly in the chair across from Professor McGonagall's desk, her knuckles white against the strap of her bag. This isn't right, she said finally, her voice low but intense. The magical world can't keep hiding behind ancient laws and old bloodlines. It's the 20th century. No one should be excluded from an education because of who their parents are. Professor McGonagall sighed. Miss Granger, I don't disagree with your sentiment. But the magical world does not move as swiftly as the Muggle one. Change here happens in inches, not miles, and often only when someone powerful pushes for it. Hermione's brow furrowed. Then maybe it's time someone did. McGonagall regarded her carefully for a long moment, then said, perhaps. But I would caution you, Hermione, those who push against tradition in our world often find it pushes back, and harder than expected. Hermione's expression hardened with quiet resolve. Then I'll just have to push smarter. A trace of a smile tugged at McGonagall's lips despite herself. Just don't push alone. Hermione stood, shoulders square. Thank you, Professor. Be careful, Miss Granger. I will, she said, and this time, she meant it. Ooh. Scene. Estate management class, Thursday evening, 4th floor amphitheater. The torches lining the amphitheater walls burned with a steady glow as the four heirs, Neville, Susan, Harry, and Daphne, took their seats. Scrolls and notes in hand, they sat straighter than they had on Monday. Something had shifted. The weight of responsibility no longer felt foreign. It felt natural. Regent Longbottom stood at the front of the room, dressed in deep green robes that bore the Longbottom crest at the shoulder. Tonight, she said, her voice firm but encouraging. You will each present a subject you believe should be reinstated in Hogwarts curriculum, one removed or forgotten over time. More importantly, you will explain which of the two bylaws you would invoke to bring the matter before the Board of Governors, the heir clause, or the petition right. She raised a hand, fingers ticking off the distinctions. The heir clause allows a recognized heir to request instruction necessary for the responsible stewardship of their family estate. The petition right allows any 12 or more students from each houses to submit a formal request for curriculum review. It cannot be denied without a hearing. She lowered her hand. Heir Longbottom, you may begin. Neville stood, parchment steady in his hand. I propose bringing back bloodline treaties and inheritance law. It would teach students to interpret magical contracts, manage family alliances, and understand estate law. These aren't just academic subjects, they're essential for those who bear magical legacies. I would use the heir clause to ensure it is available to those of us who are required to know it. A few approving nods followed, including one from Regent Longbottom. Heir Bones. Susan rose, precise as ever. I selected magical government and civil law. It taught wizarding legal structure, citizen rights, and the checks and balances between Hogwarts, the Ministry, and the Wizengamot. I believe this knowledge belongs to everyone, so I would invoke the petition right. An admirable choice, Longbottom said with clear approval. Then Harry stood, calm, measured, but there was a gleam of conviction behind his glasses. I propose reinstating alchemy, not as a subset of potions, but as a full, distinct discipline. Its applications span artifact preservation, enchantment transfer, transmutation, and magical theory. While it's relevant to estate management, I believe the subject would benefit many, Muggle-born, half-blood, and pureblood alike. For that reason, I would use the petition right, not the heir clause. Knowledge like this shouldn't be bound to a last name. Regent Longbottom gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. Thank you, Heir Potter. That distinction speaks well of your priorities. Finally, Daphne stood with her usual poise. I chose advanced magical theory. Without it, spell development and deeper magical comprehension are stunted. Its removal narrowed our entire educational foundation. Like Heir Potter, I would invoke the petition right. If magic is to evolve, everyone must have the tools to push its boundaries. Regent Longbottom clasped her hands behind her back, clearly impressed. You each made thoughtful, strategic choices. The bylaws are more than dusty rules, they are avenues of change. And you are learning to walk them with care. She flicked her wand, and neat script wrote itself on the board. Ooh. Bylaws. Authorized departure from Hogwarts. Bylaw 1.49. Wizengamot participation for of-age heirs. Bylaw 6.47. Temporary family withdrawal rights. Bylaw 1.50. Leave granted by the Founders Accord obligations. Bylaw 4.45. Of-age student weekend departure. Ooh. She gestured to the first line. Heirs who are of age may leave Hogwarts to attend to their duties in the Wizengamot. This power is protected by Hogwarts' original charter and cannot be revoked by the headmaster. Harry's eyes flicked toward Neville, who gave a quiet nod. That one might come into play far sooner than anyone expected. Second, she continued, any student may be withdrawn by a parent or guardian for up to 48 hours to attend to family obligations. The school must honor this, regardless of the student's bloodline or family status. Daphne lifted an eyebrow. So, if a Muggle parent had a funeral or a legal matter, then the student may go, Longbottom said crisply. No exceptions. This is a right that comes directly from the founders themselves. Susan quietly said, I doubt many know that anymore. They don't, the regent replied flatly. She tapped the third point. There are ancient agreements, like the Founders Accord, which supersede school obligations. Students with duties arising from such accords may be called away. When they are, Hogwarts is bound to allow it. Harry absorbed the words without reaction. The phrase Founders Accord seemed to hum in his memory. Lastly, she gestured to the final point. Students who are of age may leave Hogwarts after their final class on Friday, provided they return by Sunday evening. This was originally created for managing estates, but the language is clear, it applies to all of age students. Neville blinked. I bet the 7th years would love to know that. It's not taught, Daphne said dryly. Because it gives students a right the headmaster can't deny. Also, the school uses the oldest students as a way to monitor the youngest students. Regent Longbottom gave no comment, only a knowing glance. Rather than assigning reading, she opened her satchel and withdrew 4 carefully folded sets of parchment. These contain excerpts from the Hogwarts Charter, the original bylaws ratified by the founders, and Ministry educational policy. Study them between now and Tuesday. She passed them out individually. Next week, we'll begin with inherited wards and estate boundaries, a topic that may well affect each of you sooner than you think. She surveyed them one last time. Good evening, heirs. I'll see you Tuesday. With a swirl of her formal teaching robes, the regent departed, leaving the 4 to gather their things in silence, thoughts already bending toward the next lesson. Friday afternoon, Gryffindor Common Room. The late afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows, casting warm pools of light on the tapestries lining the walls. Hermione Granger perched on a stool beside the notice board, quill clenched tightly. She had spent the previous evening drafting the petition with care, and now, Friday being the day students shared news, she was ready to post it. On fresh parchment, bold ink read, "Petition to open estate management class to all students. We, the undersigned, believe the estate management curriculum is essential to understanding our magical world. Education must not be restricted by bloodline. If we gather 25 signatures from at least 3 different houses, we will present a formal request to Professor McGonagall and the Board of Governors to open the course to all." Below the heading were 30 blank lines for signatures. Hermione took a breath, placed the parchment carefully on the board, and whispered, "All right. Here goes." She stepped back, heart pounding, as the petition fluttered faintly in a shaft of golden light. Friday late afternoon, Gryffindor Common Room. Clusters of Gryffindors wandered in from Charms and Transfiguration classes. Hermione sat nearby, parchment in lap, quill poised. Dean Thomas paused first. "What's this, Hermione?" She pointed. "A petition to open estate management to all students. 12 students from each house's minimum. Then we can push for it to be public." Dean raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? Extra work. Most of us barely keep up." He shrugged and moved on. Parvati Patil drifted over, fiddling with a braid. "Estate management. Isn't that for heirs and old families?" Hermione stood, eager. "It's about magical governance, contracts, security. Everyone should understand it." Parvati smiled politely. "Looks complicated. I'm focused on NEWT prep." She tapped the petition, no signature. "Good luck," she said and walked away. Ron Weasley spotted the petition next, frowned, and muttered, "They only let heirs in. Only Dark Lords want to learn that stuff." He turned away without signing. Friday evening, Hogwarts Library. Hermione sat near the restricted section's edge, surrounded by books. Hogwarts Bylaws unveiled, a brief leaflet with 5 bylaws. Founders, charters and their legacy, mostly redacted. Magical governance in the modern age, summaries of magical governments. She scoured the pages for any loophole. Great faith, request or exception to the heir clause. But the rules were clear. Only heirs or a 3-house petition could trigger curriculum changes, subject to board approval. Terry Boot, Lisa Turpin, and Michael Corner passed, noticing her books. Terry smiled, burning the midnight oil. Hermione. Exhausted, she sighed, trying to find a legal way to open the class. 12 signatures from each houses. But who'll sign? Lisa frowned. "I'd rather study arithmancy. No estates to worry about." Michael nodded. "Bylaws are clear. You can't just force a change. It needs board hearings and house approvals." Politics. Hermione pressed her temples. If knowledge is power, why hide it behind bloodlines? Susan Bones approached with her usual calm presence. Behind her were Daphne Greengrass, Neville Longbottom, and Harry Potter. Their arms were filled with parchment and notes. Their faces were tired but focused. Hermione looked up slowly. Her eyes were cool. "Come to check how the non-heirs are doing?" she asked. The sarcasm was quiet, but sharp. Susan didn't flinch. "We wanted to see how you were. That's all." Hermione glanced at the pile of books beside her. Still trying to figure out how to ask for a seat at a table that was never meant for people like me. Daphne's reply was calm and measured. "It isn't meant to be fair. It's meant to protect legacies. That's why the rules exist." Hermione's mouth tightened. "Of course. Blood over merit. Tradition over reason." Harry looked at her carefully. You're right to be angry. Just know that we didn't ask for this role either. It's responsibility, not privilege. You say that, Hermione said, her voice clipped, but you get access to knowledge others are denied. You're trusted with secrets while the rest of us are kept in the dark. Neville tried to soften the edge. We aren't your enemies, Hermione. You're not my allies either, she replied, then paused. Not in this. Susan gave a small nod. We respect that. And we respect you. But we can't change the rules for you. Hermione looked back down at her parchment. Then don't pretend we're on the same side. She heard the rustle of robes as the others turned to leave. But Harry paused. You know, he said quietly, in the Muggle world, the elite and business families don't give away their secrets either. Trade, politics, power, those circles protect what they know. It's no different here. Hermione didn't look up. Harry continued, you're right to want change. But the system was built to preserve itself. That doesn't make it fair, but it's not unique to us. She spoke without lifting her gaze. So I should accept it. Just nod along while the old names hoard everything. No, Harry said, his voice steady. But don't expect them to hand anything over just because you ask. You'll have to take it the hard way. Hermione glanced at him then, eyes sharp with emotion. I intend to. Harry nodded once and turned to go. The others followed without a word, leaving her in the half-light of the library, surrounded by books and the weight of her resolve. She pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her. Her hand was steady now. If they wouldn't give her a seat, she would carve one out herself. Scene. Saturday morning, week 4 Hogwarts grounds, flying class. The autumn morning sun sparkled off the Quidditch stands as first-year students from all 4 houses assembled along the grassy edge of the pitch. The sky was cloudless, the breeze light, and the floating ring course shimmered high above the grounds, an elegant tangle of loops and arcs that formed today's challenge. Madame Hooch stood front and center, arms folded, boots planted firmly in the grass. She gave the group a moment to settle before she raised her voice. Right. Listen closely, she said. This is your second scheduled flying session. All first years are required to attend at least 3, but attendance alone doesn't earn you broom privileges. A few students straightened. To borrow a school broom outside of lessons, for club practice, supervised free flying, or sanctioned training, you must be cleared by me or another certified instructor. That means 3 things. 1. Consistent takeoffs and landings. 2. Safe maneuvering, including basic turns and obstacle handling. 3. No stunts, showboating, or endangering others. This isn't a circus. She paused to let that settle in. I'll be observing you today on our ring course. Fly with control. Fly with purpose. If you pass all 3 sessions to standard, your name will be added to the approved list by next weekend. Madame Hooch pointed to the shimmering rings hanging in the air. Today's course will test your ability to rise, dip, and turn. If you can't make it through the rings or if you lose control, you'll be assigned remedial sessions until you can. You've got until Halloween to qualify. After that, no more exceptions. She blew her whistle sharply. First pair up, Pottle and Goldstein. Mount up. The brooms lifted from the grass as the class got underway. Hermione Granger's knuckles were white against the handle of her school broom. She eyed the ring course hovering high above the pitch, 12 floating hoops arranged in spiraling arcs, like a dance of silver hula hoops in the sky. Beside her, Neville Longbottom looked even more nervous. Pair up, Granger and Longbottom, you're next. Madame Hooch barked. Mount up. Take off when I blow the whistle. Hermione bit her lip, mounting her broom with careful precision, feet together, posture correct. She had read everything she could about aerodynamics and balance, and yet the moment she left the ground, all her theory blurred into nerves. Tweet. They lifted, wobbly, uneven. Hermione's broom twitched as she rose, her knees clamped too tightly. Neville hovered beside her like a stunned bird, his eyes locked on the first ring, which floated 5 meters off the ground. You first. Hermione called, trying to mask her fear with a push of encouragement. Neville leaned forward. His broom obeyed, briefly. As he approached the ring, it tilted. His left shoulder dipped too far, and the broom swerved, missing the hoop completely. Try again. Hooch shouted from below. Reset your approach. Hermione took a breath and nudged forward. Her flight was stiff, like she was trying to ride a broom the way one would steer a boat. She lined up with the ring, made it halfway through. And clipped the edge. The impact jolted her. She wobbled, veered too high, and nearly spun out of the next hoop. She barely steadied herself, heart pounding, cheeks burning. On the ground, several students winced. Neville made another attempt, pushing hard into a dive to reach the second ring. His broom dipped too sharply and scraped the grass before bouncing upward again. He yelped but clung on. By the third ring, both had lost any rhythm. "Halt!" Madam Hooch called. "Back down. Slowly. Don't force it." Hermione descended in short jerks, feet thudding hard against the earth. Neville touched down beside her, panting and red-faced. "Well, that could have gone better," he said with a sheepish laugh. Hermione didn't answer. Madam Hooch walked over, arms crossed. "You two are not cleared. You'll attend a makeup lesson midweek after dinner. If you can show progress, we'll talk about broom access." Hermione gave a short nod and turned away. Neville lingered beside her as they walked off the pitch. "We'll get there. No one expects us to be perfect right away." She finally glanced at him, her voice curt. "You didn't even want this class. You're just lucky to be in it." Neville blinked. "I'm trying, Hermione. Just like you." She said nothing else. He fell into step beside her anyway, quiet but steady, offering company she didn't ask for, but didn't push away either. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott stood side by side in their Hufflepuff scarves, faces serious but calm. Neither was a natural flyer, but both were determined to keep up. Madam Hooch blew her whistle sharply. "Abbott, Bone, mount your brooms." Susan swung her leg over and gripped the handle tightly. Her movements were deliberate, careful to avoid any unnecessary wobbling. She hovered steadily, though her posture was rigid. Hannah followed, a little less confident, but steady. Her turns were wider than the instructors preferred, but she kept control. "Good effort," Madam Hooch said, watching them. "Neither of you are ready to borrow brooms yet, but keep practicing." Susan exchanged a glance with Hannah. Neither smiled, but they both nodded. They knew this was just the beginning. Students mounted their brooms nervously. Among them, Harry Potter and Sue Lee took their places near the starting line. Sue swallowed hard but gave a determined nod. Her first attempt was steady but cautious. She managed the rings with no grace but no failure. Madam Hooch gave her a curt nod. Harry grinned slightly, as if the broom was an extension of himself. He surged forward with effortless speed, weaving through the rings with fluid, natural motion. To the watching students, it looked as if he had been born to fly. Madam Hooch's sharp eyes followed him closely. "That's the kind of control I want to see." Sue tried again, this time a bit more confident, but Harry was already preparing for his third run, calm and precise. Ooh. Scene. Saturday, midday, just outside the Hogwarts broom shed. The second flying lesson had ended, and the last of the students were drifting back toward the castle. Near the broom shed, Harry, Susan Bones, and Neville Longbottom remained behind, brooms still in hand. The warm breeze stirred the grass, but the conversation turned far more serious. Harry couldn't stop smiling. His cheeks were flushed from the wind, and his hair was messier than usual. "Flying is incredible," he said, breathless. "I didn't know it would feel like that. Like freedom." Susan nodded thoughtfully. "You made it look like you'd been doing it all your life." Harry gave a modest shrug. "I've never touched a broom before Hogwarts. But it just felt natural." He turned to Neville, who was still pale. His hands clenched the broom handle like a lifeline. "You all right?" Harry asked gently. Neville forced a weak smile. "I stayed on." "That's something." "You did fine," Susan added kindly. "A little shaky, but better than a few others." Neville's lips twisted. "It's not just nerves. Flying terrifies me." Harry tilted his head. "Why?" Neville hesitated, then spoke low. "When I was little, maybe 5 or 6, my great-uncle Algy thought I wasn't showing enough magic. He dangled me out of a second-story window. To scare some magic out of me." Harry froze. Neville went on, eyes distant. "Then he dropped me. By accident," he said. "I bounced straight off the pavement. That's when they all celebrated. Called me a proper wizard." Susan gasped, covering her mouth. "They were happy," Neville said, voice tight. "But all I remember is falling." Harry's knuckles whitened on his broom. Outwardly, he kept his expression calm for Neville's sake, but inside, his thoughts churned. Dangled from a window. Dropped like rubbish just to prove he was magical. Harry felt a surge of disgust. What kind of man would do that to a child? He didn't care if it had worked. It was reckless, cruel, and completely unforgivable. I'm sorry, Neville, Harry said softly, voice quieter than before. You didn't deserve that. None of it. Neville shrugged awkwardly. Gran says it's a miracle I lived. I think I'm just lucky. Susan stepped forward and touched Neville's sleeve. You're brave for even coming out here. Most people would have given up after something like that. Neville gave her a grateful glance. Thanks. I'm trying. Harry finally managed a small smile. Well, for what it's worth, you're still standing. You faced the sky again today. That's more than a lot of people would have done. Neville's grin was hesitant but real. Just don't ask me to race you. That made Harry chuckle. Deal. As the three of them walked slowly toward the castle, Harry glanced sidelong at Neville. There are a lot of things in this world worth fighting for. People like that uncle of yours are near the top of the list. Ooh. Excerpt. Catalogues a Codier, handwritten by Harry James Potter. On the formal invocation of the Binding Circle. The circle was called in the first month of my first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I, Harry James Potter, son of the Potter family, last of my line, stood with Susan Bones in the hallway near Transfiguration. I held my wand with both hands, left on the end, right on the handle, as taught by this catalogue's a Codier. I said, I, Harry Potter, son of the Potter family, call on the founders, Accord. I call on the Accord of Forebears. I am the last of my line. I have my family grimoire, but it lacks the current information and cannot train me. I call on the binding circle that holds our family together. I need help. Ooh. Excerpt. Catalogues a Codier. On the strengthening of the binding circle. Garden of Stones, Bones Manor, Thursday, the 12th of September, 1991. On this night, under the moon and flame, the binding circle was strengthened. I, Harry James Potter, heir and last of my line, stood robed in white beside the heirs of Longbottom and Bones. By answering of the circle and the ancient rites of accord, our three houses renewed the vow once shared at the fall of the founders. The ritual was conducted in the Garden of Stones. Iron torches marked the cardinal points. The classical elements stood between spring water, coarse salt, black earth, and fire. Runes of power, pact, protection, and memory glowed beneath our feet. Regent Amelia Bones spoke first, invoking the old rite. By the ancient rites of accord, and by the answering of the circle once called, we gather here to renew bonds of blood and vow, freely, without coercion, and in knowledge of the magic invoked. She affirmed the legacy we inherit, not of castles and conquest, but of unity. Augusta Longbottom stood with her, unwavering in duty. To me, she said, Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, will you accept this binding? I answered, I do. To Neville, Neville Franklin Longbottom, heir of House Longbottom, will you enter this circle, by your own will, to stand with the house that once stood with yours? He answered, I do. To Susan, Susanna Margaret Bones, heir of House Bones, will you affirm the path your blood has walked since the first accord? She answered, I do. Then Regent Bones drew circles, fire, water, salt, and the elemental bowls shimmered with rising power. Then the circle is made again, she said. Not in desperation, but in choice. Potter, Bones, Longbottom, bound by accord, by magic, and by vow. The torches roared with white flame. The runes blazed. The magic settled in the earth and in us. Let this entry stand as proof of the vow remade. The circle holds H. J. Potter. Ooh. Harry Potter's private room in the Ravenclaw dorm. As Harry lowered his wand, using a quiet spell to inscribe the page, the soft glow within the glass jar dimmed to a steady flicker, casting gentle shadows across the grimoire. The ink dried before his eyes, magic settling into the parchment like breath held and slowly released. He leaned back, stretching his fingers, and looked over what he had written. Already, his section of the grimoire was thicker than most, pages upon pages in his careful hand. He had recorded the summoning of the binding circle, detailed the ritual that renewed it, and now added the words he had spoken alone when he first called out to the ancient pacts. It was more than many had added in a lifetime. And he was only 11. He glanced at the open page, brow furrowing slightly. I have done what few even remember, he thought. I called on the binding circle. I stood in the Garden of Stones. I invoked the Founder's Accord on a noble family line. The weight of that settled like a stone in his chest. Not fear, though he understood the danger, but certainty. What he did mattered. And he had no one to teach him, except the fragments of parchment and memory, until now. The bones and Longbottom stood with him. He turned the page quietly and kept writing. Ooh. 4th floor, abandoned classroom. Sunday morning. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight streaming through the high windows. The classroom smelled of old stone and dry parchment, long unused and forgotten, just as Susan had hoped. A few unused desks had been pushed aside, clearing space for spellwork, and an empty suit of armor stood silently in the corner like a disinterested spectator. Harry knelt near the center of the room, setting the heavy dark forces, a guide to self-protection down beside curses and counter-curses. His wand lay across his knees. Susan stood by the window, arms folded, glancing between him and the doorway. I told Hannah to bring her book and wand, she said. She should be here right here, Hannah said breathlessly, pushing open the creaky door. Sorry. Filch was right near the stairs. I had to take the long way. Neville slipped in behind her, looking sheepish. Sorry. I stopped by the tower for my notes. Susan gave a nod. It's fine. Close the door behind you. Harry stood, brushing dust from his trousers. Let's start simple. Green sparks. It's non-lethal, can be used for signaling or distraction, and teaches us wand control. Neville looked uncertain. It's just called green sparks. Harry nodded. There's no incantation in Latin. You direct your magic with your intent and aim. Gesture matters, sharp upward flick. Like fireworks in a small space. Susan added, this is about consistency. We want every spark to respond the same way. Not too high, not too wide. They spread out, standing a safe distance from each other. Harry demonstrated first, lifting his wand, focusing, then flicking it upward with a smooth motion. A trail of glowing green sparks arced into the air and burst like a tiny firework, then faded. All right, your turn. Neville's first attempt fizzled. His wand gave a single, pitiful puff of green that dropped to the floor like a dying ember. He winced. Try again, Susan said, gentler this time. You were too tense. Across the room, Hannah managed a brief spark, barely enough to count, but it lit the air for a moment. She gave a soft smile. Not bad for my first time. Susan stepped forward and tried. Her spark was bright and tight, well formed. She nodded once and stepped back without comment. Harry turned to Neville. It's all right. You're focusing too much on what you're doing wrong. Let the magic flow through, not from you. Neville tried. Again. This time, the sparks reached above his head before fading. He blinked. That felt better. It shows, said Susan. Harry made another pass, sending a tighter cluster of green sparks arcing neatly into the air. When we master this, we'll move to red, then periculum. After that, smokescreen and defensive uses. But this is our foundation. They kept practicing, sparks lighting the dim classroom in flickers of emerald light. No one mentioned Professor Quirrell. No one had to. What they were doing here mattered more than any lecture. They continued casting for another 10 minutes. Sparks flew at uneven intervals, Hannah's improving steadily, Susan focused and sharp, Neville uncertain but determined. Harry stepped beside Neville as the boy shook out his wand hand again. The movement drew Harry's eye to the wand itself, lighter wood, a bit worn at the grip, the lacquer dulled in places. It looked polished by decades of use. He didn't say anything at first. Just watched as Neville tried again. The green sparks emerged, but sluggish, like the wand had hesitated before obeying. May I see it? Harry asked quietly. Neville blinked. My wand. Harry gave a small, reassuring nod. Just for a moment. Neville handed it over. Harry turned it gently in his fingers. It was longer than his own, slightly warped from time or pressure. The grip was worn smooth. The core was hidden, of course, but something in the balance felt off. He glanced at Neville, voice low so the others wouldn't hear. This isn't new. Neville flushed slightly and looked at the floor. It was my dad's. Gran says it's a strong wand, and we shouldn't waste it. Harry nodded slowly and handed it back. Your father's wand might have been strong, for him. But wands choose, Neville. They have to match you. I know, Neville muttered, embarrassed. But I'm not, we don't talk about getting another one. Harry didn't press. He just stepped back and gave Neville space. But the thought stayed with him. He watched as Neville tried again, green sparks sputtering, but it was like asking the past to light a fire for the present. The wand was loyal to a ghost. And Harry quietly added the truth to the growing collection of things the world didn't say out loud. Ooh. Longbottom Manor, Sunday evening. The drawing room of Longbottom Manor was quiet, lit only by the soft crackle of firelight and the slow ticking of a brass-cased clock. Augusta Longbottom sat at her writing desk, sorting through the evening's post with a practiced eye. Most were routine estate ledgers, ministry reports, and an inquiry from a solicitor in Somerset. But one letter stood out. It bore the Potter crest, unadorned by wax flourish, sealed instead in the old style with pressed silver, the mark of private house-to-house correspondence. She opened it without haste. Ooh. To the esteemed Regent Longbottom. I write with the hope that you might grant me a brief audience before the estate instruction on Tuesday next. I understand your time is valuable, and do not make the request lightly. The matter is personal in nature, and I will, of course, respect your judgment should you decline to meet with one of your closest allies. With respect and in good faith. Harry James Potter, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Ooh. Augusta read it twice. The parchment was thick, the handwriting precise. The boy had not said what he wished to discuss. That was deliberate, respectful, thoughtful. She set the letter down slowly, fingers tapping once against its edge. Proper tone, proper seal. No presumption, she murmured. To the empty room, she said, tell him yes. 10 minutes before class. Alone. A small pop answered her as a house elf bowed deeply and disappeared. Augusta looked again at the letter. 11 years old, and already sending formal correspondence. Her lips pressed into a thin line, half approval, half concern. The game was moving. And Potter, it seemed, had decided to play. Ooh. Gryffindor Common Room, Sunday evening. The fire popped softly in the hearth, casting flickers of orange light across the cozy common room. Most of the first years had finished their homework, and now clusters of students lingered in corners, enjoying what remained of their weekend. At a small table near the fire, Ron Weasley leaned over a wizard chessboard, brow furrowed in concentration. Across from him, Dean Thomas tapped his chin, studying the board with growing frustration as his bishop nervously shuffled its feet. Your move, Ron said, grinning. Dean sighed, reached out, and flinched as Ron's knight growled at him. Ron laughed. Told you not to move there. Seamus Finnegan wandered over, dragging a footstool. Who's winning? Ron didn't even glance up. Me, obviously. Only because your chess set attacks mine, Dean muttered, sitting back. Ron leaned back in his chair, clearly pleased. They're trained. You've got to earn their respect. You talk like they're real soldiers, Dean said. Ron smirked. They are. Dad says some of the older sets have memories from Wizard Wars. Seamus laughed, flopping down. Only you, mate. Ron casually shifted a pawn forward. Speaking of weird stuff, Fred and George found something mental. Dean perked up. What now? They broke into the third-floor corridor. The forbidden one. Seamus whistled low. The one Dumbledore warned about. Ron nodded, eyes gleaming. Yup. Opened the door and saw it. A dog. Huge. 3 heads. Just standing there over a trapdoor. Dean blinked. A 3-headed dog. You're joking. Wish I was, Ron said, moving his rook as one of Dean's pawns squeaked and fled. Fred said all 3 heads were snarling. Took one look and slammed the door before it could lunge. Seamus leaned forward, eyebrows raised. What's it guarding? Dunno, Ron said. But there was a trapdoor. Dean looked down at the chessboard, distracted. Why would there be something like that in a school? Ron shrugged. That's Hogwarts. Everything's mad. Still, Seamus said, eyes glinting, sounds like something worth seeing. I still don't get why there's a monster in the school, Dean muttered, shaking his head. Because it's Hogwarts, Ron said. Nothing makes sense here. Seamus gave him a sideways glance, eyes gleaming with mischief. Bet you wouldn't go back in. Ron scoffed. Would if I had to. Just not stupid enough to get eaten. Oh, come on, Seamus said. What if it's guarding something important? Ron smirked. Then I'd say Dumbledore doesn't trust the teachers very much. Dean snorted. Or maybe he's testing us. Testing us, Ron said, raising a brow. With that thing. Why not? Seamus said, sitting forward. You know how wizards are with rites of passage and all that. What if it's some secret challenge for the brave? Ron narrowed his eyes. Sounds more like something the twins would make up. Still, Dean said, glancing at the fire, if it's just standing there over a trapdoor, Someone's going to try to figure out what it's guarding. Seamus nudged him. You saying you're brave enough? Dean smirked. I didn't say that. Well, I am, Ron said, puffing his chest slightly. I bet I could get farther into the room than either of you. Seamus grinned. Oh, prove it. Ron sat up straighter. Maybe I will. Let's see who can get closest to the trapdoor without getting eaten. Dean blinked. That's not quite what I meant. Seamus laughed. Too late, mate. You're in now. Ron leaned forward, his tone dropping low. Tomorrow night, after dinner, we sneak up there. Just a peek. First one to flinch loses. Dean looked skeptical. And if it hears us? We run, Ron said simply. Fast. Seamus laughed again. It's mad. I'm in. Dean groaned. This is how we die. Ron grinned. Nah. It's how Gryffindors win. The three leaned in, voices dropping to whispers as they began planning. The fire popped softly behind them, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls, none of which looked quite as dangerous as what waited on the third floor. Ooh. Hogwarts, dungeon corridor outside the potions classroom, Monday morning, September 16, 1991. The corridor outside the potions classroom buzzed with low chatter as Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs gathered, robes rustling in the chill air. Harry leaned against the stone wall beside Susan, both of them clutching their potion kits and textbooks. Neville stood a bit further down the corridor, chatting quietly with Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. But most of the students were whispering about something else. 3 heads. I swear, I heard it growling. My cousin in Gryffindor said they saw something moving behind the door. Fred and George were bragging all weekend, something about a monster on the 3rd floor. Harry caught fragments from every direction. The forbidden corridor. Again. He frowned and tilted his head toward Susan. That story's everywhere now. Susan crossed her arms, eyes scanning the crowd. It started in Gryffindor, but now there's talk in all 4 houses. A 3-headed dog, guarding a trapdoor. Why would something like that be in a school? Harry muttered. Susan's voice was dry. Because it's Hogwarts. Nothing's ever simple here. Before they could speculate further, the heavy door to the potions classroom creaked open. Inside came Snape's cold voice, cutting the whispers instantly. Now, the students shuffled in, conversation dying in their throats. Harry shot one last look toward the murmuring group, then followed Susan into the gloomy dungeon classroom. The air smelled of damp stone and dried herbs. Candles flickered from sconces high on the walls. Harry and Susan took a table near the front, unpacking their materials just as Snape glided to the center of the room, robes billowing. 10 points, he said sharply, from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, for spreading rumors like dunderheads about creatures you clearly have not seen and do not understand. A few students gasped. Someone near the back muttered under their breath. Snape's gaze swept the room like a blade. This is a classroom, not a gossip hall, he sneered. Perhaps you all would prefer to test your theories in the Forbidden Forest. No. Then you will learn your place. He turned his wand with a flick, and instructions appeared on the board in elegant, looping script. Pompion potion, brew for magical stomach settling and mild indigestion. Base, Pompion, chamomile, slivered ginger. Simmer clockwise for 4 minutes. Add flobberworm mucus once the base is stable. Begin. Cauldrons clattered and burners hissed to life. Harry measured the ingredients carefully, reading off the recipe under his breath as he worked with Susan in quiet coordination. The two had studied together the day before, and it showed, their rhythm smooth, their potion clear and gently bubbling. The faint orange hue rising from the surface was just a shade too light, but otherwise it looked correct. Snape stalked past them, his gaze falling on their cauldron like a vulture spotting a corpse. He sneered. Too pale. Miss Bones, I expected better. And Mr. Potter, clearly, fame does not come with attention to detail. Susan stiffened beside him but said nothing. Harry's jaw tightened. Snape's lip curled. 2 points from Ravenclaw. 3 from Hufflepuff. Fix it. He swept away, his robes whispering cruelly behind him. Susan stirred the potion again, more forcefully than necessary. He's watching for any excuse. Harry glanced sideways at her. He won't get one. Together, they corrected the simmer and adjusted the ginger ratio. The potion darkened slightly, just enough to silence any further commentary from Snape, though he still gave them a cold glance as he passed by again. As the class wore on, the whispers of the morning faded beneath the clinking of ladles and the murmurs of careful incantations, but the weight of the rumors lingered at the edges of Harry's mind. He hadn't seen the third-floor corridor. Neither had Susan. But it was only a matter of time before curiosity turned into something more. And in Hogwarts, curiosity was rarely safe. Ooh. Hogwarts, third-floor corridor, just outside the Forbidden Door, Monday evening, September 16, 1991. In Hogwarts, curiosity was rarely safe. That truth pressed in on three boys standing at the far end of the third-floor corridor, just out of sight of the main stairwell. The castle's usual hum had quieted. Only the distant flicker of torches and the faint creak of stone marked the passage of time. Ron Weasley leaned close to the heavy door that loomed before them. "This is it," he whispered. Fred said it was this one. Dean Thomas glanced nervously over his shoulder. "There's a reason Dumbledore said this floor was off limits, you know." Seamus Finnegan grinned, though his grip on his wand was tight. "And there's a reason we're here anyway. To see who's the bravest." Ron smirked. "Told you I'm braver than both of you." Dean rolled his eyes. "You haven't even opened the door yet." Ron hesitated, then jiggled the handle. "It's locked." Seamus stepped back. "Well, that's that, then." Dean raised an eyebrow. "Please. It's a standard locking charm." He stepped forward, flicked his wand with a little flourish, and muttered, "Alohomora." The lock clicked, and the door creaked slightly open. Warm, stale air drifted out, along with a sound that froze them in place. A low, slow growl. Like stone dragging against stone. Ron whispered, "You hear that?" Dean swallowed. "Oh yeah." They pushed the door just a bit more, enough for the faintest glimpse. Beyond the threshold was a vast chamber, dark and echoing. They couldn't see much. Just vague shapes in the blackness. And something, shifting. Seamus let out a breath. "All right. One at a time. Just step in, count to 5, then get out." Dean didn't hesitate. He tightened his grip on his wand, squared his shoulders, and stepped through the doorway. 1, 2, 3, he froze. The sound of claws scraping the stone echoed. 4, 5, he backed out, pale but grinning faintly. "Didn't see much. But it's in there. It's huge." Seamus was next. "All right, my turn." He slipped inside, vanished into the dark for a moment. There was a rumble, louder this time. The scrape of something massive shifting. He returned breathless. Eyes. 3 sets. Glowing like coals. And teeth. Too many teeth. Ron scoffed. "You two sound like you're making it up." Dean raised a brow. "Go on, then." Ron nodded, face set. "Fine." He stepped inside. The darkness swallowed him. At first, only the soft pad of his shoes echoed. Then, a growl, deep and violent, shook the floor. A head surged from the shadows, then another, and another. Massive, snarling maws, yellowed fangs glistening in the dim torchlight beyond the door. The three-headed dog erupted from the gloom like a nightmare torn from the depths of some ancient bestiary. Ron didn't even scream at first. There was a thundering growl, so loud it vibrated in the stone walls, and then the beast lunged. Ron turned, scrambling back toward the door, but he wasn't fast enough. One massive head snapped forward. Its jaws clamped down, crunch, on his left arm just as he reached the doorway. The scream that ripped from Ron's throat echoed through the corridor, shrill and raw. Dean and Seamus shouted in horror, yanking the door wide as Ron stumbled backward, dragging himself free. The dog's grip tore through cloth, muscle, and bone. Blood sprayed across the threshold as Ron collapsed, cradling the ragged stump of his arm. His face was ashen, his mouth wide with pain, but no sound came out anymore. Just ragged gasps and the distant thud of boots approaching. Someone had heard. "Merlin, Ron." Dean dropped to his knees, pulling off his robe and pressing it hard against the wound. Seamus fumbled for his wand, voice shaking. We have to get help. Now." Behind them, the door slammed shut of its own accord. The growl inside faded, like a predator sated, for now. Ron writhed on the floor, red soaking into the stone beneath him. His eyes were wild with pain and fear. "Don't fall asleep." Dean barked, panicking. "Don't you dare, stay with us." Footsteps pounded closer. A distant shout. Then, a blur of movement. Professor McGonagall, hair half loose from her bun, stormed down the corridor, wand in hand. "What have you done?" Her eyes took in the blood, the twisted remains of Ron's arm, Dean pressing hard to stop the bleeding, Seamus pale and trembling. She dropped to one knee beside them, casting a complex string of spells with barely a breath between each word. A stretcher conjured itself. Ron was levitated, still bleeding but now sedated. McGonagall turned to the two remaining boys. "You will explain everything. But after we save his life." And then she was gone, Ron floating ahead of her, blood trailing through the air like a red thread unraveling behind them. Dean stood frozen. Seamus whispered, he just wanted to prove he was brave." Dean didn't answer. He was still staring at the door. Something, behind it, growled once more, low and satisfied. "Ooh. Hogwarts, Hospital Wing, Monday evening, September 16, 1991. The soft rustle of curtains and the faint scent of dittany and lavender filled the stillness of the hospital wing. Candles floated low to keep the room dim and quiet. Madame Pomfrey moved with practiced care between beds, murmuring as she measured a dose of calming tonic into a small glass vial. Daphne Greengrass sat upright on the far cot, knees drawn to her chest, a heating charm gently curling beneath her blanket. Her arms wrapped around her middle, expression carefully composed, though her face was paler than usual. She didn't complain, didn't ask for attention. She'd been through this enough times to know silence was often easier than answering the wrong questions. She was just about to lie back down when the infirmary doors burst open with a bang. Ron Weasley floated in on a conjured stretcher, unconscious, his right arm gone below the elbow. The stump was wrapped in blood-soaked linen. Professor McGonagall swept in behind him like a storm cloud, her wand drawn, her mouth set in a grim line. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan followed, ghostly pale, their shoes and sleeves flecked with red. Daphne's eyes widened. She clutched the blanket tighter. Madame Pomfrey gasped. "Great heavens, what happened?" "Third-floor corridor," McGonagall said sharply. "They went through the forbidden door. He was mauled." Pomfrey's face turned to stone. "Lay him here, quickly." The stretcher hovered over the nearest bed. Wards shimmered to life around the cot in a soft blue halo as Pomfrey dove into action. Diagnostic charms flared. Blood-replenishing potions, bone stabilizers, nerve charmers, everything she had, she used. But it was already too late for what was missing. "There's nothing to reattach," she muttered bitterly. "The flesh is shredded. It wasn't severed, it was eaten." She turned to McGonagall, voice low and urgent. "I cannot regrow this. Not with this level of damage. He needs street mungos. Now." "No," said another voice. Everyone turned. Albus Dumbledore had entered unnoticed, his silhouette framed in candlelight. His expression was unreadable. Calm, but cold. Pomfrey didn't hide her fury. "Headmaster, this is not a scrape or a bruise. The boy has lost a limb." "I understand," Dumbledore said. "Then you also understand I cannot repair this here." "I do," he said softly. "But we must be cautious. This cannot become public, not yet. Not while what lies beneath that trapdoor remains unsecured." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Albus, this is Ronald Weasley. His parents. I will speak to them personally." Daphne stared, unblinking. Her stomach churned, not from her usual cramps, but from the cold finality in Dumbledore's voice. No concern for the boys. No outrage about the monster. Just control. Just secrecy. On the bed, Ron groaned and thrashed weakly, pain chasing him through unconsciousness. Pomfrey swore under her breath and turned to prepare stronger potions. Daphne lay back slowly, hands pressed flat over her blanket. She had come here for pain relief. But what she'd witnessed tonight was a different sort of wound altogether. She would not forget. Ooh. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office, Monday evening, September 16, 1991. The room was quiet but for the ticking of a peculiar brass contraption on a far shelf. The flickering candlelight did little to warm the chill in the air as Albus Dumbledore stood behind his desk, gazing into the flow as green flames sparked to life. Moments later, Arthur and Molly Weasley stepped through, brushing soot from their cloaks. "Headmaster," Arthur greeted, adjusting his glasses. "I assume this is about the twins. What have they done now? Levitated a badger into a suit of armor? Or, Merlin, help us, convince a first year to test one of their tonics again." Molly huffed, clearly braced for a lecture. "I told them last week if I heard another word from Professor McGonagall." "I'm afraid this isn't about Fred or George," Dumbledore said gently, raising a hand. Molly's face froze. Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Then who?" Arthur asked, slowly. "It's Ronald." Molly's hands flew to her mouth. Ron, what's happened? Is he in trouble? Is he hurt? Dumbledore motioned for them to sit. His voice remained calm, but not warm. He and two other boys ventured into an area that I clearly marked off limits during the opening feast, for their own safety. They went where? Arthur asked sharply. The third-floor corridor, Dumbledore said. They gained access to what was meant to remain sealed. One of the protective measures placed there, attacked. Molly was already halfway out of her chair. Attacked. Attacked. What does that mean? What happened to him? Dumbledore hesitated for only a moment. Ronald lost his arm. Below the elbow. Molly's scream echoed off the stone walls. She staggered forward, hands trembling, her voice cracking. No, 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 no. That can't, he's only a boy. Arthur's face had gone ashen. He said nothing at first. Just stared. Then he asked, very softly, is he alive? He is. Madame Pomfrey is tending to him. He is unconscious but stable. I want to see him, Molly choked. We'll take him to St. Mungo's. He shouldn't stay here. I understand your instincts, Dumbledore said, but I must urge caution. The damage is permanent. There is no limb to reattach. Madame Pomfrey has already done all that can be done. Moving him could cause further trauma. Trauma, Molly shouted. He's a child missing an arm. How dare you keep him here after this? Arthur gently took her hand. Molly. Then I will not stop you, Dumbledore said. But I ask you to consider Ronald's peace. He is surrounded by his brothers here. Familiar faces. Stability. And, of course, we are discreet. If this becomes public. Molly shook her head wildly, tears streaming down her cheeks. This shouldn't have happened. Not at Hogwarts. Arthur closed his eyes, breathing heavily. Finally, he said, we'll see him. If he's truly better off here, we won't move him. But you owe us answers, Albus. Not just comfort. You'll have them, Dumbledore promised. In time. But even as he said it, his gaze drifted past the Weasleys, toward the darkened window. Because not all answers could be given freely, not when secrets were buried beneath trapdoors, guarded by monsters, and soaked now in the blood of a boy too young to understand what war looked like. Ooh. Hogwarts, Hospital Wing, Monday evening, September 16, 1991. The soft rustle of curtains and the faint scent of dittany and lavender filled the stillness of the hospital wing. Candles floated low to keep the room dim and quiet. Madame Pomfrey moved with practiced care between beds, murmuring as she measured a dose of calming tonic into a small glass vial. Ron Weasley lay in a bed, unconscious, his arm gone below the elbow. The stump was wrapped in blood-soaked linen. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, her expression grim but composed. Arthur and Molly Weasley entered quickly, faces pale with worry. Molly's breath hitched as she approached her son's bedside, her voice trembling. Ronald, my poor boy. How could this happen here? At Hogwarts. Dumbledore stepped forward with measured calm, his eyes steady and voice gentle but serious. Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, your son and two other boys entered a section of the castle that had been carefully restricted for reasons of safety. Molly's confusion deepened, mingling with fear. Restricted? What sort of place? Dumbledore's gaze held theirs as he chose his words carefully. Hogwarts is a place of great wonder, filled with powerful magic and ancient secrets. Many areas are protected and off-limits, not because of danger alone, but to preserve the delicate balance of the castle's enchantments. Some of these protections have stood for centuries. Arthur's expression tightened. And those protections, they caused this. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Yes, one of those safeguards was triggered, resulting in your son's injury. It is a difficult lesson in respecting boundaries, both magical and otherwise. Molly's voice broke. But why keep him here? Shouldn't he be taken to St. Mungo's? I understand your concern, Dumbledore replied. Madame Pomfrey has done all that is possible here, and moving him now would risk further harm. The staff will care for him day and night. Hogwarts offers familiarity, friends, and family nearby. It is important for his peace and recovery. More importantly, the situation calls for discretion. If word spreads. Of course, Arthur said quietly. We want what's best for Ron. Molly nodded slowly, wiping tears from her cheeks. We will do whatever it takes for Ronald. Ron stirred lightly, groaning before slipping back into unconsciousness. Madame Pomfrey busied herself with preparations for more healing potions while Dumbledore, the Weasleys, and McGonagall stood silently, the weight of unspoken truths hanging heavy in the room. Dumbledore's gaze softened. "Thank you. Sometimes, the heaviest truths are kept not to hide what is real, but to shield those we love from needless pain." He paused, looking at Ron's still form, then back to the Weasleys with quiet resolve. "Understanding is the first step to acceptance, and only with acceptance can there be recovery." Arthur reached for Molly's hand, squeezing it gently as they stood united in the quiet hospital wing. For a moment, silence filled the room, heavy, fragile, and full of unspoken fears. Hogwarts, Castle Corridor, Tuesday morning, September 17, 1991. The corridor was alive with the soft shuffle of footsteps and the low murmur of waking students making their way to breakfast. The morning light filtered through the tall windows, casting pale rectangles on the cold stone floor. Harry Potter paused just outside the Great Hall entrance, adjusting the strap of his bag. Before he could step inside, a quiet voice stopped him. "Harry." He turned to see Daphne Greengrass standing close, her expression serious, eyes flickering with something between worry and determination. "I saw him last night," she said in a low tone. "Ron Weasley, in the hospital wing." It was worse than anyone saying. Harry's breath caught. "What happened?" Daphne glanced around briefly, then leaned in. "His arm. It's gone, Harry. Lost below the elbow. Madame Pomfrey was doing everything she could, but it's bad." Harry's jaw tightened. His gaze grew colder, calculating. "I need to speak with Regent Longbottom about the bylaws, specifically those concerning student protections. If this is happening on Hogwarts grounds, there are serious questions to be answered." Daphne nodded, her eyes steady. "Be careful. There's already a lot of gossip. You'll feel it as soon as you walk in." Harry took a breath, steel hardening in his stance. "Thank you for telling me." They parted ways silently, Harry stepping into the great hall where whispers curled around the high tables like smoke. His eyes immediately sought the familiar faces, but the Weasleys' seats were noticeably empty. The buzz of rumors filled the air. Some students cast uneasy glances toward the empty spot where Ron usually sat. Others exchanged hushed theories about what had truly happened behind the forbidden door. Harry clenched his fists, his mind already racing through the tangled web of secrets and dangers lurking just beneath Hogwarts' ancient stones. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore rose smoothly, the soft clinking of his rings silencing the hall gradually. His blue eyes scanned the room with calm authority, and when he spoke, his voice carried clearly, warm but firm. "Students, I am aware that news has spread regarding an unfortunate incident last night involving one of our own." A hush settled. "Let me assure you, Hogwarts remains a safe haven for all who study within its walls." He paused, choosing his words with care. Several students ventured into an area marked as restricted, a warning made clear at the start of the term. This area contains ancient enchantments designed to protect the school and its inhabitants. Dumbledore's gaze softened slightly. An unexpected encounter resulted in injury, severe and regrettable. Our devoted Madame Pomfrey has been tending to the student, and his condition, while serious, is stable. There was a flicker of sympathy in the hall. Let this be a reminder to all. Curiosity and courage are virtues, but they must be tempered by wisdom and respect for the boundaries that keep us safe. He lifted his hand gently, as if offering a blessing. We must move forward with caution and care, united as a community. The hall remained silent for a moment before the low hum of conversation resumed. Dumbledore sat back down, his expression unreadable, but his eyes briefly met Harry's across the room, a subtle, knowing look that said more than words could. As Dumbledore sat, a wave of murmurs and whispered conversations swept through the great hall like an undercurrent beneath the clatter of breakfast dishes. Some students exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale or tight with worry. A few younger first-years clung to their housemates, eyes wide with confusion and fear. "She lost her arm," a Hufflepuff girl whispered urgently to her friend, voice barely above a breath. No, only Ron's arm," another corrected, shaking his head in disbelief. Near the Gryffindor table, a group of fifth-years spoke in low tones, their expressions a mix of concern and fascination. "It's true, then. The third-floor corridor really is dangerous. They said it was just a rumor before, but now." At the Ravenclaw table, a cluster of students debated quietly, their voices laced with apprehension and speculation about what exactly lay behind the forbidden door. It must be something ancient, maybe a magical creature or a trap. I heard Madame Pomfrey said it's worse than anyone thought. Meanwhile, the absence of the Weasley family seats was glaringly obvious. Ooh. Hogwarts, Amphitheater Office, Tuesday evening, September 17, 1991. The corridors of Hogwarts felt unusually hushed as Harry made his way toward the amputator's office. Normally bustling with students, today the castle seemed cloaked in quiet reserve, conversations were muted, and hurried glances darted his way. At the office, Harry found himself alone, standing stiffly by the window. His hands were folded neatly behind his back as he waited, his expression formal and unreadable. Moments later, the door opened, and Regent Augusta Longbottom entered, her posture erect and her gaze steady. Her tone was courteous but carried a subtle note of inquiry. "Potter," she said crisply, "I wasn't expecting a summons so early in the year. What is the matter?" Harry inclined his head slightly, speaking with measured calm. "Regent Longbottom, House Potter harbors grave concerns regarding the stability of House Longbottom. Your lack of care has created a dangerous opening." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "Neville's great-uncle, the very one who once threw him from a window, is a present and clear threat to your heir. The fact that such an act was allowed to go unpunished, or at the very least inadequately addressed, calls into question your suitability as regent." Harry's eyes locked with hers, unwavering. Inwardly, he recalled the counsel from the catalogues à Codier. Let your gaze be steady, your speech clear. Do not chase approval. Make it unnecessary. He allowed the thought to steel his resolve. Before House Potter takes any action to safeguard one it calls brother, I summoned you here to provide an explanation for this failure, and for another matter of equal concern. Augusta Longbottom's face tightened, the chill of the accusation lingering between them. She gave no answer immediately, instead regarding Harry with a measured, calculating gaze. Harry stood perfectly still, his posture impeccable, hands folded behind his back. His gaze remained steady, unblinking, as he waited patiently for Regent Longbottom's response. The silence stretched between them, charged, deliberate. He said nothing further. His quiet confidence spoke volumes. Regent Longbottom's eyes softened momentarily, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping her lips. "I was grateful that Neville was safe and that his magic had manifested fully," she murmured, as if speaking more to herself than to Harry. "For a time, I feared he might be like my sister, a squib, without the gift." Her gaze returned to Harry, but now it held a distant quality, as if the rest of his words hadn't fully registered. "I do not see the issue you raise. Neville is under my protection. That is all that matters." Harry's gaze remained steady, his voice measured but firm. "Your protection is precisely what is lacking, Regent Longbottom. Do you forget that the primary tenet binding our families, the binding circle, is family first, above all else? It mattered not to our ancestors the level of one's magic, only the blood and loyalty of those within the house. Has House Longbottom succumbed to the whispers and hype spread by the pureblood elite, to the point that you would endanger the life and blood of one of your own? There are established measures in place should the head of house lack the requisite magic to ensure its protection. One such measure is the appointment of a majordomo, an individual of the family, imbued by the head of house to act on their behalf in matters of magic and defense. I ask you, Augusta Longbottom, daughter of Macmillan, do you have what it takes to be the regent?" Regent Longbottom's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of defensiveness crossing her features, but her posture remained composed. "You question my abilities and my loyalty," she said with quiet firmness. "I have served as regent with diligence and honor. Neville's safety is paramount to me, as it should be to any who hold the Longbottom name." She paused, measuring her words carefully. "The world of magic is not always kind or fair, Potter. Difficult decisions must be made, and sometimes risks are unavoidable. I will not have my family's name dragged through whispered accusations and unfounded distrust." Her voice softened only slightly. "If you doubt my capacity to protect my own blood, then perhaps it is you who should reconsider the role you play in the binding circle." The air in the room seemed to tighten, charged with unspoken tension as Regent Longbottom's words hung between them. Harry's eyes darkened, the formal restraint slipping away, replaced by a quiet but fierce resolve. For a brief moment, a flicker of recognition crossed Regent Longbottom's face. She saw something of his great-grandfather in Harry, a familiar fire and stubborn will. He said nothing, but a low hum began to rise from deep within him. Suddenly, a shimmering aura of deep blue and silver shimmered around Harry, pulsating softly at first, then growing stronger. The gusts of wind began to stir, lifting papers and robes as if the room itself had come alive. "I am Harry Potter," he declared, voice ringing with authority and power, "son of James and Lily Potter, of the House of Potter." As if summoned by his words, a translucent tome, the catalogues Acodiae, materialized mid-air before him, glowing faintly with ancient runes and sigils. Regent Longbottom's breath caught, her composed demeanor faltering as she stared at the tangible evidence of potent magic. Harry's voice steadied, reading aloud from the floating text, each word weighed with solemn intent. "One who is brother to House Potter stands in danger. Those inside the House of Longbottom threaten the heir of the house. Let magic take its due from those who would hinder the binding circle from within." Before their eyes, shimmering rings of pure blue magic appeared, binding a figure who appeared in the room, a man with sharp features and a cold gaze. "Algy Longbottom, you stand before the heir to the Potter line. As required by the binding circle that ties our families together, you will answer truthfully. Do you desire the lordship of Longbottom? Did you threaten the heir of your house to obtain that lordship? Do you still harbor thoughts of harming the rightful heir of your house? Answer truthfully or face the consequences." Algy's eyes flickered with fear as the glowing rings tightened their grip. His voice was low, strained, and trembling under the weight of the binding circle's command. I do desire the lordship of Longbottom," he confessed reluctantly. I believed that Neville's weakness, his youth, his inexperience, left the house vulnerable. Yes, I threatened him. I thought to force his removal by any means necessary." He paused, swallowing hard as the magic pulsed around him. "And, yes, I have harbored thoughts of harming the rightful heir. I feared that if I did not act, the house, and its power, would slip away from those who deserve it." The room fell silent, the hum of magic slowly fading as the rings of blue light dissolved. Regent Longbottom's expression darkened, conflicted, and pained. Harry's gaze did not waver as he addressed the assembled regent and the restrained Algy. "The binding circle is clear. Betrayal from within weakens all. Your actions endanger not only House Longbottom but the fragile alliance that protects us all." He turned his eyes toward Regent Longbottom. "Regent Augusta Longbottom, it is your duty to act. Protect your heir. Uphold the honor of your house. Allow no threat to fester beneath your watch." Regent Longbottom's eyes glazed slightly, her will bending beneath the weight of the binding circle's ancient power that Harry had invoked. The room's charged silence deepened as she found her voice, steady but resolute. "By the authority vested in me as Regent of House Longbottom, and bound by the sacred oaths of the binding circle," she intoned, "I command that Algy Longbottom be removed as a threat to this house." Her hand lifted, fingers tracing a sigil in the air as ancient magic responded. "He shall not be destroyed, for that is not our way. But he shall be banished to the Muggle world, stripped of all magic, his power and legacy returned to the Longbottom family." The shimmering air thickened, and Algy's form shimmered, caught in the spell's grasp. His memories, the knowledge and cunning that once served his ambitions began to unravel, lost like smoke in the wind. "You shall live unaware of this house or its secrets," Regent Longbottom declared, her voice unwavering. "So long as you remain a threat, you shall never again endanger your family or the binding circle." The last trace of blue magic pulsed once, then faded entirely. Algy was gone, removed without death, but exiled from everything he once sought to claim. Regent Longbottom turned to Harry, the weight of the decision clear in her eyes. "This is justice, Potter. The house is safe." Pollock Country Park, Glasgow, late evening, September 17, 1991. A chill wind swept through the sprawling greenery of Pollock Country Park, rustling the leaves of ancient oaks and scattering litter across the empty paths. The last remnants of daylight faded, casting long shadows beneath the bare branches. Amid the quiet solitude, a solitary figure stumbled along a paved trail, a man dressed oddly out of place in robes and layered garments that hinted at a world far removed from the nearby city streets. His eyes darted around with confusion, brows furrowed as if searching for something he could not name. Passers-by slowed, whispering among themselves. One elderly woman clutched her handbag tightly. A teenage couple stopped abruptly, staring in wary silence. After several minutes, a concerned park-goer approached cautiously, calling out, "Excuse me, sir. Are you all right?" The man turned toward the voice, his expression blank and uncomprehending. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came. His hands trembled slightly, fingers twitching without purpose. Feeling uneasy, the onlooker pulled out a mobile phone and dialed the local police station. "There's a man here in Pollock Park, looks lost, wearing strange clothes, and seems confused. Could you send someone, please?" Within minutes, 2 officers arrived in a patrol car, stepping briskly toward the figure. "Sir, can you tell us your name? Are you okay?" The man blinked slowly, his face vacant. He shook his head, unable to form a coherent response. The officers exchanged looks, and gently guided him toward the car. "We'll take you to the station for your safety, and see if we can find out who you are." As they drove away, the man sat silently in the back seat, his gaze unfocused and empty, stripped of magic, memory, and home, cast into a world he no longer understood. Ooh. Hogwarts, Amphitheater Office, Tuesday evening, September 17, 1991. The faint hum of residual magic lingered in the air as Algie Longbottom vanished from sight, leaving a charged silence behind. Harry's gaze remained steady, voice calm but resolute. The binding circle is not merely tradition, it is a sacred trust between families. Threats within must be extinguished, or the whole foundation crumbles. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly. House Potter will stand vigilant, as will those who honor their oaths. Let this be a clear warning: loyalty is the price of unity, and betrayal will not be tolerated. Harry folded his hands behind his back once more, breathing out slowly, the aura around him dimming, but the weight of his words hanging heavy in the quiet room. Regent Longbottom's shoulders straightened, a newfound resolve settling over her features. The lingering magics hold still faint in the air, she met Harry's steady gaze without hesitation. "You speak with the authority of one who understands the burden of leadership, Potter," she said quietly but firmly. "The binding circle is our bond, fragile only if we allow internal threats to fester. I will not let House Longbottom weaken that trust. From this day forward, I swear to uphold our shared oaths and protect the heirs of all our houses." Her voice softened slightly, a trace of solemn respect threading through her words. "May we all remain vigilant, for the strength of the circle depends on it." Harry's expression remained firm, his voice carrying measured concern. "I am glad to hear your commitment, Regent Longbottom, for that brings me to the next pressing matter. Why does your heir continue to use a wand not bound to him? His father's wand remains bound to his father's lineage. By allowing Neville to wield it, you risk stunting his magical growth." He stepped forward slightly, eyes unwavering. "There is no dishonor in choosing a new wand, especially one suited to the bearer. By forcing Neville to use a wand ill-fitted to him, you are impeding his progress and diminishing his ability to learn and protect himself. This is not merely tradition, it is essential to the well-being of your heir and the future of House Longbottom." Regent Longbottom's shoulders sagged slightly, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. She avoided Harry's steady gaze for a long moment before speaking in a low, quiet voice. "You were right, Potter. I miss my son terribly, and I wanted so badly to see him live on in Neville. I forced my hopes onto him, insisting he use his father's wand." Her eyes flickered away, then returned to Harry with a softer, more vulnerable edge. "I never stopped to consider the toll it might be taking on Neville, or how it could be hindering his growth. Your words give me much to reflect upon." Harry's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained steady and resolute. "Regent Longbottom, I understand the pain that drives your decisions. It is not my place to add to your burden, but neither can I allow Neville's well-being to be compromised. For now, I will let this matter rest, but only temporarily. I expect you to ensure that Neville receives the proper guidance and the tools suited to him without delay. His future, and the strength of your house, depend on it. We all carry the weight of our family's legacies. It is our duty to bear it with care, not to pass it on as a burden." He glanced toward the door as the evening light dimmed outside. "Estate management class will begin shortly. I trust you will be ready." Harry inclined his head politely, then turned on his heel and made for the door. His robes billowed gently with each step, and the faint residual shimmer of magic still clung to the edges of his aura. He did not look back as he exited the office, his pace steady and composed. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Regent Augusta Longbottom remained still, her eyes fixed on the empty air where the heir of House Potter had stood. The silence pressed around her, broken only by the soft rustle of disturbed parchments still settling on her desk. Slowly, she lowered herself into a chair, the firmness of the cushion grounding her amid the swirl of thoughts. Her hands, once so steady in war and grief alike, trembled faintly in her lap. She had seen many things in her lifetime, duels, blood feuds, heartbreak, but nothing prepared her for the quiet, devastating certainty with which Harry had invoked the old magics. Not just invoked, commanded them, as if he had been born to do so, with the same ease a boy might lift a quill. As though ancient magic wasn't something to be feared, to be restrained, but a language he had always spoken. And that scared her more than she cared to admit. He walks the halls of this castle like it still remembers who he is, she thought. And he calls magic that could unmake bloodlines and foundations as if it were no more dangerous than lighting a wand tip. It was terrifying. And it was remarkable. Her expression softened, even as her spine straightened. That boy, she murmured aloud, may yet change everything. The room still felt altered, as though the stones themselves had listened to the invocation. She could not deny it any longer. Harry Potter was not just a boy, not anymore. He was his house. He was his blood. And the old world was stirring in response. With a steadying breath, she rose and gathered herself. The estate management class was about to begin, and she would face it not just as a regent, but as a grandmother who had much to set right. Ooh, Hogwarts, Estate Management Classroom, Tuesday evening, September 17, 1991. The door opened with a quiet creak, and Harry stepped inside. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted immediately. A faint shimmer of dark blue clung to his aura, residual traces of the powerful magic he had just wielded. It pulsed faintly like moonlight rippling through water, subtle but impossible to ignore. Neville was on his feet first, eyes wide as he hurried over. Harry, what happened? Are you all right? Susan followed close behind, a crease of concern on her brow. She didn't speak at first, instead reaching out to gently touch his arm, grounding him. I'm fine, Harry said softly but firmly. It's done. He won't be a threat again. Across the room, Daphne Greengrass had been watching the moment unfold with sharp, calculating eyes. She didn't rise from her seat, but her interest was clear. She had felt the change in the air, the tension that clung to Harry's steps like smoke. She said nothing, not yet, but her hand stilled above the parchment in front of her. Susan glanced toward her but kept her attention on Harry. You did something crazy again, didn't you? She murmured. Harry offered a faint, tired smile. It's necessary. I'll explain when we're somewhere private. Neville nodded, subdued but reassured. The blue aura faded slowly, the magic settling into Harry like a tide receding, calm but never truly gone. Behind them, Regent Longbottom entered, pausing briefly to glance at Harry with a mix of respect and wariness before beginning the lesson. And so the class began, but the room had changed. A line had been drawn, quietly and unmistakably, and all who had the wit to sense it knew. Harry Potter was no ordinary heir. He had invoked ancient magic and walked away steady. And now, he sat among them. Still watching. Still ready. Regent Longbottom turned toward the chalkboard and tapped it once with her wand. 3 flowing headers appeared in elegant script. Leyline wards, blood-grounded wards, merchant wards. Most of you will inherit one of these 3 dominant warding structures, she said, moving to hand out parchment. These are examples we've pulled from public records. Don't worry, nothing here violates secrecy statutes. Take a copy, and follow along. She paused to let the students scan the sheet, then began. First, Leyline wards. She tapped her wand again, and an animated diagram of Hogwarts shimmered into being. The castle pulsed with soft golden light, crisscrossed with vibrant ley threads surging through the ground. These wards draw power directly from leyline intersections, the magical arteries of the world. Hogwarts is a classic example. Since it has no singular family ownership, the wards were designed to respond to the land's energy and to a shared magical purpose, rather than a bloodline. She gave them a moment to absorb that before continuing. Second, blood-grounded wards. 2 new diagrams emerged. One showed a grave-covered hillside warded with subtle glowing rings. The other showed a stylized, silver-bound goblin vault. These take one of 2 forms. In some cases, wards are rooted in the land by blood. Not just symbolic, literal. If generations of a family live and die on the same soil, their presence nourishes the ward matrix. Their deaths anchor it. The Goblin Nation does this deliberately. In Gringotts, many vaults, especially the ancient ones, are linked to the blood of ruling families. Upon death, key members willingly offer a final contribution of blood to strengthen the ward. Neville looked uneasy. Susan's expression remained scholarly, focused. Harry's brow furrowed, then relaxed as she moved to the next diagram. The second form of blood-grounded warding is through pact. A blood oath between a family and a powerful magical species can tie the land's protection to that bond. She paused. The only family to publicly admit to such a pact in the last 2 centuries is the Lovegoods. Several students looked up at that. They dwell on land held in trust with the Phi beings native to their estate. Their wards draw from this connection, merging ancestral will with Phi magic. Harry sat forward slightly, attention sharpened. He said nothing, but his mind ticked over the implications. Third, merchant wards. A final illusion formed, this time a charming storefront, Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. The scene shifted to show a faint protective web ripple across the windows and door as a mischievous-looking youth tried to pocket a cone and failed. These wards are intent-bound. They must allow flow, customers, coin, commerce, while still protecting against theft and malicious entry. Most are woven with layers of property detection, silent alarms, and hex deterrence. She lowered her wand. All 3 types are viable. Many estates are layered with a combination. The key is knowing your inheritance and how it speaks to the land. She let the diagrams fade. Any questions before we continue into resonance mapping? She asked, eyes briefly flicking again to Harry, as if still grappling with the boy who had summoned wild ancient magic, and then sat in her class like it were simply another Tuesday. A hand rose near the back, deliberate, poised. Regent Longbottom raised an eyebrow. Yes, Miss Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass inclined her head slightly. You said many estates layer different kinds of protections. Can wards of different types be combined into a single matrix? For example, could someone blend leyline and blood-grounded structures directly? A few students turned to look at her. It was a sharp question. Regent Longbottom gave a measured nod, her expression thoughtful. An important distinction, she said. No, you cannot mix ward types directly. They operate on fundamentally different magical principles. A leyline ward drinks from the land itself, a blood-grounded ward answers to the will of a lineage. Trying to merge the 2 will cause instability. At best, one will override the other. At worst, the wards will collapse. Daphne frowned, but stayed silent, processing. However, the regent continued, her tone shifting slightly as she tapped the air again. You can build wards within wards. A new image unfolded, a manor house encased in a soft golden web, with a smaller, pulsing crimson sigil over an office on the 2nd floor. This estate has a merchant-facing outer ward. It's designed to allow limited guest traffic for seasonal tours and trade events, think of noble vineyards or wandlore exhibitions. She pointed to the crimson section. But the estate's study, the ancestral seat of the family's records and rituals, is sealed under a private blood-grounded ward. Only those of verified lineage may enter. The outer wards admit many. The inner one admits one. She stepped back, letting the image settle. Layering in this way requires finesse and careful keystone placement. Each ward must be able to function independently if the others fail. Like a castle built in tiers. If the drawbridge is breached, the keep still holds. Harry nodded slightly. He'd seen something similar referenced in the grimoire, but this was the first time anyone had spoken it aloud in public terms. Daphne looked satisfied and more curious now. Neville leaned in toward Harry and whispered, I want to try layering a weather ward with a protective one over our greenhouses at Longbottom. Gran always said it was too advanced, but maybe not anymore. Susan just kept scribbling furiously, her focus tight and intense, as if determined not to miss a single word. Regent Longbottom smiled thinly. Good. Questions like that are why this class exists. Next, we'll walk through resonance mapping, how to determine the strength and attunement of an inherited ward structure. She flicked her wand again. The glowing diagrams faded, replaced by 3 pulsing crystals, each resonating at a different pitch of light. Regent Longbottom waved her wand once more, and the 3 glowing crystals began to rotate slowly in the air, casting flickers of colored light across the desks. These crystals, she said, are simulacra of estate keystones. Each has been attuned to represent a different kind of ward. You'll notice the resonance is distinct, in color, in rhythm, and in magical tone. The first crystal pulsed with a deep blood red, slow and deliberate. This is a blood-grounded ward, tied to the magic of legacy. Feel the weight of it. There's age here, and expectation. Heirs who fail to meet its measure often find themselves locked out of their own libraries or unable to cross a threshold their ancestors built. The second crystal shimmered in pale gold, vibrating more quickly and evenly. This one reflects a leyline tethered ward. It pulls ambient magic from the land, more neutral, but also more demanding. These wards don't care who you are. They care how you manage the flow of energy. If your estate lies along a ley line, you must be careful not to overdraw, or you can overwhelm your wards and cause them to collapse. The final crystal pulsed in sharp blue bursts, erratic but precise. And this is the resonance of a merchant ward, intent-driven, as we discussed. They are complex in their nuance. These wards must judge intent in real time: customer or thief, guest or invader, clerk or charlatan. Getting that calibration wrong could either lock out business entirely, or lead in disaster. She turned to face the class. Resonance mapping, the ability to hear your wards and feel their rhythm, is the first step in learning whether they are strong or failing. A lord who cannot feel his ward is like a captain deaf to the creaking of his ship. Susan raised her hand quickly. Can a ward hide its resonance? If someone tried to sabotage it, could they mask the disruption? Regent Longbottom nodded. Temporarily. Skilled curse breakers or ward weavers can bury changes under layers of false stability. But the land remembers. And if the estate trusts you, it will whisper warnings. That is why the personal connection is essential. Wards attuned to your bloodline are like hounds, they bark for their own. Susan lowered her hand, clearly mulling it over. Neville raised his hand slowly. His voice, when it came, was careful but earnest. If an estate has different types of wards, like blood wards around the main house, but merchant wards on the fields or greenhouses, how do you learn to hear each one? Won't the signals get mixed up? Regent Longbottom's expression shifted, a flicker of pride surfacing before she masked it again beneath her usual reserve. That is a very good question, Mr. Longbottom. She gave her wand a short, sharp flick, and the three crystals shifted position again, this time aligning side by side, pulsing in overlapping rhythms. The classroom was filled with flickering lights and subtle vibrations that seemed to move across the floorboards and desk legs. Just as you can train your ear to distinguish instruments in an orchestra, so too can a trained heir learn to separate the layered voices of their wards. The key is proximity, intent, and familiarity. She tapped the gold leyline crystal. When you stand in your greenhouse, you do not call upon your grandfather's memories, you tune into flow and intent. The hum of growing things. Magic drawn gently from the land. She moved to the red. But when you step into the hall where your family has ruled for centuries, you are stepping onto blood-woven threads. The ward here doesn't ask who you are. It knows. Neville looked thoughtful, brows drawn. But what if someone doesn't know what they're listening for? Regent Longbottom inclined her head. Then they must start small. Walk the land. Sleep beneath the roof. Touch the stone of the hearth, not just the threshold. Magic will meet you halfway, but you must listen first. Estates resist being commanded. They prefer to be remembered. She paused, then added more softly, and some parts of an estate may never speak to you, not if they are still grieving a past heir or resisting what they see as weakness. That, too, is something you must face with patience. There was a stillness in the room after that. Even the flickering crystals seemed subdued. Harry raised his hand, his posture composed, though his voice carried a subtle intensity. Can you overcome proximity? He asked. Say you're away, shopping in Diagon Alley or abroad. Could you still hear your wards? Could you know if something was wrong? A murmur passed through the room at the implication. It was a question that touched on real fear. Regent Longbottom's gaze settled on Harry. She didn't answer right away. You ask a question that has haunted lords and ladies for centuries, Mr. Potter. She stepped forward, wand lowering to her side as she let the silence settle. In general, no. Most estate wards require presence, blood, breath, and footsteps in the soil. But, she turned back toward the desk, lifting the blood-red crystal slightly with a flick of magic. There are exceptions. She looked at him. Directly now. Old magic, true inheritance magic, sometimes allows for what's called an echo link. A tether between heir and estate forged not by distance, but by legacy. This can manifest if the heir has fully claimed their role and the wards have accepted them utterly. She glanced at Neville, then back at Harry. But such links are rare. And dangerous. If the estate is breached while the heir is elsewhere, the echo might reach out, violently. Some heirs have collapsed in markets. Others have seized mid-meal. One, Lord Alveric Knott, was killed in his sleep when his family vault was breached. The wards tried to pull him home. Susan blanched. Even Greengrass looked startled. Harry, however, only nodded, a faint tightening in his jaw. So, Regent Longbottom continued more gently, the answer is yes, but only if the estate allows it. And only if you're willing to bear the burden. Because when your home cries for you, you will hear it screaming. The final word rang out with quiet force. No one moved for a long moment. Regent Longbottom's eyes swept over the class, as if weighing whether they were ready for the next piece of truth. Then, with a subtle nod to herself, she spoke again, quieter now, but more serious. During the last war, she said, you know who did not always need to storm the gates. He had curse breakers in his ranks, not mere thieves and murderers, but trained experts, many taken from private employer-turned-unspeakables. These men and women were ordered to hunt the ward stones of sacred homes. She turned toward the illusory map, and a new layer shimmered over it, cracks, burns, and flickers of collapsed magic. They would find the outer markers, a post, a boundary rock, an enchanted spring, and mark it for destruction. And then he would come. Her voice lowered. With power enough to overwhelm even the stablest enchantments, he would pour dark energy into a single, weakened stone. And the network would react like glass under pressure. The magic implodes. Everything the family had, merchant wards, bloodline protections, memory seals, even privacy charms, gone in an instant. Sometimes with a physical shockwave. The room was silent again. Then Harry slowly spoke, not asking a question, but recalling aloud. My father's notes mentioned something like that, he said, tone tightly controlled. That when they finally got to what was left of the Potter Manor after the Fidelius fell, there was no outer defense left. He wrote, the land didn't sing anymore. Neville looked toward him, solemn. Susan stilled her quill mid-word. Regent Longbottom nodded, not gently but with grim recognition. Yes, that is the right phrase. When the wardstones fall, the land falls silent. It no longer knows who it belongs to. She raised her wand and shifted the illusion to show a stone half submerged beside running water, its runes nearly worn away on one side. This was taken from an estate in Cornwall. For years, the family never checked their western boundary. The stream shifted, season after season, eating away at the inscription. The moment the Dark Lord tested that line, it tore apart like rotted cloth. She turned to the class, firm now. Neglect is a weapon you hand to your enemies. Magic is not eternal unless it is remembered. Inspected. Reaffirmed. Heirs who leave their inheritance to run wild will return to find it lost. A pause. You have an assignment before Thursday. She gestured, and a clean roll of parchment floated from her desk to hover midair, slowly unrolling to reveal neat script in her own hand. You are each to draft a formal inquiry to the Department of Magical Infrastructure and Public Safety. Your request concerns publicly warded ministry monuments, not private estates, and not high-security installations. Choose a structure known to the public. Statues, fountains, memorial halls, public archives. She looked directly at Greengrass, then Susan, then Harry. Be precise, be polite, and know they will not tell you everything, nor should they. You are students. The full mechanisms of state protections are classified. But, she added, tapping the floating scroll with her wand, you are to determine what you can learn. Identify the general boundaries of the monument's protective field. Try to determine the category of ward used, blood, leyline, merchant, or another. And above all, her eyes narrowed just slightly. Consider how such wards would need to be maintained. Who would do it? How often? And what might go wrong if they did not? She let the scroll drop to her desk and rolled it back with a flick. You are not to go investigating in person. No one is to approach a monument with spells or magical tools. Your task is to correspond and analyze. Any student found prodding a public ward will not return to this classroom. There was an edge of iron in her words, no threat, just certainty. Send your letters no later than tonight. Responses may take time, but you are expected to show proof of attempt on Thursday. That is all. Only then did she step back, folding her arms as the magic of the crystals dimmed and the illusionary ward map faded from view. Dismissed. As the last of the crystals vanished and students rose from their desks, Regent Longbottom's voice cut across the low murmur. Mr. Longbottom. A word. Neville froze in place, his satchel half slung over his shoulder. He nodded slowly. Yes, ma'am. The other students hesitated, then filed out. Daphne gave Neville a curious glance but offered no comment, striding toward the hall with her usual controlled poise. Harry, however, paused just beyond the threshold. With practiced subtlety, he slipped to the side, taking up a still, quiet position against the outer stone wall, just out of sight of the open classroom door. His face was unreadable, but his ears were sharp. Susan came next, lingering in the doorway as the last few students disappeared down the corridor. Her eyes flicked from Neville to Harry's hiding place. She stepped closer, voice pitched low. Harry, what's going on? Before she could say more, Harry gently placed one finger to his lips, eyes not even shifting from the wall. A clear signal. Quiet. Susan frowned slightly, worry flashing in her expression, but she obeyed. After a heartbeat of indecision, she turned and walked down the corridor after Daphne, casting only one glance back. Then the hallway was still. And Harry listened. Inside the classroom, the silence had settled heavily again. Neville stood with his hands loosely at his sides, uncertain whether to sit or remain standing. Regent Longbottom regarded him for a long moment, not as a teacher addressing a student, but as something older and deeper, a regent to her heir. Then she inclined her head, not low, but enough to be unmistakable. Heir Longbottom, she said quietly. Your regent owes you an apology. Neville blinked, startled, mouth half opening. I allowed a threat to remain within reach of the family, she continued, her voice steady but taut with the strain of pride and regret. I believed I was guarding the future, but I allowed sentiment and caution to blind me. I did not see the rot as it crept in. Neville's brow furrowed. You mean? Before class, she said, cutting gently through his question, Heir Potter confronted me. Not with anger, but with duty. He invoked the binding circle, properly, powerfully, and showed me what I would not see. Her voice softened further. Your great-uncle, Algy. His hands were never clean, but I thought him merely a bitter relic of a harder age. I didn't see how far he had fallen. I didn't see that he resented your path. Neville was frozen now, chest rising slowly. Heir Potter forced me to judge him. Not with spite, but through our family connection. The circle answered. And your uncle is gone. She met his eyes, level and unflinching. I should have acted first. I should have shielded you from having a threat so close. That was my failing. Neville's throat bobbed as he tried to swallow. He's gone. Regent Longbottom nodded once. Removed by the family magic. Stripped of name and place. The family magic has already begun to seal the memories. Soon, only the three of us, and magic itself, will remember that he ever bore the Longbottom name. Silence stretched again. Then her voice, gentler now. Your blood is strong, Neville. Stronger than he ever understood. And I thank you for having the courage to remain true, even when your family faltered. Outside the door, Harry closed his eyes. Not in satisfaction, but in acknowledgement. Inside the room, Neville hadn't moved. His face was pale, but steady, listening, absorbing, anchoring himself to every word. Regent Longbottom, Augusta, inhaled softly, her hands clasped before her. When she spoke again, her voice lost its formal edge. It was still composed, but layered now with something older, something personal. There is more I must say, Neville. She stepped closer, close enough that her next words did not need to carry far. My son was the pride of my heart. When I lost him, I clung to what little remained. You were just a boy, and I, she faltered, just slightly. I was afraid. She let out a breath. Afraid that if I pushed too hard, I would break you. Afraid that if I trained you too soon, I would lose you too. So I let you use his wand, even though it was never meant for you. I told myself it was a link, a legacy, something he would have wanted. But it was selfishness. I wanted to see him again, in you. Neville's hands tightened, but he didn't speak. She went on, softer now. It was unfair. I robbed you of what should have been your own magical path, your own wand, your own bond. I saw you struggle, and I told myself it was grief, not a failing of my own decisions. She straightened her shoulders. So tomorrow morning, after breakfast, I will invoke the Hogwarts bylaws to remove you from the castle for the morning. You and I will go together to Ollivanders, and you will be given the wand that chooses you. No more ghosts. No more shadows. Neville's lips parted, and for a long moment he said nothing, then a small nod, tight but clear. Thank you, Gran, he said quietly. Regent Longbottom's face softened, her composure still firm, but the steel behind it now wrapped in something gentler. Thank you, Heir Longbottom, she replied, for giving me the chance to do better. Just outside the door, Harry turned his face toward the stone wall, letting the silence soak in. He did not smile, but something in his stance eased, just a little, as the weight of old wounds began, slowly, to shift. As Regent Longbottom's footsteps receded down the corridor, the door creaked open. Neville stepped out, his head slightly bowed, eyes distant with the weight of everything that had just unfolded. Harry moved from where he had been standing, back pressed against the stone wall just out of sight. He took a single step forward, calm and deliberate. Neville, he said softly. Neville paused, blinking once before focusing on Harry. He didn't speak right away, then let out a long breath. Thank you, he said at last, voice low but steady. Harry gave a quiet nod. He didn't need an explanation. Neville glanced down the hallway where his grandmother had disappeared, then back at Harry, his expression somewhere between dazed and awed. That's the first time she's ever apologized, he murmured. For anything. Harry tilted his head slightly. Then it mattered. Neville gave a short, almost incredulous laugh. Yeah, he said, voice raw. Yeah, it did. There was a silence between them, not heavy, but grounding. Then Neville straightened his shoulders, a bit more sure of himself than when he'd entered the room. As Neville turned to go, Harry placed a hand briefly on his shoulder. We need to get to work, Harry said, his tone shifting back to the firm, focused cadence that had become more natural to him in the last week. The letters for Regent Longbottom's assignment. Neville blinked, then nodded slowly. Right. The monument wards. Harry gave a faint smile. I expect Susan's already waiting for us in the library. Neville looked amused. And probably has a list of which monuments we're each covering. Harry's expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed faintly. Undoubtedly. With a shared look of quiet understanding, the two boys turned and began walking together toward the library and the work that still needed doing. When they arrived at the library, the quiet hush of parchment turning and quills scratching greeted them like an old friend. The tall windows filtered in a late afternoon glow, casting golden shafts of light between the shelves. Susan sat at a large oak table near the back, parchment and ink already set out, two thick tomes open in front of her. At a table several rows down, Daphne Greengrass sat alone, quill in hand and her back straight, clearly deep in her own research. Neville tilted his head toward Daphne, but it was Susan who answered before he could speak. She said she preferred to work alone, Susan said without looking up. Didn't want to be accused of copying. Harry gave a small nod, unsurprised. Susan finally looked up, gesturing them toward the seats she'd clearly saved. I've started cross-referencing. The book nearest her left hand was titled Directory of Magical Government Offices and Departments, 1990 edition, its pages thick with official script and categorized by function. The other, thicker volume was an index of public works maintained by the Ministry of Magic, stamped with a small sigil of the Department of Magical Infrastructure and Charmworks. These are our starting points, she said. We can pick monuments or public sites from this one. She tapped the index, then find out which department is responsible using the directory. Once we match those, we can draft the letters. Harry took a seat and opened the book to the section on monuments, flipping quickly to the entries on memorial sites. Good, he said. Let's divide the work. 3 requests, 1 per person. We aim for variety in ward type and coverage zone. Neville nodded. Maybe a war memorial, a public fountain, and something inside the ministry. Susan was already flipping through the war memorials. Exactly what I was thinking. And with that, the 3 heirs leaned over their books, quills ready, beginning the next step of their work, not just an assignment, but a lesson in how power was structured, hidden, and protected. After nearly an hour of flipping pages, sharing notes, and quietly debating which sites would give them the most useful range of ward types and departmental oversight, the trio reached a decision. Harry leaned back in his chair and tapped the edge of an index of public works with the end of his quill. I'll take the Potter Memorial, he said quietly. Godric's Hollow. I want to see what the ministry acknowledges, and what they don't. Susan glanced at him, her expression unreadable, then gave a single nod. Neville looked up from his scribbled notes. There's a park just off Diagon Alley, he said. A wizarding one, mostly for young families. Gran took me there once when I was little. It might be protected in a different way. I'll take that. Susan closed her book with a soft thump. Then I'll do the fountain, the one just past the security checkpoint in the ministry atrium. Everyone sees it. If anything has public wards tied to authority, it'll be that. The three worked in near silence after that, each drafting a formal inquiry letter. Harry's tone was measured and formal, invoking academic research related to estate ward awareness and public magical architecture. Neville's letter was earnest, slightly unsure, but sincere. Susan's work was sharp and perfectly composed, no surprise to either boy. When they'd finished, they reviewed each other's drafts briefly, made minor corrections, and packed up their things. They made their way through the stone corridors toward the Ollery. As they climbed the winding staircase, the smell of feathers and straw grew stronger. Once there, each selected a school owl, carefully tied their letter to its leg, and gave the birds the destination. To the Department of Magical Monuments, Harry instructed his owl. Public Park Authority, Magical Urban Affairs, Neville told his. Maintenance Division, Department of Magical Architecture and Security, Susan added crisply. With a rush of wings, the owls soared into the twilight. Now, Harry said as they watched them vanish into the sky, we wait. Thursday's answers will tell us more than any textbook could. Ooh, Great Hall, Hogwarts, Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning dawned with a subdued chill in the air, the sort that whispered of autumn truly settling over the castle. In the Great Hall, golden light spilled through the enchanted ceiling, casting long shadows across platters of steaming porridge and charmed banners fluttering lazily overhead. It was the first morning since Ron Weasley lost his left arm to the three-headed dog on the third floor that most of the Weasley family had gathered for breakfast. Percy sat stiff-backed at the Gryffindor table, nose in a crisp roll of parchment, but his jaw was set. Fred and George were unusually quiet, no enchanted biscuits leapt from plates, no trick sugar quills floated across house tables. At the Ravenclaw table, Harry ate in silence, movements deliberate, posture composed. He wasn't listening for trouble, it came to him regardless. Hermione Granger's voice cut through the general hum like a slicing charm. What do you mean, he'll be fine? He lost his arm. Fred's head jerked up, but there was no smirk waiting. He looked tired. We know, he said simply. George, elbows on the table, stared down into his mug. He was lucky. If he had not backed up when he did. Fred picked up, but not with their usual rhythm. It might have taken his head. Hermione shook her head, struggling. How is that supposed to make me feel better? George met her eyes quietly. It's not. But we don't have room for worse right now. There was no punchline, no deflection, just the clink of silverware and the low rumble of students who were too polite, or too frightened, to ask questions. Harry exhaled softly, his eyes narrowing. Not at them, past them, toward the empty spot at the Gryffindor table, and the haunted hush around it. At the Ravenclaw end, even the first years sat straighter. The loss was no longer a rumor. It was the absence made flesh. And overhead, clouds drifted across the charmed ceiling like ghosts too stubborn to move on. Ooh, Hogwarts Library, Wednesday evening. The library was quiet in the way only old libraries could be, a hush so complete it felt ancient, like even the air was holding its breath. Candlelight flickered along the edges of worn tomes and towering shelves, casting shifting patterns across the study tables. At a tucked-away corner near the restricted section, far enough for privacy, close enough to avoid suspicion, three figures leaned over parchment and thick reference books. Harry, ever exacting, had unfolded the reply from the Department of Magical Memorials. His expression was thoughtful, almost unreadable. They won't give layout diagrams, he said, tone even, but they confirmed that the Godric's Hollow Potter Memorial includes the cottage my family was in. It has standard Tier 3 reflection wards and a passive containment perimeter tied to the village leyline. He tapped the letter. It's keyed to symbolic bloodline resonance over the house. Which means it still recognizes my family, at least at the ward edge. Susan's eyes flicked up from her own notes. They're worried someone might tamper with it. I asked about the ministry fountain, got a reply from the Office of Magical Civic Maintenance. She held up a neatly folded page, the official seal still half embedded in the wax. Maintenance confirmed monthly recalibration by approved charmsmiths. Said the fountain has passive, anti-tampering wards, water cleansing enchantments, and a collection ward. It's keyed to a bucket behind the fountain. That's how they gather the money tossed in. She raised an eyebrow. The boundaries were set along the wall around the fountain. They also said the central basin is anchored to a primary focus stone buried beneath the floor. Neville looked a little nervous as he unfolded his own letter. Mine was from the Office of Family-Centered Magical Spaces, he said. Didn't even know that existed. He cleared his throat and read aloud. The Greymore Park of Diagon Alley Extension contains low-tier safety wards for child magic flare, soft perimeter warnings keyed to ministry badges, and localized trauma barriers tied to ground bond runes beneath each play structure. Neville looked up, eyes wide. It's basically a cushioning system. But it's built into the soil, not the stones. Harry leaned back, fingers steepled. They don't mention the exact type of warding used. Susan nodded, already flipping through another book. We'll need to research crystals and boundaries ourselves. And more importantly, consider how such wards are maintained, Neville finished quietly. Who does it, how often, and what might go wrong if they don't? There was a long silence between the three of them. In the soft crackle of candlelight and turning pages, it was clear this homework had become something more. They weren't just studying public wards. They were beginning to see the fragility and power of the systems their world rested on. Ooh, Hogwarts, Amphitheater Office, Thursday evening. Thursday evening found the four heirs, Harry, Susan, Neville, and Delphine, gathered once more at their table near the restricted section. Each took turns giving a concise report on their findings, their letters from the ministry summarized with quiet precision. They compared ward types, maintenance protocols, and speculated on the magical theory behind the enchantments. Delphine, though reserved, contributed her analysis with sharp clarity, having reviewed examples of legacy memorial wards in Eastern Europe. The others listened respectfully, and for a few moments, the four worked not as classmates but as peers bound by responsibility. When the final notes were shared, Harry leaned back slightly and looked to the others. I want to ask something unrelated, he said, voice low. What do the Hogwarts bylaws say about student protection, specifically in cases like Ron Weasley losing his arm? The others exchanged glances. Susan was the one to answer first. That would fall under Section 4 of the Hogwarts Charter. Magical safety. Student protections. Harry nodded slowly. Then we need to review them. All of them. His eyes were steady. No one should lose a limb because the school didn't follow its own protections. Regent Longbottom asks if they can find anything in the books she has provided. The others didn't argue. They just began pulling books from the shelves. Neville was the first to find a relevant volume, a battered, deep green tome titled Hogwarts Charter, Annotated Bylaws and Amendments through 1985. He slid it across the table toward Harry, who immediately began flipping to Section 4. Susan scanned the index of another reference, frowning slightly. Here, listen to this. Subsection 4.01, Hazardous Environments within school grounds. It states that any magical creature or artifact capable of inflicting permanent injury must be warded, caged, or otherwise secured with staff oversight and active defensive charms. She looked up, her expression grim. That three-headed dog violated at least two parts of that clause. It wasn't warded, and it was unguarded. Delphine tapped her finger against a different section. There's more, subsection 4.41. It covers immediate medical intervention and notification requirements. If a student suffers a critical injury, the headmaster is required to notify both the guardians and the Board of Governors within 24 hours. Neville's eyes widened. So the board should have known. A voice came softly from behind them, calm and authoritative. We were told, just barely within the 24-hour period. The four turned to find Regent Longbottom standing just beyond the nearest shelf, arms folded, eyes tired. Neville straightened unconsciously. Gran. She stepped forward, gaze moving between the open books and the letter drafts. As we mentioned before, 7 of the 12 current board members support the headmaster's leadership. When he reported the incident, he claimed he had already informed the students' parents, within the hour, in fact, and that appropriate measures were underway. The majority accepted that and deferred the matter to him. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. I disagreed. But unless I could force a vote, my objections were noted and set aside. Harry's fingers clenched lightly on the table's edge. So they knew. And let it stand. Yes, Augusta said. They let it stand. Her voice lowered. But now that you're looking into the bylaws, into what's written and what's owed, I suspect it won't stand for long. She glanced once at Neville, then turned and walked away without further word, leaving a deeper silence in her wake. Delphine exhaled slowly. It's not just about what's allowed. It's about who's willing to challenge it. Harry looked down at the parchment in front of him and murmured, then we'll be the ones who do. Augusta Longbottom paused a few steps from the table, then turned back, her tone crisp and formal once more. One last thing before I leave you to your studies. Each of you is to find a specific bylaw or subsection from the charter that pertains to student safety, particularly one not already discussed tonight. Her eyes swept across the four heirs. Prepare a brief, 5-minute report on your chosen clause for Tuesday evening. I expect analysis, not just reading. Consider how the bylaw is meant to function, how it may have failed, and who would be held responsible. She gave a short nod. This is not just academic. If we're going to hold others to the law, we must first understand it ourselves. With that, Regent Longbottom departed, her robes whispering softly against the stone as she vanished between the shelves. The silence that followed was heavier than before, charged not with fear, but with purpose. Ooh. Hogwarts grounds, Saturday morning. Third flying class. The morning air was crisp, tinged with the earthy scent of dew-laden grass and the faint bite of the coming October. Sunlight glinted off rows of school-issued brooms lined neatly on the grass, each identical in make and charm strength. No student was allowed their own broom, not yet. Everyone gathered had already passed the first 2 sessions of flying instruction. Today was the third and final evaluation. Advanced maneuvers, steep dives, sharp turns, and sudden stops. If they passed, they'd earn the privilege of flying without direct staff supervision during school hours. Susan Bones adjusted her gloves with methodical precision, her usual calm on full display. Daphne Greengrass glanced skyward, then back to her broom with a practiced eye. Hannah Abbott and Sue Lee chatted quietly, trading guesses about the sequence of drills ahead. Neville stood beside Harry, his broom clutched a little too tightly, but his feet were planted firmly. Harry remained still, always composed, the school broom in his hand seeming almost out of place given his natural balance and flying instinct. There were other students gathered too, a dozen or so, all here for the same goal, to prove they could handle more than just hovering and gliding. Notably missing was Hermione Granger, who had yet to pass the second class. Her control had been careful, exacting, but flying demanded more than theory. Madam Hooch's whistle rang across the pitch. Mount your brooms. Today, we test for maneuver control, controlled dives, rapid stops, and sharp turns. If you cannot keep your broom in check, you'll be grounded until spring. Pass, and you earn flight clearance without a staff escort. With a mix of nerves and determination, the students mounted up. One by one, they kicked off the ground and soared into the morning air. Cloaks rippled in the wind as school brooms groaned slightly under sharp angles and practiced shifts. This wasn't about flair. It was about trust earned through discipline, judgment, and control. And every student in the sky knew it. Madam Hooch paced down the line of mounted students, her sharp eyes glinting in the morning light. One at a time, take it up to 30 feet, angle into a descent at 45 degrees, then brake cleanly at 10. No wobble, no showboating. One by one, students performed the maneuver, some a little too slow, others overcorrecting mid-turn. But none failed outright. Hannah Abbott, Madam Hooch called. Hannah swallowed visibly and kicked off, her school broom lifting her into the clear sky. She leveled out at 30 feet and took a steady breath. Then she leaned forward, angling the broom downward into the practiced descent. The maneuver started well. Controlled angle. Proper form. But just as she neared the 10-foot mark, she pulled hard on the handle, and something went wrong. With a loud crack and a sudden spray of twigs, the bristles of her broom fell off mid-air like brittle straw. The broom handle jerked upward uselessly and then dropped. Hannah screamed as she plummeted, landing hard on her side with a sickening thud. Gasps rose from the gathered students. Harry stepped forward instinctively, but Madam Hooch was already running. She dropped to her knees beside Hannah and wand out. Broken wrist. Left side. Her voice was clipped and professional. She turned her head sharply. Susan Bones, escort her to the hospital wing. Immediately. Susan was already there, crouched beside her friend. Come on, Hannah, she said gently, helping her stand with careful support under the uninjured arm. Hannah's face was pale and pinched, but she nodded through clenched teeth. As the two girls began walking off toward the castle, Madame Hooch stood, her expression thunderous. She turned to the remaining students. That should not have happened. All these brooms were inspected last week. This one will be examined by staff immediately. Her eyes raked across the group. Safety is not optional, and school equipment should never fail. Her gaze lingered on Harry, just for a breath. Continue the drills, one at a time, no exceptions. The rest of the class continued under Madame Hooch's watchful eye, the earlier tension settling into a focused hush. One by one, the remaining students mounted up and performed the dive maneuver. There was no more broom failure, only the creak of bristles cutting through air and the thuds of clean, if cautious, landings. Even Neville managed it. He was the slowest of the group, his dive shallower and his grip white-knuckled on the broom handle, but he completed the full exercise with no mistakes. As he landed, slightly off-center and breathless, Madame Hooch gave a sharp nod. Well done, Longbottom. Confidence comes with practice. There were no jokes or laughter from the others. Not after what had happened to Hannah. The class finished the remaining drills in grim silence, each student more aware than ever that flying, while exhilarating, was not without risk. Later on, after completing the sharp turn drills, banking hard to the left, then right, with clean acceleration out of the curve, Madame Hooch blew her whistle and floated down to hover in front of the group. Well done, she said, her voice carrying clearly over the grounds. All of you except Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones have passed today's evaluation. There were a few confused glances until she clarified, Susan wasn't able to complete the course due to escorting Hannah to the hospital wing. She'll get a chance to fly tomorrow along with Hannah, assuming Miss Abbott is cleared by the matron. She dismounted with practiced ease and gave the group a curt nod. That's all for today. You'll receive your flight clearance forms in class next week. Dismissed. Hogwarts Amphitheater classroom, Saturday morning. After checking in on Hannah, who was in a conjured sling and frowning at being kept in the hospital wing overnight for monitoring, and exchanging a quiet word of thanks with Susan for staying with her, Harry and Neville made their way through the castle's echoing halls. The estate management classroom was quiet when they arrived, the heavy oak door creaking slightly as they stepped inside. Afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows, dust motes drifting lazily in the golden light. Their footsteps echoed against the stone floor as they moved to the reading tables at the front, where the bylaw volumes were kept neatly stacked in a locked cabinet. Neville unlocked it with the room's shared key and passed Harry a familiar green-bound book. They flipped through the index methodically, fingers running down the parchment columns until Harry paused. Here, he said, Bylaw 4.14, Regulation and Oversight of Student Broom Use and Equipment Maintenance. Neville leaned over to read with him as Harry recited aloud. All brooms designated for academic use must be inspected prior to first student use, and rechecked after every third session. Any signs of enchantment degradation, bristle wear, or balance instability must result in immediate removal from circulation until repair or replacement is confirmed by a qualified flying instructor or equipment master. Harry's brow furrowed. If Hannah's broom lost all its bristles at once, that's more than wear. That's a structural failure. If it were a school broom, it should have been checked after the last class. Neville looked grim, and Madame Hooch didn't seem surprised, just quick to send them off. Like she's seen it before. Harry closed the book. This bylaw ties responsibility to the staff. If we're going to bring it up, we'll need to know when those brooms were last inspected. And how. Neville gave a slow nod. Let's make that part of Tuesday's homework. Harry reopened the volume and flipped to the next entry, scanning the dense text until he found it. Bylaw 4.15, he read aloud, Replacement Protocol for Substandard School-Issued Brooms. He continued, voice steady. Should a broom used in instructional settings fail to meet minimum performance benchmarks as outlined in Bylaw 4.16 during the inspection required in Bylaw 4.14, it must be immediately withdrawn from student access. Replacement shall be drawn from reserve stock or requisitioned from the approved supplier within 10 academic days. Continued use of substandard equipment is a breach of safety standards and may result in a formal inquiry by the Board of Governors or empowered student oversight. Harry looked up at Neville. So not only should the broom have been inspected, if it failed the inspection, it should have already been replaced. Neville exhaled slowly. And if there's no reserve stock or the school's behind on replacements, then students are flying on equipment that violates both 4.14 and 4.15, Harry finished grimly. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the parchment as though he could will it to answer more questions. We'll need to ask Madam Hooch, politely, when inspections last happened. And maybe write the supplier. See how many replacements Hogwarts has received this term. Neville nodded, writing down a note. Tuesday's going to be an interesting set of reports. Harry tapped the margin of the open book before them. Here, he said, voice crisp with focus. Bylaw 4.15 ends with this line, may result in a formal inquiry by the Board of Governors or a designated student safety delegate. Neville looked over. A student safety delegate. That's us, isn't it? Harry gave a slow nod, already flipping back to the earlier section of the tome. If we invoke the authority granted in Bylaw 1.16, through the Founders' Accord, then we're not just giving reports. We're formally stepping in because the board isn't doing its job. He found the page and pressed his finger to the header. Bylaw 1.16 empowered student oversight via the Founders' Accord. We can form the delegates of the Accord, Harry said quietly, almost to himself. Enforce safety rules. Propose changes. Review inspections. Even demand immediate responses to hazards. It's not just about broken brooms anymore. It's about making sure no one else ends up like Ron. Or Hannah. Neville let out a breath, both awed and daunted. That means we're not just researching anymore. We'd be acting. Harry folded the book closed with quiet finality. Then we'd better make sure we're ready. Ooh. Bylaw 1.16 empowered student oversight via the Founders' Accord. Amended provision, recognized under the powers of the Founders' Accord, effective upon activation by qualified Accord heirs. Clause 1 Founders' right of student oversight. When a majority of recognized heirs to the Founders' Accord formally determine that the Hogwarts Board of Governors has failed to uphold its responsibilities, specifically in regard to student safety, instructional integrity, or ethical administration, they are authorized to form a governing body known as the Delegates of the Accord. Clause 2 Powers and authority of the Delegates of the Accord. Once formally declared and recorded in the Hogwarts Charter Ledger, the Delegates of the Accord are vested with the following rights and responsibilities. Enforcement authority, the power to enforce existing bylaws, particularly sections 3 and 4, when staff or governors have demonstrably failed to do so. Oversight access, the right to examine safety inspection, logs, injury and incident records, magical maintenance reports, and ward status updates. Emergency intervention, authority to demand immediate mitigation of safety threats, including class cancellation, restricted area designation, and removal of hazardous materials or equipment. Bylaw drafting and amendment. Delegates may propose and vote on amendments related to student safety and educational well-being. If passed by a 2/3 vote among delegates, the amendment enters provisional effect for 1 year and must be presented to the board for permanent ratification. Summons and inquiry. Ability to call for testimony from staff, prefects, and student witnesses during formal safety hearings. Staff may request representation from the board in these sessions. Clause 3 Limitations and requirements. The power of the delegates will last for 1 month. Delegates may not terminate staff, expel students, or alter institutional hierarchy, though they may file formal recommendations for such actions with the Board of Governors. All decisions and enforcement actions must be recorded and archived, with one impartial faculty member present as an observer. Any abuse of delegate powers is subject to internal review by the recognized arbiters of the Founders' Accord. Clause 4 Protection and standing. This bylaw is protected under the Founders' Accord and cannot be suspended, repealed, or amended without the explicit consent of all currently active Accord heirs. Ooh. Hogwarts Amphitheater Classroom, Saturday early afternoon. Harry blinked as Neville suddenly snorted, then broke into quiet laughter. At first, it was just a chuckle, but it grew, muffled only by his attempt to keep from disturbing the quiet room. Harry raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Did I miss something? Neville waved the open book, still laughing. It's this part at the bottom of the clause, he said between breaths. Any abuse of delegate powers is subject to internal review and may result in limitation of authority for a term. Harry gave him a blank look. Yes, that's meant to keep us in check. Neville leaned forward, still grinning. Right, but look who does the internal review. It says, subject to internal review by the recognized arbiters of the Founders' Accord. That's us, Harry. Us. He tapped the page for emphasis. We'd be investigated by ourselves. And our guardians. So, unless I do something truly awful, the worst I'm facing is a stern look from Gran while she knits faster. Harry's lips twitched despite himself. And Susan would get a lecture while Amelia polishes her monocle. Neville chuckled harder, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. We made a system where we're the watchdogs and the ones who call the hearings. I mean, I know it's serious, but... Harry finally cracked a smile. It is serious. But at least if we mess up, we're not at the mercy of Dumbledore and his board. Neville nodded, calming slightly, though the grin remained. True. It just hit me all at once, we're in charge of holding ourselves accountable. That's either brilliant or a terrible idea. Harry leaned back in his chair with a satisfied hum. Let's just make sure it's brilliant. Ooh. It was late Sunday afternoon when Susan met them in the quiet alcove off the second-floor stairwell, a spot just secluded enough to escape prying eyes, yet not so hidden it would arouse suspicion. She arrived with a satchel full of parchment and an expectant look. Well? She asked, arms folded as she leaned against the stone wall. You both looked far too pleased with yourselves at lunch to keep quiet much longer. Harry pulled a folded page from inside his robes and offered it to her. We found something. Section 1, not 4. Susan arched a brow and unfolded the parchment. Her eyes moved quickly as she read, and by the time she reached the bottom, she looked up sharply. Student safety delegates may be appointed at the discretion of recognized accord heirs in circumstances where board inaction compromises student welfare. Is this real? Neville nodded, grinning. Bylaw 1.16. It gets better. Harry noticed it's referenced again under the delegate clause in Bylaw 4. Susan narrowed her eyes in thought. I don't remember this from the estate management class. Harry shrugged. It wasn't covered. No one mentioned it, probably because they assumed it hadn't been invoked in generations. But it's binding. We cross-checked it against the charter margin notes. Neville gave a quiet chuckle. And the best part, any abuse of the powers is subject to internal review, by the accord heirs. Susan blinked, then burst into surprised laughter. You're joking. Nope, Neville grinned. So if one of us goes too far, we'd be hauled in front of, well, ourselves. And our guardians. Susan shook her head slowly, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Oh, Merlin, we're the court, the enforcement, and the oversight. Harry gave a small nod. It's not about power for its own sake. But if Hogwarts isn't going to enforce its own safety standards, then we will. Susan grew serious again, folding the parchment with care. All right, let's draft this right. We follow Bylaw 1.17, inform the board and headmaster, then let the process begin formally. And we do it before anyone can call it insubordination. Neville tapped the stone wall lightly, as if marking the moment. Student safety delegates. Guess we'd better live up to the title. Ooh. Bylaw 1.17 Notification of Student Safety Delegate Activation. In the event that the student safety delegate powers described in Bylaw 1.16 are to be invoked, the recognized heirs of the Founders' Accord must adhere to the following notification process to ensure legitimacy and transparency of action. 1.17.1 The heirs must issue a formal verbal declaration of activation before a quorum of the Board of Governors and the headmaster or acting headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the same shared setting, to prevent miscommunication or obfuscation. 1.17.2 This declaration must be witnessed by at least one official Hogwarts administrative staff member not affiliated with the board, e.g., deputy headmaster, groundskeeper, or librarian. 1.17.3 The declaration is to be immediately recorded in the Hogwarts Charter Ledger, maintained by the Office of the Deputy Headmaster, where a written summary will include names of the heirs invoking the bylaw, the specific rationale and concerns for activation, the date and time of declaration, the designated responsibilities intended under Bylaw 1.16. 1.17.4 Once recorded, The authority granted to the student safety delegates shall become active immediately and remain in effect for 1 month, subject to internal review as outlined in Bylaw 1.16.3. 1.17.5 Failure by the board or headmaster to attend such a meeting after reasonable notice, minimum 48 hours, shall not invalidate the process, provided proper documentation and attempts to convene are recorded and attested to by an unbiased faculty witness. Hogwarts Amphitheater Classroom, Sunday afternoon, September 20th. Neville ran his finger along the densely packed page, brow furrowing until it stopped abruptly. Here. Bylaw 1.09, subsection E. He glanced at Harry and Susan before reading aloud. All members of the Board of Governors are required to notify both the headmaster and fellow board members of any material fact that may affect the governance, security, or magical inheritance of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry leaned closer as Neville continued, voice gaining edge. Addendum, ratified June 1971, includes, but is not limited to, indications of Founders Accord activation, invocation of hereditary magical roles, or emergence of latent founder-bound legacies. Susan's eyes widened. That's when Dumbledore became headmaster. Neville gave a slow nod, a bitter smile forming. So he made sure any mention of the Founders Accord had to be reported, straight to him. Harry sat back in his chair, the implications settling over them like a drawn curtain. Then our plan, everything we're preparing, qualifies under this. They'll have to be told. Susan tapped the ledger thoughtfully. Which means they'll know. But not on their terms. Neville's face tightened as he glanced between Harry and Susan. We can't bring this up to my grandmother, not directly. She's a board member, so she falls under this bylaw too. Any hint we give her about the Founders Accord activation, or even our plans, would have to be reported back to the headmaster and the rest of the board. Harry frowned, considering. So, she's effectively part of the system we're trying to work around. Susan nodded slowly. That makes things even trickier. We have to be careful who we trust, and how much we say, even to those closest to us. Neville sighed. We're in a tight spot. But we have to keep moving. If we let that stop us, nothing changes. Harry looked from Susan to Neville, his tone sharp with purpose. How long do you think we'll need before we're ready to move on this plan? Susan tapped her chin thoughtfully, then began listing quietly, almost like ticking off a mental checklist. We'll need time to gather solid evidence on bylaw breaches, draft formal proposals for new safety measures, identify trustworthy allies among students and staff, prepare communications carefully to avoid raising suspicion, and figure out how to handle potential backlash. She glanced at her notes. Considering all that, roughly 4 weeks seems realistic. Enough time to build a foundation without rushing. Neville nodded in agreement. That sounds right. If we start now, aiming for October 31st as our target date gives us a clear deadline and enough breathing room to be thorough. Harry nodded slowly, then glanced at the calendar in the corner of their study notes. October 31st, I have plans that evening. Ones I can't shift. Neville raised an eyebrow. Plans. Harry didn't elaborate, just met Neville's eyes with a look that said it mattered, and that it wasn't up for discussion. Susan looked between them and then gave a small nod. All right. November 1st, then. Neville grinned slightly. All Saints' Day. Poetic timing. Harry's expression turned thoughtful. Then we use the next 5 weeks well. No loose threads. No mistakes. We go in knowing exactly what we're invoking, and what we intend to change. October 31st, early morning, the far side of the lake. The halls of Hogwarts were hushed in shadow when Harry rose. He dressed in silence, pulling on a cloak heavier than the chill required. Dawn was still a promise on the horizon as he slipped past the slumbering portraits and out of Ravenclaw Tower. No one stirred to stop him. Outside, the grounds were bathed in silver mist, the grass cold and wet beneath his steps. He moved quickly, with the certainty of one who had walked this path before. Beyond the lake, past the last rise where trees had not yet claimed the land, Harry came to a secluded glade, shielded from view, open to the sky. He knelt and drew from his cloak 2 tall black candles, their wax cool and smooth to the touch. Next, he unwrapped a small loaf of bread, still warm from the kitchens, gifted by his head elf with no questions asked. He placed the candles into the soft earth, a space between them wide enough for him to stand within. Then, with slow precision, he lit them both. The flames rose with a faint whisper of wax and wick. He looked at them, two lights in the pre-dawn dark. Mother, father, I remember. He tore the bread in two, holding one half over each flame. You gave your breath for mine. You gave your days for my future. You gave your light, so I might stand in shadow and still see. He held the bread steady as the fire caught and blackened it, the scent earthy, solemn. When the last crumbs had fallen into ash, he stood, barefoot now on the damp earth, and stepped between the flames. Through your fire I walk. Through your gift, I rise. With memory, I carry duty. With duty, I carry name. He felt the magic respond, not bright or violent, but deep, old, and quiet. The candles did not flicker, but leaned slightly inward, as if bowing toward him. The air was still, present. Let this path be opened. Let this work be worthy. Let your sacrifice not be in vain. He stepped through. When he turned, the flames still burned behind him. Silent witnesses, anchors in the dark. Whatever came next, with the board, the headmaster, the founders, accord, would begin here, rooted not in anger or rebellion, but in remembrance. In love, in legacy. Harry stood silently in the flickering glow of the flames, the crisp morning air curling around him. The black candles burned low, their light unwavering as the sky slowly shifted from night to dawn. He did not move, not even to breathe deeply, as if the silence itself was part of the rite. Then, as the first golden ray of sunlight broke over the horizon and touched his face, both candles sputtered at once, wick and wax giving way to ash. The light of the flames was gone, replaced by the light of day. He bowed his head. The ritual was complete. Ooh! The castle hummed with celebration. Throughout the day, laughter echoed through the halls, enchanted banners waved above tables in every common room, and even the portraits seemed more cheerful than usual. Students wore ribbons of gold and crimson, commemorating the defeat of the Dark Lord 11 years ago. Even Susan and Neville joined in the revelry, smiling more easily, laughing with their housemates. The professors offered lighter workloads. Treats appeared unbidden at meals. All of Hogwarts exhaled joy. All except Harry. He moved through the day like a shadow, quiet, solemn, deliberate. In every class, he took his seat at the back without a word, far from his usual place near the front. He never raised his hand, never offered thoughts unless directly asked. He answered clearly, respectfully, but with none of the eager spark that often marked his scholarship. Few noticed. The excitement of the day overwhelmed finer observations. Even the professors were too swept up in nostalgia and cheer to remark on his silence. But for Harry, this was not a day of celebration. It was a vigil, one held quietly, in memory and in magic, for the price of victory. Ooh! Thursday, October 31st, late morning. The dungeons always felt colder this time of year. Professor Snape's voice droned through the thick air as the class carefully measured crushed valerian root into simmering cauldrons. Harry stood at his station beside Padma Patil, silent and focused, only speaking when absolutely required. Not that Snape noticed, or perhaps that was the point. The lesson passed in an aching haze. When the bell finally rang, Harry packed up his tools slowly, methodically, still trailing behind the rest of the class as he emerged into the corridor. That's when he heard it. And then Ron shouted at her, told her to shut up in front of everyone. What? Right in the middle of charms. She was just trying to help him with Wingardium Leviosa. She always helps. She ran off crying. I heard she went straight to the library, locked herself in the back corner. Harry blinked, pausing just behind a group of Ravenclaws ahead of him. They didn't notice him, their conversation unguarded. Someone said she hasn't even been to lunch. Ron's been horrible since he got back. Well, wouldn't you be? He's lost his wand arm. And they say he can't even get the charm to work now. Still, no excuse for yelling at her like that. Not when she's the only one who's tried to talk to him. Harry said nothing. He stepped past them without a word, their voices fading behind him. The castle was festive. Orange and black streamers shimmered along the arches. House elves had enchanted pumpkins to float in the great hall. But it all felt distant to him, like watching a celebration through a glass wall. His mind kept drifting back to the morning. The clearing. The candles. The ritual. Now, it added Hermione's tear-streaked face to the weight already pressing down on his shoulders. No one noticed Harry wasn't smiling. Not even the teachers. The boy who lived walked the halls in silence and remained, as ever, unseen when it mattered. Thursday, October 31st, 4:30 p.m. The sun had already begun its slow descent, casting long shadows across the far side of the lake. Most of the castle was bustling with early feast preparations, but Harry had slipped out unnoticed, his steps silent across the dewy grass. The sky, painted in streaks of amber and violet, seemed to hold its breath. The clearing he had chosen that morning waited undisturbed. As requested, Dobby had prepared everything. A folded cloth of ingredients lay neatly on a flat stone, just as Harry had described from the catalogues at Codier in his father's grimoire. Mugwort, rowan, ash bark, a silver coin, bloody meat, freshly wrapped in waxed parchment, a pinch of oak ash. Harry took his time. This was not a ritual to rush. He knelt, hands steady as he marked the circle in oak ash. It was rough, primitive in form, yet exact in its orientation, true north, east, south, and west. At each cardinal point, he laid the herbs and the coin in silence. Bluebell fire sparked at the tip of his wand, cool and unwavering. One by one, he lit each bundle of herbs. The smoke rose pale and twisting into the air, already touched by the chill of oncoming winter. Then he knelt again, head bowed low to the earth, hands resting palm down in the grass outside the circle. With all solemnity, he spoke the invocation. By blood, by line, by right, he said clearly, I call on the Helenth. I call on the Accord. By name and breath, by the house that stands, I call on the Helenth. I call on the Accord. By blood, by line, by right, by breath, by bond, by name, I call on the Helenth. I call on the Accord. 3 times he called. 3 times the name of the Phi Guardian passed his lips like a vow whispered into ancient soil. Then, silently, he let a single drop of his blood fall into the ring of oak ash. The circle hissed. The air split like lightning, though no flash came. The wind turned sharp and fast, whispering secrets in tongues older than stone. The ground misted over with cold vapor, curling and creeping like silvered fingers. The twilight shadows bent low, stretching longer than they should, crawling inward like beasts to a fire. A breathless, wordless pressure filled the clearing. Heavy as memory, cold as deep earth. And then, you have called me 3 times. A voice like wind through hollow trees. Like hooves on ancient stone. Bound in truth, bound in blood. Helenth stepped forward, not from space, but from wind itself. Moss draped from his antlers, thick and heavy like a crown of living time. His bare feet left no mark, and yet the ground behind him looked older, more ancient where he passed. His presence was immense, yet silent. His face, if face it could be called, was a mask of age, bark-like and marked by forest deep knowing. His eyes, dark and vast, seemed to carry the weight of seasons forgotten. The Horned One came. The Horned One answered. Harry did not flinch. He did not bow low or avert his gaze. He stood straight, though not arrogantly, his bearing respectful, unwavering. In his hands, cupped reverently, lay the bloodied offering. I bring tribute, he said. Meat, as the Accord demands. Blood freely given. He stepped forward and laid the meat at the center of the ash ring, smoke still curling upward from the burning herbs. The scent of wild things, loam, and flame filled the air. Helenth regarded him with eyes that had watched forests grow and fall. You do not cower, the Phi said. Most mortals shiver like leaves in my presence. I am heir to Lord James of the House of Potter, Harry said calmly. Son of the one who forged the Accord of the Stag. I stand upon our family's bond and the oath sworn between you and him. The Phi tilted his head, the moss on his antlers swaying slightly as the wind shifted around him. The stag runs still, Helenth murmured, voice like thunder hidden beneath roots. He runs with me, across the sky of the hunt and in the wood between worlds. From first breath to last wind, he has not faltered in his vow. He lowered his gaze to Harry, the weight of ages pressing down but not crushing. You are young, but the line is strong. And the Accord remains unbroken. From the sleeve of mist surrounding him, Helenth reached into the space between what Harry could not say, and drew out a curl of fog. He wove it in his long fingers until it gathered into a dense silvered sphere, swirling like moonlight and shadow. He raised it to his lips and exhaled. With that breath, the mist solidified, folding into form. In his palm rested a medallion, no larger than a sickle, etched in an ancient script. The symbol was neither entirely human nor Phi, a stag's head encircled by a thorned vine, the eye of the stag shaped like a crescent moon. It hung from a living vine cord, green and pliant, pulsing faintly with quiet magic. Helenth stepped to the edge of the circle and held it out. "This is your sign, child of Potter," he said. "Worn by those who call me. Bound by line, by promise, by the hunt." Harry stepped forward and accepted it without hesitation. "Bleed upon it, once, and I will come," Helenth said. "I will come, or one of mine will provide aid." The medallion was cool to the touch, yet it pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat buried deep within the earth, or the distant thunder of hooves in a forgotten glade. Silence followed, ancient and unbroken. Then Helenth began to fade, not in retreat, but as if slipping behind the skin of the world, returning to some unseen fold of forest and myth. His form dissolved like breath on winter air, antlers last to vanish, trailing strands of moss and twilight. Only the gleam of his wild eyes lingered before they, too, flickered out. "The accord holds," his voice whispered, not from ahead, but from all around, as though the trees, the sky, the soil itself remembered. And then, nothing. Harry stood alone in the clearing once more. The oak ash circle dimmed as the last traces of magic bled into the cooling ground. The air had stilled, yet something unseen remained, echoes of old power and older promises. The ingredients he had so carefully prepared, the offerings laid at each point of the compass, were gone. Consumed. Accepted. Just like Helenth. In Harry's palm, the medallion hung from its living vine. Cord, solid now, yet somehow still wild. Harry looked down at the medallion resting in his palm. It was no ordinary token, etched with a design that seemed to shift subtly in the dim light, like antlers one moment, a leaping stag the next, and then only a swirl of old runes. The vine cord was supple, warm despite the cold. With deliberate care, he slipped it over his head. The moment it touched his chest, just above his heart, he felt a pulse, not painful, but deep, like something ancient acknowledging his claim. A final seal on the ritual. A reminder of the pact now reforged. The medallion nestled beneath his robes, unseen by any but known to him. A mark not of possession, but of promise. Of lineage. Of the wild. For a long moment, Harry simply stood in the quiet of the clearing, wind brushing gently through the trees like a whisper of approval. Then, with no words spoken, he turned back toward the castle, his footsteps slow but steady. The feast awaited. But tonight, he did not go as only Harry Potter. He went as heir of the accord. And Helenth would come when called. Even with the ritual complete, he did not move right away. The clearing was dark now. But Harry had never felt more seen. Ooh, Hogwarts, side entrance, October 31st. Harry slipped quietly into the castle through a lesser-used side entrance near the greenhouses. The corridors were mostly deserted, everyone would be in the great hall by now, feasting and laughing beneath enchanted stars and floating pumpkins. That suited him just fine. He kept to the shadows, avoiding the main staircase. The lesser staircases toward the west tower were quieter and would take him closer to the Ravenclaw dormitory. He had no desire to answer questions tonight. But as he turned a corner past an old tapestry of the 9 magical instruments, he froze. The scent hit him first, foul and damp, like rotting meat left too long in a cellar, mixed with something earthy and wrong. His nostrils flared. He knew that smell. Mountain troll. His hand flew to his wand. He immediately stepped back, heart beginning to race. There was no way a troll should be inside the castle. He needed to find a professor, any professor, immediately. He was turning to retreat when he heard it. A scream. High. Panicked. Raw. It echoed down the hall behind the troll's scent, reverberating off the stone walls. Harry stopped dead. The voice was familiar, shaken, breathless, but undeniably hers. It was Granger. Hermione. For a moment, everything in him screamed to run, to do what he had just planned and get help. But her voice came again, choked and desperate. There wasn't time. He turned on his heel and moved toward the sound, wand already glowing faintly with a silent spell. Each step was careful, practiced. His pulse thundered in his ears, but his grip was steady. This isn't about glory, he reminded himself. It's about legacy. He would not let her die tonight. Not on Halloween. Not on the night Voldemort fell. Not when he could still choose to act. Harry didn't think. He raised his wand. Lumos. A weak flash of light. Useless. He swallowed hard. Bluebell flames. Cold, flickering blue fire burst to life at the top of his wand. With a grunt, Harry hurled it at the large target of the troll, its back. The fire caught, licking over the hide with supernatural heat. The troll roared, stumbling forward as it slapped at its back, leaving scorch marks on its gray skin. It was burned, but not enough. Its magical resistance dulled the spell's full effect. The Dada book had warned of such creatures, resistant, not immune. The flames had hurt it, but they had also enraged it. The troll turned, eyes bloodshot and beady, and focused on him. Harry's heart pounded, but he held his ground. To stand for others is to hold the line alone, the grimoire had said. Even when you are outmatched. Especially then. He raised his wand again, shifting to the side to draw it away from Hermione. Flipendo. The knockback jinx hit the troll in the knee, and it barely staggered. It growled, lifted its club. Harry dove behind a toppled column just as the weapon slammed down, shattering stone and sending chips flying. Wingardium Leviosa, he yelled, pointing at a piece of rubble the size of a cauldron. The rock rose shakily into the air. Harry hurled it at the troll's head. It hit with a solid crack, and the creature howled again, stumbling. Blood oozed from a cut over its brow, but now it was furious. The troll turned fully to Harry, and the club raised. Hermione screamed. Harry didn't retreat. The club sends Harry down the hallway before the troll turns back to Hermione, who is still screaming. The blow caught Harry mid-dodge. Not directly, but enough. The club's edge smashed into the floor where he'd been standing, and the shockwave hurled him down the corridor, crashing him into a stone pillar. Pain bloomed across his ribs, his shoulder screamed, but he stayed conscious. Hermione was still screaming. No, you don't. Harry snarled, shoving to his feet, blood on his lip, fire in his chest. He raised his wand with shaking fingers and shouted, "Bluebell flames." The cold fire burst from the tip again, and Harry directed it in a sharp arc, splashing the troll's chest just as it turned back toward Hermione. The troll bellowed, claws batting at its burning skin. It stumbled, but didn't stop. It turned toward him, charging. "Come on," Harry whispered, backing away, heart slamming against his ribs. "Come on, then." The troll charged like a maddened beast, feet cracking stone, roaring in fury. Harry's fingers clenched the medallion beneath his shirt, a tether of courage, and then he dropped it. Wingardium Leviosa, he bellowed, aiming at the club as the troll raised it overhead. The spell hit, just in time. The club jerked upward, yanked from the troll's hands, and sailing backward through the air to smash against a wall with a thunderous crack. The troll froze mid-step, confused, then roared and lunged. Harry had no time to think. The troll's fist caught him mid-spell, a wall of raw power that slammed Harry into the floor with bone-jarring force. The stone cracked beneath him. The pain was blinding. He tasted blood. So this is it, he thought dimly, vision swimming. This is how the Potter line ends. Through the haze of agony, his fingers spasmed, and the medallion slipped free of his robes. Blood welled at the corner of his mouth. He coughed, and a drop of crimson splashed across the silver surface of the medallion. The metal flared. A sudden hush fell over the corridor. The troll froze. Then the temperature dropped, not with cold, but with presence. Mist poured into the hallway from the cracks in the stone, from the shadows, from nothing. It curled around Harry like the breath of old forests. The torches guttered, and out of the mist stepped a figure. The stag emerged from the mist like a memory of the wild, broad of chest, high of crown, antlers etched with runes older than Hogwarts itself. Its hooves struck the stone with the echo of ancient drums, its breath misting in the suddenly chilled air. The troll snarled, still scorched from bluebell fire, eyes wild with pain and confusion. It raised its fists, its only weapons now, and roared, slamming them into the floor in challenge. The stag did not flinch. It moved with terrible grace, stepping sideways, mist parting at its legs like a bowing forest. The troll charged, fists raised high. Too slow. The stag surged forward, not a run, but a lunge like a falling star. It ducked beneath the troll's wild swing and drove its antlers up into the troll's belly. Magic pulsed. The runes on the antlers ignited, and where the stag struck, light burst forth, silver-white and searing. The troll's enchanted hide failed it. It screamed, back arching, arms flailing. The stag twisted, tossing the troll aside like a broken puppet. The brute slammed into a wall, leaving a crater of shattered stone. Still, it stirred. The stag reared up, hooves lashing down onto the troll's chest. Bone gave way with a sickening crunch. Then again, a second strike, cracking ribs, silencing the last of its growls. The hallway fell still. Only the mist moved. The stag backed away, its antlers dimming, its breath steady. It turned, mist curling around its legs, and walked toward Harry, now half conscious and bleeding. It bent its head, one eye locking with his eye that held the storm, the forest, and the promise of old magic. A whisper brushed the air, felt more than heard. You bled for another. That is enough. Then, in a sweep of wind and fog, the stag was gone, leaving only the echo of hooves, and a faintly glowing hoofprint beside Harry's outstretched hand. The hallway was carnage. A dead troll sprawled on the floor, its gray hide marred with blue-tinged burns, savage gouges, and hoof-shaped craters punched into the very stone. Blood pooled beneath its slack body. Hermione Granger sat trembling in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably, her robes torn and face streaked with tears. She couldn't form words. And in the center of it all, Harry Potter lay broken and still, blood on his face, his chest rising shallowly. Professor McGonagall gasped when she saw him. Merlin, Harry. She dropped to her knees, wand already glowing. He's alive, but barely. He needs the hospital wing, now. Snape stood silently over the troll, scowling. This thing should have torn him in two, he said coldly, but even he sounded rattled. Look at the floor. They all did. The hoofprints were impossible, scorched into stone, deep and deliberate. No spell taught at Hogwarts could have caused them. No creature in Hogwarts should have left them. Flitwick looked pale. There was no sign of another wizard. No magical signature we can trace. And these gouges, he pointed to the troll's chest, where claw and flame had left their mark. This wasn't just spells. Something else was here. Snape muttered something under his breath, kneeling and pressing a hand to the stone. Residual energy, primal, wild. But there's no source. Dumbledore arrived last, his eyes narrowing at the scene. He said nothing for a long time. Get Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, he said at last. And Miss Granger as well. We'll question her when she's calm. McGonagall gently lifted Harry with a whispered charm, floating him in the air. No one noticed the slim silver medallion on a vine-thin chain, cool and blood-clean now, tucked beneath Harry's robes. They couldn't see it, because only a Potter could. And it pulsed faintly, in rhythm with his heartbeat, like hooves on forest paths, like a promise fulfilled. Ooh. Location: Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Date: Thursday, October 31st, 1991. Day: Halloween night. The first thing Harry felt was weight. Not pressure. Not pain. Weight. Cool metal against his chest, faintly pulsing like a second heartbeat. The medallion. Even bandaged and bruised, he could feel it resting there, exactly where it had landed after the blood called Helen forth. No one had taken it from him. Because no one else could see it. Only a Potter. The accord held. The scent of antiseptic potion and starched sheets filled his nose. His ribs ached with every breath, his shoulder throbbed, and there was a deep soreness across his back and chest, but he was alive. He opened his eyes slowly, the flickering torchlight of the hospital wing making him squint. The high ceiling stretched overhead, old stones humming faintly with magic and history. To his left, someone sat hunched over in a chair. Susan. His voice came out raw, cracked. Her head snapped up. Harry. She whispered, then again louder, trembling with relief. Harry, you're awake. She surged forward to the edge of the bed. Her eyes were red from crying, and her usually neat hair was pulled into a lopsided braid. Don't move too much, you're still healing. He blinked at her, disoriented. What? You fought a troll, you idiot. Her voice cracked with emotion. You saved Hermione. And nearly got yourself killed. He groaned, trying to shift. His ribs and shoulder exploded with pain. Feels like it. Susan gave a small, tearful laugh and brushed her fingers over his uninjured arm. Madame Pomfrey said your injuries should have been worse. Much worse. And, Harry, there were burn marks on the troll. Deep ones. And, hoofprints. Harry stilled. He felt the medallion stir slightly beneath his hospital robe, cool and unseen. They said there were hoof marks in the stone, Harry. Her voice dropped. But no one saw what happened. Just the aftermath. And you. He looked at her. And me. You were unconscious. Bleeding. Barely breathing. But when they tried to heal you, there was this glow. Something on your chest. But no one could find it. Harry closed his eyes. No one but him. His fingers brushed the hidden medallion beneath the sheets, grounding him. He whispered, the accord held. Susan leaned closer. What did you say? He opened his eyes again, softer now. Nothing. Just, glad you're here. Her expression melted into something vulnerable and relieved. Where else would I be? Harry gave her a faint smile, then let his fingers drift away from the medallion. It was still there. Still waiting. Only a Potter could see it. And only a Potter could call it again. But for now, he simply rested, Susan at his side, while the firelight flickered and the hoofbeats faded back into silence. Just as Susan sat back down, brushing her eyes clear again, brisk footsteps approached from the far end of the ward. Madame Pomfrey appeared, robe swishing, wand in hand, and a bottle clutched in the other. Her expression was a fierce mixture of relief and no-nonsense authority. "Well, Mr. Potter," she said, already checking the diagnostic spells floating in the air above his bed, "you certainly don't do things halfway." Harry tried to sit up straighter, but she tutted sharply and pressed him back down with a firm hand. "Don't even think about it. You're to stay the night. I won't have my patients getting up the moment they regain consciousness just because they think they're heroes." Harry didn't argue. She uncorked a small vial with a practiced flick and handed it to him. "Pain reduction potion. Sip slowly, your ribs are still tender. And you'll be taking Skelligro shortly for the fractures." Harry obeyed, grimacing at the bitter taste. Madame Pomfrey then raised her wand and murmured a series of charms, golden light sweeping over his chest and shoulder. "Good," she muttered, half to herself. "The internal bleeding is resolved. Your dislocated shoulders back in place, sore, but stable. I've reinforced the muscle. And those ribs," she gave him a look, "will be mended by breakfast. Though you may not enjoy the night it takes to get there." Susan winced in sympathy. "Will he be all right? With rest?" "Absolutely," Pomfrey said. "That said, fighting a mountain troll with only first-year spells, foolish bravery if I've ever seen it. You'll be sore for days, Mr. Potter, but you're lucky to be alive." Just as Susan sat back down, brushing her eyes clear again, brisk footsteps approached from the far end of the ward. Madame Pomfrey appeared, robe swishing, wand in hand, and a bottle clutched in the other. Her expression was a fierce mixture of relief and no-nonsense authority. "Well, Mr. Potter," she said, already checking the diagnostic spells floating in the air above his bed, "you certainly don't do things halfway." Harry tried to sit up straighter, but she tutted sharply and pressed him back down with a firm hand. "Don't even think about it. You're to stay the night. I won't have my patients getting up the moment they regain consciousness just because they think they're heroes." Harry didn't argue. She uncorked a small vial with a practiced flick and handed it to him. "Pain reduction potion. Sip slowly, your ribs are still tender. And you'll be taking Skelligro shortly for the fractures." Harry obeyed, grimacing at the bitter taste. Madame Pomfrey then raised her wand and murmured a series of charms, golden light sweeping over his chest and shoulder. "Good," she muttered, half to herself. "The internal bleeding is resolved. Your dislocated shoulders back in place, sore, but stable. I've reinforced the muscle. And those ribs," she gave him a look, "will be mended by breakfast. Though you may not enjoy the night it takes to get there." Susan winced in sympathy. "Will he be all right? With rest?" "Absolutely," Pomfrey said. "That said, fighting a mountain troll with only first-year spells, foolish bravery if I've ever seen it. You'll be sore for days, Mr. Potter, but you're lucky to be alive." Harry managed a weary nod. "Hermione. She's shaken, but unharmed thanks to you," the matron confirmed. "Sleeping in the Gryffindor Tower. And she's been asking about you. A bit frantic, honestly." Susan gave him a look that said see, and gently rested her hand back on his. Madame Pomfrey sniffed, satisfied with her scan results. "Now, no moving, no heroics, and no summoning any more trolls before breakfast." "Understood." "Yes, ma'am," Harry mumbled. She gave him one last look, softened by something almost maternal, then bustled off to prepare the next dose of Skelligro. As her footsteps faded, Harry exhaled, slowly, painfully, and closed his fingers around the medallion under the sheets. The accord held, but so did the cost. Susan waited until Madame Pomfrey had stepped into her office, the door swinging shut with a quiet click, before leaning in slightly. Her voice dropped low. "Is the plan still on?" Harry's eyes met hers, steady despite the tightness in his jaw, despite the dull ache behind his ribs. "Did the letters go out?" "Yesterday after lunch," she nodded, casting a glance toward the office door. "The board has been summoned. The bylaws took hold. They'll be there tomorrow evening. Harry let out a breath. Some part of him eased. Good. Susan's brow furrowed as she studied him, eyes searching. Will you be up for it? He gave a dry, tired smile. I've had worse. Growing up. She didn't smile back, not right away, but her hand found his, a firm squeeze, silent affirmation. For a time, neither spoke. The quiet of the ward was like the hush before a storm, breath held, the air heavy with what was coming. But the letters had gone out. The summons would hold. The accord beneath the binding circle still thrummed in the background, old and true. The plan was in motion. Friday, November 1st. Hogwarts Hospital Wing, late evening. Susan stirred as the clock neared 9:30. She blinked sleepily, eyes landing on Harry, who gave her a small nod. Go on, he said softly. You'll rest better in your dorm. She looked reluctant. I should stay. No, Harry interrupted, firm but gentle. You've done more than enough. Go, Susan, please. Plus, Madame Pomfrey will not let you stay. She hesitated a heartbeat longer, then finally stood. Only if you promise to wake up in the morning. Harry gave a tired smile. Stubborn, remember. That earned a faint smirk from her, and she nodded. Good night, Harry. Good night, Susan. She turned and quietly slipped out of the hospital wing, the heavy door clicking shut behind her. The torches flickered gently against the stone, casting long shadows across the ward. Harry exhaled, long and slow, and let his head sink back against the pillow. The medallion still rested cool against his chest. Quiet, waiting. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind outside the windows. Friday, November 1st. Hogwarts Hospital Wing, morning. Sunlight filtered through the high, enchanted windows of the hospital wing, casting golden rays across the crisp linens and stone floor. The smell of lavender antiseptic still lingered in the air, but the worst of the night had passed. Harry sat up slowly against the pillows, the pain in his ribs now a manageable throb. The medallion was cool and steady against his chest beneath the blanket, its weight reassuring. The door opened with a quiet creak. Neville stepped in first, seeing only one chair by Harry, smiling as he raised his wand casually. Wingardium Leviosa. A nearby chair floated smoothly into the air and drifted over beside Harry's bed. Neville guided it down with a flourish and a grin, then flopped into it with a soft thud. I still like doing magic since I got my new wand last month, he said with a smirk. Feels like it actually listens now. Behind him came Augusta Longbottom, regal as ever in deep green robes trimmed with silver. Her eyes softened when she looked at Neville, and she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, a rare warmth in her voice, you look better than the reports made it sound. Harry offered a small smile. I feel better, ma'am. Ribs are still a little sore, but Madame Pomfrey says I might be out by lunch. She nodded approvingly. Good. You've caused quite a stir, young man. Neville leaned forward, eyebrows raised. You really stood between Hermione and a mountain troll. Harry shrugged carefully. Didn't really have time to think about it. She was cornered. Augusta gave him a thoughtful look, then nodded. The mark of a true heir, acting without thought for self, only for duty. The founders would have approved. Harry looked down for a moment, embarrassed by the praise. Neville shifted in his chair, proud but quiet. Augusta gave Harry a final, approving nod before glancing toward her grandson. Neville, I have other appointments today. Please walk me out. Neville stood quickly, smoothing his robes as he glanced back at Harry. I'll be back in a bit. Harry nodded. I'll be here. With a small smile, Neville followed his grandmother toward the door. Augusta paused briefly at the threshold, her eyes once more settling on Harry. Rest well, Mr. Potter. There is much ahead. And then they were gone, the soft click of the door echoing in the now quiet hospital wing. Harry leaned back against the pillows, exhaling slowly. The door creaked open again, slow and deliberate. Albus Dumbledore stepped inside, his silver robes drifting behind him like morning mist. His gaze settled on Harry at once. Ah, Mr. Potter, he said quietly, his voice warm but edged with inquiry. I see you are awake. Harry inclined his head from the pillows. Headmaster. Dumbledore conjured a chair with a flick of his wand and sat beside the bed. The quiet between them stretched before the headmaster finally spoke. You've caused quite the stir. Miss Granger is recovering well, thanks to you. But, the circumstances are unusual. A mountain troll, slain. Your injuries were severe, yet you survived. His eyes, sharp and blue, studied Harry over the curve of his half-moon glasses. Would you mind telling me what happened? Harry met the gaze without flinching. I was on my way back to Ravenclaw Tower. I took a side stairwell, quieter. I smelled something off. Then I heard Hermione scream. You recognized her voice? Dumbledore asked gently. I did. We once were close friends. And you ran toward it? Yes, sir. He recounted it all calmly. The flames, the spellwork, disarming the club. How the troll had turned on him, charged, and how the last thing he remembered was being struck. After that, I woke up here. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. And the creature, dead when we arrived, burned, marked, yet you remember nothing more. Harry shook his head. I passed out. I see. Dumbledore let the silence settle again. And what, may I ask, were you doing in that particular corridor? It's not a common path for students, especially not during a troll attack. Harry's gaze didn't waver. That's family business, sir. Dumbledore's brow lifted faintly. Family. Harry's voice stayed quiet, but firm. There are things I inherited, headmaster. Not wealth. Not family. Just legacy. And some of it is mine alone. For a heartbeat, Dumbledore said nothing. Then he nodded slowly, almost thoughtfully. You are your father's son, Mr. Potter. In more ways than one. He rose from the chair. Madame Pomfrey tells me your ribs are healing nicely. You'll be discharged before lunch. Yes, sir. If anything returns to you, I hope you'll trust me with it. Dumbledore reached the threshold of the hospital wing when his eyes narrowed slightly, barely perceptible, but to Harry, something shifted. A pulse, light pressure inside his mind. Not pain, not intrusion, just presence. And beneath it, hooves. The medallion flared warm against his chest. Harry's head snapped toward the door, green eyes suddenly razor-sharp. What was that? Dumbledore paused mid-step. His hand hovered by the doorknob, but his face remained calm. What do you mean, my boy? I am not your Harry, sir, Harry said, voice low but steely. I am Heir Potter. Quote. Dumbledore turned slowly. His expression remained mild, almost gentle, but there was something calculating now behind the half-moon spectacles. My apologies, he said quietly. Old habits, I suppose. I forget how swiftly the next generation matures when burdened with legacy. Harry is confused, doesn't know what that was. He kept his eyes fixed on the headmaster, refusing to look away, letting the silence stretch. Then Dumbledore inclined his head. Rest well, Heir Potter. And he stepped through the door, letting it shut behind him with a soft but final click. Harry exhaled only once he was gone. He reached up and grasped the medallion beneath his shirt. It had cooled again, but the echoes of hooves still rang faintly behind his eyes. Ooh. Friday, November 1st. Hogwarts Hospital Wing, early afternoon. The door creaked open again just as Harry was lacing his boots. Neville's head peeked in first, his brow furrowed beneath the fringe of his hair. Harry, you weren't at lunch, I thought maybe. Harry stood, wincing just slightly as he adjusted his robes. Madame Pomfrey held me back a bit. Cleared me 5 minutes ago. Neville stepped in, relief washing over his face. Good. Well, I didn't want to show up without you. Harry gave him a tired but steady smile. I wouldn't miss tonight. Not after everything. Neville nodded, stepping beside him as they left the ward together. Reckon Susan is already getting ready. I imagine Susan's double-checking half the schedule by now, Harry muttered dryly. She was up late. Neville chuckled. She didn't say much when she got back to the dorm last night. Just told Hannah not to ask questions and glared at Ernie until he went to bed. That sounds about right. They moved through the corridors at a brisk but steady pace. A few students glanced their way, whispers already trailing in Harry's wake. After all, he'd fought a troll and lived. Word had spread, but Harry didn't look at them. He kept his eyes forward. The time for games had ended. They had dinner with the board in just hours, and secrets to keep beneath polished manners. Heir Potter and Heir Longbottom walked side by side. And Hogwarts watched them pass. Ooh. Friday, November 1st, 1991. Hogwarts Great Hall, dinner time. The enchanted ceiling shimmered with the dusky purples and indigos of twilight, stars beginning to wink into view. The longhouse tables were filled with students chattering over the day's events, their eyes occasionally flicking toward the staff table, where Dumbledore and the professors sat on the raised dais. Dumbledore rose, his expression serene. He raised his arms and called out, "Let the feast begin." Nothing happened. The air in the great hall held its breath. Dumbledore frowned faintly, a flick of his wand producing nothing. No platters, no roast beef, no pumpkin juice. Whispers rippled across the hall. Even the ghosts paused in their drifting. "Albus." Professor McGonagall leaned toward him. Before he could answer, the great doors at the end of the hall creaked open. Every head turned. A procession entered, 12 figures cloaked in the deep, dark robes of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Their presence hushed the hall instantly. The robes bore sigils and embroidery marking their respective houses, positions, and allegiances. At the forefront strode Madame Marchbanks, her posture regal and voice clear as she addressed Dumbledore directly. "We are here as summoned, Headmaster. Was there a particular reason for convening the board under the bylaws?" "We would have come at your request." Her gaze swept the room with quiet authority, the weight of the ministry's presence unmistakable in her tone. The hall fell into a tense silence, all eyes now riveted on the unexpected assembly. With a sudden shimmer of magic, a long, elegant table appeared at the foot of the dais where the staff sat. It was unlike anything currently in the hall, draped in a deep black tablecloth that shimmered faintly like still water under moonlight. High-backed chairs of carved ebony, upholstered in silver-trimmed velvet, circled its length. Polished silver utensils gleamed beside plates of pearly white porcelain, and crystal goblets stood like sentinels, untouched. It was a table not just meant for comfort, but reverence, one worthy of the authority and legacy it was meant to serve. Dumbledore rose slowly from his seat above, his expression the very picture of serenity. If he was surprised by the sudden manifestation or by the presence of the board, he did not show it. "Ah," he said, his voice carrying with practiced calm. "Hogwarts is ever a place of mystery and grace. How fortunate that she prepares so beautifully for those who serve her." He stepped down, gesturing with a welcoming sweep toward the new table. "A fitting place for such distinguished company. Please, make yourselves comfortable. You honor us." Marchbanks's voice rang out, crisp as frost. "We were summoned by the bylaws, Headmaster. Such summons are not issued lightly. If this was meant to be a formal call, it might have been handled with more clarity." Dumbledore's smile was gentle, his tone placid. "The castle hears what we do not always speak aloud. As ever, she acts in our best interest, even when we do not yet know our needs." He said nothing more about the summons. No affirmation, no denial, just graceful redirection. The governors exchanged glances, some skeptical, others amused, but took their seats. Once they had settled, Dumbledore returned to his chair and raised his arms to summon the feast. Nothing happened. Not a plate, not a spoon, not even a flicker of magic. For the first time, Dumbledore's smile faltered, if only for a heartbeat. And then, boom! The great oaken doors of the hall burst open, not flung, but commanded, as if by a will older than magic itself. A gust of wind swept through, blowing out every torch at once. Moonlight poured into the hall. And there, standing at the threshold, were 3 figures. On the right stood Harry Potter, robed in black so deep it drank the light. Embroidered over his heart in fine silver thread was the stag rampant of House Potter. In the center stood Susan Bones, her poise regal, her robes trimmed in crimson and bone white. The crest of Bones, a shield flanked by twin hawks, gleamed on her chest. And on the left stood Neville Longbottom, his bearing unshaken, the golden lion entwined with thistle of House Longbottom rising from his heart like a flame. A tremor moved through the great hall, not fear, but awe. Then Harry stepped forward, his voice low, but magnified by unseen forces. "I am Harry Potter, son of James and Lily of the most ancient and noble House of Potter." The floor beneath him glowed faintly with golden lines, tracing old symbols that pulsed with life. Susan stepped forward, her tone rich with ancestry and the weight of duty. "I am Susan Bones, daughter of Edgar and Rose of the most ancient House of Bones." The light deepened to red and pearl, curling around her feet like smoke made of memory. Neville raised his chin. "No falter. No doubt. I am Neville Longbottom, son of Frank and Alice of the noble House of Longbottom." Emerald green wove through the light, threads of growing ivy, of deep earth and old promise. Then they stepped forward as one. Their voices united, calm, terrible, unshakable. "We are the blood of blood." The magic of magic. The names of names. We are the living legacy of the founders, Accord. A wind stirred from nowhere. The students closest to the aisle felt their skin rise in gooseflesh. Whispers, ancient tongues, rippled through the air as if the stones themselves remembered. Let all gathered here and bear witness. We invoke Hogwarts Bylaw 1.16. We find the board of Hogwarts wanting. We find the safety of Hogwarts wanting. We find the stewardship of this school wanting. Dumbledore moved to rise, wand half drawn, mouth opening to speak, but his voice was stolen, silenced before the first syllable. Across the staff and governors alike, magic wove an invisible hush, not to harm, but to hold. A sacred pause. Harry raised his hand, and with a chime like crystal on stone, a figure appeared beside them. Dobby the house elf stood in the moonlight, clothed in a silken tunic stitched with runes and stars. In his hands, he cradled a book that seemed far too large for him, bound in cracked leather and sealed with iron and gold. The Hogwarts Charter Ledger, Dobby intoned reverently, is summoned by rightful blood. The trio stepped forward. Their voices rang out together, not loud, but absolute. Let it be recorded in the Hogwarts Charter Ledger that on this first day of November, in the year 1991, we, the heirs of the Accord, have invoked our right. We stand where our blood once stood. We rise where others have fallen. We take our place, by name, by bond, by magic. The book opened of its own accord, pages flipping until the right one found itself. Runes carved themselves into the parchment, glowing silver, then gold, then deep indigo, as if the quill of Hogwarts itself remembered what had been forgotten. The trio stood motionless as the magic settled. The torches relit, one by one. The silence remained, and not even Albus Dumbledore could speak. Like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more magical what-ifs.